In front of me, this mythical bloodline spirit monkey is kneeling in front of my ordinary summoner. However, the class teacher resolutely refuses to let me form a contract with it, just because the pets in this world are so weak that they can't even pass the early stage novice instances, let alone the future college entrance examination. What he doesn't know is that I possess the mythical rebirth and unlimited top-tier SSS grade talents. Every time I summon a pet, I can extract a mythical bloodline for it, and every time it levels up, I can extract a top-tier attribute to enhance its abilities. Seeing my firm determination to choose the summoner profession, Director Su can only helplessly give up. After filling out the resource collection form, I returned home. Although the chaotic and rudimentary environment greeted my eyes, I never found it too difficult because I had been adopted by an old man since I was young, who took care of me as if I were his own grandson. This old drunkard has had so much to drink again. I'll steal his private stash someday and see how he drinks then. After grumbling to myself, I returned to my room and chose to bind myself as a summoner for life. The next moment, a void enveloped me, shimmering with waves of golden red light. Various images flashed before me: a golden monkey, a nine-tailed fox as white as snow, a black and white panda, a phoenix as red as fire. Endless images converged into a golden halo floating in front of me. Detecting that the host possessed dual unique talents, the summoner profession evolved into a mythical summoner, with a three-dimensional attribute increase of +20 and a mental increase of +40. I widened my eyes as I looked at my attribute panel, realizing that even the renowned attributes of a paladin could not compare to mine, especially with a mind-blowing mental attribute of 51 at level 1. Suppressing my excitement, I glanced at my empty summoning beast space, knowing that my main task now was to summon my first pet. As I softly chanted, a faint light flickered within the summoning array. Apart from the first level, summoners have the chance to draw a summon beast every time they advance to a new stage, which is the only fair and luck-dependent opportunity. The summoning array shone brightly, with runes intertwining to form a complex pattern. In the next moment, a figure about 1.5 meters tall appeared in the center of the array. Congratulations on summoning an extraordinary quality summon beast, the spirit ape. It's actually of extraordinary quality. I gazed into the summoning space, where a small golden monkey appeared, establishing a soul connection with me. Spirit ape, quality, extraordinary, level, 1, bloodline, none, skills, monkey claw, low tier, bite, low tier, leap strike, mid tier. My luck was not bad. The quality of summoned beasts is divided into awakening, rare, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and dominator. The attributes of an extraordinary summoned beast are equivalent to a first-level warrior, making it a good helper in the early stages. However, I was not satisfied with this. Looking at the mythological interface, I held my breath. Whether I soar or crash next, it's up to you. Draw. With a slight thought, countless golden red cards surrounded me, like a colorful waterfall. After a few breaths, a golden red card stopped in front of me. Congratulations on drawing the mythical bloodline spirit monkey. Spirit monkey, one of the Chaos 4 monkeys, capable of transformation, understanding the timing of heaven, knowing the advantages of the earth, moving stars and changing constellations, possessing unimaginable potential. I looked at the shiny mythical bloodline card in front of me, almost too excited to speak. The spirit monkey, the legendary Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, an idol of countless young people in China, unexpectedly drawn by myself. Then, I couldn't wait to integrate the mythical bloodline card into the spirit monkey's body. With the integration of the mythical bloodline, the body of the spirit ape began to undergo changes. The originally golden fur gradually turned into a golden red color, with golden light shimmering in its eyes, bearing an 80% resemblance to the great sage from its past life. Spiritual Brightstone Monkey, quality, epic, level, 1, bloodline, Spiritual Brightstone Monkey, mythical, skills, battle fighting technique level 5, superior tier, upgradable. Not only did the attributes increase several times, even the previous low-level skills were transformed into super-level combat techniques. Each super-level skill is priceless. As soon as it appears, it will be immediately snapped up by major forces and high-level experts. Summoned beasts have an advantage in that they can learn skills from human professions, which is one of the reasons why summoning beasts are so expensive. Skills are divided into 7 levels: low-level, mid-level, high-level, super-level, epic, legendary, and mythical. Super-level skills are already very rare, let alone being able to be upgraded. This means that the combat techniques of the Spirit Brightstone Ape may one day reach mythical level. The thought made my breathing quicken. Little Momo, you did a great job. Oh, I almost forgot you don't have a name yet. After all, you are a divine beast, and calling you Momo like this really undermines your style. As someone who struggles with naming things, I fell into contemplation for a moment. After racking my brains, I finally came up with a name that satisfied me the most. Shall I call you Little Saint from now on? Ling Ming the stone monkey pondered for a moment before nodding. Truly the most adept among the Chaos 4 monkeys in terms of learning ability. After just a few minutes of interaction, he was already able to pick up some human habits. If we were to spend a few more days together, wouldn't he be able to speak like a human? After calming my emotions, I placed my hand on Little Saint's head, as I still had another SSS level talent, Infinite Brilliance, that I hadn't used yet. Then, silently in my mind, I extracted the brilliance attributes. The next second, countless colorful brilliance attributes appeared before me, like ribbons of flowing light and color. These attributes represented various attribute bonuses and special effects. My gaze scanned through these entries, finally settling on a golden orange one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the golden orange entry with innate divine power. Innate divine power, wearing it increases strength by 30%, other attributes plus 20, and nearly perfect in the use of strength skills. Lucky to draw a percentage bonus entry. Knowing that although the percentage bonus is weak in the early stages, once the basic values increase with level upgrades in the later stages, the bonus obtained will be quite terrifying, no less valuable than a legendary weapon. Zhang Hao didn't hesitate to incorporate this phrase into Little Saint's body. In a flash, Little Saint's body changed once again. Its muscles became more muscular and its fur became more golden, as if gilded. Ling Ming Sure Monkey, Quality, Epic, Rank 1, Power, 78, Physical Fitness, 60, Agility, 60, Spirit, 60, Bloodline, Ling Ming Sure Monkey, Myth, Skill, Fighting Law LV, 5, Super Rank, can be upgraded, Word, Born with the Power of God, Golden Orange. Zhang Hao looked at Little Sage's current attributes and couldn't help but TSK. It was unheard of for a level 1 summoned beast to have warrior attributes that exceeded level 10. Moreover, Little Sage also possesses super rank skills and golden orange words, which allows him to walk almost horizontally in the early copies. Ding! Granting Spirit Mingshire Monkey, Little Saint, word success. Detecting a substantial increase in the attributes of the summoned beast, it will feed the attributes for the summoner. Strength plus 10, Physique plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 10. Jiang Hao froze. I didn't realize that Little Saint not only raised 2 stars, but also triggered the feedback. Generally speaking, only summoned beasts that have reached extremely high quality have a chance of backfeeding. This is why it's important to try to summon high-quality summoners in the opening game. Now that Zhang Hao had been fed back, the attributes of level 1 were already comparable to that of a level 7 warrior. Is this a ING attribute that a summoner should have? Zhang Hao moved his muscles and bones, feeling full of strength. After familiarizing himself with his power for a while, Zhang Hao took Little Saint back into the summoning space, tidied up the room and then prepared a simple dinner for myself. Summoning a beast pet was still quite exhausting, and besides, he had to head to the replica tomorrow, so he naturally had to adjust his state to the best. Strange, haven't seen that old drunkard for days. Zhang Hao was a bit uneasy after the meal and opened the door of the old drunkard's room. The room was neat, and looked like it hadn't been inhabited for a long time. Zhang Hao noticed that there was a note left on the bed, leaving a line of crooked handwriting on it. Little scoundrel. Moncler Outlet Store, you're gone. Don't miss me too much. See you in the jungle. A bank card and a medal were left next to the note. Zhang Hao picked up the medals on the side. Legendary medal, jewelry without level limit, strength plus 25, physique plus 25, agility plus 25, spirit plus 25, damage reduction 20% after wearing. Immortal Phoenix's blessing, taking fatal damage will not result in immediate death, and blood will be maintained at 1 drop. Cooldown time 7 days. Remarks, a symbol of legend, a sign of hero, dedicated to the heroes who have made great contributions to China. Zhang Hao couldn't help but stare at the name and remarks of the medal. 4-dimensional attribute bonuses and skills and whatnot are no longer important in the face of medal names. It was important to know that all the strongest people in the entire China who could be rated as legends were none of them the existence of a 9th order profession. You're telling me that old drunkard who's been out of touch all day is a legendary powerhouse? Zhang Hao preferred to believe that the medal was picked up by the old drunkard by the side of the road. Old drunkard, you're hiding something from me. Zhang Hao silently wore the legendary medal. The attributes given for nothing are not for nothing. This damage reduction and the blessing of the immortal god Phoenix he is greedy for. In this way, he wasn't afraid of being seconded in the middle of a copy. As for whether the old drunkard was dead or alive, that was no longer something Zhang Hao could care about. Jiang Hao put away the diamond-encrusted bank card and paid his respects to the sky. Old drunkard, just go at ease. I will always remember you. After saying that, Jiang Hao even sprinkled some white wine on the windowsill. Much more. It's time now. It's a little pricey. Meanwhile, at the border of the mountain and sea abyss, inside a luxurious conference room, a middle-aged man with a full head of white hair and a waist spanning a gourd was viewing the document in his hands. Achoo! Who the hell is thinking about labor? Is it the abyssal demon dragon? Or is it the heavenly demon May Fox that scratches May Z? Looks like those guys have an itchy skin again. The white-haired middle-aged man looked up at the blood moon in the dome of the sky after a round of cursing. I don't know how that little scoundrel is going to be. If he'll know that I'm going to cry and cry and cry when I'm gone. Had. It's a pity that Raoul can't see this scene, or else he'd have to laugh at him for the rest of his life. Chapter 4 Abyssal Copy. Feeling good about yourself? Sky Metro. Outside the newbie copy, there was a huge crowd. Countless novice professionals gathered here, ready to challenge their first copy. Most of the newbie copies are artificial copies, and access is limited to students below level 6, intended to be a place for rookies who have just switched to experience combat and level up. Even if you die in the middle of a copy, you only lose some of your experience and don't actually die. Jiang Hao came to the entrance of the replica and found that there were already quite a few people shouting to form a team in the team channel. Level 1 fighters seeking a group. Speedy replica. Level 1 priest seeking a group with plenty of healing milk. Tier 2 assassin. Any teams out there wanting a leg up? Jiang Hao swept a glance and didn't find any summoners shouting to form a team. It seems that summoners really don't have a high status in this world. Jiang Hao walked straight through the crowd and came to a relatively sparsely populated copy entrance. This was his goal for the day. The Abyss copy. Abyssal copies are different from novice copies and are special copies. Compared to the man-made newbie copies, the Abyssal copies belong to the real world. It was a high-ranking powerhouse that had moved from the Abyssal battlefield at great cost in order to exercise some geniuses. Only some of the stronger professionals would enter in groups. The Abyssal copy has a high difficulty factor, but compared to the pass rewards, experience, equipment, will be much more generous than other newbie copies. The reason why Jiang Hao chose the Abyssal copy was simple. He's going to speed brush, upgrade quickly, and then get more extractions. Just then, light suddenly emanated in front of the Abyssal copy. A silhouette holding a bow and arrow stepped out from it, and several other figures came out one after another behind her. Look, isn't that Lu Sueki? It's rumored that she's transmigrated to become an elf archer. Since ancient times, bowmen have been hung up on a lot of things, and this world is no different. Elf archers are also one of the few professions that are very strong in the first, middle and late stages. Future achievements after the transfer are guaranteed at level 50. Along with a line of people, an announcement rang out from the plaza. Snow Wind Squad breaks the record of Novice 1006 Abyssal copy. The crowd looked up as the numbers above the original Abyssal copy transformed. Snow Wind Squad, normal difficulty 1 hour 08 minutes. Berserker Squad, normal difficulty 1 hour 01 minutes. Spell Squad, normal difficulty 0 hours, 56 minutes. Holy, the record was raised by a full 7 minutes. Worthy of being a genius who awakened an A-rank talent. A-rank talent is this fierce. If this is S-rank, I dare not think about it. And at that moment, the Snow Wind Squad members broke another fierce news. In fact, just now in the copy it was all Sueki alone who made a move, and we were all fighting the whole time. One of the priests among the Snow Wind Squad scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Thanks to Lu Sueki's blessing, being able to have their names on the Abyssal copy record list had satisfied them. Due to Lu Sueki's record breaking, the originally bustling entrance to the Abyssal replica was surrounded by people all of a sudden. It directly squeezed Jiang Hao to the edge of the crowd. It seems that no matter which world it is, the habit of liking to see things still exists. Jiang Hao was somewhat helpless, but why did the name Lu Sueki sound a bit familiar to him? It seemed like he had asked him for some advice on questions and fighting methods before. Forget it, don't bother thinking too much. It's better to break into the copy first. Jiang Hao squeezed through the crowd and walked straight toward the gate of the Abyssal copy. Lu Sueki, who was being surrounded by the crowd, soon realized the teenager among the crowd who kept approaching her. Jiang Hao? Lu Sueki's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Before Jiang Hao had turned into a summoner, she still had quite a good feeling about this gifted teenager. Rating S, first in arts and crafts. At that time, Jiang Hao seemed like a bright new star about to rise, but I didn't expect Jiang Hao to choose summoner during the transfer ceremony. In Lu Sueki's opinion, Jiang Hao was simply stupid to the extreme. As a result, she stopped paying attention to the teenager. I never thought that today, that once glittering teenager would appear in front of him again. Could it be that he couldn't get past the novice copy and wanted to team up with her? Lu Sueki felt that she had guessed it, and directly opened her mouth to Jiang Hao, who was constantly approaching. Jiang Hao, if you're here to find me to team up to clear the novice copy, then you're looking for the wrong person. I don't have time to fool around with you in a novice copy. Lu Sueki's timbre was clear and cold. Her voice was not loud, but it made the originally noisy atmosphere instantly quiet. Everyone's gazes flicked to the figure that crossed the crowd. At this moment, Jiang Hao had already traveled through the dense crowd, but due to Lu Sueki standing in front of the door of the abyssal copy, therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hao happened to walk straight towards Lu Sueki. Jiang Hao, isn't that the genius who turned summoner? He really dared to come and break into the copy. Did he draw a pre-powerful summoning beast? Smoking my ass. Didn't you hear what Lu Sueki just said? Jiang Hao was trying to hug his thigh. Hearing this, the crowd involuntarily stepped back. Are you kidding me? Teaming up with a summoner and having nothing to do? Brush copies in the early stages with a liability whose battle power is infinitely close to zero. Unless you're the young master of some big guild. Otherwise, if you choose a summoner and have no one to lead you, you'll have to stay at level 1 forever. Jiang Hao was halfway there and was also happy after hearing Lu Sueki's words. It's not a sisterhood, and the opening is a familiar flavor. I didn't say anything, and you're giving me a pot to piss in? No, do we know each other well? Besides, I didn't say I was looking for you to team up, did I? It's been your imagination all along, hasn't it? Facing this kind of self-satisfied fairy, Jiang Hao was not spoiled and directly disliked it. In my last life, I was oppressed by the version T0 even though, now that you're in this world, I'm still spoiling you? Move over, you're in the way. Jiang Hao swept right past Lu Sueki and walked towards the gate of the abyssal copy. What do you mean? Lu Sueki's brows knitted lightly, and a trace of anger flashed through her beautiful eyes. Even now, Jiang Hao still refused to let go of the pride in his heart. What do I mean? It's not just an abyssal copy, and you need a group? Jiang Hao dropped an expressionless sentence and walked into the replica door without looking back. That dashing and uninhibited stance stunned a group of people. A summoner soloing an abyssal copy? He's crazy, isn't he? A summoner soloing an abyssal copy? This is even more outrageous than a pig that can climb a tree. I think he's just broken to wrestle Lu Sueki's sympathy. The crowd was in an uproar. Summoner pre-team struggles to paint copies, and a single brush? The teammates behind Lu Sueki also showed disdain. Sister Sueki, ignore him, this kind of person just wants to rub off on you. Yeah, Sister Sueki, let's just go ahead and upgrade. Why waste time for a summoner? Lu Sueki was silent for a moment, but in the end, she didn't say anything and left with her team. She was a bit disappointed in Jiang Hao though, but the moment he turned into a summoner, they were already people from two worlds. Besides, she didn't believe that Jiang Hao could really brush the abyssal copy alone. It probably won't be long before they come running out of their asses begging for her. At that time, she had to humiliate Jiang Hao properly. Just as Lu Sueki was about to move away, an ear-piercing voice rang out, shaking the crowd's heads. Wait, Jiang Hao just seems to have chosen the hell difficulty. Chapter 5, Hellish Difficulty Abyssal Copy. Little Saint's Terrifying Potential. Abyssal copies are divided into 4 difficulties: normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Normal difficulty is equivalent to a copy below level 5. Hard difficulty is equivalent to a copy below level 7. Nightmare difficulty is equivalent to a copy below level 9. And hell difficulty is equivalent to a copy at level 11. Moreover, among the hell difficulty copies, the level and attributes of the monsters will be greatly increased, and there will be some special bosses. As a result, the players who were able to single brush the hell difficulty copies were none of the world's top professions. There were 2 reasons why Jiang Hao chose the hell difficulty copy. First, the reward for clearing a hell difficulty copy is more than 10 times higher than a normal difficulty copy. Secondly, the highest level of monsters in the hell difficulty copy would allow him to level up quickly, and no one had ever cleared this hell difficulty abyssal copy. Jiang Hao had investigated that the first pass reward for this hell difficulty abyssal copy was most likely a summoning scroll. Ding! You have chosen a hell difficulty copy, which is extremely difficult and likely to be life-threatening. You are detected to be a single person. This copy is recommended to enter in a group. Please consider carefully. Please consider carefully. Don't think about it, just go right into it. Possibly to take into account some students who can't think straight. There are several reminder mechanisms set up when the copy is entered, but Jiang Hao was different. He had done a lot of preparation before that, and the first time you enter a copy is free. If you want to enter in the back, you have to pay. Ding! You have entered the hell difficulty abyss copy. Copy time limit, none. Side missions, not yet available. First pass reward, experience value. Abyss treasure chest. Get a lot of experience value in the opening game. There is a great probability to get a skill book or summoning book. Jiang Hao only felt a transformation in front of his eyes, and the surrounding scenery changed instantly. When he came back to his senses, Jiang Hao was already in a dimly lit forest with a gloomy wind that made people shiver. At the end of the forest, a towering, dilapidated castle shaped like a European building could be vaguely seen. The cursed castle. It really is this copy. Jiang Hao had once read about this copy in a textbook. The reason why this copy has gone unchecked so far is because there aren't any main quests. Many speculated that that castle was likely the key to triggering the quest, but no one has been able to reach the castle at all, because the number of magical beasts along the way was suffocating. Jiang Hao's mind moved, summoning the spirit bright stone monkey, accompanied by flashes of golden light. The golden little saint appeared beside him out of thin air, a pair of eyes flashing with a spiritual light. With the words of getting born with divine power, the little saint drew up a little taller in stature. The whole person looked mighty and powerful, and had already shown the first few moments of the great saint's style. Little Saint, Ling Ming Shi Monkey, quality, epic, rank 1, power, 78, physical fitness, 60, agility, 60, spirit, 60, bloodline, Ling Ming Shi Monkey, myth, skill, fighting law LV, 5, super rank, can be upgraded, word, born with the power of God, golden orange. The little saint with an average attribute of 60 was already comparable to a level 10 warrior. Together with the skill fighting law, it's enough to deal with this copy. Not to mention that Jiang Hao's own attributes weren't weak either. A man and a monkey didn't go very far. Suddenly, the little saint stopped, its nose sniffing, then showing its teeth in one direction. It was followed by a 3-meter-tall monster covered in green scales with 2 sharp horns on its head. It's a demonized boar. Jiang Hao recognized the monster. The demonized boar was a common monster in the abyssal copy, with a strength equivalent to that of a level 5 warrior. Meanwhile, the jungle to the left and right shrugged. 2 demonized boars scurried out. Enchanted boar, rank 5. Skills, boar surge, thick skin, passive, 3 at a time. And it's still a magical beast with passive skills, TSK. It's worthy of being a hell difficulty copy, 1 level to beat 3 levels 5. An abyssal copy of hell difficulty would not set the difficulty based on the attributes of the professional at all. In other words, it's just an appetizer. Humph humph humph. The demonized boar let out a low roar that was like muffled thunder, shocking one's eardrums. The huge body rushed toward Jiang Hao, its sharp fangs flashing with a cold aura. Facing the siege of the 3 demonized boars, Jiang Hao retreated behind the little saint without panicking. Played it. The little saint stood in front of Jiang Hao, facing the whistling boar and stretching out a golden arm. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the huge body of the demonized boar slammed straight into the arm of the little saint, and then turned into a sky full of blood mist. That's right, Piggy touched the car and killed himself. In fact, it was the little saint who possessed a natural divine power phrase that had reached a realm of perfection in the use of power. At the moment of impact, a dark force erupted, directly killing the demonized boar in seconds. Immediately after that, little sage's feet glared, and the entire monkey rushed towards the remaining 2 demonized boars like a cannonball. With 2 more bang-bang punches, the 2 demonized boars directly exploded into blood mist, the ultimate crush. In every aspect of speed, skill, and strength, the demonized boar couldn't even compare to a single hair on Little Saint's head. Turtle, worthy of being a spirit bright stone monkey. I'm convinced by this comprehension ability. Jiang Hao saw that Little Sage was bored in the summoning space yesterday, so he stuffed it with a book of basic martial arts. I didn't expect Little Sage to have eaten through this book after only one night, and to be able to integrate it and use it so skillfully in actual combat. Slaying a common magical beast, demonized boar. Experience plus 20. Slaying a common magical beast, demonized boar. Experience plus 20. It was worthy of being a level 5 magical beast from the hell replica. One of them had 20 experience. According to this speed, Jiang Hao estimated that he would be upgraded soon. You'll be able to extract the Jinsai words again then. Jiang Hao found that the mythological bloodline coupled with the Jinsai words added far more to the summoned beasts than the surface attribute addition. Summoned beasts that possessed a mythic bloodline had IQs and comprehension abilities that far exceeded those of ordinary summoned beasts. Jiang Hao had a premonition that as long as he kept empowering the little sage words and awakening various skills, in the future, the little saint is bound to reach an appalling height. Perhaps, he has more potential than just Qi Tian de Shang. Go on. Jiang Hao and Xiao Shang continued to head towards the cursed castle. Along the way, they encountered all sorts of magical beasts. There are wild dogs shaped like dogs, wild boars covered in spikes, and huge pythons. However, none of these magical beasts had lasted a single move in front of Little Saint. The Little Saint didn't even use the fighting method. Kill common beast, abyssal wild dog, experience plus 25. Kill common beast, magic spiked boar, experience plus 30. Slaying a common beast, shadow python, plus 50 experience. Little Sage was responsible for killing the magical beasts, while Jiang Hao picked up the items dropped by the magical beasts at the back. Pick up equipment magic leather, normal life plus 30, agility plus 3, defense plus 2, equipment requirements, level 2. Pick up common material, boar tusks. Pick up common material, snake shed. Pick up low-level skill poison mist, mage skill. Can be learned when spirit reaches 30. Chapter 6 upgrade. Second word, 100 refinements. It was worthy of being an abyssal copy on hell difficulty, and the burst rate was steaming high. Its brothers come to the hellish copy of the cursed castle. However, Jiang Hao couldn't even look at these equipments, and put them all into the storage space, intending to sell them when he went out. Looking at the experience bar, 170/200, was still 30 experience points short of upgrading, which was 2 wraiths away. Jiang Hao entered the copy for a full 5 minutes. If you're in a newbie copy, you probably won't be able to get down without a half hour. According to Jiang Hao's understanding, hell difficulty copies all had a burst rate 10 times that of normal. This doesn't include special drops. Little Saint, search me. Never take a stitch of the wraith. Jiang Hao gave Little Saint an order to search the forest. These were all white flowery experience values. How could Jiang Hao let them go? Although Little Saint had not yet awakened his fiery eyes. However, the innate acumen of being a divine beast allowed it to catch nearby magical beasts at the first opportunity. The Little Saint was like a golden gyroscope, constantly weaving in and out of the forest. It was extremely fast, and whenever a magical beast appeared, it would be killed by Little Sage with a single punch. Soon, Little Sage killed 5 more level 6 magical beasts. Kill common beast, phantom wolf, experience plus 35. Kill a common beast, bloodthirsty bat, experience plus 35. The experience bar turns full after 2 beeps. Ding, congratulations on your promotion to level 2. Strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, speed plus 5, spirit plus 10, free attribute points plus 7, talent infinite color drawing plus 1, upgraded. Jiang Hao collected the materials on the ground and immediately opened the talent panel, rubbing his hands together. Little Saint, do you want to get stronger? Saying that, he didn't wait for the Little Saint to refuse. Place your hand on top of its head while mentally chanting. Extraction. The familiar flowing haze waterfall appeared once again. Jiang Hao looked at the wide array of words and swallowed his saliva. Unfortunately, you can only smoke one. Have a fiery eye. 72 changes. Somersault clouds, and magic sky and earth. Jiang Hao closed his eyes and prayed while placing his hand on the interface. A moment later, a voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the golden orange word. 100 refined steel. 100 refined steel increases immunity to damage by 50% for all attributes, and 80% for the fire attribute. Evaluation. Only by refining 100 times can we become steel. Damage immune words? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Although this phrase doesn't have any additional attributes or attack bonuses, but the full attribute damage immunity alone is amazing. It's literally a mage's nemesis. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to bestow 100 refined steel on Little Saint. In an instant, a layer of golden light was added to the Little Saint's body, as if he was clad in an impenetrable battle armor. Little Saint, Ling Ming Sure Monkey, quality, epic, rank, 2, power, 98, body mass, 80, agility, 80, spirit, 80, bloodline, Ling Ming Sure Monkey, myth, skill, fighting law LV, 5, super rank, can be upgraded. Words, born to be strong, gold orange, 100 refinements, gold orange. Jiang Hao stared at the Little Saint with a burning gaze, his heart surging. Not only did it go up 2 stars, and with the 50% immunity from 100 refined steel, he or she was able to get a partial feedback, even without equipment. Jiang Hao's 5 elemental attribute resistance was now bursting at the seams. Woohoo! Take off! Jiang Hao excitedly patted Little Saint's shoulder. Work hard, Little Saint. Master, I've paid a lot for you. You can't let me down. Work harder. Kill magical beasts to upgrade. There are plenty of opportunities to become stronger in the future. The Little Saint nodded with seeming understanding, and fire seemed to flicker in his golden eyes. A look of energy. Jiang Hao nodded his head straight as he watched. This was not Jiang Hao drawing a big cake. He was looking into the future. As expected, under Jiang Hao's encouragement, the Little Saint's energy to kill the magical beasts became even stronger. The surrounding magical beasts were quickly cleared out. a man and a monkey left their spot and headed deeper into the forest. The depths should be the area inhabited by high-level magical beasts. It's also where the failure rate is the highest. It was said that each of the magical beasts in it individually was able to make a novice copy of the booze. The depths of the forest were dimly lit. The wind was gloomy, and from time to time there came similar bursts of children's laughter that sent shivers down the spine. How come this abyssal copy is made to look like a horror movie? Jiang Hao secretly slandered. Just spit it out not long ago, not even a few steps. A gust of cloudy wind hit the area, and a scarlet figure appeared in front of her. Red coat, quality, extraordinary. Rank 9, power, 80, body mass, 80, speed, 80, spirit, 80, skills, unknown. It was the first time Jiang Hao had met a demon with unknown skills. Playing God. As long as there's a blood bar, God kills you. Jiang Hao had no fear on his face and retreated behind the little saint. The scarlet figure slowly turned around under Jiang Hao's gaze, revealing a miserable white face and scarlet eyes. The corners of its mouth rose in an eerie smile, and its sharp nails raked through the air with a creepy sound. Come play with me. The sound was sharp and piercing, as if fingernails were scratching through glass. However, Jiang Hao heard a childlike voice from it. Little saint, dish it. Without waiting for Jiang Hao to command, the little saint's body flew out like a cannonball. At the same time, its two fists faintly flickered with flames. Fighting battle technique boosts the body's attributes by 20% for a short period of time, and each attack comes with a burning effect. The little saint's speed was extremely fast, and he instantly arrived in front of Red Clothes and blasted out with a punch. Red's figure flickered, narrowly dodging little saint's attack. Its figure was erratic, and its speed was actually not below that of the little saint. Jiang Hao's heart was flabbergasted. The strength of this red dress was out of his expectation. It looks like it should be its skill. However, the little saint was after all a summoned beast with a mythological bloodline, and its strength far exceeded that of a normal 10th level magical beast. It clenched both fists, flames rising as it attacked towards Red once again. This time, the little saint was faster and more powerful, obviously angry. Once the red dress skill time was up, it could no longer be dodged and took a hard punch from little saint. Put! Red Clothes spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew out backwards, landing heavily on the ground. The little saint multiplied his victory and threw another punch. Boom! With a loud bang, Red Clothes' body was smashed into the ground by little sage's fist, turning into a puddle of blood mist. Kill high-level beast, Red, experience plus 75, Red robe, fine agility plus 8, strength plus 3, defense minus 4. Shadow Wind, intermediate nature-based skill that can be practiced by assassin and mage professions. Worn out letters, Chapter 7 Hidden Quest, powerful boss. Well done. Jiang Hao, who was eating on the side, immediately went forward to pick up the items that had exploded. The red robes looked too sinister. Better sell them. Shadow Wind is a skill you can't learn yourself, so sell it. But this worn out letter is. Jiang Hao picked up the letter and opened it. Ding! Hidden mission detected. Do you accept the hidden quest? Want to play with me? A hidden mission? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. For as long as the cursed castle has existed, no one has ever triggered a hidden quest. Also, a wraith that's level 10 and pulls full agility. For novice professionals, it's simply an unbeatable foe. Not to mention the strength. That face alone is capable of cutting the fighting spirit by 20%. This is most likely the key to passing the Hell's Deep copy. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao clicked accept. Ding! You have accepted the hidden quest. Want to play with me? Mission objective, defeat the ugly butcher. Reward for the first stage of the mission, the Book of Summoning Beasts and Pets. Reward for Phase 2 of the mission, to be displayed upon completion of Phase 1 of the mission. Penalty for mission failure, unknown. Turtle. It was really Jiang Hao's blind cat that met the dead rat. Stage quests, in all likelihood, are the main quests. Moreover, the reward for the first stage quest was the Beast Pet Summoning Book that Jiang Hao had been longing for. It was important to know that the Beast Pet Summoning books circulating on the market were scarce and expensive. Every time it appears it is acquired by a major power. It's not that Summoner can't be played, it just can't be played by poor people. Some rich second generation also specialize in switching to Summoner, and then use their family power and wealth to tide over the upgrading and cultivation of summoned beasts in the early stage. If you get to the later stages, the power of the Summoner will gradually manifest itself. This was also why Jiang Hao encountered heavy resistance when he switched to Summoner, a student with no money and no power. Switching to become a Summoner was no different from destroying one's own future. Not to mention that Jiang Hao was also an S-class rated genius. If I have another summoned beast, then I'll empower the mythic bloodline. Then wouldn't I be able to have 2 epic level summoned beasts? It was important to realize that some high-level summoners didn't necessarily have a head of epic-level summoned beasts. Jiang Hao possessed 2 of them in less than 5 levels, and it is also able to continuously improve its quality as long as it is endowed with the word Jinsai. Maybe by then, Jiang Hao would have 2 legendary summoned beasts. It's exciting just to think about it. 15 days after the transfer, it will be the national high school exam. 2 legendary level summoned beasts should give the lovely candidates a little bit of a shock. Hardly able to hold back the excitement in his heart, Jiang Hao clicked on the quest panel and traveled along the route given by the quest. The further he moved forward, the more eerie the scenery around him became. Dead trees stood, crows circled, and from time to time a mournful wail came from all directions. 1 person and 1 monkey killed the magical beasts along the road while approaching towards their purpose. Without realizing it, Jiang Hao was on the verge of the 3rd level. After walking for about half an hour more, Jiang Hao came to an open space. In the center of the clearing, a huge slaughterhouse came into view. Inside the slaughterhouse, limbs and arms were all over the place, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. And in the middle of the slaughterhouse, a figure in a blood-colored apron with a huge machete was wielding it, hacking at the wreckage tied to the operating table. The ugly butcher. Rank, 12. Quality, unified. Strength, 100. Constitution, 110. Agility, 30. Spirit, 50. Skills, slashing, bumping, berserking, deterrence. Good lord. Jiang Hao gulped down his saliva. The level of this hidden quest was too high. It was important to realize that the highest level of a novice copy at this stage was only 7. This boss in front of me is about to double. Thick blood, high defense, strong attack, pull it full, pull it full. In the place of an ordinary professional, even if they were in a group, they wouldn't be able to defeat the boss in front of them. The butcher seemed to be aware of the arrivals, and the butcher's knife waving in midair stalled, turning his head toward Jiang Hao's direction. Only the head is spinning, the body is not moving at all. If this scene was seen by the timid, the bitter teas would probably be wet. The butcher's icy cold line of sight fell on Jiang Hao, instantly making Jiang Hao feel an invisible pressure. Just you? A dry, raspy voice rang out, as if in doubt and as if in regret. It hadn't seen a professional in a long time since it was taken out of the abyss. The thrill of the carnage of yesteryear had faded into oblivion. 2 levels to beat 12. The advantage is mine. Jiang Hao's eyes condensed and he skillfully retreated behind the little saint. Little saint, move quickly. Soon you will have company. If outsiders heard Jiang Hao's words, I'm afraid their teeth would fall out laughing. 2 levels fighting 12. Advantage to me. Is that something a carbon-based creature can say? A flat ad level 12 was able to kill a professional under level 6 in seconds. You're a second class. What gives you the right? But Little Saint is different. It has a mythic bloodline and 2 Jinsai phrases, even without any equipment. The base attributes were already on par with Butcher. What's more, the little sage also possessed the super rank skill, Fighting Battle Method. Along with the activation of the Fighting Law skill, a layer of golden flames appeared on Little Sage's body, and his strength, speed, and defense all increased. The entire monkey's aura climbed steeply. At this moment, Little Saint was like a god of war. Boss Butcher's lantern-sized eyes flashed with a few moments of doubt. Why did this pitifully low-leveled fellow explode with an aura that made its heart palpitate? It brought back a bad memory. Roar! The boss butcher roared up to the sky, and the butcher's knife in his hand swung even more violently. Boom! The butcher knife slashed fiercely at the little saint, bringing up a gust of wind. Without dodging or avoiding, the little saint blasted out with a punch that was meant to be hard. Bang! The butcher's knife and little saint's fist collided with a loud bang. Under the enchantment of Born Divine plus 100 refined steel, the butcher's huge body was blown back several steps by the little saint's punch, and the butcher's knife in his hand nearly fell out of his hand. How? Butcher looked at little saint incredulously, his eyes filled with shock. As a 12th level commander level magical beast, it was actually knocked back by a 2-level summoned beast with a single punch. Little saint, well done! Jiang Hao shouted excitedly from the sidelines. The little saint's strength was completely beyond his imagination. Roar! The butcher was furious. It was a strange shame that it was repelled by a tiny summoned beast when it was a commander-level magical beast. The butcher's knife in its hand swung once again, bringing with it a harsh blade chi as it chopped towards the little saint. The little saint did not panic, and his speed skyrocketed as he performed his fighting technique. It nimbly dodged the butcher's attacks while throwing punch after punch at the butcher's body. Bang! 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 Each punch makes Butcher take a step back. Even though the butcher's defense was extremely strong, Little Sage's attacks always hit his vitals at just the right time. It made its all-fat armor not work at all. Moreover, The little saint's fighting style greatly exposed its weakness of slow speed. The butcher's attacks were fierce, but they simply couldn't hit the nimble little saint. Damn it! The butcher roared angrily. It didn't expect this summoned beast to be so difficult to deal with. It began to cast its skills. Berserk! Butcher's body began to expand, his strength and speed increasing dramatically. Deterrence! The butcher let out a roar, and an invisible pressure enveloped Little Saint. The Little Saint's speed and power were somewhat affected. Now you're dead. But in just the blink of an eye, the Little Saint broke through the intimidating suppression. Are you kidding? How could one be suppressed when one has a mythological bloodline? After dodging the chopping attack, the boss butcher was greeted with yet another round of combinations. Little sage, go all out and fight quickly. Zhang Hao gave the order, and golden light flourished in the Little Saint's eyes. Its body turned into a golden stream of light, instantly rushing to the butcher. Bang! 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 A series of heavy punches were thrown out like a storm. The butcher's berserking skill looked unbeatable under Little Saint's attack. Its body was knocked back by Little Saint's fists, and the fat armor on its body cracked inch by inch. Roar! The butcher let out a desperate roar as its body finally couldn't withstand Little Saint's attack and collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Ding! Congratulations on killing the overlord beast, ugly butcher. Experience plus 200. Equipment, iron rod eroded by the abyss, silver strength plus 15, constitution plus 10, agility plus 6, spirit plus 2, can be worn by summoned beasts. Butcher's girdle, silver strength plus 10, constitution plus 8, agility plus 5, spirit plus 3. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first stage of the quest. Reward, Beast Pet Summoning Book, Extraordinary, Mysterious Letter. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to 3. Unlimited colorful talent, plus 1 to the number of times a colorful word is drawn. Chapter 8. Something's wrong with the copybook. At this moment, the entrance to the abyssal copy was already crowded. Crap. 30 minutes have passed and Zhang Hao hasn't come out yet. It can't be cold, right? It shouldn't be. Even an abyssal copy on hell difficulty has an exit mechanism, but it needs to be near death to trigger it. Zhang Hao won't be directly seconded by the little monsters, right? It's a pity. Zhang Hao used to even guide me over here. The crowd was talking a lot. There was irony and regret for Zhang Hao's bravado. But ultimately, the irony is more. Why risk your life for a moment's face? If Zhang Hao was willing to put on face and say a few more good words in front of Lu Sueki, maybe Lu Sueki would even be willing to take Zhang Hao to upgrade. At this moment, Lu Sueki's pair of beautiful eyes were firmly fixed on the light blue light screen of the abyssal copy. She had some knowledge about this hellish difficulty copy of the abyss. In the 2.5 years of its existence, the survival rate was 90%, although the pass rate was 0. You should know that the survival rate of other hell difficulty abyssal copies can reach 65% is already considered high. This copy can be considered a special case because it has a special mechanism. That is, when the person enters a near-death state, the replica door will be covered in red light. Alert personnel in time to enter the rescue. Could it be that Zhang Hao's strength is too weak to even detect the mechanism? Lu Sueki frowned slightly, sentiently and reasonably. She didn't want to see Zhang Hao die like this. In Tiandu High School, Zhang Hao always occupied the first grade, both in theory and in practice. And she, Lu Sueki, couldn't even rank in the top 3. It was unacceptable to the proud woman. In order to surpass Zhang Hao, she was even not ashamed to run to ask Zhang Hao practical questions. While grades did improve, they were never able to cross that mountain. After hearing that Zhang Hao had changed his job to become a summoner, Lu Sueki did feel a little elated in her heart, because from then on, Zhang Hao would never be able to defeat himself again. But that wasn't enough. She was going to pay back the suffocation she had suffered all these years several times over. She was still thinking that as long as Zhang Hao bowed to her and requested, she would be merciful enough to take him to fight a copy once. I didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so dead set on losing face. You're the one who seeks death. Don't blame me. Lu Sueki lightly hummed. Sure K, what were you talking about? Lu Sueki's teammate beside her suddenly asked. Lu Sueki, I was just about to say that this copy of the abyss might be malfunctioning. With that, she told the crowd what she knew. When the people heard this, they also realized the seriousness of the matter. It can't be. If it's really like what Lu Sueki said, then I'm afraid that Zhang Hao is in deep trouble. This was because from the beginning to the end, Zhang Hao had already entered the copy for more than 40 minutes. Not to mention the red light. The replica door didn't even show a red line. The crowd continued to wait outside the replica gates. Another 30 minutes passed. Zhang Hao still didn't come out. The copy remains unchanged. I blanch. It feels like something really might have gone wrong with the copy. The time Zhang Hao entered had already broken any previous records. How could a summoner do that? It's 80% cool. No, the principal must be told as soon as possible. It's no use telling the principal. You have to tell the mayor, who is directly responsible for this copy of the Abyss. Whatever, it's all notified. By the way, do either of you have the mayor's contact information? At these words, the room fell silent. Most of them are students, even if they have a little bit of power at home. It's also hard to climb up the ladder of a big shot like the mayor. However, where they can't see, a wonderful young girl silently picked up her communication device. Tendu High School, principal's office. On the main seat, a middle-aged man was carrying hot tea in one hand and looking at the documents in his hand. It was none other than the principal of Tiandu High School, a peak third-order professional. Wang Wei, Director Su, are you saying that you want to apply for an S-class resource for Jianghao? Wang Wei dumped the documents on the desktop with one hand and concentrated on drinking the hot tea. Yes, principal. Sun Yan rearranged the documents on the desktop and continued. Jiang Hao has awakened an S-class talent, and according to the country's regulations, he deserves to receive this resource. Director Su, how many years have you been a director? Instead of responding to Sun Yan's question, Wang Wei asked a borderline question. Sun Yan raised his glasses. 4 years. I don't know. 4 years. Have you ever seen or heard of any summoner growing up? Sun Yan pursed his dry lips and said in a deep voice. No, that won't do. A summoner, even if you give him these resources, so what? A civilian with no power or influence, even after awakening the S-rank talent to get the country's resources to barely get through the early stages. So what's he going to do about transferring? Mid-career, late career, what's he going to do? You can help him for a time, not for a lifetime. Wang Wei's voice was flat, as if he was stating a fact. Sun Yan opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but realized that he couldn't find any reason to do so. Yes. Everything the principal said was true. This is the fate of the vast majority of summoners. Wang Wei looked at Sun Yan, who was about to speak, and continued. There are limited resources allocated by the state each year, and S resources naturally have to be carefully considered. A summoner is not worth our stakes. Therefore, after our unanimous deliberation, this session of S resources will be given to Gao Yang. Gao Yang was one of the geniuses awakened in this session of Tian Ban who possessed A-class talent. And his profession was also a berserker who was famous for fighting over levels. It is rumored that his awakened talent works with his profession and is no less than a legendary profession. More importantly, this Gao Yan was the heir of the Tiandu Gao family. The Tendu Gao family had the existence of a fifth-ranked professional. It belongs to a first-class family in Tiandu. You happen to be the director of the senior class, so I'll leave this to you. If this matter can be successfully completed, the next vice-chancellor may have some chance. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's heart did not feel any joy. Instead, it was somewhat bitter. How could he not hear that the principal was trying to get the support of the Gao family? Headmaster, let's leave this to someone else. I'm not really up to it. After saying that, Sun Yan suddenly felt as if he had aged 10 years, almost unable to even straighten his back. When Wang Wei heard this, his eyes flashed a few points of dissatisfaction, and he was about to persuade a few more words, but the phone suddenly rang, so he could only pick up the phone first. Hello? Yes, this is Principal Wang. What can I do for you? Well, Principal Wang. The voice on the other end of the phone was a bit disorganized, and Sun Yan was a bit hard of hearing. What? Wang Wei's voice line suddenly rose 8 degrees. Are you saying that the abyssal copy has a problem? And Jiang Hao went in for an hour with no response. Wang Wei's first reaction was that Jiang Hao was dead and the resources didn't need to be given, but on second thought, he had some knowledge of this abyss copy. Normally even if you are killed in seconds, a red light alert will appear. As for Sun Yan, he had already run out as soon as Wang Wei finished speaking. There can't really be a problem with the copy. No, I have to go there. It's a big deal. Chapter 9, Second Beast Pet. Extracting Divine Ring Bloodline. Inside the abyssal copy, Jiang Hao collected a single loot, worthy of being the boss of a hell difficulty copy, excluding the quest rewards, enough to burst out 2 pieces of silver equipment. The iron rod eroded by the abyss was of course given to the little saint. Otherwise it's not a good idea to fight monsters with your fists every day. Not to mention, after equipping the silver great iron rod, little sage was becoming more and more like the great sage. As for the butcher's girdle, of course it's equipped by itself. Take it out and sell it for money when it's no longer useful. A silver level equipment can be sold for 100,000 or so anyhow. Now is the most exciting time. Calling of the Beasts and Favors, Extraordinary. A transcendental grade beast pet summoning book, guaranteed to extract a transcendental grade summoned beast. Regarding the grade, Jiang Hao wasn't too concerned about it. owned the mythos revisited. Regardless of the class of summoned beasts that came to the last mythic future, the quality was epic guaranteed. However, subsequent to that, you will have to rely on word additions and leveling up if you want to get quite high in rank. Earlier he had wondered, why is it that after getting the mythic bloodline, the little sage's rank is epic? He thought it went straight to mythology. But as the little holy ghost wisdom improves, Jiang Hao learned that many of the little sage's strengths couldn't be exerted because of his rank. It was just like those awesome bloodlines in metaphysical novels that had to be cultivated to a certain realm before they could be cast. Otherwise, if you show up too early, you'll harm yourself. Anxiousness couldn't eat hot tofu. This truth Jiang Hao understood. It's done. Let's summon the second beast pet first. Jiang Hao, whose spirit had broken 100, could completely accommodate a second summoned beast. Ding! The beast pet summoning book, Transcendent, has been detected. Spirit needs to be full 50, already satisfied. Is it used? Use. Accompanied by Jiang Hao's mind, the summoning book suddenly radiated a ray of light. Ding! You've used the beast pet summoning book, extraordinary. Congratulations on acquiring a new summoned beast, the Iron Eater, extraordinary. A black and white figure was added to the summoning space. A well-behaved, cute, naive and honest panda with a fluffy body appeared beside Little Saint. Iron Eater. Quality, extraordinary. Rank 3. Power, 23. Physical fitness, 35. Speed, 11. Spirit, 15. Skills, bear scratch, mortal level. Thick skin, passive. Surprisingly, I drew them out of the legendary Chiyu Great God, the country's first treasure, Panda. Luckily, this was an otherworldly place. Otherwise Jiang Hao would have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Little Saint also curiously rubbed the Iron Eater's little face and looked his new companion up and down. How come it feels like this partner of his isn't too smart? Little Saint, be closer to your little brother. Don't scare others. Jiang Hao didn't have a good mood. The little sacred light with the mythical bloodline was standing there. That pressure from the soul caused the iron-eating beast to roll its eyes. But the call is far from over. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands together and clicked on his talent panel. New summoned beasts are detected. +1 mythic reappearance talent count. Whether or not to extract the mythological bloodline? Jiang Hao skillfully placed his hand on top of the iron-eating beast's head while silently chanting extraction in his heart. The next moment, red light flashed in front of Jiang Hao's eyes, and a card surrounded him. Eventually, a red-on-black card stopped in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on winning the mythical bloodline, Jiuli Warbeast. Jiuli Warbeast, ancient Chiyu mounts, control of metallic laws, infinite strength, invincible. Jiuli Warbeast? Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with excitement. I didn't expect to draw such a powerful mythical bloodline this time. Jiuli Warbeast, ancient beasts, Chiyu mount, control of metallic laws, infinite strength, invincible. Legend has it that the Jiuli Warbeasts once followed Chiyu to fight in all directions, and wherever they went, blood flowed. After all, to be able to become the mount of the Chi god, it is not enough to rely on cute, it must be fierce enough. Jiang Hao couldn't wait to integrate the bloodline of the Jiuli Warbeast into the iron-eating beast. Ding! Mythic bloodline fusion is successful. The summoned beast Iron Eater has evolved Jiuli Warbeast. Along with the fusion of the mythic bloodline, the Iron Eater's body began to change. Its black and white fur grew denser, and its size became even larger. Standing at a full 2 meters tall, the original naive and honest eyes had become sharp at this moment, exuding a regal pressure. Jiuli Warbeasts. Quality, epic. Rank 3. Power, 80. Body mass, 130. Speed, 60. Spirit, 60. Bloodline, Yuri Warbeast, Myth. Skills, Metal Law LVE. 2. Law. Multiplication LVE. 4. Super Order. High Speed Healing LVE. 5. High Order. The addition brought by the mythological bloodline was beyond Jiang Hao's imagination. Not only had the Iron Eater's quality been raised to epic 4-star in one breath, its strength had also skyrocketed by a large margin. Especially the Metal Law. It was the first time Jiang Hao had seen a law-type skill. Law-based skills were similar to a powerful talent. The more familiar laws are mainly domain invulnerability, or manipulation of the 5 elements. The Jiuli Warbeast was able to manipulate any metal-type element, which could be said to be ridiculously strong. Looks like I got lucky after all. Might as well strike while the iron is hot and extract the Jinsai words. Thinking that, without waiting for the Jiuli Warbeast's time to react, he once again placed his hand on its stomach. Can't help it. Grown up. Can't touch the head. Accompanied by another flickering waterfall of streaming light, a golden-purple card rested in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the gold and purple legend level phrase, Overlord Battle Armor. Overlord Battle Armor, growth form phrase, gain strength equal to 40% of your extra life. Evaluation, born to be a king, invincible in the world. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, but it was actually a growth phrase. And the effect of this phrase is simply unbelievable. Ability to convert blood into power. It's simply a natural heavy tank, converted by raising the 4-dimensional attributes by 20 points per level. You are able to gain an additional 20 power points for every level, and that's not even counting the gear boost. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to bestow the Overlord battle armor on the Jiuli War Beast. This was because the 9 Dawn War Beast had the thickest blood and received the most bonuses. In an instant, a layer of golden-purple light was added to the body of the Jiuli War Beast, as if it was clad in an impenetrable battle armor. There was more than a little unruly dominance in the black and white eyes. At this point, Jiang Hao possessed 2 summoned beasts with mythological bloodlines. The little saint possessed the fighting laws, innate divine strength and 100 refined steel, and the Jiuli War Beast possessed the metallic laws and the Overlord battle armor. By the way, haven't got a name for you yet. Jiang Hao patted the round belly of the Jiuli War Beast. This guy suddenly got such a strong power that he still hasn't reacted until now. It seemed that the Jiuli War Beast was indeed inferior to the Spirit Brightstone Monkey in terms of intelligence. How about, we just call you Fat D? Jiang Hao held his breath for half a day, and in the end, he only held a Fat D out. When these words came out, the little saint directly covered her mouth and snickered. His own master really had a hard time with this aspect of naming. However, the 9 Dawn War Beast did not reject the name Fat D in the slightest when it heard it. Instead it even discreetly nodded its head. Oh, you think that's a good name, too, Chubby Tat? Jiang Hao rubbed Chubby Da's hand-feeling belly. Though it's true that naming is not one's specialty, but apparently, Chubby Tat's aesthetic for the name aspect is half as good as his own. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at that mysterious letter. Chapter 10 New title, Hell's 100 Demon Choppers. It's a strange piece of mail. The appearance is no different from an ordinary letter, but there are many more odd scribbles, much like a child's handiwork. A moment after Jiang Hao picked up the letter, the panel suddenly transmitted a prompt. Ding! Second stage mission triggered. Please go to the cursed castle and all your questions will be answered. Doubt? What doubts? Jiang Hao didn't think too much at all. What's the need for brains when you can crush things with strength? Straight up reckless is the way to go. It just so happened that there were quite a few magical beasts in the vicinity, so Jiang Hao planned to level up to level 4 before going to meet that final boss for a while. Jiang Hao put away the letter and continued to implement his sweeping plan. With Jiang Hao's order, Little Sage and Fat Dis split their troops into 2. Under the absolute numerical crushing, those magical beasts were simply no match for a monkey and a bear. All in seconds. Your Royal Beast Spirit Mingshire Monkey, Little Sage, kills Demonized Red Rooster, experience plus 32. Your Imperial Beast Jiuli War Beast, Fat Day, kills Demonized Consumption Bull, experience plus 28. Your Royal Beast Spirit Mingshire Monkey, Little Sage, kills Demonized Berserker Bull, experience plus 30. The system beeps were coming and going, and the experience bar was steadily rising. During this time, Jiang Hao thought the sound was too noisy and blocked the alert sound of obtaining the item. Ding! Congratulations on your promotion to level 4. Strength plus 10. Physique plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Unlimited colorful talents plus 1 to the number of colorful draws. Ding! It is detected that you have killed 100 demonized devil beasts in the abyssal copy of Hell difficulty, and you have received a brand new title, Hell's 100 Devil Slashes. Title? Jiang Hao didn't expect that he had won the title. Titles, as the name suggests, are generally said to recognize special status or achievements. I didn't think I would be able to get the title when I was only level 4. Jiang Hao tapped on the title panel. Hell's 100 Demon Slaying. The wearer kills 100 demonized demon beasts in a Hell difficulty copy of the Abyss and achieves the Hell's Abyss 100 Demon Slaying achievement. Effect, increases damage to magical beasts by 20%. Next stage, Hell's Abyss 1000 Demon Choppers. Surprisingly, it's still a stage title. Jiang Hao was somewhat enlightened. After all, those who were able to break into the Hell difficulty abyssal copy at the specified level were basically in a group, and group kills of wraiths will be leveled. Therefore it was several times harder for a group to brush up on the number of magical beasts than it was for a single person. Besides, everyone else who challenges a Hell difficulty copy is basically avoiding the little monsters, to maintain optimal blood and blue bars for bosses. I'm afraid that Jiang Hao was the only one who swept through the levels like this. A 20% damage bonus. This should allow for some quick upgrades. After sweeping the remaining magical beasts, Jiang Hao continued to push forward according to the route given by the quest. However, in a short time, the first vague and small castle gradually tall and clear. Just by being close, he sensed that the atmosphere around him had instantly become low. As Jiang Hao kept approaching the cursed castle, the surroundings became more and more eerie. The originally lush forest gradually withered, and the branches of the trees were covered with bizarre runes. The air smelled sickeningly of decay and blood. Ding! You have arrived at the area where the final boss is located. Tip: this boss is exceptionally powerful. Please be fully prepared. As the system beep sounded, Jiang Hao stopped. Directly in front of him, a magnificent castle stood in front of him. The surface of the castle was riddled with cracks and crumbling as if it had been through a fire. And this castle was the place where the final boss of this abyssal copy was located. It feels a little dangerous, so I'll smoke a word first to keep the pressure on. Jiang Hao stuck at the edge of the boss's domain and tapped the talent panel to extract words. Isn't that how novels are usually done? The protagonist is given the key item to defeat the boss before he is ready to start the fight with the boss. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately pressed extract. As Jiang Hao's words fell, a colorful light dazzled around him, like a flowing ribbon. Jiang Hao's eyes swept through the words and finally rested on a red card. Grip it. It's red. Ding. Congratulations. You've had a stroke of luck and extracted the red mythological phrase, bathing fire. Bath of fire rebirth, cooldown time 72 hours in the near-death state of rebirth. Rebirth of their own attributes after the full enhancement of every rebirth. Flame resistance plus 10%. The legend of the Bath of Fire rebirth after 9 turns. Can become a god. Evaluation, Phoenix Nirvana. 9 transformations into a god. Note, red words can be assigned to any object. Crap, 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 crap. Jiang Hao was so excited that he stomped his feet. The effect of this red mythological phrase is too unbelievable. Wouldn't having the phrase give you an extra life? Though one had Little Saint and Fat Day, so theoretically one's life wouldn't be in danger. But what if? For the sake of insurance, Jiang Hao did not hesitate to give this phrase to himself. At once, Jiang Hao felt an additional warm current in his body. This warmth flowed throughout his body, making him feel more comfortable than ever. Now, it's safe to boldly challenge the final boss. Battle intent burned in Jiang Hao's eyes as he stepped towards the cursed castle. However, Jiang Hao had just stepped into the gate of the castle, and fire was instantly spread all around. A dazzling and eye-catching flame instantly wrapped Jiang Hao in it. Holy, what is this? Jiang Hao had only just stepped into the replica when the blood bar boxed down. If he didn't have Little Saint's attribute immunity feedback earlier, I'm afraid that Jiang Hao's blood bar would have already dropped by a quarter by now. Nima, is this copy something a human can pass through? If Jiang Hao's attribute resistance wasn't high enough, he would have gotten cold. Just then, a burst of children's playful laughter came from the firelight. Hee hee, come play with me. Hee hee, Big Brother is awesome. Come play hide and seek with us. I've been hiding well, Big Brother, to find me. Can't find. Will die. Jiang Hao's scalp went numb as he listened. What the hell is this? Why does it feel more and more like a horror movie? In the next moment, Jiang Hao finally saw the scene in the firelight. Only one scarlet humanoid flame after another was seen floating in the air. Some of them were frolicking, some were singing and dancing, and some were playing hide and seek. Their figures are illusory and ethereal, like ghosts. Chapter 11 Rule Power, Undefeatable Boss. What is this thing? Jiang Hao gulped, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Hee hee, Big Brother, you've finally come to play with us. One of the scarlet humanoid flames flew to Jiang Hao and said with a smile. Her voice was sweet and melodious, but with a hint of eeriness. Are you the bosses here? Asked Jiang Hao in a deep voice. What bosses? We're residents here, the scarlet humanoid flame said, but we haven't had any guests here to play for a long time. Big Brother, will you play with us? Jiang Hao frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong with these scarlet humanoid flames. It is said that there is a very small chance that a copy of the Abyss on Hell difficulty will give birth to a rule-like environment. It seems to be your luck to run into a rules-based copy on your first copy. You guys don't think you can hold me like that, do you? Jiang Hao laughed coldly and immediately summoned Little Saint and Fat De. Well, so Big Brother has a partner. Little Flame is so happy. That big fat black and white cat is so cute. Can Little Flame be friends with it? The humanoid flame clapped its small hands together, looking very excited. The flames around it looked like they were affected by its emotions, rising a few degrees higher once again. It can't be delayed any longer. Little Saint, Fat Day, don't mind me. Come together. Jiang Hao had the legendary badge and rebirth by fire, so he couldn't die at all. He just felt a little hard on his skin. Your beast spirit monkey, Little Sage, has a burning effect added to its fighting technique. Your imperial beast Jioli War Beast, Fat Day, utilizes the laws of metal, and the attack of both palms is enhanced. The Little Saint waved the iron rod eroded by the abyss, and an extra layer of golden light was added under the chubby bear's paw. A golden purple claw mark turned into bits of sparks as the air burned. the laughter emitted by the humanoid flame suddenly stopped, and a hint of panic flashed through the black pupils of his eyes. "Ah, your pet is awesome. Little Flame is going to get mad." With a furious cry, the flames on the humanoid flame skyrocketed, and the surrounding temperature instantly rose to a terrifying level. Jiang Hao felt like his skin was going to be roasted. Holy, is the flame temperature of this rule that high? Little Saint, change your skills. Fat Day, full output. Jiang Hao gave orders in succession. The little saint switched skills, only to see its feet stepping into the void, and its body was like lightning as it rushed towards the humanoid flames. At the same time, the golden light on Fat Da's body flourished, the multiplication skill was activated, and his body size instantly skyrocketed to 3 meters tall. Kanda's huge palm slapped against the humanoid flame with a deafening thud. The humanoid flames were slapped by Fat Da and split apart in the air. However, the humanoid flames did not disappear, but instead turned into countless small scarlet flames that coalesced as before in an instant. But Little Saint had already circled around behind it, only to see Little Sage standing the other end of the iron rod on the ground, while he himself was briefly suspended in the air with the help of the rebound force, and then raised the iron rod just above the ground. In a flash, the iron rod in Little Saint's hand was instantly wrapped in flames, emitting a terrifyingly high temperature. In the next moment, the iron rod in Little Saint's hand smashed into the humanoid flame like a meteor. Boom! With a loud bang, the humanoid flame was smashed out by the Little Saint's stick, leaving a long trail of fire in the air. The humanoid flames struggled to get up, but the Little Saint took advantage of the situation and slammed down another stick. Boom! With another loud bang, the humanoid flame was smashed into the ground by the Little Saint's stick and dissipated into bits of sparks. Bummer! Little Flame lost again. You guys are always bullying Little Flame. Big brother, come play hide and seek with Little Flame again, will you? With the disappearance of that flame, the surrounding humanoid flames reappeared and cheered. Why is there a boss? Jiang Hao frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. So many bosses, how long will that take? Suddenly, Jiang Hao's mind flickered and seemed to think of something. Little Saint, Fat Day, stop fighting! Jiang Hao shouted in a hurry. Little Saint and Fat Day immediately stopped when they heard that. Big brother, what's wrong? Is it that this game isn't fun? The humanoid flame cocked its head and asked. Jiang Hao didn't reply, but carefully observed the human-shaped flames around him. Although these human-shaped flames didn't look any different from earlier, Jiang Hao discovered a detail. Those are the eyes of these humanoid flames. Just now the eyes of the humanoid flame were black, but now they were red. These aren't the humanoid flames from earlier, Jiang Hao secretly said in his heart. No, to be precise, these are copies of the humanoid flames from earlier. Jiang Hao suddenly realized that these human-shaped flames should be the product of the copy rules, and the one that he had just killed was just a shadow. He himself hadn't even seen the boss until the beginning. Thinking about this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a little numb. If the number of these humanoid flames was endless, wouldn't one never be able to kill them? Big brother, why don't you stop playing? Little Flame still wants to play hide and seek with you. The voices of humanoid flames rang in Jiang Hao's ears, and Jiang Hao could even feel their warm breath. Jiang Hao took a deep breath to calm himself down. Damn, who came up with this copy? Isn't it obvious that they don't want people to pass? Wait, Jiang Hao suddenly brightened up. Right, it's hide and seek. A wordplay has been emphasized since the initial mission. Trying to get through a copy is likely to have something to do with playing. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao smiled at the human-shaped flame in the center and said, yeah, big brother, I want to play hide and seek with you too. You go and hide it quickly. Big brother is going to start looking for it. The one who is sought out will be punished. Oh, when these words came out, the countless humanoid flames first froze, then cheered and scattered in all directions. Let's hide farther away so we won't be found by Big Brother. But if Big Brother can't find us, well, it's no problem. Big Brother is great. This time, Jiang Hao heard a few moments of childish sincerity from their laughter. Jiang Hao suppressed the doubts in his heart and smiled. Are they all hidden? I'm going to start looking. Little Saint, Fat Day, you guys go look for it too. They were resistant enough to always find the boss anyway, given enough time. The big deal is to be born again in the fire. Just as he was thinking, Jiang Hao suddenly realized that the human-shaped flames around him had all disappeared. In its place was a rag doll of various shapes and sizes. Jiang Hao picked up the nearest rag doll. Is that you? He, Big Brother guessed wrong. A laugh came out from amongst the rag dolls, which then transformed into a fiery light that blended into the surrounding sea of fire. On the side, Little Saint and Fat De were also not looking for the right one, and the rag dolls in their hands similarly transformed into a ray of fire. However, Jiang Hao felt that the firelight didn't have any burning sensation. Instead, it was warm and cozy. a stark contrast to the sea of fire all around. Even, Jiang Hao also felt a few points from it. Relief. Chapter 12 that year, 18. He was on the list. What the hell is going on here? Jiang Hao's heart sank. He just actually saw a picture in the flames. A lone child, taken in by a shady businessman and later sold as a commodity. And finally, there is an endless sea of fire. Are these the memories you once had? Jiang Hao was shocked in his heart and grabbed the dolls along the way one by one. Each doll holds a memory. Happy, sad, angry, desperate. Jiang Hao pieced these memory fragments together, gradually restoring a complete story. These dolls are children who were once abducted by shady businessmen, kept in cages and sold like goods. One of them is a little girl. Her name is Smokey. She has a pair of big clear eyes and especially likes to play hide and seek. But the arrival of a black-hearted businessman shatters the young girl's peaceful life. Little Smoke is tricked by a black-hearted businessman and put into a dank cage with many other children just like him. They can only eat some scraps of food every day and live a life worse than that of a dog or a pig. One day, because of a mistake made by an underling, the castle suddenly burst into flames. The original traders had enough time to bring these children out, but the merchant, in order to cover up his sale of children, informs the castle that it is empty. Watching Little Smoke and countless children, engulfed in flames. No wonder the first stage of the mission is to kill the butcher. So the butcher is the Blackheart merchant. In his memory, Jiang Hao saw that the professionals who died in the copy died at the hands of butchers. As one doll after another was grabbed by Jiang Hao, it turned into flames and merged into the sea of fire. The sea of fire grew more and more vigorous, but Jiang Hao felt that the temperature of the sea of fire gradually became milder. I see. Jiang Hao let out a long sigh, finally realizing the truth of this copy. Under the erosion of the abyss, the resentment of a child is demonized, and his soul is trapped here for eternity. But even so, they still hadn't harmed any of the professionals. The flames around them, too, were tuned to their scorching mechanism, just to give the intruding professionals here a chance to escape. It's over. It's all over. Brother has come to take you away. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and walked to the last doll. In front of me was a cage. One of them, a doll with a twisted braid and big bright eyes, was looking at herself silently. Brother, will you play with us? The doll's childish voice rang out with a touch of sincerity. Jiang Hao's heart ached as he looked at the even more ordinary doll in front of him, but he still maintained a smile. Ha ha, gotcha. Passing through the blazing fire, Jiang Hao gently placed his hand on the doll's head with a wide smile. Now, it's your turn to catch me. In the next moment, the fire around them dissipated, turning into a child's soul. Great, brother found us. We can finally go home. The children cheered as they flew to Jiang Hao one by one and surrounded him with happy smiles on their faces. Thank you, kind big brother. A girl with a clear face and translucent eyes came to Jiang Hao's body, and after taking a deep look at Jiang Hao, she dissipated into a firelight. As the soul of the last child dissipated, the sea of fire was completely extinguished. A treasure chest appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao stepped forward and opened the treasure chest, and red gold streams of light lit up. Congratulations on opening your copy of the first pass treasure chest and obtaining the following items. Chain of Purging Sin, Jewelry Set, Unknown Quality, Strength plus 15, Constitution plus 15, Agility plus 15, Spirit plus 15. Attacks have Purification effect, extra damage to undead and spirits. Equipment requirements, Level 1. Equipment description, a product of the Purification Curse. Set, 1/4. Flame Boots, Silver, Strength plus 8, Constitution plus 10. Agility plus 12, Spirit plus 8, Flame War Armor, Silver, Strength plus 15, Constitution plus 13, Agility plus 11, Spirit plus 10. Soul Spark, Unknown Quality, hosts a powerful and unknown creature. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Want to play with me? You have killed the final boss, Crimson Flame, Shadow. You have completed the Hell difficulty Abyss copy. You have obtained the first pass reward for your copy, 1000 experience points. Abyssal Treasure Chest. Spirit Crystal plus 100 inch. You have leveled up to level 5 and gained plus 10 free attribute points. You have the Infinite Zenith talent and gain plus 1 to the number of times you draw Zenith words. The prompt sounded in Jiang Hao's ears, and Jiang Hao's level was successfully raised to level 5. Jiang Hao directly added all of his attribute points to Spirit. The higher the Spirit, the higher the enchantment for the summoned beast. Not bad. To open a suit. And the trinkets don't take up equipment grids. And the attribute bonuses are pretty good. Jiang Hao wore it directly. But what is this soulfire? Jiang Hao surveyed the seeds that flickered with faint firelight in the storage space. Is it hard to believe that it's the soul of Little Smoke? Just as Jiang Hao was working on this fire, the outside world had exploded. At this time, outside the door of the replica, it was already crowded. Principal Wang Wei and director Sun Yan were also the first to come running after learning about the problems with the replica. It seems like this Jiang Hao fellow still hasn't recognized reality. A summoner dares to challenge a hell difficulty copy. Isn't this self-destruction? After saying that, Wang Wei was still not satisfied and started preaching again. That's why it's so important that people know exactly where they stand. Keep respect for the conclusions summarized by your forefathers. Don't always think that you're a little bit talented and think that you're above it all. Everything should be based on the post-transition. Not a word about Jiang Hao, but every sentence is about Jiang Hao. It was close to saying that Jiang Hao was self-involved and to blame, but just as Wang Wei finished his speech, instead, he saw that above the replica door, the originally light blue screen began to change, fades from light blue to light gold. It's not going to be a declaration of death notice, is it? Aren't death notices black? I think I remember the gold color being. The words were interrupted by a loud voice. Congratulations to Jiang Hao, a fellow student of South China Military Region Tiandu City Tianyuan City Tiandu High School, for making the first pass of Hell difficulty copy number 1006 The Cursed Castle. Time to clearance 1 hour 08 minutes. Pass rating hesitant face. Due to special reasons, the copy Cursed Castle has completely disappeared, and the record of this first pass will be forever engraved on the global copy pass record list, which can be viewed at any time. The last announcement resounded throughout Blue Star. Not only did the sound spread throughout the entire square, even the notification of Jiang Hao's passing copy was topped on every professional panel chat box. The moment everyone is dumbfounded, Lu Sueki incredibly covered his mouth. Wang Wei stayed in midair hand. Sun Yan is a soft foot. The entire replica doorway. The bustling crowd was actually silent at this moment. 18 years old and ranked on the global copy clearance record list, and a ING summoner? It was important to realize that none of the people on the global copy clearance record list were 6th-ranked professionals, but now there was even a summoner who hadn't even reached the first turn mixed in. The crowd just felt like their long-held professional views were going to be refreshed. I thought the summoner was weak? What's with this Jiang Hao? Did he turn it on? Holy, pass. Someone really ING passed. The copy I worked so hard to carry just disappeared. What the hell did that asshole do? Just as the crowd was shaken by the news, a surprised wailing voice instantly broke the silence. Chapter 13 The Mayor's Arrival. How did it turn into a conference? Only to see a burly and robust middle-aged man in a black coat walking quickly. The appearance of the middle-aged man once again startled the hearts of the crowd. This was because this black-clothed middle-aged man was clearly the mayor of Tendu City, the 6th order level 65 professional, Lin Chuan, Mayor Lin. When Wang Wei saw Lin Chuan, he immediately returned to his senses and greeted him. Wang Wei? Lin Chuan waved his hand, ignoring his compliments, and quickly walked to the replica gate to look around. Turtle, which one of the great gods got through with this copy? My experiment, my copy, is finished, everything is finished. If it wasn't for the crowded scene, he'd have to be considerate of his image. Lin Chuan might have been spitting in the air, but it's done. We'll just have to wait for the people inside to come out. Hey, that guy over there. Is that one of your students in there? Lin Chuan pointed to Wang Wei who was on the side. This finger made Wang Wei instantly sweat. He had watched Lin Chuan's performance just now. Jiang Hao must have made some big mistake, which caused a 6th-ranked powerhouse to disregard his image and swear. Thinking of this, Wang Wei pushed Sun Yan beside him. Director Su, isn't that your student in there? Why don't you go and speak to Mayor Lin? Mayor Lin. Lin, here's the thing. Sun Yan warily told the whole story. What did you say? Lin Chuan sniffed and flared up. A summoner who dares to challenge a copy of hell? How does your school teach its students? This is none of our business. Wang Wei hurriedly brushed off the relationship. Jiang Hao, this student, has always acted in his own way. We can't do anything about him. Lin Chuan snorted coldly. Humph, in the end, it's still your poor supervision. A summoner, running off to challenge a hell copy. Isn't that taking a joke on your own life? However, since he was able to clear the hell copy, it means that he still has some skills, and this mayor will not be bothered with a student. Though stern on the outside, he was already wailing on the inside. I'll be damned. How is it possible for a summoner to pass this copy? That guy isn't going to turn it on, is he? TM, this isn't scientific? This copy was brought back by Lin Chuan, and as the person directly in charge, he was most aware of the difficulty of this copy. A copy with the power of rules could not necessarily be breached even by a first-turn professional. Not to mention it's a newbie copy. No way. No way. It looks like the city of Tiandu has, this year, come up with a great guy. No wonder that little auntie, who took the initiative to seek her help. As he was thinking, he saw Wang Wei suddenly come up. Mayor Lin, is there something wrong with this copy? Jiang Hao is just a level 1 summoner. How can he pass the level? Is it possible that he utilized some unseemly means? If that's the case, then it must be investigated severely. Lin Chuan's head was filled with black lines when he heard this. Oh, Principal Wang, are you doubting my ability? Or is it that your eyesight is already stronger than mine? A level 65 professional? This Wang Wei, isn't he calling him incompetent in disguise? How could a level 1 summoner do something under his nose? The TM copy is ringing with announcements. How can it still be fake? I'll have to check this guy out someday. How did he get to be a principal with that kind of brain? This is not a proper mistake. Ah, that's that. How dare I? Wang Wei hurriedly smiled and retreated in a grayish manner. Humph. Lin Chuan snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Wang Wei, continuing to look towards the replica door with a hint of anticipation and curiosity in his eyes. He would like to see what kind of god was the talented young man who had created this miracle. And inside the copy, Jiang Hao was busy. I just suddenly received a reminder that this copy will completely disappear in 5 minutes. I didn't realize the first pass was the end. Besides, there were still a lot of magical beasts in it that hadn't been killed yet. These can be white-knuckle experiences. Quickly, kill a little more before the copy closes. Jiang Hao commanded Xiao Shang and Fat D to sweep the copies while checking up his harvest. Extract the words and wait it out. Apart from the soul spark, which he didn't know what it did, the remaining 2 flame 2-piece sets Jiang Hao had already equipped. It feels good. It feels safe. The rest were some of the materials that Little Saint and Fat D had popped out. When will you pump out a digested material-shaped phrase so it's easier to dispose of these unwanted materials? Time passed slowly in Jiang Hao's busyness. As the golden light curtain in front of the replica gate gradually contracted, Jiang Hao was not allowed to leave the replica. Rank 5, 20%. Too bad. It's still pretty close to being upgraded. Forget it, Little Saint, Fat Day. Let's go. As Jiang Hao's words fell, the 2 beasts glanced at their copies reluctantly, then turned into 2 streams of light and drilled into Jiang Hao's body. In the next moment, Jiang Hao stepped out of the copy and appeared in front of everyone in the twinkling of an eye. In an instant, all eyes were focused on him. There was shock, admiration, and jealousy in these gazes. Moreover, countless camera equipment were all aimed at Jiang Hao like long guns and short cannons. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! The flash was flashing like as if it didn't cost anything. The flash made Jiang Hao a bit unable to open his eyes. Then, one by one, fellow journalists swarmed the room. Hello, Mr. Jiang Hao, may I ask how you cleared this copy? Is there some special secret? Student Jiang Hao, I heard that you are a summoner profession. May I ask how you managed to break the spell of the summoner's early stage weakness? Senior Jiang Hao, I'm your idol. Jiang Hao, looking at the swarm of reporters was a bit of a head-scratcher. What's the situation? I didn't just clear a copy. How did I turn into a launch site? Chapter 14 10,000 Attention. Invitation from the Legendary Union. Ever since the news of Jiang Hao's first pass through the Hell Difficulty Abyssal copy spread out, the ones who reacted the fastest were the group of media outlets in Tendu City. After only less than half an hour, all kinds of reports about Jiang Hao swept in. The shocker. Tendu High School students first passed the Hell Difficulty Abyssal copy, setting a global record. With the emergence of an 18-year-old genius, will a new era dawn for the summoner profession? Exclusive interview. Jiang Hao, the first passer, explains how easy it is to pass the Hell copy. All the major news headline parties competed for coverage, pushing Jiang Hao into the limelight. For a while, Jiang Hao became a hot topic of conversation in Tianchang City. Countless reporters swarmed around, wanting to interview this miracle-working talented young man. Ever since the Blue Star mutated and the Abyss descended, humanity has faced the threat of the Abyss all the time. Although it has weakened in recent years, the Abyss has always been a sharp sword hanging over the heads of the human race. In such an atmosphere, the birth of a genius is the event that the media loves to report. Trying to wash away the suffocating feeling of the Abyss with this, reporters' questions buzzed in his ears, and for the first time, Jiang Hao felt that being famous was such a troublesome thing. It was said that people were afraid of being famous and pigs were afraid of being strong, and Jiang Hao had sort of felt it. Mr. Jiang Hao, may I ask what you think about your first pass through the Hell copy? Mr. Jiang Hao, you're so young and you're already able to make the first pass through the Hell Difficulty Abyssal copy. May I ask what your secret is? Do you have any advice for other professionals who want to challenge a copy of Hell? In the face of the reporter's successive questions, Jiang Hao was a bit overwhelmed. He scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, actually, I don't know why I was able to clear the Hell copy. It was probably just luck. One does get lucky and find out the rules of the replica in time. The reporter sniffed and looked disappointed. It seems that Jiang Hao, student, is keeping his mouth shut about the Hell Copy's pass strategy. However, to be able to first pass a copy of Hell, luck is also a form of strength. Mr. Jiang Hao, may I ask if you have any plans for the future? Classmate, are you interested in joining our Legendary Professionals Association? If you join, we'll cover all expenses until the third turn. At that moment, an abrupt voice rang out. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see a man in uniform walking toward Jiang Hao. Holy, this uniform! I can't believe even the Legendary Professionals Association is here? Legendary Professionals Association? Could it be an association created by that peak 8th ranked lord? Didn't they say that the Legendary Professionals Association doesn't recruit professionals below the first turn? And how much does it cost to underwrite a summoner to the third rank? Joking aside, if you were 18 years old and ascended the replica clearance record list, others would be begging on their knees for you to join. The Legendary Professionals Association is the only professionals association in China, and its founder is one of the top 10 legends of China, the War King. Legendary Professionals Association? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize that I had attracted the attention of the Legendary Professionals Association. The Legendary Professionals Association, but the holy land in every professional's heart. After all, with a legendary powerhouse at his head, his status in the whole of China was no less than that of the prestigious and far-flung 3 university schools. If the first pass copy, the ascension to the top of the copy record list had already made their eyes red with envy, but the invitation from the Legendary Professionals Association was even more jealous of them. Even Lu Sueki was too shocked to speak. Joining the Legendary Professionals Association was something she had always dreamed of. How many high school students get that kind of treatment? Just when the crowd thought Jiang Hao would agree, Jiang Hao, however, shook his head. Sorry, I want to take the entrance exam. Once upon a time you could only take the high school entrance exam after transferring, but since the birth of the Legendary Professionals Association, there has been an additional option. For most professionals, it was far more difficult to join the Legendary Professionals Association than it was to enter the 3 universities of China. I didn't expect Jiang Hao to refuse the invitation from the Professionals Association. You want to take the college entrance exam? The uniformed man seemed a bit surprised, obviously not expecting Jiang Hao to refuse. If Jiang Hao hadn't left his name on the replica clearance record list, they wouldn't have invited Jiang Hao to join at all. Besides, how could Jiang Hao, a summoner, take the college entrance exam? Did he float away after clearing a hellish difficulty copy? Since you want to take the entrance exam, then I won't force you. The uniformed man didn't solicit Jiang Hao anymore either. After nodding to Lin Chuan, he turned to leave. He didn't just want to recruit Jiang Hao this time. Looking at the uniformed man's departing back, the crowd present looked at Jiang Hao with a few moments of admiration. It was a wolf extermination that refused even an invitation from the Legendary Professionals Association. Wang Wei's heart was dripping blood as he watched this scene. This was a resounding performance. How could Jiang Hao refuse it? It was important to know that they could count on one hand the number of years they had been able to join the Legendary Professionals Association at Tiandu High School. If Jiang Hao joined, maybe he could get a promotion and a raise this year. If Lin Chuan and Sun Yan weren't holding him down, he couldn't wait to run over and agree for Jiang Hao. In fact, Jiang Hao was also quite reluctant to refuse the Legendary Professionals Association's invitation. If he hadn't once made a pact with the old drunkard, he would have taken the entrance exam. Maybe he just said yes. Kid, no one should be looking for you now, right? Just when Jiang Hao wanted to bolt, a big, broad and powerful hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder. Jiang Hao turned his head to look, only to see a middle-aged man looking at him unkindly. Hey, Mayor Lin, what do you want to see me about? Jiang Hao was a bit vain. One has just destroyed a special copy that someone else worked so hard to move. He's not here to ask for compensation, is he? Jiang Hao was also an afterthought. For a novice copy to stay on the copy record list, it definitely wasn't that simple behind the scenes. What if I can't afford to pay for it myself? Online, etc. It's urgent. Boy, that's quite a skill. Lin Chuan heavily patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. Nothing much, just want to take you to the mayor's office to receive a reward. After all, you're our heavenly city's heaven. Talent. Lin Chuan bit the word genius very heavily, and Jiang Hao heard a few points of gnashing of teeth from it. Had, I can't believe the mayor invited me. How dare I refuse? And so under the attention of all, this talented young man who had honored the replica clearance record list, just like that, he was dragged up into the sky by the strongest person in the Sky City and soon disappeared. Principal. About Jiang Hao's resources. Looking at Jiang Hao's departing back, Sun Yan asked Wang Wei at his side. Humph. Wang Wei snorted coldly and said coldly, let's go back and talk about the resources. How dare this kid refuse the legendary Professionals Association? Let's see what I'll do to him when I get back. Chapter 15, The Concealment Behind the Vicebook. The Chance of Resurrection. Jiang Hao was brought to a towering building by Lin Xuan. And then Lin Xuan found the angle and directly threw Jiang Hao casually into the middle of the building before following in himself. Oh, you're quite the maverick for a mayor. If there's a door, why don't you go through the window? Jiang Hao, who had been accurately thrown by Lin Xuan, spat out a sentence before starting to look around. I say, Mayor Lin, are you sure you're not in the wrong room? As far as the eye could see, the room could not be described as penniless, but it could be described as plain to the core. It's hard to imagine that this is the office of one of the most powerful people in a first-tier city. That principal's office at Tiandu High School was many times more luxurious than this place. Yes, this is my office. Lin Xuan ignored the meaning of Jiang Hao's words and walked to the only chair by himself, then began to rummage through the documents on his desk. At those words, Jiang Hao stood in awe. Is this the people's servant of the other world? No wonder the country of Huaxia was able to become one of the world's top powers in the shortest possible time. Even after the abyss descended, it was still able to rise in the shortest possible time. It's all about the quiet dedication of these selfless people. Oh, you were just going to say that my office is sketchy, were you? Lin Xuan took out a bunch of files from his desk and casually said, this place has only just been built and put into service a short time ago. There's actually an office up there with all the stuff in it. Jiang Hao, wrong payment. Thanks for moving me for 3 seconds just now. What are you waiting for? Come with me. Your reward is up there. Oh. Jiang Hao hurriedly followed Lin Xuan's footsteps. The two came upstairs, which was a very different environment than downstairs. Inside the spacious and bright room, there were all sorts of expensive furniture and decorations, and even some murals made of abyssal demon beast fur could be seen. At the far end, there is a separate lounge. This is my private office. Lin Xuan introduced himself. It's not usually an office here during the week. Jiang Hao, okay, now it's time to get down to business. Did you, by any chance, get something in the middle of the copy? Lin Xuan's voice suddenly became serious. Got a soulfire. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. After all, even the copies are owned by others, so it must be clear what you get. What? You got the soul flame. Jiang Hao, so even you, the person in charge, don't know what's in it? Ahem. Lin Xuan realized that he had lost his temper and coughed dryly a few times. Take out the soulfire seed you got and take a look. Jiang Hao didn't procrastinate. Although this Lin Xuan looked a bit less reliable, he shouldn't be able to trap him. Jiang Hao took out the soulfire and held it in his hand. The faint glow of the fire stood out in the dimness. Lin Xuan received the soulfire and carefully observed it. That's right, it's a soulfire. I didn't expect that you would be able to obtain this kind of treasure. Lin Xuan's eyes carried a hint of surprise, and then revealed a few shades of excitement. After a long time, Lin Xuan added, tell me how you passed this copy. Although Jiang Hao was full of doubts, he still told what happened in the copy. Jiang Hao narrated his experience in the copy, from the initial missteps, to discovering the rules, to finally passing the level. Lin Xuan listened with great interest, sometimes slurping his tongue, sometimes sighing, which, of course, belies his own talent and ability to summon beasts. It just means that you just happen to extract a summoned beast that has an immunity to the fire attribute. Good boy, you did well. After listening to Jiang Hao's narration, Lin Xuan patted his shoulder appreciatively. Not only does he possess exceptional talent, but he is also resourceful, courageous, decisive and calm. In time, you will surely become a pillar of the Chinese nation. Jiang Hao smiled modestly. Originally you could only receive one treasure in the treasury, but now there is this soulfire. I'll make an exception for you. You can take any 2 treasures you want. Because of the soulfire? What do you mean? Jiang Hao wasn't smashed out of his mind by the heavenly rewards. Although the treasures of the mayor's treasure trove were very tempting, the soulfire seed was of great significance to Jiang Hao. If there were no legitimate conditions, Jiang Hao didn't want to just hand it over. This soulfire is precious, but it's not very useful for. Lin Xuan gave Jiang Hao the truth behind this copy. After listening, Jiang Hao couldn't calm down for a long time. I didn't realize that a novice copy involved so much behind the scenes. Simply put, Castle of the Damned is an extremely rare copy with innate rules and a boss that retains some humanity. After Lin Xuan discovered the special nature of this copy, he brought it back to Tiancheng City intending to study it. But they're stuck on the first step, which is the raid copy. Since it was a newbie copy, they couldn't enter without the whole thing crashing. They've also hired some ranks of powerful novice professionals. but without exception, they all failed. You know, the powerful novice professionals that Lin Xuan talked about, but they were all the top celestial pride of each city, with the lowest being the existence of awakened S-class talent. Seeing that there was really no way out, Lin Xuan set up this copy in the novice copy square. It can be said that this copy can be called the most difficult for newbies. No wonder the legendary Professionals Association would come looking for themselves, so there were so many hidden secrets behind it. So, I'm being crooked in advancing your research? Pretty much. Moreover, I suspect that the boss inside has not completely died out, and there is still the possibility of reincarnation. What followed was a burst of Jiang Hao not being able to understand the specialized terminology, although Jiang Hao couldn't understand it. After he circled around for a while, still got a treasure in 5 million in cash as a result. Since Little Smoke had the hope of resurrection, Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't forcefully keep it. Looking at Lin Xuan, who was leading the way ahead while cursing, Jiang Hao followed behind without changing his face. Nah, the treasure is inside. Go in and choose for yourself. Jiang Hao came to the treasure vault Lin Xuan had mentioned. As far as the eye could see, it was a very spacious room filled with all sorts of treasures. There were weapons, armor, potions, and materials, a wide array of them. Dazzling Jiang Hao. These treasures are all collected by me from the mountain and sea abyss, and each one of them is worth a lot. Lin Xuan introduced. You can pick any 2 pieces as a reward for clearing the hell copy. Then I'm welcome. Jiang Hao first swept around the spot before silently summoning the little saint. After all, it was still Little Saint who was more specialized in things like finding treasures. It definitely wasn't because he couldn't tell the quality of these items. Quality unknown. It seems to be the core of a powerful beast from the mountain and sea abyss. Quality unknown. Unknown item from the abyssal exile. Quality unknown. The crown of a certain undead monarch from the land of the dead. Chapter 16 Eternal Ring. Skyrocketing attributes. Jiang Hao took a glance and there were simply not a few treasures that he recognized. No wonder Lin Xuan had agreed so easily before. This old fox was expecting that he couldn't recognize any good treasures and could only bring out some relatively less precious ones. Unfortunately, he didn't anticipate that he had little saints. Although he didn't have fiery eyes, his innate spirit pupils were still able to recognize some treasures. Little saint, come to life. Go find the best piece of equipment and the most valuable treasure. By the way, it better be appropriate for the current class. Receiving his master's command, the little saint nodded and quickly traveled through the treasury. Various colorful weapons and equipment, under the observation of the little holy spirit pupil, faded their camouflage one by one. It didn't take long for Little Saint to find a long spear that emitted a faint golden light. Lance of Dawn, Jade Strength plus 20, Physique plus 15, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 5, Gun-type weapon, attack with penetration effect after use, can penetrate 50% resistance, damage to undead creatures increased by 30%, level limit 5. Holy, excellent! Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. This was an emerald grade weapon, and it also came with a penetration effect. It was simply tailor-made for Little Saint. Little Sage has the highest attack, the fastest speed, and the attack comes with a burning effect. With the Lance of Dawnbreaker, Little Saint's attack power will be taken to the next level. Taking the Lance of Dawnbreaker, Jiang Hao asked Little Saint to find another treasure. What Little Saint brought back in his mouth this time was a ring that emitted a faint glow. Ring of Eternity, Diamond Strength plus 40. Physique plus 30, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 50, all attributes plus 10%. Cooldown time of all skills reduced by 20% and damage of summons increased by 30% after wearing. Eternal Set, 1/2. Jiang Hao took a deep breath. This was a diamond-grade jewelry, and the attribute bonus was very comprehensive, especially the phrase that reduces skill cooldowns, and the damage bonus, which is literally tailor-made for summoners. Although Jiang Hao currently didn't have any skills, however, with the Ring of Eternity, Jiang Hao was not only able to learn some mage skills, but also significantly increased the combat power of his summoned beasts. TSK, with these 2 treasures, my strength will increase by a large margin again. Jiang Hao beautifully pocketed the Dawnbreaker Lance and the Ring of Eternity. Lin Xuan waited outside for a long time, and when he saw that Jiang Hao was late in coming out, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Hey, did you kids pick one yet? Well. Jiang Hao hurriedly walked out and showed the Dawnbreaker gun and Eternal Ring to Lin Xuan. Gripes, you've really been chosen. Lin Xuan was slightly startled. Although these 2 pieces of equipment were not of a high level, they had the characteristics of unlimited level and unlimited profession equipment. It could be considered one of the best batches in his little treasury. It was a bit needy, but he wasn't the kind of person who was cheap. I didn't realize your boy's eyes were so sharp. The money's already been paid to you, so get the hell out of here if there's nothing going on. Lin Chuan didn't have the good sense to say. Jiang Hao looked at his cell phone. Your memory card is transferred to 5,000,000. Source, world's first gun. Current balance, 6,300. 600. Not bad, counting your own petty cash. Now it's a millionaire anyhow. Hey, that, Mayor Lin. I have one more thing to trouble you with. Jiang Hao obviously didn't intend to let go of this moving treasure trove. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. Lin Chuan didn't have the good sense to say. He's hemorrhaging money today. Jiang Hao, it's that. I want to get a certificate to leave the city. Even though humanity is in a semi-peaceful stage now, if you want to leave the city, you still need to get the relevant documents. You're going out of town? Lin Chuan was puzzled. You're a level 5. Going out of the city to die? It was important to realize that the demons outside the city started at a minimum of level 10. Besides, those magical creatures were extremely aggressive due to their growing environment. It was even possible to run into an abyssal demon if you were unlucky. Jiang Hao, I don't want to upgrade for the college entrance exam in the future. You're a great genius who rejected the legendary Professionals Association. And you still need a high school entrance exam? Lin Chuan didn't have the good sense to say. But are you sure you really want to go out of town and brush up? Okay. In the end, Lin Chuan didn't say anything more and painfully gave Jiang Hao a certificate to leave the city and left a message. Make sure you don't stay outside the city until dark. Jiang Hao left the mayor's office. Looking at the outer ring of the city, it was bustling with people. Vehicles and pedestrians weaved through the wide streets, presenting a bustling scene. Looking around at the professionals coming and going, his heart couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Is this the cool life? After all, the previous life with the old drunk was a little better than a dog at best. Still in high school, Jiang Hao's talent showed before it changed. When I see the old drunkard someday, I'll have to settle the score with him. At least it's a legendary powerhouse, so maybe it's eating and drinking behind my back every day. Jiang Hao thought about it while coming to the trading plaza under the guidance of the navigation. The trading plaza was close to the guarded city wall, making it convenient for professionals to trade directly after going out of the city to hunt and kill magical creatures. And the trading plaza also allows you to turn in various quests. Jiang Hao intended to sell his unwanted items and equipment here. This was the first time Jiang Hao had come to the trading square, having only seen it in textbooks before. In the trading plaza, hundreds of light blue pillars of light blue light half a person high stood. Each pillar of light was embedded with spatial spells and intelligent technology. Anything is able to be done through the light pillar. Jiang Hao found an unused light pillar, scanned the QR code above it, and after paying the handling fee, a sweet voice rang out. Begin authentication. Authentication successful. Huaxia Country, Southeast War Zone. Jiang Hao, please select service. After Jiang Hao clicked on sell items, he put the equipment and items he needed to sell into it. Item being tested. Recycled equipment iron rod eroded by the abyss. 6,000,000. Recycled equipment red coat. 2,000,000. Recycled material magical boar tusk. 3,000,000. Identification complete. Total value 5,600,000. Is it a deal? Jiang Hao looked at the blue light screen appearing in front of him and tapped the OK button. The transaction is completed. The transaction amount has been transferred to your account. Please pay attention to check receipt. The whole transaction, no more than 60 seconds. It's true that technology changes life. If only I had a smart brain technology too. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao then bought some more food for little Shang and Fat De. No wonder they say summoners burn money. Just buying a day's worth of food cost Jiang Hao 50 Ws. Little Saint is okay, but Chubby Tat is a bottomless pit. The food went down like a stone in the sea and didn't make the slightest ripple. No wonder the previous Chi God only used you in the Great War, combined with the fact that you cannot afford to raise awe. Then he purchased some antidote potions and recovery potions and so on and so forth, spending more than $1 million before and after. These might not be used by Jiang Hao, but they couldn't be without. After finishing his preparation, Jiang Hao took a step toward the city gate. However, the guards at the gates just looked at him. It's time. The gates are now entry only. Come back tomorrow. Chapter 17 Gold and Silver Words Undying Battle Intent. Word Fusion. Jiang Hao looked at the sky. It was indeed on the verge of darkness. Thinking about Lin Chuan's warning, Jiang Hao didn't force his way out of the city. After all, he couldn't go out and kill a few magical beasts to return now. Moreover, he still had one Morzhensai word to draw, so now was the right time to take advantage of this gap to improve his strength. After casually finding a professional hotel to stay in, Jiang Hao opened the talent panel. Eyes of fire, golden eyes, 72 changes, laws of the heavens, somersault clouds. Jiang Hao put his hands together and prayed for a while, then immediately began to extract the words. 7 colored streams of light surrounded Jiang Hao once again, a scene of flowing light. Jiang Hao's eyes swept through the words and finally rested on a gold and silver colored card. Indestructible battle intent, gold and silver colored phrase. Those who possess this phrase will have their willpower greatly increased in battle, are immune to all mind control, greatly increase their life recovery speed, and double their attributes when their blood level is below 30%. Evaluation, indestructible battle spirit, unyielding will, gripes. What an anticlimactic phrase. Not only are they immune to all mind control, but they also have a blood buff. The phrase undying battle intent should of course be bestowed upon the little saint. As for the reason, it might be that Jiang Hao looked at the little saint and saw the shadow of that person. At the instant the words were incorporated, a palpitating battle intent emanated from little sage's body, as if a supreme blade was sheathed in sharp. Your spirit monkey, little sage, unyielding battle spirit entry is in effect. Jiang Hao could clearly feel the little sage's aura change radically. Its eyes became sharper and its battle intent blazed, as if it was an undefeated god of war. Right now, little saint's combat power should be able to rise several notches. Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. With the indestructible battle spirit phrase, the little sage's survivability and explosive power had been greatly improved. Just as the unyielding battle spirit of the little sage was given but a few seconds, a voice rang out. Words detected as fusible. Words can still be fused? Jiang Hao glanced at little saint in surprise. All the little saints have Argentine legendary words. Wouldn't it be a myth if it could be fused? Jiang Hao was aware of the perversion of mythological phrases. That mythological phrase of rebirth by fire had granted Jiang Hao several lives. Also, fusing words frees up word space. Jiang Hao looked at the synthesizable target. Born with divine power plus 100 refined steel plus unyielding battle spirit, synthesizable. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao directly clicked synthesize. Synthesis in progress. Synthesized successfully. Obtaining a new phrase, indestructible fighting saint. Indestructible fighting saint combines natural strength, steel and unyielding will to fight. Dramatically increases the user's strength, physique, speed, and spirit. Possesses an unshakable and indestructible fighting spirit, and dramatically increases the ability to learn and comprehend new fighting techniques in battle. Ding! Lingming Stone Monkey, Little Saint, Skill. Fighting Saint Field Evolution can break out the fierce Fighting Saint spirit, so that their own 4-dimensional attributes increased by 200% at the same time as lowering the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by 50%. Immune to all control effects, and recovery ability increased significantly. Indestructible Fighting Saint, immunity to one certain death attack. Maintain blood level at 1 for 60 seconds. Increase all attributes by 500%. Immunity to all controls. Increase bludgeon rate by 100%. Increase bludgeon damage by 100%. Cooldown time 5 hours. Evaluation, indestructible fighting soul. Born fighting saint. Undefeated god of war. Crap. This new phrase is against the grain. Just by looking at the skill descriptions, which are similar to a small essay, you can feel the anticlimax of the words. Not only did it collect the effects of the previous 3 golden legend words, but it also had new active skills and passive effects attached to it. Learning abilities and comprehending combat skills in the midst of battle is practically tailor-made for the little saint. 60 seconds of invincibility. 60 seconds of real manhood. The moment the words were incorporated, the little saint once again underwent a metamorphosis. A layer of golden light surfaced on the surface of its body, resembling a golden armored god of war. A powerful aura emanated from its body, as if it could collapse the heavens. Your beast Ling Mingshi Monkey, Little Sage, Undying Fighting Sage's phrase is in effect. Jiang Hao could clearly feel that the little saint's aura had once again undergone an earth-shattering change. Its eyes became sharper and its battle intent blazed, as if it was an undefeated god of war. Congratulations! Your summoned beast Ling Mingshi Monkey, Little Saint, has advanced to a legendary summoned beast. Its attributes have been greatly increased. Little Saint, Ling Mingshi Monkey, Quality, Legend. Rank 5. Power, 260 to -400. Body mass, 180 to -370. Agility, 200 to -370. Spirit, 240 to -370. Bloodline, Ling Mingshi Monkey, Myth. Skills, Fighting Law LV. 8. Super Rank, can be upgraded, Fighting Saint Field LV. 5. Super Rank, Indestructible Battle Saint LV. 5. Super Rank. Word, Indestructible Fighting Saint, Mythic Red. There were no words that could describe Jiang Hao's mood now. This is a 5th level summoning beast. Not only are the domain skills, but the single attack is ridiculously high. Little Shang brother's future happy days depend on you. Jiang Hao excitedly stroked Little Saint's golden fur. The little saint held his head high and let out a cry of excitement. It could feel the unrivaled power it now possessed and couldn't wait to find an opponent for a big fight. Fat Day on the side also sensed that his big brother seemed to have suddenly become much stronger, and was also grinning foolishly on the side. There was no talk all night. Early in the morning of the next day, Jiang Hao left the hotel with Xiao Shang and Fat Day. Just after walking out of the hotel, Jiang Hao saw a long line at the city gate. The professionals were shoulder to shoulder, obviously all preparing to go out of the city to hunt magical beasts. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and directly lined up at the back of the line. The wait is always long. Jiang Hao observed the surrounding professionals in a bored manner. Suddenly, his eyes were caught by a burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man wore a set of black armor and held a huge sword. His face was cold and unruffled. Jiang Hao was able to sense that this middle-aged man was a powerful professional, at least above level 10. This set, at least 10 million to hit the bottom. Jiang Hao couldn't help but look at the middle-aged man a few more times, and the middle-aged man seemed to have noticed and looked at Jiang Hao as well. As the four eyes met, a hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was able to feel that the teenager in front of him was emitting an aura that was not weaker than his own. I didn't expect that a 5th level summoner would be able to possess such a powerful aura, the middle-aged man said in his heart. Jiang Hao ignored the middle-aged man's gawking, retracted his gaze, and closed his eyes to refresh himself. Time passed by, and it was finally Jiang Hao's turn to leave the city. The soldier guarding the city glanced at Jiang Hao, while his eyes widened. 5th level? Summoner? Are you kidding me? Chapter 18 Purple Gold Word Taoya's stomach. A sudden attack. The guarding soldier sized up Jiang Hao and looked at the certificate in his hand again. Just you? Jiang Hao nodded. Yeah, what's wrong? Are you sure you want to leave the city alone? The soldier guarding the city had a worried look on his face. Okay, Jiang Hao said firmly. The soldiers guarding the city hesitated for a while, but finally let Jiang Hao out of the city. Young man, be careful. It's no joke outside the city. The soldier guarding the city barked. If you meet a powerful magical beast, don't hesitate and run away immediately. And that is, you must return to the city before dark. Jiang Hao smiled. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Walking out of the city gate, Jiang Hao took a deep breath. The world outside the city is very different from inside. As far as the eye could see, it was a barren landscape. Dead trees and overgrown weeds filled the air with the smell of decay. This was the outer area of the mountain and sea abyss. Outside the city, two worlds. Although it is only peripheral, the danger should not be underestimated. Rumor has it that bad luck can also lead you to mistakenly enter a dangerous hidden copy. After leaving the city wall, Jiang Hao summoned Little Saint and Fat Day, and the one person and two beasts walked towards the dense forest. After walking for not long, Jiang Hao encountered the first magical beast, a demonized pangolin with spikes all over its body drilled out from the earth, staring viciously at Jiang Hao. Enchanted Pangolin, LV, 11, Power, 65, Physical Fitness, 60, Agility, 50, Spirit at 38, Skills, Drill Blast, Iron Armor, Stab. It was worthy of being a magical beast outside of the city. A random one was level 10 or above. Little Saint, go! Little Sage rushed up with an arrow step, and the lance of Dawnbreaker in his hand turned into a stream of light, piercing through the defense of the demonized Pierce Mountain armor and killing it with a single blow. Kill demonized pangolin plus 100 experience. It's worthy of being a field copy. A random magical beast has so much experience. Now that they were gradually going deeper into the wilderness, the number of magical beasts appearing gradually increased. The sounds of nearby professionals fighting could be faintly heard. Jiang Hao had a monkey and a bear split up to kill the magical beasts. This can maximize the efficiency of the kill. Kill LVE. 10 demonized kobolds plus 100 experience. Obtained kobold leg bone. Automatically placed in system backpack. Kill LVE. 11 demonized kobold leader. Experience plus 120. Looking at the tips that kept brushing the screen and the experience bar that was rising miserably, Jiang Hao knew that he had come to the right place. But what's with all the kobolds around here? Had he stabbed a kobold's lair? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao recalled a few comics he had read in his previous life. Kobolds do deserve to die. He then commanded the little saint to set a direction towards where the kobolds were the most numerous, but not even halfway there. The cue sounded. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up to level 6. Talent infinite colorful word draw plus 1. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He had been in the wilderness for less than 10 full minutes. Not bad for a wild copy. The experience is steamy, but it's better for these magical beasts not to steamroll, or the humans won't be able to withstand it. Jiang Hao called back little Shang and Fat De, and then started extracting words. After all, it was in a dangerous place like the wilderness, and a few more strengths were a few more safeguards. In the process of extracting the words, a colorful pillar of light erupted from Jiang Hao's body, enveloping everything around him. Jiang Hao's eyes swept through the words and finally rested on a purple gold-colored card. Taotia's stomach, purple gold phrase. The possessor of this phrase is capable of devouring any substance and transforming it into his or her own energy. After devouring it, one can randomly obtain a skill or attribute belonging to that substance. When devouring a mutated substance, there is a certain probability of triggering a mutation. Comment: the Gospel of Foodies, eat eat eat. Surprisingly, it's the legendary Taotai phrase. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately conferred the Taotia's stomach to Fat De without hesitation. The moment the words were incorporated, Fat Da's body underwent a radical change, only to see its size skyrocketed by a circle, and the original black and white fur faintly surfaced with a purple light. A powerful devouring force emanated from Fat Da's body, and a faint smell of blood filled the air around him. Your Jiuli War Beast, Fat De, Taotia's stomach entry is in effect. Jiuli War Beast, Fat De, Epic. Jiuli War Beast, Fat De, Epic. Jiang Hao could clearly feel that Fat Da's aura had become even more powerful. Although it hadn't directly evolved into the legendary level like Little Saint, it had also improved by 2 stars. At the same time the properties, too, changed. Power, 308 to 360. Body mass, 320 to 410. Speed, 289 to 320. Spirit, 288 to 330. In the future, those unneeded materials can just be thrown inside Fat Da's stomach. And to think there's an extra storage space. Jiang Hao thought about it and threw the corpse of the previously demonized pangolin in front of Fat De. Fat De understood and violently opened his mouth like a black hole, swallowing the body of the pangolin in one gulp. Devoured demonized pangolin. Gain attribute defense +3. Holy, yes. Jiang Hao was pleasantly surprised. The phrase gourmand's stomach is true to its name. Not only is it able to devour any substance, but it also gains a random skill or attribute belonging to that substance. It's just a counterintuitive outlier. With this phrase, Fat Da's combat power will be qualitatively improved. This was only the most ordinary magical beast. If one were to devour that kind of magical beast of powerful quality, what kind of enhancement would that be? Jiang Hao also no longer hesitated, and immediately took out the items he had previously obtained and gave them all to Fat De to devour. Devour the demonized black bull and gain the skill, Savage Punch. Devour Xianfoam grass. Gain attribute Ice attribute resistance +3. As Fat De continued to devour it, it became more and more massive. Fat De, who was originally 2 meters tall, was now a full 2.5 meters. Moreover, a faint pressure emanated from Fat Da's body. This pressure made the surrounding magical beasts not dare to approach. Enough is enough. Put away your flavor. How else are we going to kill magical beasts like this? Jiang Hao kicked Fat Da's black and white ass. Fat De also knew what his master meant, and immediately collected all his majesty. Just as Jiang Hao gathered himself and prepared to go deeper to kill the magical beasts again, suddenly, an explosive sound broke the original silence. The firelight lit up, and a bullet-emitting black light came towards Jiang Hao's back. Enemy attack. Chapter 19, Assassin Attack. First kill. Attacked by a professional. The moment Jiang Hao received the prompt, a golden light flashed. Only Xiao Sheng came behind Jiang Hao like a flash, waving the Dawnbreaker in his hand and splitting the bullet into 2. Jiang Hao looked backward, only to see 2 figures coming out of the darkness. One man held a sniper rifle similar to a Barrett in his hands, while the other carried a pair of battle axes. Jiang Hao immediately moved to detect it. Results, unknown. Results, unknown. Surprisingly, the results are unknown. That meant that the level of these 2 people had exceeded Jiang Hao by 10 levels. Lone Wolf, your marksmanship is no good. You can't even kill a level 5 summoner. I'm afraid this will be laughed at if it gets out. The scarred man with the double axes on his shoulders grinned. That monkey is not simple. Activate Plan 2. The man called Lone Wolf put away his Barrett and took out 2 chilly daggers. Who sent you to kill me? Jiang Hao questioned in a cold voice. He didn't mess with anyone. Can't really think of anyone who would want to kill themselves. Oh, that's pretty cool. Dead people, though, don't need to know so much. The scarred man let out a fierce laugh and rushed forward with a huge axe in hand. And the man with the dagger had long since vanished into the shadows. A murderous intent flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Trying to take your own life without any grievance. Do you really think you're a soft touch? Little Saint, release the Do Shine domain. As soon as the words fell, the golden light on the little saint's body flourished, and a terrifying pressure emanated from its body. With little sage as the center, the space within a 100-meter radius became stagnant. In this kind of field, the enemy's speed and strength would be greatly weakened, while the little sage's own speed and strength would be drastically increased. The scarred man and the lone wolf assassin instantly felt like insects trapped in amber. Their speed was ridiculously slow. On the other hand, Xiao Shang's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the scarred man. The scarred man's pupils shrunk violently as he tried to swing the double axes in his hands to fend them off. But his speed was no different from a snail in the eyes of Little Saint. Put! The Dawnbreaker's gun went straight through the scarred man's heart. The scarred man's eyes widened, and he collapsed with an incredulous look on his face. Just as the scarred man fell, behind Jiang Hao, Lone Wolf stepped out from the shadows, holding a dagger. Boy, don't expose your back to assassins in your next life. Before the words left his mouth, he violently stabbed at Jiang Hao's back heart. But was the Little Sage's Do Shang domain a mere name? In Little Saint's domain, the speed of the lone wolf assassin was greatly reduced. Moreover, the buffs from the Do Shang domain are also effective on friendly parties. Only feeling a demonic wind, Fat Day came behind Jiang Hao in the blink of an eye, stretching out his huge palm and intercepting the lone wolf in midair. And then, like a basketball cap, he was dumped hard on the ground. Boom! The lone wolf fell from midair, falling in a heap, his eyes full of stars and losing any battle power. Playing dead? Chubby Tat, wake him up. Ho ho ho! Chubby Tat responded excitedly, then walked over to the lone wolf and lifted it high in the air like a wrestler. Bang! The lone wolf winced in pain as he was slammed hard to the ground by Fat Day. Say, who sent you guys? Jiang Hao asked in a cold voice. The lone wolf forced himself to endure the excruciating pain and gritted his teeth. You will never try to pry anything out of my mouth. Toast to the world. Chubby Tat, slap him. Fat Day directly raised his bushy palm and made a gesture to slap down. The lone wolf was suddenly dead. With this palm down, one would really die. I say, it's the Gao family. It's the Gao family that wants you dead. Lone Wolf yelled in a huff, waving his hands, his legs shaking with fear. He couldn't figure out how a level 6 summoned beast could easily break his defense and kill him in seconds. The Gao family? Jiang Hao frowned. He had never known the Gao family. So why did the Gao family want to kill him? Why did the Gao family want to kill me? Jiang Hao asked after him. Lone Wolf trembled and begged for forgiveness. Specifically, I'm not sure about the specifics. I'm just receiving money to do my job. Big brother, please don't kill me. I definitely won't tell the truth about today. The lone wolf told everything he knew, just to save his own dog's life. Jiang Hao calmed down. There must be a hidden secret behind it that he didn't know. Get lost. Hey, thanks big brother. The lone wolf immediately crawled on his hands and knees, rolling and crawling toward the distance, before he could climb much farther. However, a pair of fluffy paws blocked his path. Looking upward along his paws, he saw that a golden monkey had blocked him from any way out. The words came to an abrupt end. The last image the lone wolf saw was a flash of scarlet light, blooming in his own eyes. Ding! Kill lone wolf. Level 18. Assassin armorer. Experience plus 1500. Ding! Kill horse bull. Level 17. Warrior. Experience plus 1200. I didn't expect these two to be so highly ranked. It seems like this Gao family has put in enough effort to kill themselves. Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with a coldness. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. Since the Gao family wanted to kill themselves, they didn't need to care about any sentimentality. After Jiang Hao gave the corpse a search, he let Little Saint dispose of the scene with a fire. There were thoughts of letting Fat Day devour it, but they were quickly dispelled. There's still a bottom line to being human. If you do whatever it takes to get stronger, what's the difference between you and those magical beasts? But there's still something on these guys that Fat Day could devour. Jiang Hao let Fat Day devour all the equipment he had searched out. After all, these things can't be sold even if their origins are unknown. Devour equipment. Shadow Blade, gain attribute. Agility plus 5. Devour material. Blood Moon Grass, gain attribute. Physique plus 2. Devour equipment. Armor Breaker Axe, acquire skill. Armor Breaker Slash. After Fat Day finished devouring all the items, his size once again skyrocketed by a circle, and the aura on his body became even more powerful. With skills? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Fat Day, try the skill. Fat Day sniffed and let out a low growl, slowly condensing a pair of blood-colored battle axes in his hands. And then, Fat Day swung his double axes violently, and a blood-red axe mane shot out, instantly splitting a large tree in the distance into two halves, and at the same time splitting a passing kobold behind him into slag. Kill kobold LVE. 8. Experience plus 80. Current level 6, 86%. The power is good. Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. After Fat D devoured the armor-breaking axe, he not only gained the armor-breaking chop skill, but also inherited the armor-breaking attribute of the armor-breaking axe. It's certainly a big boost for Fat D. Moreover, in the future, as long as he kept devouring it, Fat D would get more attributes and skills. Attacking the kaleidoscope bears? Jiang Hao had already thought of the future direction of Fat Da's evolution. Regaining his spirit, Jiang Hao continued to walk deeper into the forest. For some reason, the deeper we went, the dimmer the light became. It was clearly daytime, but it was nearly out of reach. Wouldn't really be so lucky to come across a hidden copy? No way. No way? Chapter 20 Upgrade. Golden Orange Word Void Fire Eyes. Tiandu City, Gao Family Villa. Inside the splendid hall, a red-haired teenager was gently polishing the battle axe in his hand. At that moment, a uniformed butler pushed his way in. Young master, the assassin has been arranged in place and is now presumed to have completed his mission. The red-haired teenager sniffed, and the corner of his mouth curved up in a cruel arc. Jiang Hao. Ah, Jiang Hao. I didn't expect that you would dare to refuse the Legendary Professionals Association's special recruitment. It's even if you refuse the special enrollment, how dare you go out of the city alone? If you don't die, who will? The red-haired teenager was none other than the eldest son of the Gao family. A-rank talent awakened. Gao Yang. Young master, it's just a civilian summoner. Why do you have to spend such a price? You know that in China, assassinating a professional in private is a capital offense. Even the Gao family would have to pay if they were found out. Oh, Butler Liu, there are things that it's not good to know too much about. Gao Yang smiled mysteriously and continued to polish the battle axe. And beside him was a document. The 4 scarlet letters S-Class Resources stood out clearly on the top. At this moment, outside the city, deep in the forest, successfully killed demonized kobold LVE. 10. Experience plus 100. Successfully killed demonized elite kobold LVE. 11. Experience plus 300. Successfully killed demonized giant vanguard LVE. 12. Experience plus 500. As the one man, one monkey, and one bear continued to go deeper and deeper, they encountered more and more kobolds, and their levels were also getting higher and higher. Without realizing it, Jiang Hao's experience bar was going to be full. It was mainly because those 2 professionals from earlier had brought enough experience. Otherwise the progress wouldn't have been so fast, but also because of the excessive depth. The surroundings were almost engulfed in darkness and visibility was less than half a meter. It was dark and scary when it was clearly noontime. It greatly affected Jiang Hao's upgrade speed. Besides, in the darkness, there is a high probability of unseen dangers. It would be nice to have a word for detecting attributes. Jiang Hao slandered in his heart. A lot of things can't be detected due to lack of rank. Just as Jiang Hao was thinking, a beep echoed in his ears, directly brushing the screen. Successfully killed demonized ant-eggs LVE 0. Experience plus 20. Successfully killed demonized ant-eggs LVE 0. Experience plus 20. Successfully killed demonized ant-eggs LVE 0. Experience plus 20. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 7. Talent infinite colorful word draw plus 1. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. It turned out that little Sage had just burned an entire nest of iron-armored ants with a single fire, giving him a massive amount of experience. Without delay, Jiang Hao directly extracted the words. He had a feeling that he was bound to be able to draw an auxiliary word this time. In the process of extracting the words, a colorful pillar of light erupted from Jiang Hao's body, enveloping everything around him. Eventually a golden orange word strip stopped in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on winning the golden orange legendary word delusional fire eyes. Eyes of delusion and fire, golden orange legendary phrase. Those who possess this phrase have eyes that can see through delusion and insight, are immune to any illusions and mind control, and gain a certain degree of rebound effect. Evaluation, a pair of fiery eyes that see through falsehoods, unrivaled in the world. Ding! Detected the phrase as an auxiliary phrase that grants the summoner itself. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. This was the auxiliary phrase he had always wanted. The phrase delusional fire eyes is not only able to see through delusions and gain insight into thousands of miles, but it is also immune to any illusions and mind control. This is a god skill for summoners. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to bestow the delusional fire eye on himself. The moment the words were integrated, Jiang Hao only felt a burning heat in his eyes, as if a flame was burning in his eyes. His vision also became clearer, as if he could see through everything around him. Your entry 4 eyes of fire of delusion is in effect. Jiang Hao could clearly feel that he could now see farther away, and everything around him became clearer. Even the kobolds, who were hidden in the darkness, had nothing to hide. It's not a fiery eye, but it's a big difference. Now there's no need to be afraid of the dark anymore. Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. With the void fire eyes, one's combat power had been raised by another notch. Jiang Hao continued to lead Little Saint and Fat Da deeper into the forest. As they continued to go deeper, the darkness around them became thicker. However, with the delusional fire eyes, Jiang Hao was able to easily see everything around him. As for Xiao Shang and Fat Da, both of them were born with spiritual eyes. Although they were not as good as their own void fire eyes, it was still quite easy to see the surrounding kobolds. So it was me who was the weakling in the first place? Suddenly, Jiang Hao stopped his steps. His void fire eyes saw that not far ahead in the pile of rubble, there was a group of dark, ungainly kobolds that were mobbing a couple of human women. Hiss! What's the deal with feeling a little familiar? Jiang Hao immediately unleashed the void fire eyes. Dark kobold. Type, abyssally infested beast. Rank, 13. Power, 80. Body mass, 80. Speed, 80. Spirit, 40. Unique passive, demonization. When blood level drops below 10%, the four-dimensional attributes increase by 20% and fall into a berserker rage, doubling attack speed and speed. Skills, Goblin Bash. Magical Erosion. Stick Strike. Demonized kobolds? With a mere level 13 attribute, the battle power was surprisingly not weaker than that of a warrior of the same level. Besides, it was really a demonic beast that had been eroded and demonized. If it was a real abyssal demon beast, how strong would it be? It was no wonder that since the abyss had descended, the human race still had difficulty resisting the abyssal erosion even after awakening their professions. It was still after the emergence of the 10 great legends of Huaxia that the situation of the human race gradually improved. However, Jiang Hao didn't think much about it and immediately commanded Xiao Shang and Fat Di to save people, robbing monsters. At this moment, a small team of 3 women was being surrounded by 5 dark goblins. All 3 of them averaged around rank 15. Even so, dealing with 5 dark goblins at the same time was quite a struggle. Because of the demonization passive, their offense is limited everywhere. Try to surround yourself with dark goblins and don't trigger the demonization mechanism. A woman with a dark green longbow calmly commanded. Don't move on this side for a while. Wait for me to pull enough hate and then you guys can gather fire. With each shot, she hit a different kobold's vitals, instantly drawing the hatred of the 3 dark kobolds to herself. Ready! The woman immediately stormed back after one arrow, and the other 2 maidens understood and used their skills at the same time. A young girl holding a knight's sword, her entire body lit up with a silver aura, slashed out horizontally. Cross chop, intermediate. A young girl with a healing staff finishes chanting a spell to heal and shield her teammates. Healing technique, holy shield, charge, blast chop, jungle arrows. The archer woman kept shooting green arrows from a distance. The night maiden rushed into the midst of the dark goblins, wide open and poised. The priestess maiden followed close behind, constantly healing the night maiden and ensuring her meatiness. They had practiced this set of coordination countless times and thought they could kill the dark goblin perfectly. But one thing they forgot was that the dark kobold's enchantment was unblockable and had a certain amount of damage immunity. Only a low roar was heard as the 3 dark goblins' blood level plummeted to 10%, triggering the demonization passive. The speed and attacks of the 3 goblins then skyrocketed, and the night maiden was instantly in a crisis. Go! Retreat! Seeing the bad situation, the archery woman shouted in a hurry. But it was too late. A demonized dark goblin stormed up to attack and knocked the priestess girl away with a blow from her stick. There was a rip. Although the young girl dodged the vitals in time, some injuries to her arm were inevitable. Snow-white little arms spilled blood. No good. Save Xiao Xiao. Just in the nick of time, only a golden light flashed by. A golden ape appeared in front of the priest girl at an unknown time. It was the little saint. Fighting battle method, instantaneous explosion. The little saint was surrounded by fire, and his battle intent was high. The dawn lance broke through the air and directly pierced the kobold. Who was the sneak attack? The remaining dark goblin, which had not yet been demonized, reacted extremely quickly and realized that the sneak attacker was actually a monkey. It's a summoned beast. The 3 dark goblins that surrounded the night maiden and the arrow woman heard that the sneak attacker was a summoned beast, and coincidentally looked at the little sage's orientation. Die! Roar! The 3 dark goblins roared and lunged at little saint. Roar! And just then, a roar rang out, only to see a black and white mighty bear descend from the sky. Fat Da's huge body transformed into what looked like a mountain bag and ruthlessly crashed into the center of the 3 dark goblins. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and the terrifying impact directly sent the 3 dark goblins flying directly out, breaking a few large trees before they managed to stop, instantly turning into a black light. So strong, the 3 women looked dumbfounded. The whole thing Less than 10 seconds. 5 berserk dark goblins were killed in seconds just like that. For a while, the 3 women only felt their hearts beating wildly. What kind of god was it that was able to kill a level 13 dark goblin in seconds? It was important to know that the strength of a demonized dark goblin was comparable to that of a level 16 professional. What just saved us seems to be a summoned beast. Summoner? When did the military district have such a strong summoner? Just as they were wondering, they saw a slender young man walking towards them. Look, that should be the summoner who saved us. The priestess maiden pointed in a direction, and the 2 women hurriedly looked over. When the figure of the teenager became clearer, the 3 of them were dumbstruck and their heads went blank. Don't tell me that just killed the dark goblin in seconds. It was a level 7 summoner. Chapter 21 Hidden Abyss Copy. Kill Dark Kobold LVE. 13. Experience plus 250. Kill Dark Kobold LVE. 13. Experience plus 250. Kill Dark Kobold LVE. 13. Experience plus 250. A prompt sounded, and Jiang Hao didn't pay any attention to the 3 people's dumbfounded looks, consciously stepping forward to pack up the loot, while opening his mouth to ask, "Sorry, it was just windy and I didn't hear what you were saying. By the looks of it, you guys should be, what, from the military district?" Jiang Hao took a look at the 3 women's uniform clothing and surmised that they should be from the military region. After all, with the delusional fire eyes, their attributes and information Jiang Hao had etc. at their fingertips. Ryuga. Profession information Rare Profession, Phantom Archer. Rank, 18, Second Order. Attributes, Strength 120, plus 50. Constitution 106, plus 40. Agility 140, plus 46. Spirit 125, plus 10. Equipment attribute bonuses in parentheses. Skills, Jungle Archery LV. 4, Intermediate. Elven Step LV. 2, Intermediate. Equipment, Elven Longbow, Silver. Elven Boots, Silver. Assessment of Potential, Excellent. Personal information. Age, 21. Affiliation, Captain of the 3rd Women's Squad of the Changnan Military District, Tiandu City. Personal hobbies, prefer puppies, kittens and other cute animals. Ideal type, upwardly mobile and patriotic. Triple, 90, 60, 91. Hiss, what a scary woman. When he saw the 3 circumferences, Jiang Hao hurriedly closed his void fire eyes. It's almost juvenile, but this Ryuga one is something else. Jiang Hao swore that it was because of Lu Jia's talent. Definitely not because she's the biggest of the 3. But this was also a disguised proof of the power of the void fire eyes. Not only can you detect professions and equipment, but you can even tell the weaknesses of your enemies, just short of bottoms. Seems to be able to watch it too? We're the 3rd Women's Squad of the City South Military Region, and I'm their leader, Ryuga. Lu Jia broke the short-lived tranquility and stretched out her small, white, jade-like hand. Cough, cough, cough. My name is Jiang Hao, high school student. Jiang Hao held Lu Jia's hand, shook it lightly, and smiled. Hello, Captain Lu. Lu Jia felt the warmth of Jiang Hao's hand. Her pretty face slightly reddened, and she hurriedly drew back her hand. She just had a strange feeling. The feeling as if her whole body was being seen through made her a little sensitive for a moment. You're in high school? Mr. Jiang Hao, what a hero. With the strength of a level 7, he was able to kill a group of level 13 dark goblins in seconds. It's so promising. The 2 female members of the team behind her let out a gush of admiration. Jiang Hao looked like he should have reached level 7 not long after his transfer. Not only was his talent outstanding and powerful, he was also good-looking, so he would naturally gain their favor. Oh, it's just luck. Jiang Hao hurriedly stopped this topic and asked, "So, what are you guys doing here? I should be a bit older than you, so call me Sister Lu Jia." Ryuga laughed softly. "We were ordered to come and scout this place. As you just saw, this place seems to have been completely eroded by the abyss. Once an area is eroded by the abyss, it will spread in a very short period of time. The consequences of entering a human area and not being detected in time are unimaginable." "So it is." Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. "While the abyssal erosion is very dangerous, there is an opportunity. That would be a brand new copy of the abyss. Mr. Jiang Hao, you should be here to upgrade. So a word of advice, it's better not to continue forward." Lu Jia reminded. "The area inside will become more and more dangerous, and even magical beasts above level 20 may appear. We're returning to report to the military district now, so why don't you join us?" "Yes, it's dangerous ahead. Little brother should go back with sister." Faced with the invitation of a beauty, Jiang Hao decisively refused. "Since it's dangerous inside, I won't go in, but I still have to upgrade, and since it's dangerous here, I'll move to another place." After saying that, Ignoring the three women's retentive eyes, he walked backward without looking back. What a strange guy. It's kinda cool though. Talent is good too. Looking at Jiang Hao's back as he gradually walked away, several women whispered. After all, it was still extremely rare for high school students to go out of town alone to upgrade, and most of them would be accompanied by someone. What? Fancy someone else so soon? Ryuga seriously interrupted their chatter. Why don't you go back and submit the mission? If it's late, it's a big deal. On the other side, Jiang Hao had already taken advantage of the cover of gloom to go around into the depths. There was also a brush with the Ryuga girls during that time. However, the light was too dim, and they didn't spot Jiang Hao. It was so hard to stumble upon a wild abyssal copy. How could Jiang Hao miss it? He walked and stopped along the way, constantly killing the magical beasts he encountered. As they leveled up, Little Saint and Fat De became stronger and stronger, especially Little Saint. After fusing the undying Do Shang words, his strength had increased by a large margin. Nowadays, it was able to easily kill level 15 magical beasts in seconds, and Fat Da's defense was even more perverse. Even a level 15 magical beast couldn't shake it in the slightest. As he went deeper, Jiang Hao discovered a huge cave. The entrance to the cave was being guarded by a group of level 14 demonized goblins. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and directly commanded Little Saint and Fat De to charge up. Under the eye of void fire, Jiang Hao was able to find out the weaknesses of the demonized goblin in the first place. Can kill them in seconds before they go berserk. In less than a moment, a group of demonized goblins were wiped out. Jiang Hao walked into the cave and realized that there were other places inside. The cave is very spacious and full of oddly shaped stalagmites and pillars, and in the center of the cave, there was a huge black altar. On top of the altar, there were densely carved runes. Jiang Hao could feel that these runes contained a powerful force. Could this be the entrance to the duplicate? Just as Jiang Hao was puzzled, a prompt sounded. Danger ahead. Please proceed with caution. Danger ahead. Please proceed with caution. Looks like the right place. Jiang Hao immediately opened his void fire eyes and swept around, quickly discovering the speculative doubt. It turned out that this altar was just a blindfold, and the real entrance to the replica was actually that stone pillar. Turtle, how are all the copies of the abyss hidden now? Jiang Hao took a few steps to the stone pillar and reached out to touch it. A dazzling white light lit up. In the next moment, Jiang Hao and Little Saint Fat De disappeared into thin air. Ding! Found hidden copy abyssal cave. Do you enter? Yes. Jiang Hao chose to enter without hesitation. With a flash of white light, Jiang Hao and Little Saint Fat De appeared in a dark and damp cave. The four walls of the cave were covered with stones that gave off a green light, illuminating everything around them. Is this the abyss? Jiang Hao surveyed his surroundings and couldn't help but be a little surprised. This place is completely different from the abyss one imagines. It wasn't as crimson or as fiery as one might expect. There's just gloom, dampness, and roar. Chapter 22 A Perfect Match. A feast of carnage. A furious roar came from the depths of the cave, shaking the rubble in the cave. Jiang Hao looked at the sound, and it wasn't an imaginary kobold, but a huge-sized abyssal troll that was charging towards his side. The abyssal troll was purple-black in color, standing 3.5 meters tall with gnarled muscles, holding a huge stone pillar in its hand. It had a unicorn horn on its head, which shone with a regal, cold light. Open the eyes of false fire. Enchanted beast of the abyss LVE. 17. Power, 200. Body mass, 180. Agility, 150. Spirit, 120. Skills, Abyssal Fury. Abyssal Devouring. Abyssal Shock. 17. Jiang Hao's pupils shrunk. I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful magical beast just as soon as I entered the copy. But in Jiang Hao's eyes, it was nothing but experience for nothing. Little Saint Fata, go! As Jiang Hao gave the order, Little Saint and Fat De immediately rushed up. The Little Saint wielded the Lance of Dawnbreaker like a golden stream of light, aiming straight for the vitals of the demonized abyssal beast. Fat De, on the other hand, swung both his fists and smashed them into the head of the demonized abyssal beast. The demonized abyssal beast roared, and the abyssal fury was unleashed as a powerful shockwave swept towards Little Saint and Fat De. Little Saint and Fat De were knocked back by the shockwave, but quickly stabilized themselves. In the next moment, Little Sage's Do Shang domain was unleashed, and the demonized abyssal beast's speed and strength dropped drastically, and it had to be hard controlled for several seconds. Under the Do Shang domain enchantment, one's own attributes instantly doubled. But that's not all. Only to see the Little Sage's body surrounded by fire and light, the super great fighting law was unleashed, and all of his attributes were once again doubled. At this moment, the Little Saint's battle power had reached an unimaginable level. It wielded the Lance of Dawnbreak and pierced through the demonized abyssal beast's unicorn with a single shot. Minus 25,000. Blood spurted out, and the demonized abyssal beast let out a mournful scream. Fat Day, on the other hand, under the cover of Little Saint, exerted the law of metal and manipulated the surrounding metal into a silver cage, firmly trapping the abyssal beast, and then bloodlight coalesced in both palms, transforming into a pair of blood-colored battle axes. Breaking chop launched. The scarlet battle axe instantly transformed into 2 streaks of bloody light and chopped on the silver cage. Boom! With a loud bang, the cage shattered, and a red number as high as 13,000 appeared above the head of the demonized abyssal beast. What a thick blood bar! Is this a level 17 abyssal demon beast? Jiang Hao was slightly shocked in his heart. It's a good thing you're skilled. In his mind, it was either seconds or a disadvantage. However, due to the hard control of the Dosheng domain, the demonized abyssal beast had yet to react. Little Saint and Fat Dick quickly rushed up and took the opportunity to make up for it. Little Saint's Dawnbreaker gun turned into a stream of light, constantly piercing through the body of the demonized abyssal beast. Fat Da's breaking slash then tore the demonized abyssal beast into pieces. In the end, the abyssal troll let out an unwilling roar and collapsed to the ground. Kill abyssal troll LVE. 17. Experience plus 350. Abyssal bow and arrow. Silver grade plus 30 attack power, plus 20 speed, plus 10% damage to bow and arrow skills. Comes with skill combos, available for level 15 bow and arrow professions. Acquired the blood of the abyss. Automatically placed in the system backpack. Obtained troll's horn. Automatically placed in system backpack. Jiang Hao rushed forward and searched the abyssal troll's corpse. Abyssal blood was an alchemy material that could be used to make all sorts of powerful potions. Troll horns, on the other hand, are good for building weapons. The equipment was good, but Jiang Hao couldn't use it. After all, he's not a loose cannon who can use anything. Jiang Hao put these materials away, then continued to walk deeper into the cave. The cave became more and more spacious, and Jiang Hao discovered a huge underground space after they walked for some distance. In the center of the underground space was a huge pool of blood. The pool of blood tumbled with boiling blood, emitting a pungent bloody odor, and around the blood pool stood a dozen abyssal trolls. Hiss. It's a bit of a bad idea. Jiang Hao frowned. He didn't expect there to be so many abyssal trolls here. Moreover, all of these abyssal trolls were at least level 15 or higher. There were too many abyssal trolls, so I'm afraid it would be a bit troublesome if they were killed one by one. But it's just a bit of a pain in the ass. If he emptied these abyssal demon beasts, he might be able to reach level 8 himself. Unleash the Eternal Ring's damage increase. With a burst of light, Jiang Hao bestowed a damage-increasing buff on Shaosheng and Fat Di respectively. A 30% damage bonus still smells pretty good. You've been reinforced. Get on it. When a monkey and a bear were ordered, they turned into a golden and a white lightning bolt and rushed towards the battlefield. Boom! In just a single glance, an abyssal demon beast was stabbed through the head by the Little Saint, killing it directly in seconds. Nothing else. Numerical crushing. And Fat Di wasn't too shabby either. His tall body descended from the sky and directly gave an abyssal demon beast a Rudraksh. Holy, Kung Fu Panda? Jiang Hao exclaimed in shock. It seemed that Fat Di had gradually comprehended a set of his own fighting style after continuous devouring and learning. And around the blood pool, the battle continued. 8 abyssal trolls surrounded Little Saint, and Chubby Tat wasn't under much pressure, also facing 7 abyssal trolls. And the next moment, golden light flashed as the Dosheng domain was released, with Little Sage as the center. The space within a 100-meter radius became stagnant. Xiao Shang wielded the Dawnbreaker gun. The gun came out like a dragon, forming a flame tornado around it, wrapping the 4 abyssal demonic beasts in it and frantically scorching them. And then he rushed into the midst of the remaining 4 abyssal demon beasts with his lance in hand, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the abyssal troll. Put! The lance of Dawnbreak directly penetrated the heart of the abyssal troll. Minus 20,000. A huge damage number emerged from the abyssal troll's head. The abyssal troll screamed miserably and collapsed. After Little Saint killed the abyssal troll, he didn't stop, but continued to rush towards the next abyssal troll. Under the reinforcement of the Dosheng domain, the Little Saint was like a god of war, weaving back and forth in the narrow space. Every time he came and went, while setting off a storm, he was able to take away an abyssal demon beast's blood bar. Not so much the way Fat Di plays. Fat Di was seen manipulating the metal laws to cloak himself in a layer of silver and black battle armor. Fat Di, who possessed the Overlord blood armor enchantment, had an extremely high physical defense along with a ridiculously high strength. Wielding his blood-colored battle axe like a heavy cannon, he continuously bombarded the abyssal trolls. At the same time, the Scarlet Battleaxe's armor-breaking effect came with it. The Abyssal Troll's defense was like papier-mâché in front of this pair of blood-colored battleaxes. One after another, bloody light emerged from the body of the Abyssal Demon Beast, and the Abyssal Demon Beast that was trapped by Fat Da's opening to create a cage with the metal laws was constantly screaming inside, but it just couldn't get out. Chubby Tat, turn it up. With Zheng Hao's order, Fat Da stopped attacking. Only Fat Da stomped his foot violently, and a powerful wave of air spread out in the surroundings. Wherever the airwaves passed, the bodies of the Abyssal Trolls became sluggish. This was the new skill that Fat Da had obtained after devouring the demonized Abyssal Beast. Groundshaking. Earthshaker's effect is to reduce the speed and strength of surrounding enemies, and comes with an armor-breaking effect. With the blessing of the Ring of Eternity and the Do Sheng domain, Fat Da's strike directly reduced the Abyssal Demon Beast's attributes and mobility to an astonishing level. Xiao Shang seized the opportunity and wielded the Lance of Dawnbreaker to charge into the group of Abyssal Trolls. The Dawnbreak Lance danced, turning into a stream of light and piercing through the body of the Abyssal Troll. Minus 35,000. Minus 32,000. Minus 36,000. A huge damage number emerged from the Abyssal Troll's head. In just 2 minutes, the dozen or so Abyssal Demon Beasts were turned into corpses and turned into experience. Ding! Congratulations! Leveling up to level 8. Infinite colorful word talent trigger. Plus 1 word extraction. Chapter 23, Doesn't He Want to Die? Golden green word fusion. Meanwhile, in the city of Tianchang, the city's southern military district, the city of Tiandu is divided into north and south military districts, which are responsible for monitoring abyssal encroachment outside the city and dealing with related abyssal incidents. After Lu Jia and the three of them learned the directions of the abyssal erosion, they hoofed it back to the city's southern military region, finally returning within half an hour. Captain Ryu, back? When the soldiers guarding the gate saw Lu Jia, they immediately greeted him and opened the door to greet him. Where is the battalion commander? I have something important to report. Ryuga was panting and looked anxious. Battalion commander? The soldier thought for a moment and immediately said, the battalion commander is in the central tent and seems to be discussing something. As if, Ryuga heard the battalion commander's orientation, and without listening further to what was to follow, hurried toward the central tent. At this moment, inside the central tent, several people were staring intently at the electronic light screen in the center. The center of the electronic light screen was constantly flashing a blinding red dot. A copy of the demonized abyss has appeared, and someone must be sent to deal with it as soon as possible. I'll personally send someone there, and Mayor Lin will be responsible for holding down the rear. Any objections? Battalion Commander Guo Feiping said in a deep voice after scanning the entire room. This time, the abyssal copy appeared very strange. If not dealt with in time, I'm afraid that the magical beasts in the copy will come out to do harm and jeopardize the surrounding professionals. It's just an abyssal copy. There's no need to worry so much. Lin Chuan waved his hand. If it's not possible, I'll go myself. He had originally traveled to the military zone to trade some materials that could revive the soul flame, but he didn't expect to stumble upon the abyssal copy appearing. If a single copy of the abyss is going to require Mayor Lin to make a move, won't that make my military region look incompetent? Guo Feiping didn't agree with him. After all, it hadn't been peaceful around the celestial city recently, and if this strongest person wasn't there, something big might happen. He vaguely felt that this time, the appearance of the abyssal copy was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. At that moment, the tent was pushed open and a dusty figure walked in. Reporting to the battalion commander, the 3rd Women's Squad has discovered abyssal erosion in the northwestern direction and the level of the infested magical beasts has reached level 15. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, Lu Jia came up and reported the directions to the abyssal copy. Among the military districts, as long as one knows information about the abyssal erosion, one can report it directly to the Supreme Commander. What? A level 15 magical beast? Guo Feiping and Lin Chuan exclaimed at the same time. A level 15 magical beast, even they, the strongest of them, had to pay attention to it. As long as you reach a level 15 or higher abyssal copy, it is highly likely that a level 20 abyssal commander will appear. The abyssal commander was no less difficult than a level 25 boss. Extremely intelligent and at the same time exceptionally powerful. The danger is very serious. There had been an incident where an abyssal commander had encroached on a city. Lu Jia, are you sure it's a level 15 magical beast? Guo Feiping asked in a deep voice. Back to the battalion commander. We saw it with our own eyes. There's absolutely no mistaking it. Ryuga cut in. Okay, we'll make a trip right away. However, in a short while, the group was guided by Lu Jia to the place where the abyss was eroding. As soon as they arrived at the abyssal erosion, the abyssal detector rang out. but when they came to a cave, a heart still sank, because this copy of the abyss, someone has already entered. Once a person enters the abyssal copy, it is no longer opened until the person who entered passes or dies. What's going on? I clearly remember evacuating the surrounding crowd. Ryuga wrinkled his delicate brow, but a moment later, she seemed to think of something and murmured, "It can't really be him. Captain Liu, do you know who's inside?" Guo Feiping asked. He. I also want to know what kind of good man dares to enter the abyssal copy. Lin Chuan also chimed in on the side. Since Lin Chuan strongly requested to come along, Guo Feiping didn't have any choice. Here's the thing. Ryuga slowly told the story of what had happened not too long ago. Upon hearing that a level 7 summoner killed a level 15 dark goblin in seconds, everyone in the military region, including Guo Feiping, fell silent. If they weren't familiar with Ryuga's character, they would have thought she was lying. Summoners, not to mention fighting across levels, would have a hard enough time even fighting the same level. Originally, Lin Chuan had scared when he heard that level 7 killed level 15. His smile froze when he heard it was a summoner. Are you saying that the summoner most likely entered the abyssal copy by mistake? Lin Chuan's tone was drawn out. That summoner, is he tall, handsome, and a bit cynical, and then the summoned beast is a monkey? Yeah, exactly what Mayor Lin said. Ryuga nodded his head in a hurry. I blanch. How did that kid dare to enter the abyssal copy? He doesn't want to die? Lin Chuan helplessly held his forehead. Guo Feiping also had a grave expression on his face. It would be a shame for such a talented young man to die in an abyssal copy. After all, an abyssal copy can't be resurrected. Meanwhile, inside the copy, Jiang Hao, who had just upgraded, looked at his experience bar with joy. Rank, 8, 20%. The batch of abyssal demonic beasts just now not only brought him a large amount of experience, but also burst out a skill book and numerous spirit crystals and materials. Middle-ranked mage skill book Rockfall, level 13 learnable. Low-order spirit crystal times 10. Abyssal ore times 3. Abyssal horn times 8. Not bad for a copy of the abyss, with a high burst rate of steam. In the outside world, a single low-grade spirit crystal was worth $100,000. And the abyssal materials, that's not to mention. As long as it's tied to the abyss, the price won't be low. This was also the reason why professionals rushed to enter even though they knew that abyssal copies were dangerous. We have to eat. This skill book is useless to me. It's better to give it to Fat Day. Jiang Hao casually threw the skill book into Fat Da's mouth. While it shows level 13 available, it doesn't show that it's inedible under level 13. Taotia's stomach, devour the book of falling stones. No skill acquired. Strength plus 3. Resistance to earth magic plus 5%. It's not bad. No skills but a little increase in resistance is better than nothing. After feeding Fat De and Little Saint some food, Jiang Hao rubbed his hands together and started extracting new words. In the process of extracting the words, a colorful pillar of light erupted from Jiang Hao's body, enveloping everything around him. Jiang Hao's eyes swept through the words, finally resting on a golden green card. Congratulations on winning the word integration. Chapter 24, Genius Panda, Boss appears, Abyssal Commander. Blend, gold green legendary word. Those who possess this word have superb learning ability, able to blend all kinds of knowledge and skills. The speed of learning is greatly increased, and the success rate when comprehending new skills is greatly increased. Verdict, a standard for geniuses, a treasure trove of knowledge. I blanch, so green. Jiang Hao immediately moved the golden green words on top of his head down a bit. After a period of groping, Jiang Hao vaguely knew the law of word extraction. Generally speaking, orange, purple, black and the like are combat-oriented words, and green, white, blue and the like favor the secondary category. Jiang Hao thought about it and felt that this fusion was still more suitable for Fat De. The little sage's talent and comprehension ability was extremely high in itself, and more fusion would just be the icing on the cake. But Fat De is different. It can get brand new skills by infinite devouring through the Taotia's stomach. But with Fatty's original comprehension ability, if he wanted to do 1 + 1 is greater than 2, he would need to spend a lot of energy. If you get combat skills it's fine. If you get mana and assassin classes, let's just say there are specialties in the arts. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to give fusion to Fat De. The moment the words were incorporated, Fat Da's body underwent a radical change. This time Chubby Tat didn't get any bigger, and the fur on his body turned much darker. The originally clear and translucent large eyes suddenly gained a bit more depth. It was like growing from 8 to 18 overnight. Your Jilly War Beast, Fat D's fusion entry is in effect. Jilly War Beast, Fat D, Epic. Jilly War Beast, Fat D, Epic. Jiang Hao could clearly feel that Fat Da's aura had become even more powerful. It's not a direct upgrade, but it's much better than a direct upgrade. Power, 348 to 430. Physique, 358 to 445. Speed, 303 to 380. Spirit, 296 to 380. Is this the genius panda? Zhang Hao looked Fat Day up and down. Obviously nothing has changed in appearance, but it always feels like it's changed a lot. Zhang Hao sized up Fat Day, only to see that it looked even more agile now, with the light of wisdom flickering in its eyes. Chubby Tat, try out your new ability, Zhang Hao said in a hurry. Fat Day nodded excitedly at the words, then stepped aside, closed his eyes and began to comprehend the new skill. Only golden light flowed from its body, and a rune danced around its body. A moment later, Fat Day opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Your summoned beast, Jolie War Beast, Fat Day, has integrated earth shaking and metal law, and has acquired the metal earth explosion, a gold earth skill. Roar! Chubby Tat roared and slammed his two huge claws on the ground. The earth trembled violently, and countless metal fragments flew up from the ground, coalescing into a huge metal ball in the air. Boom! The metal ball came crashing down, smashing a huge deep hole in the ground. A level 15 voided abyssal troll on the side was directly smashed into mush under the metal ground blast. Good lord, what kind of skill is this? It's so fierce. Zhang Hao marveled. Fat Day had actually fused Earthshaker and Metal Law into a brand new skill that was even more powerful. This fusion of words is true to its name. With this phrase, Chubby Da's combat prowess has been raised another notch. And later on, different response skills can be developed for different battles. Chubby Tat, you're a genius. Zhang Hao couldn't help but praise it. Chubby Tat sniffed and grinned a goofy grin. It walked to Zhang Hao's side and rubbed its head against his arm, seemingly inviting credit. Afterward, Zhang Hao, Little Shang, and Fat Day continued to go deeper into the underground space. The space was becoming more spacious, but there weren't many abyssal devils. It seemed that this level had been cleared of the abyssal demon beasts. Zhang Hao found a few huge stone pillars after walking some more distance. The stone pillars were carved with all sorts of runes, emitting an ancient aura. These stone pillars, could they be the organs here? Zhang Hao opened his eyes of delusional fire, and everything around him was as transparent under the eyes of delusional fire. He walked over to a stone pillar and reached out to touch it. A light lit up the stone pillar, and then it slowly moved, revealing a dark hole. It seems that this is the entrance to the next level. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Hao immediately stepped into the cave entrance. Ding! You have entered the second level of the abyssal cavern. Attention! There is an abyssal commander on this level. Extremely dangerous. Please explore with caution. Zhang Hao and Little Saint Fat Day followed the cave entrance to the second level. The second level was a much more spacious space, illuminated by countless torches set into the surrounding walls. In the center of the space, there was a huge altar. On the altar, a huge fire dragon was coiled. The fire dragon was reddish in color, with a blazing flame burning on its body, emitting a terrifying pressure. Holy, it's a dragon! Zhang Hao immediately utilized his void fire eyes. Abyssal Nightmare, Lord, Boss. Rank, 20. Strength, 538 plus, 68. Physique, 488 plus, 58. Speed, 360 plus, 90. Spirit, 510 plus, 95. Skills, Empathic Dreaming. Nightmare Space, Empathic Descent, currently in descent state. Get some of the skills of the empathic target. Flame Retaining Breath. Inferno Claw. What a terrifying skill. Zhang Hao's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw the boss's attributes. It seems that the fire dragon in front of me is the imaginary form of this abyssal nightmare, but that's pretty damn sick, isn't it? Not only is it a numerical monster, but how outrageous the skills have to be. Moreover, Zhang Hao vaguely remembered that abyssal commanders were all extremely intelligent creatures. The intelligence of some abyssal commanders was not even lower than that of humans. Little Saint, Fat Day, be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. Zhang Hao reminded. Little Saint and Fat Day sniffed and immediately went on guard. The abyssal fire dragon slowly opened its eyes and looked at Zhang Hao and the others. The moment it saw Zhang Hao, a killing chance flashed through its eyes. Roar! The abyssal fire dragon roared, opened its bloody mouth, and spewed out a mouthful of roaring flames. The fiery flames came from all over the sky, instantly drowning Zhang Hao and the others. At the moment of crisis, Chubby Tat immediately stepped forward. Fusion is activated immediately. The earth trembled violently, and the stone monument that covered the sky rose up, defending the entirety of the fiery flames. When the abyssal fire dragon saw that its attack was blocked, a look of doubt flashed in its eyes. It did not expect that this tiny summoned beast in front of it would be able to block its own attack. Roar! The abyssal fire dragon roared once again, its body flames flourishing. its body began to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it became the size of a small mountain. Chapter 25, The Indestructible Fighting Saint reveals his divine power. Only attacking and not defending, the world is unrivaled. Looking at the mountain-sized fire dragon in front of him, Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows. Worthy of being an abyssal boss? The skills were just perverted. Human, take one step forward and die. At this time, this fire dragon unexpectedly spat out human words. The voice was hoarse and low, but filled with endless killing intent. Strange, the abyssal commander and the professionals are all enemies. How could they be so kind as to let me leave? Zhang Hao immediately opened his void fire eyes, trying to find out some speculative doubts. As expected, under the gaze of the delusional fire eye that could be called under perspective, the weakness of the fire dragon was quickly discovered by Zhang Hao. Abyssal Nightmare's lack of proficiency in dream descent objects will greatly reduce the time it takes to use it. Nice guy, turns out he's a fox. Zhang Hao didn't have any last hesitation, immediately attaching a damage-increasing buff to Little Sage and Fat De. Go, slay the dragon today. As soon as Zhang Hao's words fell, Little Saint and Fat De rushed up in unison. The Little Saint wielded the Lance of Dawnbreak, flames twining above the tip of the lance, pointing straight at the heart of the fire dragon. Fat De, on the other hand, maneuvered the metal laws and coalesced the metal fragments around him into a huge metal warhammer that smashed into the fire dragon's head. Facing Little Saint and Fat De's attacks, the fire dragon roared up to the sky, the flames on its body blazing even more fiercely. It swung its huge dragon claws and slapped at Little Saint and Fat De. However, Little Saint and Fat De's speed and strength far exceeded that of the fire dragon. The Little Saint even exerted the Do Sheng domain, causing the fire dragon's speed and power to drop drastically. Within the Do Sheng domain, Little Saint and Fat De were like gods of war. Invincible, minus 13,698, minus 15,858, minus 26,325. Little Saint's Dawnbreaker's spear pierced through the fire dragon's scale armor, leaving a bone-deep wound on the fire dragon's body. Minus 11,358, minus 12,638, minus 22,536. Chubby Da's metal warhammer was even more powerful, and each blow caused the fire dragon to let out a scream. The fire dragon was furious and attacked Little Sage and Fat De frantically, but all of its attacks were easily dodged by Little Saint and Fat De. Damned human ants! You forced me to do this. Seeing that it could not help Little Sage and Fat De, a look of determination flashed in the eyes of the fire dragon. Skilled Nightmare Space activated. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a mouthful of black mist. The black mist instantly spread out, enveloping Little Saint and Fat De. No good. This is Nightmare Space. Zhang Hao's face changed. Nightmare Space was the domain skill of the Abyssal Nightmare, and once enveloped in it, one would be plunged into a nightmare. Within the nightmare, the Abyssal Nightmare's power will be greatly increased, and it will even be possible to summon magical beasts that the Abyssal Nightmare once had a vision of. Little Saint, Fat De, watch out, Zhang Hao reminded. Apparently, though, his worries were redundant. The Little Saint possessed the indestructible Do Sheng's resistance to mental attacks could be said to be completely resistant, and after Fat De was strengthened by the constant devouring of the Taoye's stomach, his own combined defense was also pulled full. How is that possible? The Abyssal Nightmare could not help but doubt itself when it saw that these two weak summoned beasts remained unharmed in its nightmare space. Little Saint, directly utilize the undying Do Sheng, and fight quickly. The Little Sage received the order and directly turned on to open the Indestructible Fighting Sage mode. Indestructible Fighting Saint, unique passive, immunity to one certain death attack. Active, maintains blood level at 1 for 60 seconds. Increases all attributes by 500%. Immunizes to all controls. Increases bludgeon rate by 100%. Increases bludgeon damage by 100%. Cooldown time 5 hours. After opening the indestructible Do Sheng, Zhang Hao was able to see the Little Sage's blood bar instantly drop to 1 point, but the attributes skyrocketed right up to breaking the 1,000 mark. Boom! A monstrous battle intent spread in all directions with the Little Saint as the center. At the same time, the Do Battle Law and Do Sheng domains were once again empowered. Little Saint's attributes skyrocketed once again. At this moment, the Little Saint's body surface shone with golden light. His battle intent was overwhelming, and his monkey hair stood up, just like a super scion possessing a body. How is it possible? When the Abyssal Nightmare felt the aura emanating from the Little Saint, it only felt chills on the surface of its body and its heart trembled as it immediately wanted to flee. But how could it, covered by the Do Sheng domain, escape the Little Saint's gun? Little Saint rushed to the Abyssal Nightmare with an arrow step, and the Dawnbreaker gun in his hand turned into a golden stream of light. directly penetrating through the abyssal nightmare's heart. Minus 223,333. A terrifying damage number rose from abyssal nightmare's head. The abyssal nightmare let out a miserable scream, and the fire dragon's huge body collapsed to the ground, turning into a sky full of flames that dissipated in the surroundings. Successfully killed the boss abyssal nightmare. Experience plus 5,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host's first pass through the wild abyssal copy, reaching the achievement. Abyssal Challenger. Note, plus 5% damage to abyssal wraiths when worn. Acquired items, Breath of the Abyss, purple, Crystal of the Abyss, purple, Scales of Nightmare, blue. At the same time, a glittering treasure chest appeared in the center of the altar. Jiang Hao went forward and opened it. Obtain Soul Battlefield Copy Challenge Scroll ×1. Obtain Exclusive Skill Scroll ×1. Obtaining Primary Skill Scroll x10. Congratulations on your outburst of good fortune and obtaining the equipment. Eternal War Robe, Diamond. Congratulations on your first pass through the Abyss copy. Experience plus 8,000. Ding! Congratulations. Level up to 9. Infinite Colorful Word Talent Trigger. Plus 1 word extraction. A series of information appeared on Jiang Hao's panel, making Jiang Hao a bit dazzled. Chapter 26, Great Harvest. Collecting the Eternal Set. Exclusive Skills. A series of information appeared on Jiang Hao's panel, making Jiang Hao a bit dazzled. It's worthy of being an abyssal copy. The explosive rate is steaming high. Jiang Hao began to check out his loot after silently praising it in his heart. Breath of the Abyss, purple, the essence blood of the abyssal commander, which can be used to refine various powerful potions and equipment. Abyssal Dragon Crystal, purple, the crystal core of an abyssal fire dragon, containing powerful fire energy that can be used to create various fire equipment and weapons. Nightmare Scales, blue, the scales of an abyssal nightmare, containing spiritual power, which can be used to create a variety of spiritual equipment and jewelry. These materials are very precious. In particular, the Abyssal Breath and Abyssal Dragon crystals were worth a lot of money. However, what surprised Jiang Hao the most was that piece of equipment, the Eternal Battle Robe. Eternal War Robe, Diamond Strength plus 60, Physique plus 60, Agility plus 60, Spirit plus 60, all attributes plus 15%, damage reduction 20%, additional skill Eternal Guardian. There is no level restriction on equipment. Eternal Guardian, when attacked by a lethal attack, 50% of your life value is consumed to form an impenetrable shield for 300 seconds with a cooldown of 5 hours. So strong, Jiang Hao couldn't help but cry out in shock. This Eternal War Robe, with a very comprehensive attribute bonus, also came with a life-saving skill. With this Eternal Battle Robe, Jiang Hao's survivability would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, Jiang Hao also possessed the Ring of Eternity. So didn't that mean he had already collected a set of eternal sets? Jiang Hao can't wait to wear the Eternal Battle Robe. Ding! Congratulations on the new set of eternal sets. Effect, all attributes plus 20%. All skill effects enhanced by 50%. All damage received reduced by 30%. Your profession is detected as Mythic Summoner. Eternal Set Awakening exclusive effect. Summoned Beast damage bonus plus 100%. Not only were his own attributes and skills boosted, but even his summoned beasts were incidentally boosted by a large amount of damage. Jiang Hao couldn't wait to check up the panel. Name, Jiang Hao. Profession, Mythic Summoner, only. Rank 9. Talent I, Mythic Reappearance, SSS+. For each beast pet summoned, be able to draw a mythic bloodline for it. Talent 2, Unlimited Colorful Words, SSS+. Able to draw a colorful word once per level. Number of draws remaining. 1. Power, 368. Body Mass, 358. Agility, 368. Spirit, 553. Equipment, Legendary Metal. Boots of Fire. Ring of Eternity. Robe of Eternity. Exclusive phrase, Reborn in Fire, Myth, False Fire Eyes, Gold Orange. Summoned Beasts, Spirit Monkey, Little Sage, Legend. Jolly War Beast, Chubby, Epic ×9. Remaining Summoner Space, 2/3. This attribute is something a level 9 summoner can possess? Even Jiang Hao was shocked by his own attributes. The Spirit of 553 is more mage than mage. If Jiang Hao were to switch to become a mage now, he might be even more powerful than that legendary profession Holy Spirit Mage. But transferring is impossible. Not in this lifetime. Besides, he himself had a 50% damage immunity from the equipment enchantment. Maybe one day when one's hands get itchy, let the little saint set up a Dosheng domain and get on it himself. Jiang Hao was quite confident in his fighting skills. At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the exclusive skill scroll. It was important to know that the value of an exclusive skill scroll was ridiculously high. 500 million guaranteed, and the kind with a price tag. Your profession is mythic summoner detected. Do you use the exclusive skill scroll? Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to choose to use it. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill, Mythic Domain. Mythic Domain, exclusive active skill. Exclusive to mythic summoners upon release. Boost all attributes of friendly summoned beasts within range by 100% and skill effects by 50%. Immune to all control effects and negative effects. And can transfer the skills of any summoned beast to itself. Skill cooldown time 1 hour. Good lord, another divine skill. Jiang Hao couldn't help but cry out in shock. This mythic realm is literally tailor-made for summoners. Within the mythic realm, Little Sage and Fat Da's attributes and skill effects would be drastically increased, and they were also immune to all control effects and negative effects. And you can also get the skills of the summoned beasts at will. Wouldn't that mean that only 2 Do Sheng domains could be stacked? Without delay, Jiang Hao immediately started the experiment. As Jiang Hao's mind moved, the mythological domain was unleashed. At once, with him at the center, the space within a 100-meter radius was enveloped in a golden light, and a layer of golden light enveloped the bodies of Little Saint and Fat Da at the same time. However, with the mythic domain's enhancement, Little Saint and Fat Da's attributes once again skyrocketed. The Little Saint's attributes, which were already close to 1,000 after opening the Do Sheng domain, directly broke the 1,000 mark after the mythic domain was added. Try skill transfer again. With a thought, Jiang Hao transferred Little Saint's Do Sheng domain to himself. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Fighting Saint Field. Fighting Saint Field can burst out the ferocious Fighting Saint's soul, increasing its own 4-dimensional attributes by 200%, 100% for surrounding friends, while lowering the opponent's 4-dimensional attributes by 50%, immune to all control effects, and greatly increasing its recovery ability. After obtaining the Do Sheng domain, Jiang Hao used it for the first time. Buzz! In an instant, the dual Do Sheng domain and Myth domain were superimposed together. Jiang Hao's body was filled with golden light, and his body was filled with battle intent, just like a god of war descending to earth. Your 4-dimensional attributes have been increased by 300% and the 4-dimensional attributes of your summoned beasts have been increased by 200%, thanks to the dual Do Sheng and mythic domains. Jiang Hao could barely suppress the AK at the corner of his mouth as he felt the surging power and explosive attributes in his body. Who would dare to believe that a level 9 summoner could have attributes that broke 1,000? It was only temporary, but it was shocking enough. This is really going to be unbeatable. Jiang Hao pressed down his inner excitement and looked at the last trophy. Battlefield of the Souls Challenge Scroll ×1. Introduction. After using it, you can enter the legendary copy. The Battlefield of the Souls, level 20 can enter. Chapter 27 Ing Soul Battlefield. The legendary Sword Spirit Secret Realm. The Battlefield of Heroes. Seeing the name of this copy, Jiang Hao's heart beat wildly. Jiang Hao had heard something about this copy. Legend has it that the Battlefield of the Spirits is one of the most dangerous copies of the Abyss. Not only were there powerful abyssal demonic beasts inside, there were also countless undead creatures. Moreover, there was a mysterious legend of the Battlefield of the Souls. Legend has it that in the depths of the Ing Soul's battlefield, there is an absolute divine sword, the Sword Spirit, sealed. This Sword Spirit is said to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, this legend has been kept secret and very few people know about it. Jiang Hao knew this because he had once read about it in one of the old drunkard's books. He had thought it was a legend. I didn't expect that I would be able to obtain a challenge scroll for a copy of the Battlefield of Souls. This is just a great opportunity. It was a pity that the level wasn't enough. Otherwise Jiang Hao couldn't wait to enter the Ing Soul battlefield right now. It might even be possible to take in a sword spirit as a summoned beast. How awesome would that be? Maybe with a sword spirit, one would be able to fly with a sword. It's every man's romance. It's time to go back when the meritocracy is complete. Jiang Hao, harboring a good mood, walked towards the gate of the duplicate teleportation space that appeared behind the treasure chest with a 6-parent pace. However, just at the moment when Jiang Hao's figure disappeared, the originally empty treasure chest suddenly coalesced with channels of black mist, which turned to be replaced by a black shadow. The dark shadow gazed icily at the gradually closing teleportation gate. I didn't expect this kind of existence to appear in the human race. It must be strangled in the cradle as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will definitely affect my king's plan. After saying that, the black shadow dissipated into a cloud of smoke, and Jiang Hao didn't know that he had been targeted by a certain dangerous existence. Outside the duplicate, the military district squad led by Guo Feiping and Lin Chuan stood by. Nearly an hour and a half had passed since the copy appeared, but Jiang Hao had never appeared. It's a pity that such a talented young man died so prematurely. It's truly a sorrow for the human race. Guo Feiping sighed. No surprise, There should be no miracles. Lu Jiao was also biting her red lips tightly at this moment, her beautiful eyes trembling. She regretted it. If she had been a bit tougher, maybe Jiang Hao would have gone back with her and wouldn't have mistakenly entered the demonized abyss copy. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, frowned and was silent. Obviously, he wouldn't think that Jiang Hao, a level 7 summoner, would be able to survive from among the demonized abyss copies. Just this time, a sudden movement came from the long silent demonized abyss copy. Battalion Commander, something's coming out. All troops on alert. Never let the magical beasts inside infect anything. Guo Feiping spoke out sternly, and the soldiers behind him raised their own weapons and firearms, aiming them at the dark and deep replica door. In the next moment, a figure slowly appeared and gradually became clearer. However, just as that figure was about to step out of the gate, it suddenly stopped. This one made the mentally strained soldiers nearly fail to suppress the weapons in their hands. No dude, do bosses even bluff nowadays? And the next moment, the figure in the middle of the replica gate was suddenly bowed down as if it was pounding something. That move, it always feels a bit like tying a shoelace. Soldier? Just when their spirit was a bit slack, the black shadow suddenly came out, scaring them so much that they almost couldn't hold the weapons in their hands. What the hell? Are all the abyssal demons so intelligent now? And it's scary? Just as they wanted to attack, a cold heckle rang out, once again striking the taut hearts of these soldiers. Stop! This is a human, not a magical beast. Guo Feiping immediately stopped the movement of the soldiers present. Just to make sure, he also used his own skill, shock art. That's going to be tough on the soldiers. The heart suddenly endured 3 times, comparable to the stimulation of a jumper, making them cover their somewhat stuffy chests. And at this moment, Jiang Hao, who was originally a bit confused, was even more confused at this moment. How come when dude comes out, all the long guns are pointed at him? And what was all that yelling just now? It caused him to almost do it. He had merely seen the replica door and had the sudden urge to do a sprint dash. What's going on? Is that against the law? I don't think there's such a law in China. Is there? But Jiang Hao quickly reacted. It seemed that these soldiers should be here to deal with this demonized abyss copy. And one bumps right into them. Kid, why did you come out from inside? Lin Chuan went forward and patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. In his opinion, it was already a miracle that Jiang Hao, a level 7 summoner, could survive in the midst of a level 15 demonized abyss copy. I didn't expect that he would be able to pass the copy, which was unbelievable. Mayor Lin, why are you here? As for this copy, won't I just teleport out when I pass it? Jiang Hao replied honestly. Copy teleportation? You mean, you passed this copy? Guo Feiping asked in surprise. You cleared this copy alone? Sort of, Jiang Hao humbly said. Anyway, after killing the magical beasts inside, the copy let me out. What's wrong? Is this copy hard? Lin Chuan, Guo Feiping. It was then that they reacted to the fact that Jiang Hao didn't know about the matter of the abyssal commander appearing. Did you run into the abyssal commander in there? Guo Feiping asked tentatively. Abyssal commander? Jiang Hao nodded after thinking for a moment. I ran into it, and already killed it. At the moment, the presence was silent. The only sound that echoed around was the sharp breathing of the crowd. You're telling me that a level 20 copy of the demonized abyss, which required the battalion commander's hand to make it foolproof, was so lightly solved by a high school student? Good boy. Looks like I underestimated you after all. Lin Chuan heavily patted Jiang Hao's shoulder again. Mayor Lin, I don't think Mr. Jiang Hao has received an offer from the university yet, right? At that moment, Guo Feiping also walked up. College invitations not so much. What? Your military district got a crush on this kid? Lin Chuan playfully glanced at Guo Feiping. You don't know. This kid even refused the legendary Professionals Association's special recruitment. Do you think he'll go to the military region? So what if it's the legendary Professionals Association? It's not like it conflicts with the military district anyway. Guo Feiping didn't care about Lin Chuan's words and came to Jiang Hao. How about it? Student Jiang Hao, do you have any intention of joining our military district? You should know that the military district has the most and largest number of copies in the entire country. Guo Feiping crackled a bunch of knowledge about the military region to Jiang Hao, and listened to Jiang Hao a little heartily. After all, the military district was a difficult place to enter for a military district for an ordinary professional. Moreover, the military district was also responsible for dealing with various abyssal copies and abyssal magical beasts, as well as abundant cultivation resources and experience copies. However, Jiang Hao still refused. For one thing, he didn't want to be tied down. He wanted to be free to raise his strength and didn't want to be bound by any constraints. Secondly, he hadn't forgotten his agreement with the old drunk. Thank you for the invitation. National Battalion Commander. But I have no intention of joining the military district for the time being. I still plan to take the entrance exam. Jiang Hao politely refused. It's okay, your talent is strong. I'm sure you'll become a powerful professional in the future. I only hope that when you are strong later, you will not forget your country. Guo Feiping didn't force the issue and patted Jiang Hao's shoulder before leading the army away. Cheer up, oh student Jiang Hao. I hope that my sister will be able to see you make a name for yourself amongst the college entrance exams in the future. Lu Jia went up and gave Jiang Hao a big hug at the same time, but also let Jiang Hao experience what is called the scale of the grand and deep. By the way, that state battalion commander. Wait a moment. Just when Guo Feiping and his group were about to go far away, Jiang Hao called him back. What? Regretting it and wanting to join the military region? Guo Feiping laughed. No, it's that. Shouldn't there be a reward for me solving the demonized abyss copy? Chapter 28, Generous Reward. A chance to conquer abyssal creatures? At those words, Guo Feiping's head was filled with black lines. He thought it was Jiang Hao who regretted wanting to join the military region. He had it all figured out how to say it. Ha ha ha. National Battalion Commander. That's just the way this kid is. Don't mind if you do. Lin Chuan unabashedly laughed on the sidelines. After all, there was a time when he himself had been snared quite a bit by this kid. This kid is a living, breathing money grubber. However, Guo Feiping wasn't really angry. Jiang Hao had risked his life to deal with a copy of the demonized abyss for the military region, and deserved to be rewarded appropriately. It was only that Jiang Hao had sort of set a precedent, making him not think of what he wanted to offer as a reward for a while. After all, Jiang Hao had also rescued Lu Jia, and he had to give Jiang Hao the best reward as a matter of reason. Fellow student Jiang Hao, why don't you come back to the military region with us first, and then we'll distribute the rewards for you after we've discussed the results, Guo Feiping suggested. Faced with Guo Feiping's suggestion, Jiang Hao naturally wouldn't refuse, so he followed behind Lu Jia and walked in the direction of the military district in the south of the city. Looking at Jiang Hao and Lu Jia's departing back, Lin Chuan said, "It's better to be young. I wouldn't have been like this if I had been as flirtatious as this kid back then." After thinking about it, Lin Chuan touched Guo Feiping. "I say, old Pang, if you had just told that kid about that plan, maybe he would have agreed." Guo Feiping smiled lightly at his words and shook his head. "The quota for that program is too precious, and just one copy of the demonized abyss can be far from enough. As the mayor, Buddy Lin naturally sees higher and farther. After all, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, and the Sky City, after all, is still too small." Lin Chuan sniffed and smiled disdainfully. What a load of there is outside of people and outside of heaven, but it's just relying on the mountains and mountains that were laid down by the previous generation. How many of them actually work? Honestly, I'm high on this kid. Guo Feiping looked at Lin Chuan with some surprise and nodded, not saying anything else, but continuing to walk forward. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, glanced at Jiang Hao's back thoughtfully, the corner of his mouth hooked into a meaningful smile. South of the city military district, inside the conference room, Jiang Hao, Lu Jia, Guo Feiping, and Lin Chuan sat around the conference table. "Student Jiang Hao, for your reward, we've already discussed it." Guo Feiping opened the door and said, "In light of your contribution to the military region this time, we've decided to award you 300 military honors." Military honors? Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. Lu Jia explained at the side, "Military merit is our military region's merit system, which can be used to exchange for various resources, items and equipment. 300 military merit is already a considerable reward in the military district." Originally, Jiang Hao was not a member of the military region and was not able to receive military honors. However, since Jiang Hao's contribution was really too outstanding this time, such a decision was made. "The information about your military merits and the items that the military district can exchange has been sent to your professional system, so you can check it out." Jiang Hao immediately checked the professional panel. Ding! It is detected that the host has 300 military credits to his account. Now open the military zone trading system. Jiang Hao clicked on the military trading system, and was instantly enlightened. One could only see a wide array of various rare materials, equipment, feats and skill books on the military region trading system. Military district trading system. Military merit, 300. Convertible items? Low-grade spirit crystals x100, 10 military merits. Skill book, elementary fireball, 20 military credits. Skill book, elementary healing, 20 military credits. Skill book, elementary sprinting, 20 military credits. Equipment, tiger's tooth sword, gold, 50 military honors. Equipment, wolf's tooth hammer, gold, 50 military honors. Technique, basic meditation, 100 military merits. The more Jiang Hao looked at it, the more he was moved. These items are out there for a price. I didn't realize it was so cheap in the military trading system. And I'm opening up trading privileges just for you. If you have any items that you can't use, you can also put them into the military region trading system for trading. Guo Feiping added. That's a big thank you to the state battalion commander. Jiang Hao just happened to have a lot of unused items in his hands, and was worried that he had no place to sell them. It's just a matter of going along for the ride. Guo Feiping waved his hand and continued. That's not all the reward. Student Jiang Hao should be a summoner, right? After our unanimous decision, apart from military honors, we can also give you a chance to take in an abyssal beast pet. Guo Feiping continued. Taking in an abyssal beast pet? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Abyssal beast favors are, as the name suggests, those wild creatures that were once infested by the abyss. There are 3 ways for a summoner to take in a beast pet. The first 2 being the use of summoning spells and beast pet summoning books, which also have the highest success rate and are the 2 safest ways. There is another one, which is to take in wild creatures as their beast pets, but there aren't many wild creatures that can be used as summoning beasts, and I didn't realize that the military district had one, and a wild creature infested by the abyss. However, the abyssal beast favors are violent and incomparable. It's not an easy thing to take them in, Guo Feiping reminded. Moreover, once an abyssal beast pet is taken in, the contract cannot be broken. That I understand. Jiang Hao nodded. He naturally knew the risks of taking in an abyssal beast pet. However, he wasn't afraid. Then it's a deal. Guo Feiping saw Jiang Hao's promise and immediately clapped his hands. The group then came to a special tent. Guo Feiping went forward and lifted the tent, revealing the scene within. It was a special purple-black, quadrangular-shaped container. In the middle of the container, a lion with a snow-white, dustless body. At this moment, this white lion sensed the silhouettes around it and immediately got up. Baring its teeth as a pair of blood-red beast pupils stared at the crowd in death. Jiang Hao immediately opened his void fire eyes when he saw this. Snowy clouded lion. Quality, unified. Rank, 13. Power, 125. Body mass, 126. Speed, 187. Spirit, 130. Skills, Lion's Roar LVE. 3. Lion's Grasp LVE. 4. Clouded Lion Step LVE. 2. Characteristics, eroded by the abyss. A certain characteristic appears that seems to be able to control the doom. Status, abyssal erosion in progress. Confused, manic, holy, being able to control doom. If we could control this kind of characteristic, wouldn't we be invincible? Something as nebulous as luck is very similar to a rule ability. That's pretty sick. I didn't think a wild creature could have it. Originally, the race of snowcloud lions was friendly towards humans, but this snowcloud lion has undergone certain mutations due to the abyssal erosion it received. Originally, we wanted to cure it, but for some reason, the treatments we performed kept failing, so we had to keep it in captivity until now. Chapter 29 Mythic Realm Town Abyss. Take it in. So that's how it is. Jiang Hao nodded in understanding. Are you kidding me? With the trait of controlling doom, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to make the healing fail? Maybe after some more time, this snowcloud lion would be able to run out on its own. How about it? Student Jiang Hao, this snowcloud lion, are you interested in taking it in? Guo Feiping asked. Of course. Jiang Hao nodded without hesitation. Although the abyssal beast pet had a violent personality, as long as it was successfully taken in, its strength would be greatly increased. Moreover, the snowcloud lion was not only a commander-level abyssal beast pet, but it also possessed doom control that was comparable to a rule. Jiang Hao would definitely not let go of such a powerful potential. Okay, but let me be ugly. This snowcloud lion has a very violent personality, and the success rate of collecting it is very low. The military district is not responsible if you fail. Guo Feiping reminded seriously. I understand. Jiang Hao nodded. He naturally knew the risks of taking in an abyssal beast pet. However, a little danger is nothing in the face of absolute profit. Let's get started then. Guo Feiping took a step back, leaving space for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and walked slowly to the snowcloud lion. The snowcloud lion bared its teeth, a pair of blood-red beast pupils staring at Jiang Hao in death. Jiang Hao didn't show any weakness either, locking eyes with the snowcloud lion. One man, one beast, stalemate. Humans, leave. At this time, the snowcloud lion unexpectedly spat out human words. Although the voice was hoarse and low, it was still possible to hear that it was a lioness. It seems that the snowcloud lion still maintains its good nature even after being eroded by the abyss. I can save you and help you escape the abyss. Jiang Hao looked straight into the snow cloud lion's eyes and said sincerely. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, a hint of hesitation flashed in the snow cloud lion's eyes. Obviously, it longs to escape the abyss and regain its freedom. The erosion of the abyss caused it to suffer inhuman pain all the time. Really? Really? The snow cloud lion roared lowly. Trust me. Seeing that the snow cloud lion didn't react, Jiang Hao slowly approached it. However, just when Jiang Hao was about to get close to the snow cloud lion, a sudden change occurred. Originally, the snow cloud lion, which could still control its inner ferocity, could no longer suppress its inner ferocity after Jiang Hao approached, letting out a furious roar up to the sky and waving its beast claws to pounce at Jiang Hao. Look out! Guo Feiping and Lin Xuan hurriedly raised their voices to remind them. Although Jiang Hao had cleared many high-difficulty copies, he was essentially just a summoner. Once he lost his summoned beasts, Jiang Hao would be a brittle level 9 professional at best. It was facing a level 13 abyssal creature, and just as they wanted to go forward to rescue them, they saw a scene that left them dumbfounded, only to see that Jiang Hao, facing a claw as fast as lightning, actually raised his hands with even faster speed, not only backhandedly grabbing the snow cloud lion's front paw, but also tightly controlling it with his other hand. The whole thing took less than half a second. Control an abyssal creature with just your hands. This is the kind of power and speed a summoner can have. Be honest, it won't hurt too much. Jiang Hao comforted his sentence, while activating the Do Sheng domain. At once, the snow cloud lion's movements became smaller, and its struggles were also much smaller. Guo Feiping and Lin Xuan, who were on the side, were once again stunned when they saw this. One must know that this snow cloud lion was a commander-level abyssal creature, and its basic attributes were comparable to a level 15 magical beast. I didn't expect that in front of Jiang Hao. It was like a tame kitten. What's going on? How is this kid so strong? Lin Xuan exclaimed. I'm afraid it's the gain effect his summoned beasts gave him. Guo Feiping guessed. No matter what, it was good for them that Jiang Hao was able to temporarily suppress the snow cloud lion. Right at this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly let go of the snow cloud lion's front paw and instead grabbed its head, slowly channeling his spiritual power into the snow cloud lion. At the same time, the mythic realm opens. Since mythic domain removes all negative effects on friendly parties, it might be possible to temporarily suppress abyssal erosion. Although the mythic domain could eliminate all negative effects on the friendly side, Jiang Hao wasn't completely sure if the snow cloud lion could resist the abyssal erosion, only to see Jiang Hao's spiritual energy continuously surging into the snow cloud lion, fighting against that black energy. As Jiang Hao's spiritual power continued to input, the snow cloud lion's originally violent eyes gradually regained clarity. Roar! The snow cloud lion let out a long whistle to the sky, and the black energy on its body gradually dissipated. Abyssal erosion was actually temporarily suppressed. Guo Feiping and Lin Xuan were overjoyed when they saw this. How could they not expect that Jiang Hao would really be able to save the snow cloud lion? Snow cloud lion, would you like to be my companion? I can completely free you from the abyssal encroachment, Jiang Hao firmly said. As long as he took in the snow cloud lion, he could imbue it with a mythological bloodline. When that time came, Jiang Hao had complete certainty that it would completely get rid of the abyssal erosion. The snow cloud lion sniffed and hesitated for a moment before nodding. It had long ago grown tired of the pain caused by the encroaching abyss and longed to be free. And the strength and means that Jiang Hao had just displayed had also convinced it. Yes, Jiang Hao was overjoyed and immediately signed the contract. Congratulations, you've succeeded in taking in the snow cloud lion. Snowy clouded lion, quality, unified, rank 9, power, 95, physical fitness, 96, speed, 97, spirit, 89, skills, lion's roar LVE, 3, lion's grasp LVE, 4, clouded lion step LVE, 2, characteristics, eroded by the abyss. A certain characteristic appears that seems to be able to control the doom. This was the first abyssal creature he had taken in, and it was still at the commander level. So Jiang Hao couldn't be happier. Mr. Jiang Hao, congratulations! Guo Feiping stepped forward to congratulate him. I didn't expect Jiang Hao to actually be able to subdue this snow cloud lion. It's a way to help the military district out of a jam. Good boy. You can. I didn't expect you to be deep. If I'm not mistaken, your basic 4-dimensional attributes are already above 150 now, right? Lin Xuan looked Jiang Hao up and down. Is it reasonable to have an average of 150 4-dimensional attribute points summoner at level 9? Oh, fluke. Jiang Hao said modestly. If Lin Xuan knew that his average 4-dimensional attributes had exceeded 350 today, he would have to dissect himself to see if it contained an abyssal demon. Although you have subdued the snow cloud lion, the power of the abyss within its body still exists and will likely erupt again. But whoever called you lucky enough to run into me, I can help you completely tame the snow cloud lion, Lin Chuan suddenly said. Oh, how do you tame it? Jiang Hao asked curiously. I have a soul contract here that can help you tame the snow cloud lion and make it completely submit to you, Lin Chuan explained. That's great. I'll trouble Mayor Lin, Jiang Hao said hurriedly. Lin Chuan nodded, then took out a soul contract from his storage ring. The soul contract book was a pale golden scroll with intricate runes inscribed on it. Lin Chuan handed the soul contract to Jiang Hao and said, you can complete the taming by attaching the soul contract to the forehead of the snow cloud lion and then dropping a drop of essence blood. Jiang Hao took the soul contract and walked to the snow cloud lion, then stuck the soul contract on its forehead and dripped in a drop of essence blood. At once, the soul contract book lit up with a burst of light and then disappeared. The snow cloud lion's body trembled slightly, then raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar, completely submitting to Jiang Hao. Ding! The snow cloud lion's favoritism towards the host is detected to be 95%, earning the title Best Friend of the Imperial Beast. Best Friend of the Beast, blue when worn. Summoned beast damage is increased by 2%. Affinity for beast creatures is increased, and it is easier to gain the approval of beast creatures. Chapter 30 Mythic Blessing, Divine Beast White Zephyr. This soul contract could not only tame the snow cloud lion, but also enhance Jiang Hao's fit with the snow cloud lion. It also gave Jiang Hao another title. This showed that the value of the soul contract book was absolutely unimaginable. The snow cloud lion, who had been noble and elegant just a moment ago, had now begun to rub its cheeks with its soft and cozy fluffy fur. Thank you Mayor Lin for your help. If I can use someone Jiang in the future, I will definitely be obliged to do so. Mayor Lin did help him a lot. Although Jiang Hao liked to fight with him, he had always taken Mayor Lin's kindness to heart. When he finds the old drunkard that day, let him seal Shaolin a governorship seat. The old drunkard was one of the legendary professionals of China, so he should be able to do this little thing. Ha ha ha, it's enough that you have this heart. It's a waste to put this soul contract book here with me anyway. Lin Chuan waved his hand carelessly. Although his heart was bleeding, he made a show of not caring. After all, that soul contract book was worth a lot of money. I don't know how many old friends wanted to trade with him, and he didn't say yes. I didn't expect to get this kid so cheap today. I will. Jiang Hao nodded seriously. Looking at Jiang Hao's serious look, Lin Chuan skimmed his mouth. What happened to being a little touched? Could it be that this kid is so handsome that he's giving me a glimpse of what I looked like when I was younger? Just then, Lu Jiao walked over holding a small gift box. Here, brother Jiang Hao, this is a memento prepared by the Changnan military region for your merits this time. With that, she opened the gift box and took out a medallion with a shimmering bronze color. The front of the medal is engraved with a vivid wolf's head, and the back is engraved with Changnan Military District. This is a special bronze medal made by the military, which can only be awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to the military. This medal represents the military district's recognition of you, as well as the ability to enjoy the various benefits and perks of the military district with this medal. Ryuga explained. For me? Jiang Hao was somewhat flattered. The bronze medal of the military district is as good as a third-class merit in one's former life. What's that saying? Third-class merit is taken by seniority, second-class merit is taken by luck, and first-class merit is taken by family members. I didn't expect to be honored with such a prestigious award at such a young age. Guo Feiping stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Just take it. After all, you handled an abyssal commander and deserve this bronze medal. After saying that, he signaled Lu Jia to wear it for Jiang Hao. Lu Jia's pretty face was slightly red, but she still went forward to wear it for Jiang Hao Xin. Feeling the beauty's gust of fragrant wind, Jiang Hao ghostly asked, does that mean that with this medal, I won't have to wait in line to buy a ticket from now on? After leaving the military area, Jiang Hao once again felt the free flight experience Lin Chuan had sent him. He had wanted to go on a high-speed train and experience the thrill of manifestation in front of people. Looks like it's not going to happen today. Back home, Jiang Hao released his three little ones at the first time. A monkey, a bear and a lion instantly filled the already spacious rental room. Looks like we'll have to move someday. After all, both Little Saint and Fat Did didn't really like spending too much time in the middle of the summoning space. Some other day, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to check up on the Snow Cloud Lion's information. Snow Cloud Lion, tamed, rank 9, power, 90, physical fitness, 86, speed, 97, spirit, 80, skills, Lion's Roar LVE, 3, Lion's Claw LVE, 4, Clouded Lion Step LVE, 2, trait, Eroded by the Abyss. A certain trait appears that seems to control doom. Suppressed, status, dependent, good. As the Snow Cloud Lion became Jiang Hao's summoned beast, its level also dropped to level 9. Detected the host has a brand new summoned beast. Mythic blessing talent triggered. Number of draws +1. Coming. Jiang Hao rubbed his hands together in excitement. Immediately after placing his hand on the top of the snowcloud lion's fluffy head, he mumbled in his mind, extracting the bloodline. A colorful pillar of light erupted from the snowcloud lion, illuminating the entire room in all colors. Jiang Hao held his breath and stared at the snowcloud lion in the center of the light pillar. Eventually, a red card stayed in front of Jiang Hao. Ding! Congratulations! You've drawn the mythical bloodline, the divine beast White Zephyr. Divine beast White Zephyr. Myth: those who possess this bloodline will be blessed by White Zephyr, possessing unparalleled luck and the ability to see through all illusions and fantasies. Evaluation: knows all things and can foretell misfortune and good fortune. Good at recognizing loyalty and treachery. It can be called a holy beast. I'll be damned. The divine beast White Zephyr. Jiang Hao was instantly ecstatic in his heart. White Zephyr is a legendary beast, an omen of good fortune, capable of bringing unparalleled luck. What's more, it could also see through all illusions and illusions, which was simply a divine skill. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to bestow the White Zephyr bloodline to the Snowcloud Lion. After the White Zephyr bloodline was integrated into the Snowcloud Lion, a dazzling white light emanated from the Snowcloud Lion's body. Within the white light, the Snowcloud Lion's figure began to change. Only its size gradually shrunk. Its body became more slender, and its limbs became more slender. The snow-white fur gradually turned silver-white. The eyes turned light gold, and a pair of golden tentacles gradually grew out of the top of his head. A moment later, the Snowcloud Lion's changes finally stopped. Shirazawa, Snow, Quality, Epic, Rank 9, Power, 322, Body Mass, 336, Speed, 381, Spirit, 395, Skills, Celestial Eye, Superclass, LV, 5, Prophecy, Superclass, LV, 5, Mastery of Fate, Divine Class, LV, 1, Lion's Roar, High Class, LV, Max, Passive, Absolute Luck, Flood of Fortunes, Shirazawa's Blessing, State, Dependent, Excited, it's too strong, Epic level summoned beasts, and they also had super rank skills and god rank skills. Moreover, it was the first time Jiang Hao had seen a divine rank skill. Mastery of Fate, Divine Rank, LV, 1, can be cast on both the enemy and us, changing the opponent's destiny trajectory and increasing the destiny trajectory of itself and its friends. Ignores level difference. Too buggy. Jiang Hao is shocked. This skill is simply anticlimactic. The class ignoring feature meant that it could be cast on any target, regardless of the opponent's strength. Moreover, it could also change the fate trajectory of itself and its friends, which meant that Jiang Hao could change his fate at any time and make himself more fortunate. Little Snow. In the future, if Master, I can get out of Africa and into Europe. It depends on you. Jiang Hao stroked Little Shue's snow-white and translucent fur as if he was pleasing. Master, don't do that. Yuki is ticklish. A melodious voice came out from Yuki's mouth. In the next moment, under Jiang Hao's wide-eyed gaze, he only saw the flashes of holy light, and the hair on Xiao Shue's body gradually faded away, replaced by snow-white skin. The body had also become long and slim, concave and convex, with a stunningly beautiful appearance, just like a fairy walking out of a painting. And coincidentally, Jiang Hao's claws, which were frozen because of the shock, just stopped at the indescribable position of Xiao Shui at this moment. Chapter 31, Luck of the Drawl. Golden Red Words, Space Warlock. Little Snow, how did you take form? Jiang Hao stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. Incredulously, Yuki had actually taken form. Could it be because of the divine beast bloodline? Moreover, after transforming into her form, Xiao Shui was actually a supreme beauty, a heavenly fairy. Yuki's pretty face slightly reddened as she said shyly, Master, I don't know. Just after Master granted me the White Zephyr bloodline, I felt a power surging through my body, and then I transformed. Jiang Hao came back to his senses and carefully surveyed Xiao Shui in front of him. She was seen wearing a long snow-white dress, and her long hair, like a waterfall, was draped over her shoulders. Her appearance was exquisite and absolutely beautiful. Her features were as if they were carved from the heavens, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. The body was even more slender and slender, with a perfect curve, especially those light golden eyes, which seemed to contain infinite wisdom and mystery. Master, does Snow look good? Yuki asked shyly. Jiang Hao nodded without hesitation. Yuki was indeed one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen. That sweet smile was as beautiful as 100 flowers blooming. Then when else will Master touch it? Little Snow blinked her light golden eyes. Her cherry lips slightly opened, and she exhaled like orchids. Jiang Hao then realized that his hand was still placed on Xiao Shui's indescribable position, and hastily retracted it. Ahem. The master is only there to test if there are any problems with your body. You can't underestimate these eyes of the master. Jiang Hao dryly coughed a few times. At the same time, in his heart, he recited, "She is only a summoned beast. She is only a summoned beast. How can my generation perform the deeds of Su Xian? Like this?" Xiao Shui's jade finger lightly tapped her cherry lips, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. "Then master, you can touch again with your eyes to see that there is no problem with having Xiao Shui." Jiang Hao, I was molested by a lion, or his own summoned beast. I don't know where Xiao Shang and Fat De ran off to. These two foodies probably ate and slept again. Slept and ate. After silently writing down the accounts of Little Saint and Fat De in his heart, Jiang Hao was much more penetrating, and after dryly coughing a few times, he said in a serious manner, "The master has just looked at it and there is nothing wrong with it. Besides, the master is now going to explain something extremely important to you." Seeing this serious look of his master, Little Snow also put away a few moments of lethargy. "What is it, master? Set me a fate control. The master is going to do something big." Jiang Hao currently still had one more chance to extract Jinsai words. It's just the right time to use Yuki's fate control to improve your luck and get yourself a Euro boost, so you might be able to draw a mythic word. "Master, what great things are you going to do?" Yuki asked curiously. "This, for now, is confidential." Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously. "Good plop. Then I'll open the fate control for my master." Xiao Shui's jade hand slightly raised, and a white light enveloped Jiang Hao's body. At that moment, Jiang Hao only felt that the trajectory of his destiny had subtly changed. Ding! Destiny control is in effect. Current luck value plus 900%. Ding! Current lucky value, 1170. 900% luck bonus. This is outrageous. Keep in mind that most of the average person's luck value is around 60, and Jiang Hao's lucky value had 130 points. That's high enough. However, with the blessing of fate control, the luck value was a full 1170 points. With this lucky value in place, Jiang Hao felt like he could do whatever he wanted. Let's see if we can draw mythological words. Jiang Hao extracted it silently in his heart. As soon as the words fell, a colorful pillar of light erupted from Jiang Hao's body. It illuminated the entire room in a multitude of colors. Jiang Hao held his breath and stared dead at the center of the light pillar. In the end, a golden red card stayed in front of Jiang Hao. Ding! Congratulations! You've drawn the golden red word, Space Warlock. Space Warlock, golden red mythos. Those who possess this phrase will become masters of space, possessing unrivaled spatial abilities and the ability to travel freely through all dimensions. Evaluation, a gift from the other dimension, controlling space and traveling through infinity. Crap! Space Warlock. Jiang Hao stared at the golden card in front of him with wide eyes. Incredulously, the golden red words were infinitely close to the mythic level, but not to mythic, and not an auxiliary phrase to use on its own. But it's still appropriate to give it to Yuki. After all, Jiang Hao was able to copy the spatial skill through the mythic domain afterward. Jiang Hao gave the Space Warlock entry to Xiao Shui. After the words were incorporated into Yuki's body changed once again. Only a faint golden halo appeared around her, looking sacred and noble. Golden red word, Space Warlock granted success. Shirazawa, Snow, rank 9, bloodline, myth, quality, epic times 7, epic times 9, power, 362, body mass, 336, speed, 441, spirit, 475, skills, celestial eyes, superclass, LV, 5, prophecy, superclass, LV, 5, fate control, divine class, LV, 1, space control, superclass, LV, 5, space cutting, superclass, LV, 5, passive, absolute luck, flood of fortunes, Shirazawa's blessing, word, Space Warlock, golden red. Not only have the four-dimensional attributes been improved, but the quality has also reached epic 9 stars, just 1 star short of legend. On top of that, there are 2 more skills, spatial mastery, super rank, LV, 5, control the power of space, can create spatial barriers, spatial teleportation, spatial confinement, spatial cutting, super rank, LV, 5, manipulates the power of space to slice through space, ignoring defenses, unavoidable, and unblockable. Both of these skills were super rank skills and very powerful, especially the spatial cuts, which could be seen just by the fact that they ignored defense and were unavoidable. These 2 skills were just enough to make up for Yuki's lack in means of attack. However, Jiang Hao still wanted to let Xiao Shui develop towards the support side. After all, with absolute luck, in the aspect of assistance, Yuki was absolutely top-notch. At this moment, Xiao Shui only felt an arcane power enlightening her. In the blink of an eye, he had a terrifying power of his own. Is this master's talent? It's amazing. Xiao Shui covered her cherry lips, her golden eyes glowing. Due to her previous experience, she also had some knowledge about the professionals. Not having found his master's gift, it was so powerful. You know about talent too? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised, obviously not expecting Little Snow's spiritual intelligence to be higher than he had imagined. Of course, the bloodline that my master bestowed upon me contains a lot of information, including professions, skills, equipment, and so on, Yuki said somewhat smugly. So it is. Jiang Hao nodded and quickly figured it out. Legend has it that the divine beast White Zephyr is able to understand everything and know everything in the world, so it's normal for its spirit to be higher. Jiang Hao glanced at the time, not realizing that it was nearing afternoon. He seemed to remember that Director Su had called him earlier, saying something about letting himself go to receive an award, but due to Yuki's business, it was forgotten. Now it's time to claim it. Yuki, let's go and get an award. Snowy sniffed and playfully blinked her pale golden eyes. What prize? Master, I don't know. Jiang Hao casually replied back, ignoring Xiao Shui's grudging gaze and storing her in the Imperial Beast space. Yuki's face is just too amazing to be seen, so it's better not to just show her face. It wouldn't be good if there were any rumors. Chapter 32, This is not a place to stay. There is a place to stay. Tendu City, Tendu High School, Principal's Office. Director Su, this student of yours has a really big face? It's almost afternoon and I'm surprised it hasn't shown up yet. Does he think that he's able to go all out of sight just because he's broken through one hell difficulty copy? Principal Wang Wei sat on the animal skin sofa and unceremoniously reprimanded Sun Yan, who stood in front of him. Principal Wang, we've already informed Jiang Hao. He should be breaking into the replica and may be a little late in receiving the news. Although Sun Yan had some resentment in his heart, he still responded patiently. What special wait for Jiang Hao? It was clearly work time now. And if he hadn't considered the fact that he had an old man and a young man and all those regular class students, he would have wanted to quit long ago. With a principal like that, the future of Tendu High School is bleak. I think he's just winging it. Principal Wang Wei snorted coldly and frowned. The way I see it, he didn't take the rules of Tendu High School to heart at all. He had originally wanted to publicize his glorious deeds with the fame created by Jiang Hao after he cleared the abyssal copy. I didn't realize that Jiang Hao didn't come to school all day today. He even took the reporter's money, and the person didn't show up. Although those reporters didn't ask for their money back, they must have silently held a grudge in their hearts. This is very unfavorable to his future promotion. Thinking of this, Wang Wei once again spoke out, warning Sun Yan, if Jiang Hao doesn't come back today, then he shouldn't come back again. Not to mention his share of the resources. Even his eligibility to participate in a team copy is something I'll have to reconsider. Now it seems that Jiang Hao should not be able to see this qualification. When Sun Yan heard this, he could no longer hold back his inner rage. Principal Wang, do you know what you're saying? How dare you want to expel Jiang Hao and disqualify a genius from participating in a team copy? Principal Wang Wei's face stiffened when he heard this. How could he not expect Sun Yan to defend Jiang Hao so much? You know, as the principal of Tendu High School, he had absolute power. Disqualifying a student from a team copy is a breeze. Director Su, you should know that Jiang Hao was just a summoner. Along with the subsequent increase in the difficulty of the copies, the flaw of the summoner's weakness in the early stages will become greater and greater. He was able to pass the copy with luck in front of him, but luck always runs out the day. Wang Wei snorted coldly, his gaze sinister. Although he was jealous of Sun Yan's seniority and connections, he would never tolerate Sun Yan challenging his authority. Moreover, the moment Jiang Hao rejected the legendary Professionals Association, Wang Wei had already given him up completely. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know what kind of luck he had this time around and cleared the hell difficulty copy, he even wanted to monopolize this resource that belonged to Jiang Hao. Wang Wei, you! Sun Yan was so angry that he was trembling, pointing at Wang Wei and unable to speak. He knew that Wang Wei was determined to target Jiang Hao. Watching his students being treated so unjustly, Sun Yan only felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Wang Wei, you will regret what you did today. After saying that, Sun Yan turned around and left, slamming the door hard with a bang. He could sort of see that Wang Wei didn't want to give out resources to Jiang Hao at all today. Even when Jiang Hao arrived, all he got were Wang Wei's blank stares and injustice. That S-class resource belonging to Jiang Hao had long been used by Wang Wei as his own capital to climb upward. Sun Yan was sad in his heart. He didn't know how to tell Jiang Hao about this. After all, this resource, he was the one who reported it for Jiang Hao. but now it had gotten like this. Director Su, why are you here? Just as Sun Yan was worried, a clear voice sounded behind him. Sun Yan looked back and realized that Jiang Hao was standing behind him. He opened his mouth, but realized he didn't know what to say for a moment. That your resources have been swallowed? Or were you disqualified from the team copy? When these two things were put together, Sun Yan was afraid that Jiang Hao, the child, wouldn't be able to support himself. Jiang Hao was also observing Director Su's abnormality at this moment. In the past, Director Su was a famous chatterbox, and Jiang Hao didn't know how many times he had been nagged by him. But today, why do you look like you've been kneeling in the rankings for 10 consecutive times? Did he really go on a kneeling streak? Jiang Hao sympathized a bit for a while. Of course, the sympathy is Director Su's cell phone. Sun Yan looked at Jiang Hao's expression as he wanted to speak, but he also knew that this child should know something. After all, he's been smart since he was a kid. It's just a shame. What happened to such a nice kid? After thinking about it, he still decided to explain it to Jiang Hao. Student Jiang Hao, there's a bad news to tell you. I hope you won't get too excited after hearing it. Excited? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. I won't get excited. You're fired. Jiang Hao, I'm fired? Jiang Hao looked at Sun Yan with some disbelief. Fire me? Why? Sun Yan sighed and told Jiang Hao what Wang Wei had asked him to convey. After Jiang Hao heard this, the anger and excitement Sun Yan had imagined did not appear on his face, only calm. A moment later, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth hooked into a disdainful smile. Isn't it just Tendu High School? If you don't stay here, you can stay here. But, Director Su, did that old man really take my resources all to himself? Actually, Jiang Hao had a hidden guess in his heart. After all, he had applied for his own resources to go up a long time ago, but it had been several days since then, and there wasn't even a single piece of news. Any fool can see there's a problem. Sun Yan looked at Jiang Hao's calm and collected performance and was quite pleased. He originally thought that Jiang Hao would be very excited. You may even be unable to resist rushing to the principal's office for a theory. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao was so calm and rational. If I'm not mistaken, Yours resources should have been handed over to the Gao family by Wang Wei. The Hai family? Hearing this familiar word, a coldness flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. The assassins he encountered earlier in the field were dispatched by the Gao family. He was puzzled at first as to why he would send someone to assassinate him when he had no grievances with the Gao family. Now it's all figured out. Killing people and leaving no trace. This is something he understands. If Jiang Hao hadn't awakened his talent, there was no little saint or fatty. Maybe it's ready to drink Mona's soup now. Jiang Hao nodded. Director Su, don't worry, I have my own way. After saying that, Jiang Hao turned around and left in a dashing manner. Sun Yan looked at Jiang Hao's distant back and couldn't help but feel some emotions. This kid, he's really grown up. Jiang Hao walked out of Tiandu High School, looked up at the sky, and took a deep breath. The sky was blue and the clouds were white. Only the mood wasn't very soothing. Originally, he thought that once he awakened his talent, he would be able to solve all difficulties on his own. But now it seems that he was still overthinking it. Since that doesn't work, we'll shake people. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao dialed a number. Hey, why are you boys calling me again? How many times has Laozi said that the experimentation of the soul flame seed isn't that fast? It will be a while longer. I got kicked out of Tendu High School. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone, but how Jiang Hao felt that someone was holding back a laugh. A moment later the voice continued. Dismissal is dismissal, but team copies can be a bit of a pain in the ass. Ugh, by the way, there's a place just right for you. It's up to you if you want to go. Jiang Hao, Chapter 33 Prime High School. The wannabe boss is nothing more than the bottom boss. The next morning, under Xiao Shue's attentive wake-up service, Jiang Hao got up early. It can't be helped that I live a bit far from the high-speed train station. In order not to be late, Jiang Hao could only let Xiao Shue set an alarm clock for him in advance. After all, who doesn't want to wake up early in the morning and see beautiful fairies? Don't say get up and get out of bed with no energy. If the situation permits, I can't wait to have a morning workout. After eating the breakfast prepared by Xiao Shue, Jiang Hao hoofed on the moving train to the high-speed train station. After all, you don't have a flying mount yourself. Yuki's space jump was again very blue intensive, but this is where the bronze medallion comes into play. Can you believe there's no line? Feeling the gazes of the surrounding crowd as if they were seeing a god. Although Jiang Hao didn't move on the surface, inwardly, he was still a little happy. If Guo Feiping knew that Jiang Hao had gotten the bronze medal, he had actually gotten it just to buy a ticket without having to wait in line. I wondered if he would regret awarding the bronze medal to Jiang Hao. Looking out of the window at the scenery flying past, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel some emotions. I never thought that I would enter Prime High School the way I did. Zhang Hao wanted to laugh a little when he thought of Prime High School. This high school was not even famous in the whole country, and it was even at the bottom of the list in Tianjin City. The advancement rate of the annual professionals high school examination was even more dismal, and compared to Tiandu High School, it was simply one heaven and one earth. Optimist High School is at the bottom of the heap mainly because its philosophy is out of step with the times. Usually, the only way to get better resources and platforms to upgrade your rank is to take the college entrance exam to enter a university. However, Optimist High School believes that the advanced placement exam for professionals is just one path, not the only one. They pay more attention to the development of students' comprehensive abilities and allow students to choose their own paths according to their interests and specialties. They are not overly demanding in terms of the careers that students choose, but such a concept is naturally opposed by many people. After all, giving up on the college entrance exams was the same as giving up the chance to become a top professional. As a result, few people want to choose Prime High School. In time, Optimist High School became the bottom of the heap. Tendo High-Speed Rail Station. Here it is. Just as he was thinking about it, the moving train beeped. The technology in this world can be quite advanced. Professionals such as mechanics and power mechs exist, and transportation can be very well developed. Even the moving car that Zhang Hao just rode in was made of high-tech alloy, capable of going up to the sky and into the ground. At the Tendo High-Speed Railway Station, a few students were sitting sporadically in one of the carriages. Everyone's face seemed to be covered with dark clouds, a look of lifelessness. There was no way around it. They had to participate in the annual team replica. Except for those living professions and professions with no combat ability, the rest of the senior professions with combat or auxiliary abilities will have the opportunity to participate. But even with that, their Optimist High School pieced together only 20 people to participate, numbering less than a class. Ugh, no surprise this year, we're at the bottom again. The speaker was a boy with a somewhat thin dog body, wearing an assassin's soft armor. See, you say that like we're not down for the count if we have an accident. A girl with delicate features and fair skin didn't have a good mood, just a hint of worry in her eyes. Sitting behind her was a burly boy with a simple face, scratching his head and saying, "It can't be helped, that's all we've got at Optimist High School. Bottom of the barrel is bottom of the barrel. Just get used to it." Get used to what? You're used to it. But I'm not. A teenager wearing a knight's battle armor said unwillingly. At these words, instantly the students present were instantly silent. Yeah, who wants to count down if they can? Who isn't young and proud? But in the face of absolute reality, mere resignation has no meaning. Harm is really suffering these students. Outside the carriage, a woman sighed softly. The woman was wearing a tight black leather jacket, outlining perfect curves and a pair of long legs that were long and straight. The most striking thing was the plump, perfect, crying out white of snow amidst the leather jacket. The woman was none other than Ryuga. Due to the lack of resources for teachers at Optimist High School, the City South Military District arranges for a captain to temporarily lead them in team replicas each year, and she happens to be scheduled to lead Optimist High School, and I don't know when the transfer student the principal arranged for will arrive. Ryuga pushed up his glasses, annoyed at the other's tardiness. He was bound to give him a few words of advice later. "Hey, Sister Luga, what are you doing here?" At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Hearing this, Lu Jia immediately turned to look. What came into view was the cynical, handsome face. "Zhang Hao, why are you here?" Lu Jia was obviously a bit surprised. "Shouldn't you be participating in a team copy with Tendo High School?" She had specially checked Jiang Hao's information before, and naturally knew that Zhang Hao was a student of Tendo High School. Fired. Zhang Hao spread his hands with an indifferent look. "Ah, you're fired?" Luga covered her small mouth, causing the grandeur in front of her to throb from the sheer volume of her movements. "Are you the transfer student?" Yanaka suddenly found the blind spot. "If you say so, then so be it." Zhang Hao smiled mysteriously and entered the carriage side by side with Lu Jia under the envious gazes of a crowd of male creatures. Upon entering the compartment, it instantly attracts the attention of the students in the compartment, boys, because of this guy, who was actually talking and laughing with MS. Ra'u, senior year is the age of love. For a teacher like Lu Jia, whose face value was pulled together, whose body was hot, noble and cold, and who could be called a perfect imperial sister, there was no resistance at all. Moreover, this person was even sitting next to Mr. Lu, watching the longed-for but inaccessible position in their hearts being occupied by other men. Countless students only felt their hearts ache. Ouch, it hurts too much, but the girls are different. The first reaction at the sight of this person is, handsome, too handsome. Looking at this person's handsome face and upright posture, countless girls only felt their hearts thumping wildly. Inside the wagon compartment, Lu Jia looked at Jiang Hao, still a bit incredulous. Are you really fired? She didn't think Jiang Hao was the kind of person who would voluntarily quit school. Of course it's true, why else would I be here? Jiang Hao shrugged his shoulders with a helpless face. Even a great genius like you is able to be expelled. It seems like the leader of Tendu High School should be replaced. Lu Jia clenched Jiang Hao's palm painfully, and a coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't wanted to contact those people, but when she heard that Jiang Hao had been fired, she still thought of those people first. Sister Lu Jia, I'm really fine, don't you see that I'm fine now? Feeling the warmth in his hands, Jiang Hao suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible for him to be fired. Just as the two were chatting, the students of Prime High School seemed to notice some speculative suspicions. Did you guys think that guy looked a little familiar? Like you'd seen him on that news article? Hiss, when you put it that way, it does seem a bit. Due to the fact that Jiang Hao's deed of clearing the hell copy had been precipitated after 2 days, it had long been spread in the Celestial City Professionals Forum. People just don't know what the present looks like. I'll go. It seems like there's really a bit of a resemblance. No way. Could it be that the one who cleared the hell difficulty copy is him? No way. That's a hell difficulty copy. How could he come to our Prime High School? Also, oh, that guy seems to be from Tendu High School. For a moment, the atmosphere in the carriage began to boil. The sounds of the students gossiping even reached the compartment between Lu Jia and Jiang Hao's compartment. Ryuka was a little unsure when he saw the students making a lot of noise. She got up at once and poked her head out by pulling back the curtains of the carriage and asked, "What are you guys talking about? Didn't we agree beforehand that the compartment would be kept as quiet as possible?" Being from a military background, Lu Jia had a high regard for discipline. That, Mr. Lu, that student next to you, isn't he the one who cleared the hell difficulty copy at level 1? A girl asked weakly. A copy of hell difficulty? Ryuga was a little stunned. She was now so busy running around all day as a military squad leader that she usually watched the news every few days when she was off. And when she was out on a mission, she was in a state of closing the Hall of Professionals. I've heard something about this notice, but never specifically checked it out. At this moment, she looked at Jiang Hao on the side, and Jiang Hao was also looking at Lu Jia. Chapter 34, coming out, identity is all yours. Bronze medal opens the way. It's really you, isn't it? The one the students are talking about? Jiang Hao blinked and looked at Lu Jia with a slight smile, not saying anything. When Lu Jia saw this, she burst into tears. She knew that this little guy didn't want to admit it. Good, it's really you. You're a celebrity now. The entire circle of professionals in Tiancheng City is talking about you, Lu Jia said with a smile. Jiang Hao sniffed and spread his hands somewhat helplessly. I'm just lucky. Luck? Humph. Do you think that a hell difficulty copy is a game? You can pass the level just because you're lucky? Lu Jia gave Jiang Hao a blank look, obviously not believing Jiang Hao's words. At those words, Jiang Hao was also a bit helpless. How come no one believes him when he really lucked out and found the rules of the copy? Alright, I admit that I do have a few strengths. Jiang Hao shrugged and stopped pretending. Lu Jia saw Jiang Hao admit it, then nodded with satisfaction. That's a good boy. The students in the carriage exploded when they heard the conversation between Lu Jia and Jiang Hao. Crap, he really is that genius. Oh my god, I'm actually traveling in the same carriage as the big guy who cleared the hell difficulty copy. It's over. I just gave the big guy a disdainful look. The big guy won't hold a grudge against me, right? No, I have to record this wonderful moment and send a teaser back. For a while, there was a lot of talk in the compartment, and all the students were excited. The students of Prime High School were not very strong themselves, and besides, they had challenged the novice copies. Not to mention hell difficulty, they couldn't even get through medium difficulty. Therefore, for a genius professional like Jiang Hao who had single-passed hell difficulty, they were already quite happy to see one side of him. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh a bit as he looked at the excited looks of these students. He didn't expect that the news that he had cleared the hell difficulty copy would cause such a big stir. Okay, everyone be quiet. At this moment, Lu Jia spoke up. Student Jiang Hao is the new transfer student from our Prime High School. I hope everyone can take care of him in the future. With these words, the atmosphere in the carriage instantly froze. But a few moments later, there were even more violent cheers. Dig it, the big man is actually joining Optimist High School. I'm not dreaming, am I? Welcome big man to our Optimist High School. Big brother, cover us from now on. Big brother, please take me flying. The students were up in arms and the atmosphere was electric. When Jiang Hao saw this, he couldn't help but be infected by their enthusiasm. Even though Prime High School was at the bottom of the heap for 10,000 years, the atmosphere here was much better than that of Tendu High School. At least, there is no hooking up, no fighting for fame and fortune, just pure warmth and camaraderie. Sister Lu, how many of us from Prime High School are participating in the team copy? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Lu Jia sniffed and froze slightly, then said, there are only 15 of us. So little? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. There are more than 15 people in a class at Tendu High School, right? It can't be helped. We're small in number at Prime High School, and many of the students don't have the ability to fight. Ryuga sighed. In fact, she hadn't said that only 7 of these 15 people were of the warrior profession. It doesn't matter. 15 people are enough. Jiang Hao smiled faintly. Lu Jia gave Jiang Hao a somewhat doubtful look. You're so confident? The difficulty of a team copy is much higher than a single copy. Just watch. Jiang Hao smiled mysteriously. The high-speed train soon reaches its final destination. The location of the team copy. The Twisted Jungle. The Twisted Jungle is a large independent copy of the Abyss. There is more to this world than just the abyssal invasion. There are countless events where the dimensions overlap. The abyssal invasion can be seen as a kind of parallel world, and the abyssal worlds are amongst the same as humans, with their own unique civilizations and endless abyssal demonic beasts. And at the junction of the abyss and the human world is the #1 battlefield of humanity today, the mountain and sea abyss. Along the way, Lu Jia told Jiang Hao about many little-known knowledge of the abyss. Although the abyss is dangerous, it is also accompanied by great opportunities. More than half of our top 10 legendary professionals in Huaxia have obtained key skills, talents, and exclusive equipment, which are extremely rare rewards, after practicing in the mountain and sea abyss. And most of the abyssal copies are the overlapping realms created by the collision of the abyssal plane and the blue star plane. Listening to Lu Jia's specialized tuition for himself, Jiang Hao also gained a lot. He hadn't cared too much about how the abyss appeared before, and how the abyss copy was born. After a pause, Lu Jia continued. Of course, there are also a few abyssal copies that are generated by powerful abyssal demonic beasts of Abyssal Commander and above, with a higher degree of danger. Sister Lu Jia, how do you know so much? Jiang Hao was a bit curious, as if this knowledge was not in the textbooks. Well, Ryuga stuttered in a rare moment. Yes, my family told me. Home? Jiang Hao nodded thoughtfully without asking too much. The two walked and chatted while behind them were the students of Prime High School. Only this time, the men of Prime High School were no longer jealous of Jiang Hao and looked at him with deep respect. In their opinion, only a genius like Jiang Hao was worthy of Teacher Lu. The group got off the bus and walked for about 10 minutes before arriving at the gate of this team copy. Lu Jia looked at the crowd of people in front of her in a huge swath, and couldn't help but frown at her willow eyebrows. This is going to be a bit of a problem. I'm afraid there's no longer any room for us to stand due to the late start time and us being so far behind the other schools. Since the vast majority of high schools are challenging team replicas today, most of the flights for the HSR are scheduled for other high schools. They, Optimist High School, on the other hand, were unsurprisingly placed on the last flight. Now it's a queue. I don't think we'll get off without half a day. It's okay, Sister Luga. I have an idea. Jiang Hao hemmed and hawed, and immediately took out a green-colored medal. Lu Jia instantly recognized that the bronze medal was the very same bronze medal she had worn for Jiang Hao yesterday. Could it be that you want to? Ryuga seemed to have guessed something. Yes, it's what you think. After all, it's at least a meritorious officer, so it shouldn't be a problem to plug in, right? Jiang Hao said these words in a relaxed and cozy manner, but it made Lu Jia cry and laugh a little. You really know how to give yourself preferential treatment. Lu Jia shook his head helplessly and said, however, no one really dares to say anything when you cut in line with a bronze medal. The bronze medal represents military honor, and people generally avoid it when they see it. Not to mention the fact that no one wants to get into unnecessary trouble in such a crowded setting. That's for sure. When you come out to hang out, you get your identity all by yourself. Jiang Hao smiled proudly. With that, he raised the bronze medallion and strutted towards the crowd. Make way! Make way! Jiang Hao's voice rang out in the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He was seen wearing a green-colored medal on his chest, shining in the sunlight. Seeing the bronze medallion in Jiang Hao's hand, the crowd was in an uproar. The bronze medal? That's a military medal. Holy, this guy is a military big shot. No, how come this big guy is so young? Get out of the way of the big man. Amidst the crowd's exclamations of surprise, Jiang Hao led the crowd of Prime High School all the way to the front of the group unhindered. The space ahead, on the other hand, was much emptier. The Prime High School students who followed Jiang Hao also gave thumbs up when they saw this operation of Jiang Hao. It's still the big man who knows how to play. A bronze medal that less than 20 people in the whole of Sky City have. And you used it to open the road? Chapter 35. It's not that I'm trying to play hard to get, but they always put their faces up themselves. With Jung Hao's windy operation, the Prime High School group quickly came to the front section of the team. Ahead, the gate of the team copy twisted jungle, suspended in mid-air, constantly flickered with a deep blue aperture, releasing a haunting black mist. There was also a red cordon drawn next to the teleportation gate, and behind the line was a line of high school students ready to enter the replica. Since Tendu High School had already entered the replica, the rest of the group of high schools could only wait patiently outside the cordon. If it isn't Optimist High School, how come it's ahead of us? At that moment, a slightly surprised voice came from the side. The speaker was a student from Sky Blue High School. Although Sky Blue High School was no match for Tendo Gosen, it wasn't something that Optimist High School, a 10,000-year-old bottom feeder, could touch. But how did Optimist High School get ahead of them this year? The students who were waiting in line to enter the replica heard the sound and also poked their heads out curiously. In previous years, the ones closest to the teleportation gates were always the Tendo Imperial 3, Tianshui High School, Tendo High School, and Tianqi High School, and the rest of the high schools conscientiously give up the front seat. However, this year seems to have been an exception. Oh my god, it really is the uniform of Prime High School. Didn't they come in last in previous years? Is it hard to believe that Optimist High School is scheduling a moving bus this year that leaves in the middle of the night? No way. 10,000 years at the bottom and you still want to experience the feeling of being number one? Ha ha, isn't it? Who says standing first isn't being first? Ha ha ha, fair enough. All sorts of chatter was going on, with the finger pointing straight at Optimist High School. The two high schools at the front of the line, Tianshui and Tianqi, surveyed the Prime High School's team with interest, especially Apocalypse High School, who had always been at odds with Prime High School, because Apocalypse High School and Optimist High School are in the same county. For the 10,000 year countdown next door, they were despising it from the bottom of their hearts. Optimist High School, I urge you to be smart and go back to where you belong and stay out of our way. When the other high schools come later, their lead teachers aren't as nice as I am. The leading teacher of Apocalypse High School was a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and shadowy eyes, giving off a sense of unruffled authority. On what grounds? We, Optimist High School, are also here to participate in the team copy, so why should we give in to you? Lu Jia sniffed and said with some dissatisfaction. The station in the duplicate gate queue was not meant to be fixed, so why should it have to be given over to other high schools? Teacher Gao, it seems that these people from Prime High School still haven't recognized their position, so why don't you let us teach them? The students of Apocalypse High School are pumping their fists and jumping for joy. The students of Prime High School also looked grave when they saw this posture. Although it wasn't true that they were at the bottom of the list at Optimist High School, it didn't mean that they didn't have their own dignity. Just as the students from Prime High School were about to open their mouths, they were preempted by Jiang Hao. No, I'll take care of such a small matter. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and stepped out of the group. This student, is there some kind of misunderstanding? We, Prime High School, are also here to participate in the team copy, so why should we give in to you? Besides, it's so wide here. What's one more team standing? Jiang Hao looked at the student who was eager to try and asked with a harmless face. That student saw Jiang Hao's honest face and thought he was a soft touch, so he immediately snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? There's no misunderstanding. It's because you're Optimist High School, Prime High School, bottom of the barrel for 10,000 years. What qualifications does it have to compete with our Apocalypse High School? That's right, get back where you belong and get out of our way. The other Apocalypse High School students also spoke out in agreement. Jiang Hao's expression didn't change when he heard this, and he just smiled faintly. Is that so? In that case, I'll give you a reason to let us. As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura suddenly erupted around Jiang Hao, instantly sweeping across the entire field. The strength of this aura was so strong that even Lu Jia felt a little shocked. Is this some kind of skill? How come it has such a powerful aura? Lu Jia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Hao. Isn't he a summoner? What about this skill? The group of students from Apocalypse High School were even more frightened by the aura and unconsciously took a few steps back. How could they not expect that this harmless-looking teenager would burst out with such a terrifying aura? In their eyes, Jiang Hao was like a towering god at the moment, exuding if anything a golden light around him that could only make people look up. Brother, aren't we professionals? Why are you painting a somewhat different picture? In fact, it was Jiang Hao who utilized the mythic realm and copied the little sage's Do Sheng battle chi. As a legendary level summoned beast, the little saint was able to make the 15th level magical beasts feel the huge gap between their strength and level just by slightly releasing the pressure of its own bloodline. How can these little kids, how can they resist? Jiang Hao only slightly released his own aura, and it scared the crowd of students from Tianqi High School into retreating. What? Didn't you guys want to teach me a lesson? Why are you wimping out now? The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he mocked. The group of students from Apocalypse High School's faces turned red as they heard this. Although they were scared back by Jiang Hao's aura, it didn't mean they were afraid. Humph. So what if you're strong? There are so many of us in Apocalypse High School. Are we still afraid of you alone? Besides, so what if you alone are powerful? The ones behind you are a bunch of losers. I don't believe you'll be able to pass the copy with a bunch of losers. Also, do you know who I am? Principal Apocalypse is my relative. The schoolgirl who had jumped on the bandwagon was brave enough to say more and more. However, the next moment, she only felt a hurricane blowing around her, followed by a dizzying sensation. All she felt was that everything in front of her seemed to be flipping. Hiss, it hurts. She didn't react until the fiery pain in her face appeared. He himself had just been slapped hard enough to do a 360-degree spin. How dare you? You hit someone, the female student cried out, covering the swollen left side of her face. However, the imagined image of her classmates speaking up for her didn't materialize. She looked up, only to see a middle-aged man wearing a coat of black clothes, with a sturdy and unruffled figure, looking at himself with a teasing face, and beside the middle-aged man, a bald middle-aged man with a black face was staring at her dead in the face. That person was none other than the principal of Apocalypse High School. Chapter 36, the hardest teen copy ever. Oh, Principal Liu, your students are really nice. The one who spoke was none other than the mayor of Tiandu City, Lin Chuan. Let Mayor Lin laugh at you, given spoiled since childhood. The principal of Apocalypse High School gave a compensatory smile, and immediately yelled at the lead teacher of Apocalypse High School. Why don't you take her down? Make a lot of noise. What's decent? The face of Apocalypse High School has been disgraced by you all. But, the girl covered her swollen face and tried to say something, but she was yanked by the lead teacher and dragged back into the line. Seeing this, Jiang Hao also silently put his hands behind his back. I've just gone easy on you, and I'm surprised you're still able to talk. Boy, bloodthirsty. Ha? Lin Chuan glanced at Jiang Hao, raised his eyebrows, and tapped Jiang Hao's shoulder again in that familiar way. You did a good job though. Insulting a decorated officer does deserve a lesson. Only next time. Watch how you do it. Lin Chuan shirked all of Jiang Hao's responsibilities in a few words. But it was true that the female student was at fault first. Didn't she see the shining point medal on Jiang Hao's chest? It's against the law to verbally abuse meritorious personnel. It was then that the students of Tianqi High School noticed the medal Jiang Hao wore on his chest. I was just so focused on taunting that I didn't pay much attention and didn't react until now. How is it that Prime High School suddenly has students that are getting bronze medals at this age? It's no better than we're still playing in the mud and you're already working as a mercenary outside the domain. Just as the crowd was surprised by Jiang Hao's medal, a sudden movement came from the team copy gate. A silhouette stepped out from within the blue curtain of light. Instead of walking, it's more like rolling and crawling. That wretched appearance made the onlookers of the students somewhat unable to hold back their laughter. This is Tendu High School? Since Tendu High School was the strongest, it entered the copy early. However, compared to their previous spirited appearance when they entered the copy, the students of Tendu High School at this moment could be said to be in a sorry state to the extreme. Not only were his clothes in tatters, but his face was covered in deep and shallow cuts. There are even a few students. Even walking is very difficult, if not assisted by classmates. I am afraid that would have been sitting on the ground. Could it be that the team copy has taken a turn for the worse? It can't be. Even if it's hell difficulty, it's impossible to torture a group of people from Tiandu High School into this state, right? Yeah, those few students inside Tendu High School are all awake and A-rank talents. Even if they are facing a level 18 boss, with their strength they should be able to deal with it easily. The crowd of high school students murmured and speculated as to why. How did you guys get out so fast? At this time, Wang Yang, the current lead teacher of Tiandu High School, was also a bit puzzled when he saw the students in this sorry state. Too hard. This team copy, it's simply not something people can pass. A student from Tendu High School panted, obviously having been given quite a scare inside. Wang Yang ignored the student and walked over to a red-haired teenager. Gao Yang, what's going on in there? The red-haired teenager, Gao Yang, sniffed and let out a bitter smile. Teacher Wang, I'm afraid that this team copy is the most difficult one in the history of our entire Sky City. A high-level copy? Wang Yang was a bit puzzled. Tiancheng City was considered to be in the middle and upper reaches of China, and the overall strength of the students was quite a bit stronger than the other cities. In past years, the team copies were basically solidly in the top 20, if not the top 15. but he said the hardest team copy ever, which made it hard for him to imagine. Yes, a high-level copy. Gao Yang nodded and said in a grave tone, a large number of level 18 elite-level abyssal demon beasts have appeared inside, and there are even boss-level existences. Moreover, the terrain of the copy is complicated, and there are traps and organs everywhere, so if you're not careful, you might lose your entire army. I doubt that this copy will pass at all. At those words, there was an outcry all around. An elite level 18 abyssal demon beast, a BS level existence? That's just unheard of. It was important to know that in the past, the strongest monsters in the team copies were only level 15, and they were still BS. And this time, the team copy even directly appeared elite level abyssal demon beasts and BSS level existences. The difficulty could be imagined. How come? Wang Yang was also in disbelief, although he realized that the difficulty of the team copy this time might not be low. But how could he not expect that it would be this difficult? Gao Yang? At this time, Zhang Hao in the crowd also heard the conversation they were talking about. He suddenly remembered that the Tendu Gao family had a young master who happened to be enrolled in Tendu High School. It was only that Gao Yang was in the noble focus class and did not usually have any interactions with him. No clues can be spared. Zhang Hao silently memorized this person's appearance, and then slowly walked to the middle of the group. At this moment, Lu Jia came to Zhang Hao's side. Zhang Hao, what should we do now? If it was really like what Tendu High School said, even if Zhang Hao was strong, I'm afraid he would still have trouble dealing with it. At this time the students of Prime High School were also a bit low on confidence. Maybe Zhang Hao was strong, but even stronger? He was only one person. Even a veteran high school like Tendu High School couldn't pass, and the probability of them doing so was infinitely close to zero. Lin Chuan on the side also looked at Zhang Hao with interest, wanting to see what choice he would make. Originally, he could have completely transferred Zhang Hao to a more powerful high school, but he did not do so, simply because there is some kind of mechanism hidden within this team copy that can actually pass the level. Facing the expectant gazes of his party, Zhang Hao only smiled faintly. It's simple, just listen to me when you go in. It just so happens that at this time, Optimist High School has registered. Since their front runner in the lineup, Tin Shui High School, chose to forfeit. It was their turn at Optimist High School, because a large amount of experience will be deducted if you die in the middle of a team copy. Many high schools want to choose to give up. If you can't level up in the middle of the copy, and you lose levels instead, then it's not worth it. Optimist High School, are you guys choosing to give up your challenge copies as well? The professional in charge of registration asked. It seemed to him that Optimist High School would definitely opt out. Optimist High School chooses to challenge. Well, you guys made good choices. Sometimes it's appropriate to give up. Before the professional in charge of registration could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lu Jia. Optimist High School chooses to challenge. The professional in charge of registration froze at the words. How could he not have expected that Prime High would choose to challenge? You know, even Tin Shui High School has given up on the challenge. And Prime High School dares to challenge? Don't they know that team copies require a very high level of student strength? Are you guys sure you want to challenge? The professional in charge of registration asked again, wanting to confirm. Okay, well, in that case, you guys can go in. The professional in charge of registration sighed and stamped the register. Holy, how dare the 10,000-year-old hangers-on challenge for a copy? Are they too high in rank? Ha ha, that's right. They don't think they can pass the copy with a transfer student, do they? The way I see it, I'm afraid they're all going to be wiped out this time. As they watched the Dynasky High School group fishtail in, the few remaining high schools scoffed and were very puzzled by Dynasky High School's choice. The rest of the high school's lead teachers were also shaking their heads slightly, and some were even already advising Lu Jia that he could already purchase a ticket for the return trip in 10 minutes. Only Lin Chuan looked at the disappearing back of Prime High School with interest, the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile if anything. Chapter 37 Twisted Jungle, The Missing Mandate of Heaven. Single E-Team Copy Experience. At this moment, the crowd was transported into a dim and deep jungle by a burst of white light. Giant trees covered the sky, and their dense branches and leaves shut out the sunlight, causing a depressing atmosphere to permeate the jungle. The low growl of a wild animal rose and fell, sending chills down the spine. And then, a beep sounded in everyone's ears. Twisted Jungle, once ravaged by war and a population in need. But a heavenly destiny appeared and led the weak human race to rise, breaking the inherent pattern and establishing an alliance that allowed all races to coexist. However, the descent of the abyss and the disappearance of the mandate of heaven have brought the Twisted Jungle back to war, and the alliance is falling apart. Nowadays, the human race is weak, and the ghost race and the tree spirit race are constantly encroaching on the jungle with the support of the abyss. Mission: defeat the ghost race and the tree spirit race, either in conjunction with the human race or alone. Hint: before Heaven's mandate disappeared, he had laid down special conditions for passage, but due to the time being too long ago, the conditions for passage can no longer be verified. This team copy is a special team copy and is more difficult to pass, so please be mentally prepared. Warning: abyssal creatures have sensed your arrival. Please prepare for battle. As the tone fell, a sizzling sound rang out in the jungle, and a pair of scarlet eyes flashed in the darkness. Roar! A roar resounded through the jungle as a huge abyssal demon beast rushed out of the darkness and pounced towards the Prime High School group. The abyssal demon beast was covered in pitch black, with sharp claws and fangs, and its size was 3 to 4 meters tall, with a very powerful aura. Crap! A level 15 abyssal demon beast, the students of Prime High School exclaimed out in shock, each of them pale with fear. They had never seen such a powerful abyssal demonic beast, let alone fought. Don't be afraid. Stand behind me. Jiang Hao made a timely sound to remind the crowd, while using the delusional fire eye to detect the attributes of this abyssal demonic beast. Tree spirit beast, abyssalized. Quality: elite. Rank: 15. Power: 255. Body mass: 210. Speed: 169. Spirit: 188. Skills: Tree Vine Twist, Group Control. Thorn Art, Remote Control. Tree Root Bind, Single Control. This was an elite level tree spirit beast, comparable in strength to a level 15 abyssal boss. Moreover, this tree spirit beast also possessed 3 control skills. Putting it in the middle of other team copies, it would have to be a mini-boss. But in the twisted jungle, that's just a minor quirk. Many of the students here are not even 1/5 the size of this tree spirit beast. If a skill came down, all of these students would probably be wiped out. What a weak human race. The tree spirit beast swept a glance before letting out a raspy voice. Tell me about the human race behind you, and I'll give you guys a pain in the ass. It seemed to treat Jiang Hao and his group as aborigines. What if I don't say it? Jiang Hao laughed. If not, then go to. Before the tree spirit beast's words fell, he only saw a golden red lance flash above the sky. The tree goblin beast didn't even have time to let out a scream before the shot pierced through its head and its huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash. So strong. The students of Prime High School were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Jiang Hao to kill this tree spirit beast whose strength was comparable to a level 15 abyssal boss in a single move. Is this what Big Brother is all about? At that moment, they saw an ape holding a light golden lance above the head of the tree essence beast, skillfully collecting the materials dropped by the tree essence beast. That's when they remembered that Biggie seemed to be a summoner. Big man, what do we do now? A girl asked weakly. Yeah, what's the plan, big guy? They thought that since Jiang Hao had brought them to challenge the copies, he should have a corresponding plan. Plans? Jiang Hao thought about it after receiving the materials brought back by the little saint and said indifferently, didn't the plan say in the introduction that if we just kill the ghost and tree goblin clans, we'll pass the level? Oh yeah, and abyssal wraiths. All students? That's a plan? So, big guy, we're not going to work with the native people? Cooperation? There's no need for that. Jiang Hao waved his hand. If you're scared, you can just follow and watch. If they strike, they will be assigned experience. Now Jiang Hao finally understood a little bit why Lin Chuan wanted him to join Prime High School. Joining Prime High School was the equivalent of letting him challenge a high-level team copy alone. How much experience does that take? The students of Prime High School looked at each other in dismay. How could they not expect that Jiang Hao was planning to single-handedly challenge the entire twisted jungle? You should know that this copy has countless ghost race, tree spirit race and abyssal demon beasts. Even a strong school like Tendu High School returned in defeat. However, if Jiang Hao could really take them through the team copy, the experience of clearing it alone would be enough for them to go up a few levels. It's a lot faster than slogging through monsters on your own. After figuring it out, the crowd also followed Jiang Hao not far away, where the battle waves couldn't reach. What's done is done, and there's only trust in Big Brother. Looking at the well-organized crowd, Jiang Hao nodded. Follow me. Thus, the group was led by Jiang Hao, and soon came to a place with dense woods. They also encountered traps several times during this period, though each danger passed them by. It makes them feel like, have they gotten lucky? And just then, a ghostly sound came from the distance. At the same time, accompanied by a sizzling sound of footsteps, a group of ghost clansmen armed with bone knives stepped out of the darkness. The ghost clan was covered in a rich aura of death, with a hideous mask on its face, a slender and thin body, and a bone knife, exuding an eerie aura. Their levels were generally around level 14, and the ghost race squad leader at the head had even reached level 16. so his strength was not to be underestimated. Humans, how dare you trespass into the twisted jungle? You're just looking for death. They had wanted to go looking for these humanoids, but they didn't expect them to come to the door on their own. The ghost race squad leader roared angrily, taking the lead and rushing towards Zhang Hao with a bone knife in his hand. The rest of the ghost clans followed closely behind, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded Zhang Hao and the students of Prime High School. Protect the big guy. Although the students of Prime High School were not strong, they still wanted to protect Zhang Hao at the first opportunity. Zhang Hao, I need your protection? Chapter 38, Reuniting the Ghost Race Squad and Attacking the Ghost Race Lair. Zhang Hao looked at the crowd of inverted Big Dipper, although there was some intention in his heart, but he still reminded in time. You guys might as well stand behind me. Any random monster in there is capable of wiping out your group. When the crowd heard this, they also reacted in time and retreated behind Zhang Hao. It did get a little stressful just now. Looking at the densely packed Ghost Tribe squad, Zhang Hao suddenly asked, your Ghost Clan should be here all together, right? The Ghost Race squad leader didn't react for a moment when he was asked this question. Shouldn't it be the one to ask that question? After reacting, the Ghost Clan squad leader directly roared, human, don't try to pull any tricks, and obediently explained the human race behind you. Apparently they still thought of Zhang Hao and his group as scouts sent by the local human race. Another group of guys who can't communicate. Zhang Hao didn't have the patience to chat with them and directly summoned out Little Saint and Fat Day. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. Though for other high school students, these Ghostbusters were terrifying to fight. But for Little Saint and Fat Day, whose basic attributes averaged 700 nowadays, it was just a little bit of wind and frost. The Little Saint received the command and a golden light bloomed around his body. In an instant, the Doshang domain instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The four-dimensional attributes of a group of ghosts were directly cut by 50% hard, and Fat Day was not to be outdone. The word, fusion, was instantly activated. The earth trembled violently, and the land under the feet of the surrounding ghost soldiers instantly collapsed, causing their feet to sink into the ground and directly controlling them hard. At the same time, Little Sage seized the moment, and the light of the Dawnbreaker lance in his hand skyrocketed. A dazzling spear-on instantly pierced through the chest of the Ghost Race squad leader, nailing him to the ground. Seconds, the Little Saints today are just so unreasonable. Pure numerical crushing. After resolving the small captain of the Ghost Clan, Xiao Shang and Fat Day didn't stop for anything and directly rushed into the Ghost Clan, killing them in all directions. As Little Sage's golden red Saint Do Chi swept across the entire field, the Ghost Race soldiers did not have any power to fight back at all. One shot through, one hit. The scene was very bloody. Ding! Kill Ghost Captain. Experience plus 1500. Kill Ghost Skeleton Monster X8. Experience plus 3000. Obtained equipment Skeleton Battle Armor, Gold. Materials obtained Bone Powder times 10. Get material more on Bone Flute times 1. Zhang Hao watched the system brush the screen, and was very satisfied in his heart. This twisted jungle copy was truly worthy of being a high difficulty team copy, and the experience value was very generous. If he was able to clear the entire copy, he was confident that he would be able to level up 2 levels in a row, or even 3 levels was not impossible. Worthy of being a big brother, he actually exterminated a dozen high-level ghost clans with his own strength. With this kind of strength, I definitely believe it when he says he's able to pass the team copy, but the big man is so decisive that he doesn't even bother to explain. The students of Prime High School looked at Zhang Hao, who was killing people in all directions, and their hearts were also very excited. They knew that with Zhang Hao as their thigh, they would definitely be able to gain a considerable amount of profit from this team copy trip. However, in a matter of time, this Ghost Race squad was completely annihilated by Little Saint and Fat Day. Current level 9, 92%. Although it was only a Ghost Tribe squad, the experience it brought to Zhang Hao was also very considerable. Just now, during the battle, Zhang Hao had already opened his delusional fire eyes to learn the location of the Ghost Race's lair, since the Ghost Clan was so hospitable and sent a squad to welcome him. As Zhang Hao, who was born in a country of etiquette, he definitely had to return the favor. What is the most appropriate and sincere way to return a gift? Then, of course, I'd like to thank you in person. The Ghost Clan is looking for me, so I'm here. Little Saint, Fat Day, let's go to the Ghost Clan's lair. Little Saint and Fat Day sniffed and immediately opened the way ahead. The other Optimist high school students who hadn't yet reacted from the shock saw this and hurriedly followed suit. And at this moment, in the lair of the Ghost Race, the king of the Ghost Race was anxiously waiting for the squad to report the situation. Ever since the alliance between the human and ghost races broke down after the disappearance of the humans' heavenly fate and the invasion of the abyssal forces, He led the ghost race to defect to the abyss and became the overlord of the twisted jungle. But the squads that have been sent out lately have always observed many humanoids. This made the king of ghosts jittery. After all, the pressure that heavenly fate had once put on it was just too great. And if heavenly fate had not disappeared, it wouldn't have dared to join the abyss at will. Report, my lord, the people are coming. At that moment, a ghost race warrior stumbled into the great hall with a terrified look on his face. What? The people are coming? The king of the ghost race was shocked when he heard this. How many of them are there and how strong are they? Is that Providence back? It's not divine order. There's only one person coming, along with a monkey and a bear. The ghost clan warrior returned. Only one? The king of the ghost race was a bit incredulous. Great king, that one human race is very powerful. Our squads were all instantly regrouped by him. The ghost race warrior hastily added. Instant regimentation? The king of the ghost race immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He had spent a great deal of resources to cultivate a squad, and he didn't expect to be instantly annihilated by an unknown human race. Come on, let's go check it out. The king of the ghost race didn't dare to be slow and immediately led a group of ghost race generals out of the great hall. At this moment, in the ghost race's lair, Little Sage and Fat Dit were continuously killing the surrounding ghost race soldiers, and soon emptied the surrounding ghost race. Strange, I've killed like this, and the king of ghost race still doesn't appear? Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. In the eyes of the void fire, Jiang Hao learned that there was a king among the ghost clan who was very strong and should be the boss. Master, maybe the king of the ghost race will appear soon. Xiao Shui, who was beside Jiang Hao, spoke out. Since the students weren't strong enough, they could only stay in the periphery, so Jiang Hao also allowed Little Snow to appear in a disguised appearance. I can't help but say that Yuki's appearance after her transformation is really that of a man and a woman. A head of cloud-like long hair was casually tied up, delicate features as if they were carved from heaven, fair skin that was more than snow, and a tall and delicate figure that was concave and convex, dressed in a light white and blue long dress, more set off her temperament out of the world, just like the 9 heavenly fairies down to earth. Cute really isn't worth it in front of royalty plus sexy, especially with those killer long legs. Master, what are you looking at? Feeling her master's gaze, Little Snow blinked her beautiful eyes and laughed. Cough, cough, I think today's weather is good. The weather is white. Jiang Hao coughed dryly a few times and continued. Besides, I also think that the king of that ghost race should show up soon. As soon as the words fell, a grim voice came from the great hall. Who exactly is your excellency? Why are you trespassing on my ghost clan's land? Only to see a 3-meter-tall king of the ghost race with a powerful aura walk out of the great hall. It wore a golden crown on its head, was clad in black armor, and held a marrow bone blade, surrounded by a dense deathly aura, giving off a sense of unruffled authority. Finally, Jiang Hao looked at the king of the ghost race, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Looks like Yuki's absolute luck triggered. It's true what they say. Newcomer, new book. Now that the book is in its validation period, the new book catch-up is very important and determines whether the book will continue to be written or not. If you readers greatly enjoyed the book, I hope you'll catch up on the latest chapters. Thank you. Chapter 39, Mighty Space Warlock. Golden red word, hubris. When the king of the ghost race arrived, he looked at the crowd of dead ghost race soldiers, and the ghostly blue fire in his eyes flickered crazily. Human, you deserve to die. The ghost race soldiers it had worked so hard to cultivate were just killed by the human race in front of it. If it's you who dies too, how can something that surrenders to the abyss have the face to push around here? Jiang Hao laughed coldly, and the attributes of the king of the ghost race were clearly visible under the eye of delusional fire. King of the ghosts, rank, 25, power, 520, physique, 520, speed, 520, spirit, 630, skills, undead summoning LVE 5, undead erosion LVE 4, undead shield LVE 4, undead resurrection, superclass LVE 3. Introduction, the rightful king of the ghost clan, worthy of being a team copy boss. Not only was the level high, the attributes explosive, and the skills outrageous, it looks like it's still able to come back to life. Ignorant human race, is the power of the abyss beyond your imagination? It won't be long before the blessings of the abyss will descend upon the entire twisted jungle. Jiang Hao sniffed and let out a cold laugh. The lackeys of the abyss, defecting to the abyss, willingly serving the tiger and aiding and abetting the abyss. Even if the bull abyss in your mouth descends, I'll be able to make it come and go without a return. You, the king of the ghost race, was so angry by Jiang Hao's words that he was trembling. It had never thought that someone would dare to insult the abyss in such a way. It was simply looking for death. I don't care who you are. If you dare to break into our ghost clan's land and kill my ghost clan soldiers, I will make you pay the price today. As soon as the king of the ghost clan's words fell, ghostly chi surged around his body, and the marrow-bone blade in his hand instantly emitted a gust of wailing sounds. Apparently, it had moved to true anger. Undead summoning. With a low roar from the king of the ghost race, only a ghostly blue vortex suddenly appeared on the walls around the great hall. Within the vortex, the undead aura surged, and immediately afterward, an undead creature walked out of the vortex. These undead creatures were skeletal soldiers, ghosts, zombies, and even huge undead dragons. As soon as the undead creatures appeared, they pounced towards Jiang Hao and the others. Yuki, let's see you perform. Against groups of magical beasts, it was still Yuki who came swiftly. Yes, master. Xiao Shui smiled sweetly at his words and moved lightly with her lotus steps to Jiang Hao's body, only to see her jade hand gently lifting. A spatial greatness surged with her surroundings. The word, Space Warlock, is activated. With little Snow's strike, a spatial crack instantly appeared in the grand hall. Those undead creatures that had just crawled out of hell were still in a daze. Accompanied by another wave of Yuki's raised hand, a spatial rift instantly engulfed the undead creatures, and after the undead creatures were swallowed by the spatial rift, they instantly disappeared as if they had never appeared. What? The king of the ghost race was shocked when he saw his undead creatures disappear instantly. It had never seen such a bizarre means to instantly devour its undead creatures. This is its biggest card. Who the hell are you? The king of the ghost clan asked in horror. What people? The man who killed you. With Jiang Hao's order, Little Saint and Fat De struck out at the same time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Undead shield. The king of ghosts hastily put an undead shield on himself. The undead shield is capable of resisting a great deal of damage and can also absorb the souls of undead creatures to strengthen itself, but it only lasted less than a second. Bang! A shattering sound rang out. The Ghost King's undead shield shattered. Minus 36,680. A scarlet, piercing number appeared, directly causing its blood bar to fall by most of its length. Little Sage's Do Shang domain was accompanied by armor-breaking and weakening effects, coupled with the inherent armor-breaking attribute of the Dawn Lance. Breaking a turtle shell wasn't a piece of cake. Roar! A roar rang out. The multiplication-enabled Chubby Tad leapt high into the air and threw a punch at the King of Ghosts. Minus 32,810. This time, the King of Ghosts was directly blasted by Fat De and flew backwards, crashing into a wall. The King of the Ghost race struggled to get up from the ground with fear in his eyes. How could it not expect that the human in front of it was so powerful that its undead shield and undead creatures were simply unbeatable in front of him? No way. That's impossible. The king of the ghost clan roared in horror. There's nothing impossible. Today, you'll die for sure. Jiang Hao snorted coldly, controlling Little Saint and Fat D to continue attacking. Seeing the situation, the king of ghosts hastily cast Undead Resurrection, trying to revive the undead creatures it had just killed. However, Yuki wouldn't let it get away with it. Space Warlock, word activated, only to see a spatial crack appear in the Great Hall once again, devouring those undead creatures that had just been revived once again. The king of the ghost clan saw that all of his means had been broken, and completely fell into despair. Mercy, mercy. The king of the ghost clan fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Spare your life? Didn't you just try to kill me? Jiang Hao sneered. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me and I can lead you to the abyss. The king of the ghost race hurriedly kowtowed and begged for forgiveness. But how could Little Saint and Fat De stop? In the end, the king of the ghost race was shot through the heart by Little Saint and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ding! Kill the king of ghosts. Experience plus 8,000. Obtained equipment, Moro Bone Knife, Emerald. Gained equipment, Undead Staff, Emerald. Material acquired Undead Soul, Fine, times 10. Obtained material, Heart of Death, Epic, times 1. Ding! Congratulations on your upgrade to level 10. Infinite colorful word talent trigger, word draw plus 1. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the hidden quest, clear the ghost race. Please explore the second phase of the mission on your own. Several tips popped up in front of Jiang Hao's eyes in succession, and he was a bit dazzled by them. He quickly scanned through them one by one, eventually deciding to draw the words first. Last time I drew a gold and red word with Yuki's absolute luck. I think I'll get a mythic word this time. Yuki, put your hand out while turning on destiny control. Jiang Hao guessed that as long as he was closer to Xiao Shui, the better the absolute luck attribute boost would be. Xiao Shui sniffed. Her pretty face slightly reddened, but she still obediently stretched out her jade hand while opening destiny control. All of a sudden, a metaphysical power enveloped the two of them. Xiao Shui sniffed and obediently stretched out her jade hand. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and directly placed his hand on Xiao Shui's. Extracting words. A colorful pillar of light erupted from the two of them, illuminating the entire hall in all colors. Jiang Hao held his breath and stared dead at the center of the light pillar. In the end, a golden red card stayed in front of Jiang Hao. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the gold and red legend word, hubris. Chapter 40 Divine Rank Skill Arrogant Statue. Hubris? Jiang Hao picked up the golden red card with some doubts and examined it carefully. Hubris, golden red lore. Growth form possessor of this phrase increases attack penetration by 40% and gains 0.1% of the enemy's strength attribute for every enemy killed per second, no upper limit. Comment: my arrogance is far above yours. You get a skill for wearing this phrase. Looking at the introduction of the gold and red legend words in his hand, Jiang Hao was both excited and thrilled in his heart. 40% attack penetration, which means the ability to ignore 40% of defense and deal damage directly to the enemy. Add to that the ability to get 1% of the enemy's power attribute for every enemy killed per second, and it's even more counterintuitive. This meant that as long as one kept killing enemies, one would be able to infinitely raise their power attribute. Great phrase. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. I'm afraid that the word, hubris, is infinitely close to a mythic word and comes with a skill. It was true that it was better to touch Yuki's lucky effect up close. That would be negative distance. Da ba, da ba. Jiang Hao hurriedly shook off the strange thoughts in his mind. He's a serious man. Finally, Jiang Hao thought about it and gave this phrase to Little Saint. After all, the Little Saint has the highest power and damage, and is also the easiest to kill the enemy in seconds to get the attribute bonus. Hubris word conferred successfully. Summoned beast spirit Mingshi monkey, Little Saint, legend, power, 760, physique, 725, speed, 730, spirit, 700. Little Sage's base 4-dimensional attributes are increased in all attributes, and the quality is also improved by 1 star. The growth form words really live up to their name. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Jiang Hao's head. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast spirit Mingshi monkey, Little Saint, has unlocked the special skill, Arrogant Statue. Little Saint exclusive skill. Jiang Hao hurriedly checked Little Saint's skill panel. Statue of Hubris, quality, divine. Effect, kill 1 enemy per second. Gain 0.1% of enemy's power attribute, no upper limit. Form a statue of hubris in your body every time you get 100 power bonus. Each statue of hubris can increase your power by an additional 10%. Consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. Evaluation, a truly strong man never stops slaughtering. Sure enough, as Jiang Hao thought, the skill that the word arrogance brought to Little Saint was of divine rank, worthy of being a divine rank skill. It's just perverted, Jiang Hao said in his heart. Every second you kill an enemy, you gain 0.1% of the enemy's power attribute, which is equivalent to a permanent 0.1% power attribute boost. Furthermore, for every 100 power bonus received, a statue of hubris is also formed inside the body, and each statue of hubris increases its power by an additional 10%. In other words, as long as the Little Saint kept killing enemies, its power attribute would continue to rise, forming a positive cycle. This is like a tiger with wings for the Little Saint. Just as well, there were quite a few ghost soldiers in the neighborhood, just in time to stack hubris on the Little Saint. Little Saint, I'll leave the rest to you. Roar! The Little Saint sniffed and let out an excited roar, instantly rushing towards the remaining ghost race soldiers, only to see Little Sage wielding the Lance of Dawnbreaker. Wherever he passed, the ghost race soldiers had no one to fight against. Kill ghost soldier experience plus 300. Hubris word trigger. Ling Mingshi monkey, Little Saint, power plus 0.3. Kill ghost race archer experience plus 350. Hubris word trigger. Spirit Brightstone monkey, Little Saint, power plus 0.34. Kill ghost cavalry experience plus 360. Hubris word trigger. Spirit Brightstone monkey, Little Sage, strength plus 0.38. Looking at Little Saint's slowly climbing attributes, Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Although the bonus is not much now, but if in the later stage of the 4-dimensional attributes generally broken thousands or even tens of thousands of cases, that bonus is only horrible. At this time, Jiang Hao put his attention on the few pieces of equipment he got. Marrowbone knife, jade, rank 10. After wearing, strength plus 40, physique plus 40, speed plus 40, spirit plus 40. Special effect, comes with a 5% armor breaking effect, and a 20% chance of attaching an undead seal to each attack. The undead seal will continue to inflict sustained undead damage, inflicting 5% of one's own strength per second for 3 seconds. Undead staff, emerald, rank 10. After wearing, strength plus 50, physique plus 50, speed plus 50, Spirit plus 50. Special effect restores 5% of one's spiritual energy every second, and can absorb the undead breath of enemies after killing them, restoring 1% of one's spiritual energy. Great outfit. Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel. Both pieces of equipment were of emerald quality with very good attributes, especially the undead staff, which was able to restore 5% of one's spiritual power every second, was simply a boon to the mage profession. If this is put up for auction, it won't go down without $10 million. The Senroku knife is also nice and works. It just so happened that Fat De didn't have a handy weapon right now, so this Morrow ancient blade was given to Fat De. After Jiang Hao handed over the Morrow bone knife to Fat De, Little Sage had also killed all the remaining ghost soldiers and received an additional 13 points of power bonus. The meritocracy is complete. It's time to go to the Tree Spirit Clan. Jiang Hao planned to rendezvous with Prime High School before searching for the Tree Spirit Clan together. After all, there was a mechanism for team copies that would affect subsequent ratings if there were casualties. In order not to affect the rating, Jiang Hao would still try to ensure that they didn't die. At this moment, deep within a cave, a mysterious man wearing a black robe and a hood was standing with his hands in front of him, and in front of him was a huge water mirror. In the water mirror, it was exactly the image of Jiang Hao and Little Saint killing the four directions. Interesting. Not only was he able to kill the land of the Ghost Clan, he also defeated the king of the Ghost Clan. It seems that the human prophecy man has appeared. The mysterious man looked at Jiang Hao, who stood proudly in the water mirror, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. Inform the Tree Goblin King and tell him to speed things up. Yes. A raspy voice came from the darkness and disappeared in a whirlwind. At this time, Jiang Hao did not know that his every move had long been taken in, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart, because he already possessed enough strength to meet any challenge. However, just as Jiang Hao found the Prime High School students, there were still some accidents. The original team of only 15 people had unexpectedly reached more than 30 people at this moment, and those extra humans, all wearing leather battlesuits and wielding a variety of weapons, were clearly not students of Prime High, because the students of Optimist High School are, at this moment, shivering within a large net. Chapter 41 Human Forces Among the Sidebooks. Abyssalization. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hao frowned slightly. One by one, the students of Prime High School were trapped in the giant net, their faces pale, obviously suffering from a considerable amount of shock, and the group of humans in leather battlesuits were looking at them with a teasing expression. Who are you people? Why are you arresting them? Jiang Hao said in a cold voice. Why? The black-armored man in the capital teased. Don't you know the rules of the Twisted Jungle? Rules? Kid, don't you know? Any items the human race gets in the Twisted Jungle have to be turned in to the Alliance. Otherwise, with that, he casually threw his hand and stuck a long knife in front of one of the students and said in a cold voice, Don't blame my knife for not having eyes. Jiang Hao smiled disdainfully. Under the gaze of the void fire eyes, these people's information had been exposed. Wang Hai, Commander of the Human Race Alliance. Rank, 23. Power, 368. Physique, 333. Speed, 290. Spirit, 280. Skills, Blade/LVE. 5. Gravity LVA. 5. Berserk LVE. 4. Human Alliance Warrior Lu Hong. Rank, 20. Power, 288. Body mass, 263. Speed, 198. Spirit, 99. Skills, Charge LVE. 5. Iron Armor LVE. 4. Blast LVE. 3. It seems that they should be the remnant forces of the Human Alliance in the middle of the Twisted Jungle. Jiang Hao had originally planned to allow the Human Alliance to be able to return to its former glory after dealing with the Abyss. In hindsight, that shouldn't have been necessary. Hey kid, what are you gawking at? Didn't you hear what the commander said? An Alliance warrior yelled. He had just seen the image of Jiang Hao slaughtering the ghost race and knew that this person was not easy to deal with. That's why these hostages were taken to try to force his hand. Biggie, leave us alone. Big deal. We'll just drop a level. Yeah, big guy. You mustn't be threatened by them. The students of Prime High School were persuaded. They knew that Jiang Hao was powerful, but they didn't want to be a burden to him. You guys are quite righteous? The black-armored commander teased. I hope you won't regret it later. Jiang Hao's tone was cold. Regret? How can? Buzz. Before the black-armored commander's words fell, he only felt a flash of white light in front of him, and the space continuously trembled. When he came back to his senses, all those controlled students had unexpectedly disappeared. How is it possible? The black-armored commander's pupils shrank. Those students who were clearly trapped in the giant net just now had instantly disappeared without a trace. Space-type skills. The black-armored commander let out a cry of shock. Then he looked at Zhang Hao, his eyes filled with shock, only to see that beside Zhang Hao, a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress had appeared at some point, and those students, after all, appeared behind the woman in the white dress. Little Shang, Fat Day, not one of them will be left behind. Zhang Hao's tone was cold, without a trace of emotion. Bang! A cracking sound rang out, only to see the little sage who had opened the Do Shang domain, holding the gun of Dawnbreaker and rushing towards the crowd of people. Fat D even unleashed his fusion, building an iron wall to close off the surroundings, leaving no way for them to retreat. Damn, do you think we're really afraid of you? Seeing that there was no way back, the black-armored commander drew the sword at his waist. Oh Supreme Abyss, your most loyal slave, to your supreme and highest homage, awaken the power that lurks within the slave. Along with the black-armored man's divine chatter, the surrounding alliance warriors cried out in agony and spat out clumps of black mist from their mouths, which coalesced on top of their long swords. At the same time, the black-armored commander's body began to expand continuously, his muscles bulging, revealing the hideous, pitch-black veins within. As the black mist continued to coalesce, the black-armored commander's aura climbed upward, and his level actually broke through to level 28. Abyssal Slave. Rank, 2328. Power, 368500. Body mass, 333480. Speed, 290468. Spirit, 280470. Skills, Blade Slash, Mid-rank, LV. 5. Gravity, Mid-rank, LV. 5. Berserk, High rank, LV. 3. Abyssal Blessing, Super rank, LV. 1. Abyssalization, Super rank, LV. 2. Introduction, obtaining the blessing of the abyss, giving up the identity of the human race, and becoming a lackey of the abyss. Abyssal Blessing? Zhang Hao's pupils shrunk slightly. Sure enough, just as he had guessed, there were abyssal spies mixed in amongst the human alliance. That was why he didn't contact the Human League. Having dealt with the abyss several times, Zhang Hao was well aware of its terror. This abyssal minion in front of him would require at least a squad of nearly 100 people to be able to jointly defeat it. It's just a shame that it runs into someone who can't be treated with common sense. As expected, whitewashing is 3 times weaker and blackening is 10 times stronger. And I wonder how many shots it can withstand, Little Saint. Zhang Hao sized up the abyssal slave in front of him with interest. He couldn't wait for a few more abyssal bosses. These were experience and wealth for nothing. Little Saint, show him what reality means. Chubby Tat, you give him a few hits too. Little Saint and Fat Dis sniffed and let out an excited roar as they simultaneously rushed towards the abyssal slave. The little sage held the gun of Dawnbreaker, golden light flashed around his body, and the Do Shang domain was instantly exerted. The abyssal slave only felt a weight on his body, and his speed and strength were greatly weakened. At the same time, Fat D performed fusion. The earth trembled violently, and the surrounding soil and rocks quickly coalesced to form a wall of earth, encircling the abyssal slaves. Damn it, what kind of power is this? The abyssal slave roared. He had never seen such a bizarre skill that was able to weaken his strength and speed at the same time, and also restrict his movement. And at this moment, the little saint who had opened the Do Battle Law and Do Shang domain had already come to the front of the abyssal slave, and the golden light of the Dawnbreaker gun in his hand was flourishing as he stabbed out with a single shot. Minus 51,800. A scarlet damage number floated up from the abyssal slave's head. The abyssal slave only felt a pain in his heart, and when he looked down, he only saw that his chest had actually been pierced through a bloody hole. Receiving such a heavy blow, the abyssal slave let out a mournful scream as his body fell backwards uncontrollably. No, it can't be. How can you be so strong? You can't kill me. Kill me and the abyss won't let you go. However, little sage ignored it, and the Dawnbreaker lance in his hand turned into a residual shadow as it continuously pierced through the body of the abyssal minion. Minus 49,800. Minus 48,600. Minus 47,400. With each flash of golden light, the abyssal slave's blood level would drop by a large margin. In just a few short breaths, the abyssal slave's blood level was emptied. If it wasn't for the power of the abyss, I'm afraid that he would have been killed in seconds by the little saint. Ding! Kill abyssal minion. Experience plus 3,000. Current level 10, 89%. Obtained equipment Abyssal Demon Blade, Emerald. Gain material Heart of the Abyss, fine, times 1. Obtained material Abyssal Scale Armor, fine, times 10. Congratulations on completing the second stage of the quest, defeat the Abyssal Detail. The ultimate quest has appeared, and the challenger is invited to find it on his own. Note, this challenge has been eroded by an inexplicable force, making it more difficult, so please be careful. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Zhang Hao raised his eyebrows. He didn't realize that the second stage of the mission was to find the spies. He thought it was to eliminate the Tree Spirit clan. It looks like the Twisted Jungle has gone full evil. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh a sigh of relief. According to the hints, the ultimate quest is in all likelihood to challenge the abyss. But the question is, where to find the abyss? It most certainly can't deliver itself, can it? Rumble. Just as Jiang Hao was fretting, the earth began to tremble violently. From afar a thick vine broke out from the ground and surrounded Jiang Hao and the others. It's not like, really came to the door on its own, is it? Chapter 42 Unprecedented. Boss Siege. Mythic Realm. Looking at the thick vines that kept appearing around him, Jiang Hao immediately realized that these bosses were going to take the initiative. Rumble. As the earth continued to tremble, the surrounding trees collapsed, and countless vines broke out from the ground, surrounding Jiang Hao and the others. Jiang Hao looked around and realized that besides those vines, there were several powerful auras that were rapidly approaching. Could it be that the bosses of the Twisted Jungle are planning to join forces? Jiang Hao had learned from the Abyssal Minion that the Twisted Jungle also possessed three major overlords, which were thought to be the final bosses. Little Shang, Fat Day, clear the surrounding vines, and Little Snow, move the students to a safe place. Jiang Hao made an immediate decision. Little Saint and Fat Day sniffed and immediately took the initiative to meet those vines. The little sage was surrounded by flashes of golden light and rushed into the vines with the spear of Dawnbreaker in hand, and wherever he passed, the vines broke. Fat Day exerted metal mastery, manifesting countless sharp blades and cutting off the surrounding vines. Seeing this, Yuki moved with lotus steps and came to the students. Everyone, let go of your minds. I will teleport you to a safe place. Little Snow softly said. The students knew that this battle was just a liability for them to stay, so they let go of their minds. Afterwards, a shimmering light surrounded them and they disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. At the same time, Jiang Hao also cast delusional fire eyes, locking the positions of the surrounding bosses one by one. In Jiang Hao's eyes, three powerful figures were rapidly sweeping in. One of them was a tree spirit covered in green vines. It was huge, tens of meters tall, and covered in sharp thorns. The other was a skeleton with bone spikes all over its body. It was slightly smaller but incredibly fast, and it held a bone blade in its hand. The last one was a huge-sized ape whose entire body was shrouded in golden flames, and a bloodthirsty light flickered in its eyes. These three bosses were none other than the three main overlords in the Twisted Jungle: King of the Tree Goblins, King of the Skeletons, and King of the Inferno Ape. Oh, human, your journey, it ends here. The Tree Spirit King's voice resounded in the air with a cold killing intent. Humans, you have trespassed into the Twisted Jungle and slaughtered my people. Today, we will break you into pieces. The Skeleton King's voice was hoarse and low, permeated with an eerie and terrifying aura. Jie, humans, your flesh and blood will be the sustenance for my advancement. The Inferno Demon Ape King grinned, a bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes, just when they thought that the person would be shivering. But then they saw this weak human, who was actually scanning them with a look of extreme longing. This left them a little puzzled for a moment. What's going on? Surrounded by three of their bosses, shouldn't this human be scared? Usually any one of them could scare those humans half to death. Why was this human a bit different today? In fact, in Jiang Hao's eyes, these three bosses were simply experience and wealth for nothing. It was important to know that normally there were at most two bosses in a team copy, but now there were even three. How much experience, materials, and equipment does that take? Hey, how much experience do you guys think you'll pop if you die? Jiang Hao not only didn't have the slightest fear, but also made a snide remark. At these words, the room fell silent. Even the usually most talkative Inferno Ape King fell into silence. Human, you seek death. The Tree Spirit King roared, and the vines around his body flew, turning into countless sharp blades that attacked Jiang Hao. As abyssal bosses, when had they ever received this kind of anger? A cold light flashed in the Skeleton King's eyes, and the bone knife in his hand instantly disappeared, replaced by a cold bone gun. The Inferno Demon Ape King's fists clenched tightly, and the flames around his body blazed, transforming into countless pillars of fire that blasted toward Jiang Hao. Ha, just the three of you want to kill me? Jiang Hao laughed coldly, not panicking, and retreated behind Little Saint and Fat Day. At the same time, the skill Mythic Domain instantly unfolded. The sky, which was originally pitch black, instantly became bright with golden light after Jiang Hao released the mythological domain, as if he was in a golden ocean. As soon as the mythological domain unfolded, Jiang Hao immediately copied the Little Saint's Do Shang domain. Buzz! The dual Do Shang domains were instantly superimposed. The Tree Spirit King, Skeleton King, and Inferno Ape King only felt as if they were imprisoned by an invisible force. and their speed and strength were greatly weakened. "What's going on?" the Tree Spirit King exclaimed. "Damn it, how did my power disappear?" The Skeleton King was equally terrified. "What kind of skill is this?" The Inferno Demon Ape King's voice had a hint of trembling in it. "Little Saint, chubby tat, make it quick." Although Jiang Hao had the urge to go into the ring himself, he could only dismiss the idea due to the lack of a weapon to take advantage of the situation. After all, it's enough to have Little Saint and Chubby Tat. Knowing that with the mythic domain and the dual Dosheng domain, the four-dimensional attributes of the two summoned beasts had already reached 1500. The power of the Little Saint is even breaking 1700, a power comparable to that of a 35-level professional. This is a battle I don't know how to lose. The strengthened Little Saint and Fat to received the command and let out a roar at the same time, taking the initiative to meet the three major bosses. The Little Saint wielded the Dawnbreaker's lance, indestructible fighting saint, passively triggered. Golden light flashed around his body, and every spear stabbed out with the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Fat D kept casting fusion, using the metal and iron wall to surround the three bosses while constantly launching the earth explosion technique to restrict the bosses' movements. Although the three bosses were powerful, they were powerless under the seamless cooperation of Little Saint and Fat D, only to hear a loud bang. One of the vines of the Tree Spirit King was chopped off by Little Sage. Ow! The Tree Spirit King let out a mournful scream as he suffered pain. This blow directly knocked out most of its blood. It was important to know that with the Abyssal Power Enhancement Tree Goblin King's blood bar could even reach 300,000. It could be seen how terrifying the Little Saint's strike was. Seeing this, the Skeleton King immediately swung his bone blade and slashed towards the Little Saint. However, the Little Sage, whose agility was as high as 1500, was simply too fast, directly transforming into a golden shadow in midair. Not to mention attacking, the Skeleton King couldn't even aim. At that moment, Fatty seized the opportunity and performed fusion plus metal mastery again, trapping the Skeleton King in a metal cage while landing a large number of metal cone spikes. Minus 10,020, minus 11,800, minus 10,850. Dense numbers kept appearing above the Skeleton King's head, causing it to scream in pain. Since the fusion, Fatty, a tank, has hardened himself to play as a support. But even so, the damage inflicted on the Skeleton King was still explosive. Seeing that his two companions were in danger, the Inferno Demon Ape King hurriedly came to support them, only to see flames blazing around its body, releasing a flamestorm that turned into pillars of fire and blasted towards Fat De. However, as the pillar of fire was about to hit Fat De, the surrounding metal converged on Fat D in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, an impenetrable metal armor was formed on Fat Da's body. The laws of metal unleashed. It was the moment when Fat Da finally remembered that he was a tank. Boom! The pillar of fire bombarded the metal armor, only leaving a shallow mark, unable to shake Fat Da in the slightest. On the other hand, the Tree Spirit King, who was in a one-on-one battle with the Little Saint, was in a miserable state. Even though it was a tree spirit known for its defense and thick blood, under Little Sage's comparable to real injuries and berserk attacks, its blood level was dropping rapidly. Roar! The Little Saint let out a roar. The Do Sheng domain and the Golden Saint Do Chi erupted at the same time, and the Dawnbreaker lance in his hand pierced through the Tree Goblin King's chest with a might that destroyed the sky and the earth. Minus 958,000. A scarlet damage number floated up from the top of the Tree Goblin King's head. The Tree Spirit King's blood bar instantly emptied, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Ding! Kill Tree Goblin King. Experience plus 8,500. Hubris triggered. Strength plus 0. 8. Acquired equipment Tree Spirit Scepter, Emerald. Obtained material Tree Spirit Heart, Fine, times 1. Obtained material, Tree Spirit Root, Epic, times 10. Chapter 43 Abyssal Descent. Golden Purple Word, Swift Thunder Soul. Once the Tree Spirit King fell, the remaining Skeleton King and Inferno Ape King immediately panicked. They had never expected the Tree Spirit King to lose so crisply. One must know that among them, the Tree Goblin King was the boss that had received the most blessings from the abyss, and his strength was also the strongest. Damn it, this human brat isn't right. Let's go back and report to the Lord. The Skeleton King didn't spare a thought and turned around to vanish. Seeing this, the Inferno Demon Ape King also hurriedly followed. However, the speed of Little Sage and Fat Do were not comparable to theirs, only to see Little Sage perform instant step, transforming into a golden light, instantly catching up with the Skeleton King, and the dawn-breaking lance in his hand pierced through the Skeleton King's skull without hesitation. Minus 162,000. Scarlet damage numbers floated up from the top of the Skeleton King's head. The Skeleton King's blood bar instantly emptied, and his skeleton scattered, turning into a small mountain of white bones. Ding! Kill Skeleton King, experience plus 8,400. Hubris triggered, strength plus 0. 8. Acquired equipment Skeleton Battle Armor, Emerald. Obtained material Bone Marrow Extract, fine, times 10. Gained equipment Death Mask, Emerald. As soon as the Skeleton King collapsed, Little Sage transformed into a golden light and instantly caught up with the Inferno Ape King. When the Inferno Ape King saw the little saint chasing after him, he was horrified and hurriedly performed the flame-burning body. His body flames were burning and he transformed into a fireball, fleeing towards the distance. However, just as it took a step out, the land under its feet suddenly collapsed. Caught off guard, the Inferno Ape King directly fell into a dog's poop. Before it could react, Fatda had already cast Earthwalking Art to come behind it and stunned it with Earthquake. The Inferno Ape King, who had lost his ability to resist, was directly stabbed to death by Little Saint. Ding! Kill Inferno Ape King, experience plus 8,400. Hubris triggered, strength plus 0. 85. Gained equipment Inferno Gloves, Emerald. Gain material Inflammatory Devil's Heart, Epic, times 1. Materials obtain Flame Crystal, fine, times 10. Congratulations on your leveling up to 11. Infinite Colorful Word Gift Trigger, draw plus 1. With the fall of the Inferno Ape King, the 3 major bosses of the Twisted Jungle were all destroyed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the ultimate quest, the Path of Heavenly Destiny. Note, only those who have traveled the path of the Mandate of Heaven can become the next generation of the Mandate of Heaven. Passing rating, perfect. Reward, experience plus 20. 000. Random Skill Learning Book, high level, times 5. Skill points plus 10. As you are the first human team to clear the Twisted Jungle, you are hereby rewarded with the title, Twisted Jungle Trailblazer, Twisted Jungle Pathfinder. When worn, all basic attributes are increased by 10%. Note, the abyssal invasion of the Twisted Jungle has been advanced due to your team killing 3 abyssal bosses during the challenge. Please leave the Twisted Jungle as soon as possible or suffer the consequences. The duplicate teleportation array is malfunctioning, unable to teleport, and the quest appears to be changed. Mission, survive the Abyssal Chancellor's pursuit for 1 hour. Mission reward, unknown. Detecting the imminent descent of the abyss. Danger, danger. Before Jiang Hao had time to celebrate, a red tip came into his eyes. What do you mean? The abyss has descended again? Without waiting for Jiang Hao to think more, the originally bright sky suddenly became gloomy and blood red, as if it was affected by some kind of power. It looks like the abyss is coming down soon. It is done. Now draw the word. Although Xiao Shui wasn't there, Jiang Hao still believed in his luck in times of crisis. If he could draw a battle-shaped phrase that was suitable for dealing with the abyss, perhaps this battle would go more smoothly. After all, who knows what monsters will emerge from the abyssal descent? If it was an abyssal creature that was over level 50, he could only silently put away his summoned beasts and go send them to their deaths. Ding! Congratulations on winning the gold and purple legendary phrase, Taiku Thunder Soul. Swift Thunder Soul, gold and purple legend. Summoning department. Those who possess this phrase can summon a Swift Thunder Soul to possess them. During the existence of the Thunder Soul, it can enhance the user's strength, speed, lightning intensity, and will to fight. At the same time, the body is guarded by thunder, and can inflict intense lightning damage on enemies that come into contact with it. Evaluation, the power of thunder and lightning. Hold the source of destruction. I am the plague of heaven. I am lightning. Crap. Summoning words. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that he had drawn a gold and purple legendary word of the summoning department. Moreover, the attributes of this phrase are very powerful. Strength, speed, lightning strength, and will to fight are all around improved. And with a body guarded by thunder, it can inflict intense lightning damage on enemies that come into contact with it. Comes with anti-armor plus immunity? Jiang Hao felt that this phrase was very suitable for Fat Day. Metal Mastery plus Swift Thunder Soul. What kind of battle scene would this be if it worked together? Ding! Is the word, Ancient Thunder Soul, to be given to the summoned beast Jioli War Beast, Fatta? Empower. Ancient Thunder Soul word bestowed successfully. Summoned beast Jioli War Beast, Fatti, Epic times 9. Power, 608 to minus 680. Body mass, 638 to minus 700. Speed, 586 to minus 650. Spirit, 600 to minus 678. With the Taiku Thunder Soul empowering Fatda, Fatda's 4-dimensional attributes increased across the board, although the quality didn't. But it's only 1 star away from being a legendary summoner. Jiang Hao checked some of Fatda's skills and found 2 more skills. Thunderbolt Hammer, active. Quality, super grade. Skill effect, summons a heavenly thunderbolt, dealing huge lightning damage to the target with additional paralyzing and slowing effects. Consumption, none. Cooling time, 180 seconds. Thunder Bodyguard, passive. Quality, super grade. Skill effect, body is guarded by thunder. Immune to all control effects. And deals sustained lightning damage to enemies that touch it. Damage per second is 10% of one's own strength. Consumption, none. Cooldown time, none. Great skill. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. These two skills, one active control and one passive control free plus damage. It simply fits the fatty's niche perfectly, especially Thunder Body Guardian, which was immune to all control effects, was equivalent to giving Fat Da an invincible skill. Moreover, dealing sustained lightning damage to enemies that touch you. This is simply a group battle artifact. As soon as Chubby Tat heads into a pile of people, the enemy will be electrified. Only half a minute had passed after Jiang Hao had finished digesting this information. At this point, he looked up and around, only to see a spatial crack appearing in front of him in the sky. Chapter 44 Abyssal Chancellor? TM fights the Abyss. And within the space crack, it was pitch black, as if it was connected to another world. A nauseatingly decaying aura emanated from the spatial cracks, making people want to vomit at the smell. Abyssal invasion. Here it comes. Jiang Hao gazed at the sky dome in death. Boom! Accompanied by a burst of blood thunder explosions, a tall figure slowly stepped out. It was clad in a tattered cloak and held a pitch-black scythe, exuding an evil and powerful aura. Abyssal Chancellor. Rank 35. Power 1700. Body mass 1600. Speed 1600. Spirit 1780. Skills Abyssal Erosion, Superclass, LV 5. Death Reaper, Higher Class, LV 4. Shadow Raid, Higher Class, LV 3. Abyssal Summoning LV, Superclass 2. Synopsis, a commander in the abyss, a powerful being, and one of the culprits of the erosion of the twisted jungle. Status, it appears to have been instructed to come by a powerful being to hunt down a person of extraordinary talent. A level 35 Abyssal Archon? A trace of gravity flashed in Jiang Hao's eyes. Unexpectedly, after the abyss descended, an Abyssal Grand Commander had directly appeared. Not only are the attributes ridiculously high, but the skills are also terrifying. It could be said that this was the most powerful boss Jiang Hao had encountered so far. And what's with that status? Targeted by a being? And trying to hunt him down? Want to kill me? Really think I'm soft? Jiang Hao said that he couldn't endure a little. Little Saint, turn on the indestructible fighting saint and it up. Chubby Tat, don't hang around, just testing out the new skills. Right at this moment, the blood-colored crack suddenly trembled violently. The Abyssal Archon seemed to be stopped by a force, and the speed at which his body coalesced seemed to slow down a bit. Although it was a bit strange, Jiang Hao couldn't be bothered to care that much. Boom! Thunder rolled in the sky and purple thunder boomed, only to see Fat Da's huge body. He was covered with a layer of armor that flashed with lightning, just like the god of thunder descending. And that's not all. Only another boom was heard. The terrifying golden battle chi instantly swept in all directions with the Little Saint at the center. Although Little Saint's blood level dropped to 1 point in an instant, but in exchange, all of Little Saint's four-dimensional attributes broke through the 1800 mark. The undying Do Shang, fighting for his life, only attacking and not defending, is unrivaled in the world. At the same time, Mythic Domain plus Doujinshi Domain X2 is activated. In an instant, an invisible pressure was like a huge mountain, restricting the Abyssal Great Commander in front of him to death. The domain took effect instantly, and Jiang Hao was able to see that the Abyssal Chancellor's attributes instantly dropped to an exaggerated level, and the four-dimensional attributes were even weakened to only 1000. Fighting Warfare, plus, Thunder Hammer. The golden-colored fighting Dharma Chi Flame and the azure-colored Thunder Battle Hammer electricity simultaneously shot up into the sky, transforming into two pillars of light that fiercely blasted on top of the Abyssal Great Commander's torso. Boom! With a loud bang, the Abyssal Archon's body, which had yet to fully coalesce, instantly fell from the air. The terrifying aftershock even blasted it out hundreds of meters, hitting the ground hard and smashing out a huge deep pit. In the deep pit, the body of the Abyssal Great Commander trembled continuously, and his bucket hat shattered, revealing the dense wounds in it, dripping with blood. It was worthy of being a level 35 Abyssal Archon, receiving the joint attack from Little Sage and Fat De, but there was still a sliver of blood left. The damn humans! The Abyssal Chancellor struggled to get up, and although his blood bar had bottomed out, his magic was still there. It was able to escape back into the abyss as long as it still had an ounce of magic left. After returning to the abyss, it must report this matter to the Demon King. This person is no longer something it can handle. However, just as it was silently chanting an incantation, wanting to open the abyssal passage. However, he found that the space around him seemed to be blocked by a force. How? How is that possible? What's impossible? Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Jiang Hao's voice came from the sky. Under Little Snow's leadership, the group arrived in front of the Abyssal Archon in just a few short moments. Little Saint, Fat Day. Finish him off. Roar. Ow. Little Saint and Fat Day let out a roar at the same time and rushed towards the Abyssal Archon once again. Seeing this, the great commander of the Abyss was shocked and hurriedly cast Abyssal Erosion, wanting to erode the minds of Little Saint and Fat Day. However, both Little Sage and Fat Day had the Mythic Domain's enchantment attached to them, and the Abyssal Erosion couldn't do any damage to them at all. Little Saint's Dawnbreaker and Fat Day's Thor's Warhammer fell at the same time, fiercely bombarding the body of the Abyssal Chancellor. Boom! With a loud bang, the Abyssal Archon's body was once again blasted out. This time, he couldn't get up again. Ding! Kill Abyssal Chancellor. Experience plus 20. 000. Hubris triggered. Strength plus 1. 7. Obtained equipment Abyssal Scythe, Epic. Obtained material Abyssal Blood, Epic, times 10. Acquire material Abyssal Magic Stone, fine, x 100. Congratulations on your leveling up to 12. Infinite colorful word gift trigger, draw plus 1. Your level has been detected to have broken through level 12. Advancement quest triggered. Congratulations on completing the unknown quest, defeat the Abyss. Receive the reward, the Abyssal Treasure Chest. Congratulations on winning the Twisted Jungle Copy MVP. Due to your overly dazzling play, your first pass reward is generated based on your performance. There may be a delay. Please be patient. At this moment, outside the gate of the Twisted Jungle Team copy, a silhouette was wandering back and forth. It's none other than Ryuga. It was a crowded place outside the main gate of the Twisted Jungle Regiment at this time. Most high schools chose to give up due to the overwhelming difficulty of the copy, so the high schools that stayed wanted to see if any of the high schools could pass this regimen or not. Strange, it's been an hour and a half. Why doesn't anyone come out? A paramedic wondered. It stands to reason that large team replicas will more or less always have deaths. When you die, you are teleported right out. It was then that they would stabilize the students and check for injuries, but today they waited for an hour and a half without even seeing a single person. Mayor Lin. Nothing will happen to Jiang Hao and the others, right? Lu Jia was still a little worried. Had previously gotten into a couple of top-ranked high schools one after another as well, but without exception, they were all wiped out within half an hour. This year this Twisted Jungle, a group book, has exploded on the internet. Many people have come to believe that the Twisted Jungle group book is simply not passable, because this isn't even a regiment that should be in the newbie stage. Boss after boss and intricate forces make countless challenging high schools despair. Don't worry, trust that kid, unless this copy suddenly comes out of abyssalization. Otherwise, this copy shouldn't be too difficult for this kid. Lin Chuan still had some knowledge of this copy, unless Jiang Hao was really lucky to the extreme and ran into that 1 in a million abyssalization. Otherwise, he couldn't think of a reason why Jiang Hao couldn't pass. Lu Jiao was also quite relieved to hear that and continued to wait outside the door of the replica. However, the next moment, the gate of the Twisted Jungle replica actually began to tremble violently, and a reddish-black eerie smoke colored the gate. Chapter 45 Unbelievable. 100% damage percentage. Crap, how did the copy abyssalize? Lin Chuan rubbed his eyes with his hand and thought he was seeing an illusion, and Lu Jia's mind went blank when she saw the door that was gradually becoming scarlet. The onlookers were even more horrified. Dig it, I thought Prime High School could really pass the copy. TM turned out to be a copy of the abyssalization after it died inside. This is because the copies after abyssalization will no longer be revived after death. This is one of the reasons why copies of the Abyss are scary. It's over. It's over. Optimist High School will never be the 10,000 year countdown again in the future. It's over. Without Optimist High School, won't it be us, Green and Blue High School, at the bottom of this year's countdown? Since this copy belonged to the latter-day abyssalization, the magical beasts in it could not be detached from the copy. So many students were still stopping to watch. After all, there are countless copies of abyssalization every day, so as long as it's not made by the Abyssal Commander, it's still pretty safe. Prime High School is looking for death itself, obviously at the bottom of the list in terms of strength, but still not taking care of itself, so there's no one to blame. A girl from Apocalypse High School who had some swelling on the left side of her face immediately spoke out sarcastically. Alas, it's a pity, just now he was looking to the future with us. I didn't realize that now the heavens have separated. The lead teachers of Apocalypse High School and Tendu High School also shook their heads, though their students couldn't pass the copies, and this year's examination was expected to be played out, but at least there were no casualties. Unlike Optimist High School, How a tragic word. However, just when it was thought that the end was in sight, the original red and black replica door was actually gradually surrounded by a golden light. Immediately afterward, a loud voice exploded in people's ears. Abyssal copy, Twisted Jungle reached by Optimist High School first pass. Time, 1 hour 36 minutes. MVP of this copy, Jiang Hao, 100% damage share. At this moment, the whole room was silent. The students who were originally gloating over the possibility of Prime High School's total annihilation were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe their ears. Optimist High School. First pass? Did they hear right? Prime High School, an existence at the bottom of the 10,000 year countdown, had made its first pass through the copy. No way. This is absolutely impossible. The girls from Apocalypse High School lost their voices and screamed. How is it possible for someone to have a 100% damage percentage? There must be a problem with the replica. Why don't you guys check it? The person in charge of supervision sniffed and reacted from shock. How is it possible to have a 100% damage share? However, just as they wanted to examine the copy, Lin Chuan interrupted them. No need to test it. I just looked at it and the copy is fine. As soon as Lin Tian spoke out, the crowd present instantly dispelled any doubts in their hearts. Even the big guy said so. So what's the doubt? But in the next moment, the crowd reacted in a hurry. In other words, Prime High School. No, I should say that Jiang Hao, the pass isn't a normal corp, but an abyssal corp. Although it was only a difference of 2 words, the difficulty of it, that was a difference of 100,000 miles. The reason why the abyss is known as a nightmare for professionals is that it is powerful, mysterious, godlike and shadowless, not to mention clearing an abyssal copy. Even if they were to face an abyssal creature, I'm afraid they would be scared less. And now, surprisingly, it was Jiang Hao who had cleared the abyssal copy alone. How is this possible? The girls from Apocalypse High School muttered, their faces filled with incredulity. Mother asterisk 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 her, level 10 soloing an abyssal group book. What level? I don't know. It must be at the level of hanging me up and beating me anyway. But do you guys feel that the name Jiang Hao is somewhat familiar? Hiss. It seems like the person who topped the copy record list a few days ago is also called Jiang Hao. But, isn't Jiang Hao from Tiandu High School? How did he become Prime High School? When these words came out, the people present instantly reacted. Right, Jiang Hao was clearly the rising genius of Tiandu High School. So how did he suddenly appear in Prime High School? Could there be any ulterior motives? Thinking of this, many people's gazes couldn't help but look at the lead teacher of Tiandu High School on the side. The lead teacher of Tiandu High School was also flustered when he was watched by the crowd. How did he know that Jiang Hao suddenly transferred to Prime High School? Expulsions and transfers are in the principal's power. How would he, a lead teacher, know? Jiang Hao, how is it possible? How can he still be alive? A red-haired teenager in the middle of the crowd tugged at his hair, his eyes bloodshot. It's none other than Gao Yang. He had just been bored to make a scene and wanted to see the end of Optimist High School. I didn't expect to learn that Jiang Hao hadn't died. Could it be that they were paid to do nothing? If that's the case, there's room for redemption. At this moment, Gao Yang still retained the last trace of fantasy in his mind. After taking a deep look at the golden name at the top of the replica gate, he left the scene without looking back. At this moment, inside the copy, Zhang Haozhen curiously surveyed the bloodstone in front of him. Abyssal magic stones. Quality, unknown. Note, containing the power of the endless abyss. It possesses unimaginable power. This was something that was left behind after the death of that abyssal archon, and I'm afraid that leaving it in the copy would create contamination. Besides, hell knows if the abyss will teleport some more abyssal commanders to appear based on this magic stone. Just as Jiang Hao was in a difficult situation, Fat D unexpectedly took the initiative to come up. It only picked up the abyssal demon corpse and sniffed it, then passed Jiang Hao a pleading look. Chubby tat, you mean you can eat it? Although Fat De had a Taoya's stomach, Jiang Hao couldn't confirm whether the Taoya's stomach could truly absorb the power of the abyss. After all, the abyss was too mysterious. And even now, mankind's understanding of the abyss was still only on the surface. But since Chubby Tat has that confidence, let it go. With his master's consent, Fat D devoured the ostrich egg-sized abyssal magic stone in one bite. Ding! Your summoned beast Jioli War Beast, Fat D, devours the abyssal magic stone and undergoes a metamorphosis. Its quality has been upgraded to Legend. Legendary summoning beast Jioli War Beast, Fat D, Epic ×9, Legendary. Power, 720. Body mass, 730. Speed, 680. Spirit, 690. Jiang Hao looked at Fat Da's quality that was originally Epic 9-star, directly evolving into Legend 1-star. His eyes filled with disbelief. Chubby Tat just advanced to become a legendary summoning beast? Before Jiang Hao could calm down, he only saw Fat Da's body suddenly erupt with a purple-black light. Ding! Tout Ye's stomach triggered. Consume Abyssal Magic Stone, Strength plus 30, Physique plus 30. The Tout Ye's stomach is somehow connected to the Abyssal Demon Stone, and your summoned beast has undergone a mutation. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned beast Jiuli War Beast, Fat De, has unlocked the exclusive phrase, Jiuli War Demon. Chapter 46, Another Fusible Word. Advancement Quest. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, immediately checking up on the phrase, Jiuli War Demon, legendary phrase. With this phrase, the Jiuli War Beasts can switch between 3 forms, attacking and defending, and are immune to any abyssal erosion. Form transformation skills, Battle Spirit form, attack, Battle Demon form, defense, Battle Beast form, balance. Evaluation, the power of the ancient beast Jiuli War Demon, undead and undying, undefeated and unharmed. Triple form transformation, offense and defense, impervious to any abyssal erosion. Jiang Hao looked at the introduction of the Jiuli War Demon phrase, and his heart was filled with shock. This means that Chubby Tat can switch between different forms depending on the battle situation. Attack form, main attack kill. Guard form, main defense. Beast form, both offensive and defensive. Also, Chubby Tat is not subject to any abyssal erosion. In other words, Fat D can already be considered the nemesis of the abyss. It's like an all-purpose summoning beast. Ding! A synthesizable word has been detected. Is it synthesized? Before Jiang Hao finished digesting the last message, the system's beep sounded again. Synthesized words. The last time the little saint word was synthesized, the strength went straight up a notch. I didn't realize that now Conda triggers word synthesis as well. Jiang Hao immediately checked the synthetic target. Ancient Thunder Soul plus 9 Dawn's War Demon plus Overlord's Blood Armor can be synthesized. 2 combat words in 1 growth word. Synthesize. Jiang Hao chose synthesis without hesitation. Ding! Word synthesis is successful. Obtaining the mythological word Jiuli Thunder Demon Beast. 9 Dawn Thunder Beast, mythic entry. With this entry, the 9 Dawn War Beast will master the power of thunder and lightning, be able to attack and defend, and is not subject to any abyssal or thunder attribute restraints, as well as inflicting real damage to surrounding enemies every second. Form transformation skills, Battle Thunder form, attack, Battle Demon form, defense, Battle Beast form, balance. Comment, a perfect fusion of the Jiuli War Devil and the Ancient Thunder Soul, both the dominance of lightning and the unyielding nature of the War Devil. Invincible. I am the only one. Jiang Hao looked at the introduction of the Jiuli Thunder Demon Beast phrase, and his entire mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. The phrase, which is perfect, not only did it incorporate the strengths of both the Ancient Thunder Soul and the 9 Dawn's War Demon phrases, but it also gave Fat D even more power and more comprehensive abilities. Now Chubby D could be fully described as a top-tier legendary summoning beast. Jiang Hao couldn't wait to check Fat Da's information panel. Summoned Beast Jiuli War Beast, Fat D, Legend, Power, 750, Body Mass, 780, Speed, 720, Spirit, 730, Skills, Thor's Warhammer, Superclass, LV, 6, Thunderquake Hammer, Superclass, LV, 5, Thunder Body Guardian, Superclass, LV, 5, Metal Mastery, Superclass, LV, 5, Lightning Storm, Mythic, LV, 1. Fat Da's 4-dimensional attributes were once again raised, and there was also an additional mythic skill, Thunderstorm. Lightning Storm, Mythic summons a lightning storm that deals huge lightning damage to all enemies in range, with paralyzing and slowing effects. Duration 10 seconds. Consumption, none. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. This skill is simply a group battle artifact. It was conceivable that when Fat Da summoned a lightning storm, the enemy would be flooded with lightning and would not be able to move an inch. Plus Little Sage's Do Shine Domain, Little Snow's space control. A few seconds of silence for our opponents. Now Jiang Hao's summoned beast team had taken shape. A warrior, a tank, and a support. There's also a reason why people say that late-game summoners are an army all by themselves. At this time, Jiang Hao looked at the ascension prompt again. It was generally said that the first ascension of a professional occurred every 10 levels, but why was he himself at level 12? Jiang Hao didn't think much about it. Perhaps his own occupation was a bit special. He tapped on his panel and found that there was indeed an additional level up button. Occupation, Mythic Summoner, only. Detected that you have reached level 12. You can choose the following ascension quests. Ordinary Advancement, Reward. 4-dimensional attribute plus 20. Exclusive Platinum Weapon. Difficulty Advancement, Reward. 4-dimensional attributes plus 30. Summoned Beast Space plus 1. Exclusive Platinum Armor. Purgatory Advancement Reward. 4 Dimensional Attributes plus 40. Summoned Beast Space plus 1. Exclusive Skill Scroll, Ultra Level. Exclusive Platinum Equipment x3. Mythic Advancement Reward. Mythic Talent Evolution Stone x1. 4 Dimensional Attribute plus 50. Summoned Beast Space plus 2. Exclusive Skill Scroll, Super Rank. 1 set of exclusive Platinum Equipment. Seeing the Career Advancement Reward, Jiang Hao's eyes widened. The reward is too generous. Summoned Beast Space. Exclusive Skill Scrolls. Exclusive Platinum Equipment. If this was put up for sale, it would probably buy a $10 billion. Besides, what's a Mythic Talent Evolution Stone? His gift can still evolve. To know that Jiang Hao's 2 talents were both SSS plus nowadays, if they were to evolve again, what level would they have to reach? It seems like there's never been a record of SSS plus talent or above in China, right? However, with great benefits must come great risks. The rewards for mythic advancement are so generous that the difficulty is even set ridiculously high. If the difficulty was too high and Jiang Hao couldn't complete it, it would be miserable. While not being able to advance doesn't prevent upgrading, it says that it will just stay at rank 0, but the fruit successfully advanced. This mythological talent evolution stone. Jiang Hao but greedy. Blanche, dry. Jiang Hao didn't believe that with his current strength, there was any task that could be difficult for him. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao directly pulled full. Ding, you have chosen the mythic advancement quest, summoner who needs no summoning. A summoner who doesn't need to be summoned? Jiang Hao frowned, somewhat puzzled. What does this mission mean? Was he told to fight without a summoned beast? Although Jiang Hao was puzzled in his heart, he decided to take the mission first. Ding, you have accepted the mythic advancement quest, summoner who needs no summoning. Quest content, defeat 5 epic professions of the first rank or higher in any one day without summoning any summoned beasts. Quest reward, mythic talent evolution stone times 1. 4D attribute plus 50. Summoned beast space plus 2. Exclusive skill scroll, ultra level. 1 set of exclusive platinum equipment. Mission failure, occupation advancement failed and stays at rank 0. Not bad for a mythic advancement quest. Cannot use summoned beasts and defeats 5 first-order epic level professions in one day with his bare hands. You have to know that epic level professions are the elite of the elite, the genius of the genius. Behind almost every epic level profession, there was a powerful background and abundant wealth. Other than himself, there was only one epic level profession Jiang Hao had seen so far, and that was Lu Sueki's elf archer. Let's not talk about defeating 5 epic professions in one day. It's still unknown if you can find 5 epic careers in one day. Chapter 47, Famous Again. Looking at this task, Jiang Hao was silent for a long time, but in the end, he put it aside for now. After all, there are always more ways than there are difficulties. Besides, the college entrance exam is not long away, so you might be able to run into some epic professions at the entrance exam. It's not like the mission has to be completed today anyway. Putting the quest aside, Jiang Hao intended to open the treasure chest he had just gotten settled first. Abyssal chest. Quality, unknown. Note, a gift for the heroes who bravely fought against the abyss. Yuki. Got it. Master. Xiao Shui's jade hand lightly lifted. Fate control opened, instantly pulling Jiang Hao's luck full. Jiang Hao then took out the abyssal treasure chest and clicked open. You have opened the abyssal treasure chest. Congratulations on your stroke of luck in obtaining the equipment Abyssal Magic Stick, Platinum. Congratulations on your stroke of luck. You've won 800 magic crystals. Congratulations on your stroke of luck in obtaining the equipment Abyssal Giant Axe, Platinum. Congratulations on your stroke of luck in obtaining the skill book Instant Shift, Super Rank. No career restrictions. The Abyssal Treasure Chest, which could only be opened with 2 items, was hardened by Fate Control to open 4 items. Jiang Hao first checked the Abyssal Demon Stick and Abyssal Giant Axe, and the quality of both weapons was Platinum 3 stars. Abyssal Stick. Quality, Platinum, Strength plus 60, Constitution plus 60, Agility plus 60, Spirit plus 60, Special Effect, Abyssal Erosion, inflicts continuous corrosive damage to the target, increasing the bludgeoning rate by 50%, the armor breaking rate by 25%, and each attack has a 10% chance to stun the opponent. Abyssal Axe, Quality, Platinum, Strength plus 60, Constitution plus 60, Agility plus 60, Spirit plus 60, Attached skill Abyssal Chop, inflicts massive damage to the target, cooldown time, 20 seconds, special effect, armor breaking plus 25%, agility minus 30, strength over 500 can be ignored, 2 platinum 3-star weapons with very good attribute bonuses and special skills, just enough for one for Little Saint and one for Chubby Tat. After all, a Little Saint without a stick always feels like something is missing. However, What made Jiang Hao's heart beat the most was that skill book: instantaneous shift, transience, quality, superlative, no occupational restrictions, skill effect: instantly move to a designated location, ignoring any obstacles, consumption, none, cooldown time, 180 seconds, instantaneous movement skill. This was a life-saving skill that any profession could only dream of. With this skill, Jiang Hao's survivability and offense will be greatly enhanced. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to learn the instant transmission skill. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the skill instant shift. Accompanied by a flash of blue light, Jiang Hao successfully acquired the instantaneous movement skill. Mission accomplished. It's time to leave. Just when Jiang Hao wanted to leave the copy, the system's beep sounded again. Your first pass reward and the reward for resisting the descent of the abyss have been calculated and will be issued when you leave the copy. Is it public? Publicize? Make what public? Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled, but thought better of it and clicked public. After all, he had at least done away with an abyssal archon, and might be able to get some benefits from Mayor Lin's side. After clicking public, Jiang Hao put Fat Dit and Little Saint into the summoning space, and then asked Little Snow to take him to teleport to the location where Prime High School was. Guys, now that I've cleared my copy, it's time to leave. Hearing Jiang Hao's words, the Prime High School's group of people cried tears of joy, almost kneeling down for Jiang Hao. Having just received the hint of the copy abyssalization, their hearts were half cold. How could a few of them weaklings be a match for those abyssal demons? But a big man is a big man, and even if the copy is abyssalized, it still manages to pass. Then, along with the light of the teleportation array lighting up, the crowd disappeared into place. Copy announcement: congratulations to Prime High School for passing the Twisted Jungle for the first time. The copy MVP Jiang Hao gets the exclusive title, Twisted Jungle Pathfinder. Copy announcement: as Jiang Hao defeated the Abyssal Chancellor in the challenge Twisted Jungle copy and successfully stopped the abyss from spreading, he is hereby rewarded with prestige plus 5,000, random skill book times 5, and random gold equipment times 3. A series of duplicate announcements resounded at the very top of the professional system, once again shocking countless people. Who was Prime High School that they managed to get through the abyssalized team copy? This news was like a stone stirring up 1,000 waves, causing a furor in Tiancheng City. Countless people flocked to forums and postings to discuss the breaking news. Crap, is that Jiang Hao? That Jiang Hao who passed the hell copy at level 1? That's him, just awesome. What kind of luck did Prime High School have to recruit a demon like Jiang Hao? Demon my ass. Jiang Hao was originally a student of Tiandu High School, and for some reason he transferred to Prime High School, regardless of why he changed schools. Now that Jiang Hao is a student of Prime High School has raised its eyebrows this time. And being on the first line of eating, the high school that was at the doorstep of the Twisted Jungle replica had become somewhat numb. Not sure why the copy announcement was so late, but it didn't matter anymore. Most of the people from Tiandu High School had already rushed back to the school, wanting to ask their principal how Jiang Hao had transferred to Prime High School. Obviously they were classmates a few days ago. Why did they suddenly change schools? Crap, Optimist High School is out. I don't know who shouted. Only 15 teams with average equipment but quite high levels walked out. Their faces were filled with satisfaction and joy. Dig it, how did they level up 3 levels? Isn't it true that a regiment can only be raised by a maximum of 2 levels? What's going on here? When the original Optimist High School entered the replica, it was generally only about level 5, but after clearing the copy, it was already level 8 per capita. It's a full 3 steps up. It was important to know that they didn't have to do anything in the middle of the copy, just touching the fish, looking at the scenery, and shouting a few bulls to the big brother from time to be able to raise 3 levels. Envy, jealousy, disbelief, cursed. Why Jiang Hao is not our high school? If Jiang Hao were in our high school, we'd hate to offer him up as a grandpa. Just dream on. How could a genius who can solo through an abyssal group book go to your high school? Then how did Prime High School get Jiang Hao? At these words, the man was instantly silent. He is not the only student who thinks this way. While the group of people were discussing, Jiang Hao, the rightful owner, also finally appeared, once again causing the crowd to clamor. A group of reporters swarmed around Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang Hao, may I ask how you managed to clear the Abyss Group book and reach 100% damage share? Mr. Jiang Hao, you are now a student of Prime High School. Do you have any thoughts about the former Tendu High School? Mr. Jiang Hao, faced with the reporters' chatter, Jiang Hao only felt a burst of headache. He was even already thinking about whether or not to copy the spatial shift and run away. Just as Jiang Hao was having a headache, Lin Chuan also stepped forward in time. Everyone, this mayor is looking for Jiang Hao for something. It's better to talk about interviews and whatnot later. After saying that, under the gazes of a crowd of reporters who were reluctant to leave, he took Jiang Hao and left. After all, the mayor was the biggest, and they didn't dare say anything more. However, since they couldn't interview Jiang Hao, it didn't seem impossible to interview the students of Prime High School. After all, they were all professionals who had cleared the copy. And then, nearly 100 reporters looked at the remaining 15 students in unison, with a golden light that seemed to glitter in their eyes. Optimist High School crowd? Chapter 48. You haven't even reached the first rank. Tendu High School, Senior Director's Office. Sun Yan had already finished organizing the things that belonged to him. A flash of helplessness flashed in his eyes as he looked at the memory-filled office. The moment he learned that Jiang Hao was fired, he also passed his resignation letter to Wang Wei at the first time. Although he was relieved about the group of students, there was nothing more he could do. Putting away his traveling bag, Sun Yan gently closed the door and left the high school that had accompanied him for 10 years. However, he also has a new place to go. With that thought, That took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, MS. Willow, I've packed my things. Soon. The call came back on the other end of the line. Okay, Mr. Sue, someone will pick you up soon. You just need to come as promised. And, Optimist High School, you're welcome to join us. Meanwhile, the principal's office of Tendu High School, Wang Wei was patiently waiting for the good news from the front. After all, the lineup of this Tendu High School Challenge Group book was the strongest ever, with Gao Yang, who had an A-rank talent, and Lu Sueki, who had an epic profession. Leading the team, he didn't know how to lose. As long as Tendu High School is in the top 15 of the core rankings this year, he'll be able to get promoted again. Thinking of this, Wang Wei could no longer help but hum softly. Sun Yen, after being shrewd all your life, you would give up your future for the sake of a summoner. It's really a fool's errand. Wang Wei gently tapped the desktop, waiting for the good news to arrive. And the result did not disappoint itself. Only half an hour had passed before the phone had rung. Wang Wei couldn't wait to pick up the phone. You know, in previous years, the fastest the group book could take was an hour to get through. But this year, surprisingly, only half an hour had passed before the call came. Doesn't that mean that Tendu High School is likely to break the record? Hello, this is Wang Wei. Hey, Principal Wang. This is Zhao Wen. I have something to talk to you about. It's Zhou Man. Wang Wei raised his eyebrows when he learned of the caller. When Zhang Zhao is the teacher leading the group. How did the calls come so fast this year? Did they break the team copy record this year? Principal Wang. I'm afraid I've disappointed you. Zhao Wen's voice was a bit heavy. What's wrong? Wang Wei's heart thumped. The difficulty of this group book far exceeded that of previous years, and we lasted less than half an hour before we were all wiped out. What? Wang Wei exclaimed in shock, the phone in his hand almost falling to the ground. You mean, this year's group book, the challenge failed? Wang Wei seemed a bit incredulous and asked again, but the result obtained is still the same. Tendu High School's group book this year, the whole army was lost. In other words, the promotion that he had been thinking of with all his heart was broken. And are there any other high schools that have passed this regimen this year? This is not currently available. Zhao Wen returned. Currently? What do you mean? Wang Wei frowned. If no other high school succeeds in getting through this regiment, there will still be a few chances for his promotion, because Optimist High School is still among the copies. Prime High School? Hearing this, Wang Wei was much relieved. As far as he knew, Prime High School was the existence with the lowest strength among all high schools, so how could it possibly succeed in the challenge? Trenching, how is that possible? However, before Wang Wei could celebrate for too long, Zhao Wen's incredulous voice rang out. What's going on? What's happening? Wang Wei's pupils shrunk violently. An ominous premonition surged to his heart, and he hurriedly shouted to Zhao Wen on the other end of the phone. Dig it, Principal Wang. Optimist High School really did first pass this regiment. And the most outrageous thing is that the MVP damage percentage of this regiment is as high as 100%. 100%. Wang Wei man was confused. What's the difference between that and soloing the group? How could Prime High School possibly have such a genius? Why is the name of this MVP so familiar? It seems like our school also has one named Jiang Hao. Snap. Before Zhao Wen finished speaking, the phone in Wang Wei's hand fell to the ground, and even his body couldn't help but stagger a bit after him. Jiang Hao? Can't it be that Jiang Hao? No, it couldn't be. Jiang Hao was just a summoner. How could it be him? Wang Wei thought he had heard wrong. Principal, you didn't really expel Jiang Hao a few days ago, did you? That Jiang Hao from Prime High School seems to have transferred to Prime High School just a few days ago? Zhao Wen on the other end of the phone seemed to have realized something as well and tentatively asked Wang Wei. What? Wang Wei only felt his brain buzzing and almost fainted. It's called Jiang Hao again, and it's a transfer. How can this be just a coincidence? Did Jiang Hao really transfer to Prime High School? What he had fired in the first place was such a supreme genius. Hanging up the phone, Wang Wei slumped in his chair, unable to return to his senses for a long time. If Jiang Hao was still at Tiandu High School, this year's top 15 or even top 10 in the national group book rankings would be a breeze for him. Thinking of this, Wang Wei felt doubly remorseful. Had he known that Jiang Hao possessed this kind of talent, he wouldn't have expelled Jiang Hao for any reason. Damn it, it's all because of this Jiang Hao, obviously having such a powerful talent, but hiding it. Do I have to wait until I fire him to reveal my talent? In his rage, Wang Wei had already forgotten that Jiang Hao was a genius who possessed an S-class talent, was the first to pass the Hell copy, and was honored on the copy record list at the age of 18, and it was all because of his greed that caused it. On the other side, inside the mayor's office, Jiang Hao and Lin Chuan looked at each other. Looks like I underestimated you after all. After a long time, Lin Chuan broke the silence. Looking at the still cynical smile on the face of the teenager in front of him, Lin Chuan actually gave birth to the idea that he was not old. Say, what do you want this time? Lin Chuan had already learned from Jiang Hao that he had met an extremely powerful abyssal great commander and had slaughtered it. If he hadn't seen the equipment that Jiang Hao had taken out, Lin Chuan would have really been a bit incredulous. You're a level 12 summoner who slaughtered a level 35 abyssal chancellor. Who'd believe me if I told you? He. Mayor Lin, don't worry. This time I won't hit your treasure trove. Jiang Hao hemmed and hawed. I just want you to find me 5 epic level professionals above the first rank. Looking for 5 epic level professionals of the first rank or higher? Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. What are you looking for them for? Mostly, I just want to complete a little advancement quest. Advancement quest? You haven't advanced yet? Lin Chuan looked Jiang Hao up and down. He had thought that the level 12 Jiang Hao had completed his advancement quest long ago, but he didn't realize that he was still stuck at level 0. In other words, Jiang Hao defeated an abyssal archon with the strength of 0 rank. Are you a human being? Chapter 49, Province-wide Trials to build the strongest single soldier. Transcendent Secret Realm. Lin Chuan sometimes really had the urge to dissect this kid. Who's the summoner who can go down and fight with less? If Jiang Hao had defeated the abyssal chancellor after ascending, Lin Chuan would still be able to accept it. After all, after ascending in rank, a professional's attribute talent and combat ability would be increased by a considerable amount. But the problem was that the kid hadn't ascended at all. It's so perverted without being leveled up. What if it's leveled up? Why, Mayor Lin, that shouldn't be too difficult a request, should it? Jiang Hao spoke out and interrupted Lin Chuan's thoughts. Ahem. Do you kids think that epic level professionals are cabbages on the side of the road? We have less than 3 epic level professionals in Tiandu City this year, and besides, many of them haven't advanced. But, is not out of the question. Lin Chuan thought for a moment before continuing. In 2 more days, there will be a province-wide trial specifically designed to train the geniuses of each major province, and I'll let you participate at that time. Originally, Lin Chuan didn't hold much hope for this province-wide trial. After all, Tiandu City wasn't ranked too high in the entire East China province, as evidenced by the number of epic-level professionals. There were a few powerful downtown areas, not to mention epic-level professions, even legendary-level professions. They've basically made up the numbers in previous years in Tennessee. A province-wide trial? Jiang Hao had heard a little about this province-wide trial. It is said to be a mock trial prepared for early adaptation to the national entrance exam. There will be 2 phases in the province-wide trial. Stage 1 Team Replica versus. This phase will be organized into a team based on the municipality in which it is located. Team copies are played against other urban areas through randomized matching. Stage 2 Single Elimination. This stage will be a single elimination tournament for all students participating in the province's trials. Ultimately, awards are given out based on rankings, regardless of the stage. If you are able to get a top ranking, you will be able to get great rewards as well as rare items. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but look forward to it. After all, the provincial trial was a gathering of geniuses from the entire East China province, and one might be able to find 5 epic-level professions to complete one's advancement quest. Okay, I'll join the province's trial. Jiang Hao nodded and agreed. Hey, that's what you said? Lin Chuan smiled wistfully. Why, what's the problem? The problem? Well, there's nothing, except that the pattern of the province's trials has changed a bit this year. What changes? Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. This year's province-wide trial has done away with all the team copy battles and single-player battles of previous years, and has instead created an entirely new mode. What brand new model? Jiang Hao was curious. Build the strongest single soldier. Lin Chuan said with a solemn face. Building the strongest single soldier? Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? Is it for all the participants in the province to take part in single-player matches? Even so, there's no need for such an exaggerated name, is there? Not bad for building the strongest single soldier. Lin Chuan nodded and explained. This year instead, all the participants entered a brand new trial space. In this space, contestants can fight freely with each other or form teams, but in the end, only one person can win. The ultimate goal of this trial is to select the strongest geniuses in East China province and obtain the most generous rewards. That is to say, the difficulty of this year's provincial trial is much higher than previous years? Jiang Hao asked. You could say the same thing. Lin Chuan nodded and laughed. It's just that you don't have any teammates. It can't be that I'm the only one participating in this session of Sky City, can it? Right answer. But no prize. Lin Chuan spread his hands with a disinterested look on his face. Crap, Mayor Lin. You wouldn't be intentionally fixing me, right? Jiang Hao exclaimed. Well, I wouldn't dare admit it, but I won't deny it either. Lin Chuan hemmed and hawed. Besides, you were even able to defeat a level 35 Abyssal Chancellor. So beating a bunch of first-ranked brats isn't a piece of cake? Jiang Hao smiled helplessly and bitterly. How the words were right. But this Lin Chuan is clearly trying to straighten him out. One must know that the province-wide trial was a gathering of geniuses from the entire East China province. Without teammates, the geniuses from other provinces would likely be the first to pick on him as a soft touch. Even if he's strong, he can't fight 1 against 100, can he? But don't worry, the rewards for this trial are very generous. As long as you are able to finish in the top 10, you will be able to obtain a chance to enter the Transcendent Mysterious Realm. Lin Chuan said. Transcendent Mystic Realm? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. That's right, the Transcendent Mystery Realm is a mysterious copy of my country of Huaxia, which contains countless treasures and opportunities, and even many high-ranking professionals have their eyes on it, Lin Chuan said. However, the secret realm of the heavenly capital is exceptionally treacherous, and there is a danger of falling into it. So, this province-wide trial is also a test of your strength. Hearing Lin Chuan's words, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel some fire in his heart. He had long heard of the great name of the Transcendent Mystic Realm, which was said to contain countless treasures and opportunities, and even legendary mythical great equipment. If he was able to enter the Tenda's secret realm, his strength would definitely be able to be drastically increased. Okay, I promise to participate in the province's trial. Jiang Hao immediately agreed. Originally also wanted to pretend. See if you can again from the mayor of Lin here in the set some benefits. Now it seems that there is no chance. After leaving the mayor's office, Jiang Hao didn't return to the school immediately, but headed to an equipment exchange. In the equipment exchange, not only can you trade equipment, but you can also provide materials to forge the equipment you want. Jiang Hao intended to forge a weapon for Xiao Shui this time. After all, Little Saint and Fat De both had weapons that were in their hands, so he, as the master, couldn't favor one over the other. Arriving at the equipment exchange, Jiang Hao came to the counter and explained his purpose to the staff. You mean, you forge a platinum-grade equipment? The receptionist lady at the front desk was clearly a bit surprised. Can't see that this little handsome guy in front of me is still a rich second generation. Can I take the liberty of asking about your profession direction? This will enable us to better forge weapons for you. The receptionist lady smiled. Summoner, Jiang Hao said directly. Summoner. Now the entertaining young lady was more than able to determine that this person must be a rich second generation. Anyone who can afford to play summoner these days is not a rich kid. Even the eyes that looked at Jiang Hao changed to a hint of flirtatiousness, and the snow-white little hand approached Jiang Hao from time to time, making the little snow in the summoning space almost pop out. Jiang Hao hurriedly and hardly suppressed the urge to summon little snow within the space while speaking. I'm in a hurry, so please be quick. The receptionist lady returned to her senses and nodded her head in a hurry. Yes, well, if you would follow me. Masters who can forge platinum weapons usually require an appointment, but as it happens, there is a master right here at the exchange today. Saying that, the hospitality young lady twisted her slender waist to lead Jiang Hao up the stairs, from time to time also revealing the fullness of her chest and the jutting behind her. It made Jiang Hao sigh. Even hospitality is so rolled up now? However, just as the hospitality young lady led Jiang Hao to the door of a forging room, she realized that there were quite a few people lining up at the door. The most notable among them were the two figures at the front. On the shoulder of one of the youths stood a huge bird of enormous size with a reddish body, as if it was burning with flames. The other was a beautiful-looking young girl wearing a white and blue vestment. Both had a condescending look on their faces. Due to this forge master's mysterious origins and outstanding reputation, There are many people who want to find him to forge weapons, the hospitality young lady explained. Jiang Hao nodded his head in understanding. After all, he is not the kind of person who likes to cut in line, but he is a good citizen who abides by the law. Chapter 50 Luxurious Forging Materials. And when the young man and woman at the door saw Jiang Hao's arrival, they subconsciously observed for a moment. It also loses its interest in observing when it turns out not to be the genius it was recognized to be. After all, not every rich kid likes to get into trouble, and more often than not, they stay above the fray. It wasn't long before the door to the forge was opened. The moment the gate opened, a silhouette appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a young girl in a clean white forged costume. The young girl's figure was slim and slender, and even though she was dressed in a wide, plain white forging suit, she could still see the curves of her concave and convex body, melon face with delicate features and a pair of big soulful eyes as if they could speak. In particular, the long, silky black hair was tied up high and tied into a ponytail, showing more youthful vigor. Everyone, the master has an honored guest to greet today and will not be open for business, so please come back another day. Although the ponytail girl's tone was cold, her voice was as pleasant as a clear spring flowing. Although the saddest news was delivered in the iciest of tones, there was not the slightest hint of annoyance from the crowd present. Maybe that's the beauty of face value. The two flashy-suited teenagers also changed their faces slightly when they heard the news from the ponytailed girl. This young girl in front of them can't afford to mess with them, but it's not very willing to leave like this, so they can only open their mouths. Could you ask the master to be accommodating? We've come from the imperial capital in admiration. Although that youth was polite on the surface, he intentionally revealed his origin, causing the surrounding crowd waiting in line to be stunned. Imperial capital. That's the very center of China and where the capital is located. Besides, how many geniuses there were in the imperial capital? And in recent years, the geniuses in the imperial capital had all swept the top 3 of the National College entrance examination. But just when he thought that the young girl in front of him would sell herself a face, he realized that the other party did not have any change in expression. This gentleman, master is not going to open his doors to customers today. Please come back another day. The ponytailed girl was not at all impressed and repeated again. This young lady, I'm from the Tianyang Labor Union. If master is willing to help me forge a weapon, I can pay double the price. The youth again upped the ante. Tianyang Union? Hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed. I didn't expect this youth to be someone from the Tianyang Labor Union. The Tianyang Labor Union was one of the top 10 labor unions, strong and powerful, with countless high-level professionals. Although it wasn't as good as the legendary Professionals Association, even in the whole of China, the Tianyang Labor Union was a force to be reckoned with. Tianyang Labor Union? The ponytailed girl froze slightly, but soon, she regained her composure and said indifferently, I'm sorry, I really don't have the time today, so please come back another day. After saying that, the ponytailed girl made a gesture of please make yourself at home. The youth's face was a bit ugly. If it wasn't for the sake of accomplishing the mission given by the guild, he wouldn't have run to this poor and remote place. However, once he thought of that forge master's status, he ultimately did not continue to pester him and left with the young girl. Seeing the youth leave, the crowd also looked at each other. I didn't expect that this master would not even give face to the Tianyang Labor Union. It seems that this master's temper is not the usual. Gentlemen, please also come back another day. The hospitality supervisor saw the youth leave and hurriedly greeted the crowd. When the crowd heard this, they could only shake their heads helplessly and got up to leave. But there is one exception, only to see that Jiang Hao didn't leave, but continued to stay where he was. Guest, it seems that this forge master won't be able to make it today. Why don't I take you to another master? At this moment, the hospitality lady beside Jiang Hao reminded. After all, even the people from the Heavenly Yang Labor Union were rejected, and it would be even more impossible for the others. However, Jiang Hao still didn't leave, because under the gaze of the void fire eyes, the information of that ponytailed girl just now was unobstructed to him. Name, Missy Chu. Profession, Fire Forger, Epic. Rank, 19, First Order. Power, 520. Physical Fitness, 500. Speed, 480. Spirit, 490. Skills, Inferno Hammer, Super Rank, LV. 4. Inferno Forge, Super Rank, LV. 5. Special Attributes, Fire Elemental Affinity. Forging Success Rate plus 20%. Forging Attributes plus 10%. Assessment, Excellent. Introduction, a member of the Forge Master Association. He reached the peak of Second Order Forge Master at only 18 years old, and is known as a genius in the forging world. Personality, cool, not fond of contact with people, but unusually fanatical about forging. bent on pursuing the ultimate in forging. Confused, want to get some abyssal materials for forging. Circumference, 90, 60, 90. Another woman with deep pockets. Jiang Hao hurriedly blocked the information that followed. The void fire eyes were good at everything, but they were so thorough that they made his mouth a little dry. I didn't realize that the ponytailed girl with a cool personality liked white kittens. Besides, this young girl's talent was too unbelievable, wasn't it? An 18-year-old second-order forger. I'm afraid it ranks high in the whole of China. How could such a genius be in a small place like Tiandu City? At this time, Chu Missy also noticed Jiang Hao, who did not leave. Originally, she hadn't noticed, but just now she always had the feeling that she was being seen through. It amazed her. You, aren't you leaving yet? Chu Missy's cool voice sounded again, with a few moments of doubt. I still want to ask Master to forge a weapon for me. As soon as these words came out, the crowd that was just halfway there was also attracted to Jiang Hao, and they all looked at the slightly younger teenager with a few teasing glances in their eyes. This grandmaster obviously didn't want to take on customers today. Even the Tianyang labor union had refused. I didn't think that this teenager would be so blinkered. Even the two people from the Tianyang labor union turned their heads to look at Jiang Hao, a flash of disdain in their eyes. Obviously they didn't think Jiang Hao could succeed either. If successful, wouldn't that make them look bad? I'm sorry, Master is not going to welcome guests today. But please. Before Chu Missy finished her words, Jiang Hao suddenly took out a piece of black crystal stone that emitted a ghostly darkness. The lines on the surface of the crystals were as bright as stars, with a red halo flowing from time to time, and at a glance, they were not ordinary products. Abyssal magic stone. Seeing the blood-colored magic stone in Jiang Hao's hand, Chu Missy's clear and cold voice finally carried a slight ripple, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of color. As a member of the Forge, she naturally knew the preciousness of the abyssal magic stones. The abyssal magic stone was a product unique to the abyss, which contained a rich abyssal energy. This kind of energy had a fatal temptation for forgers. This was because abyssal energy was able to enhance the quality and attributes of a weapon, or even give it special abilities. This abyssal demon stone, I got it from an abyssal chancellor, Jiang Hao explained. At that time, Jiang Hao originally wanted Fatdit to devour all of it, but Fatdit still left him a piece, saying that it couldn't use that much. Abyssal Great Commander. Chu Missy's pretty face changed slightly. She didn't expect this teenager in front of her to be able to kill the Abyssal Great Commander. If this isn't enough, I have others. After saying that, Jiang Hao took out Abyssal Heart, Abyssal Horn, Abyssal Lava and other precious abyssal materials one after another. Each and every material was worth a lot of money, making the surrounding crowd stare in disbelief. Chapter 51 Mysterious and Powerful Forge Master. Did this teenager stab the abyss in the back? These abyssal materials were excellent for forging platinum-grade or even diamond-grade weapons. How could they have never imagined that this teenager would possess so many precious materials? Even the two geniuses from the Heavenly Yan Union were shocked. The teenager in front of them, who they didn't place in their eyes, actually possessed so many abyssal materials. Even if they were from the Tianyang Labor Union, they didn't have so many abyssal materials on them. These abyssal materials, what weapons do you plan to use to forge? Chu Missy asked. There was a hint of excitement and eagerness in her voice. As a forger, she naturally had a great interest in these precious abyssal materials. She happened to be stuck at the peak of the second-order Forge Master for a long time. If she was able to forge a piece of equipment from these abyssal materials, she might be able to break through to a third-ranked Forge Master. I want to forge a platinum staff. Jiang Hao didn't hide it. A platinum staff? Chu Missy's small face collapsed. The most she could do now was to forge emerald equipment, and if she wanted to forge platinum equipment, she could only let his master do it. Jiang Hao saw the frustration on the young girl's face and laughed. If I can be accommodating with your master, I can send you some abyssal materials. Chu Missy sniffed, her beautiful eyes slightly bright. Really? Really? Fidelity. Jiang Hao patted his chest to make a look of conviction. He had plenty of abyssal materials anyway, and being able to trade some unwanted materials for the goodwill of a future master forger was not a bad wave. Well, then, wait here. After Chu Missy finished the sentence, she hurriedly ran into the forge room. The crowd that hadn't left yet were all envious and jealous when they saw this scene. How could they not expect that this teenager could actually have the potential to make that master make an exception? You should know that although that master had a somewhat eccentric temper, his forging skills were directly proportional to his temper. Many of them had come from other big cities just to want to have a piece of equipment forged by this master, but they are not even qualified to meet the master. And this teenager, it was actually possible for the master to make an exception. They couldn't help but speculate in their hearts. What exactly was the identity of this teenager? Could it be a disciple of some hidden master? How else would there be so much abyssal material? For a while, the gazes of the crowd towards Jiang Hao changed. What had been a disdainful look turned into awe and curtness. Jiang Hao ignored the gazes of the crowd, and instead, he surveyed the door of the forging room with interest. He was curious as to what that forge master actually looked like, and how such a forge master could have come to Tianqing City. After about half an hour, the door to the forge room finally opened slowly. My master agreed. With excitement and joy on her face, Chu Missy hurriedly said to Jiang Hao, "Really?" Jiang Hao was also a bit surprised. He had intended to try it, but he didn't expect it to actually work. Of course, my master is also someone who enjoys studying abyssal materials. When he saw these abyssal materials you brought, he couldn't wait to forge them. Chu Missy's tone was somewhat agitated. It was the first time she had said so much in one breath. Great! Jiang Hao rubbed his hands together excitedly. He didn't expect that he would actually be able to ask this forge master to forge a weapon for him. Then please, master. Jiang Hao smiled. You're welcome, this is also the result of your own efforts. Chu Missy said. If Jiang Hao didn't have so many abyssal materials, it wouldn't have interested Chu Missy. After saying that, Chu Missy led Jiang Hao into the forging room. Looking at the duo that entered the forging room one after the other, the crowd that was turned away also looked envious. But there was no way. They didn't have so many abyssal materials like Jiang Hao. Thus, after Jiang Hao followed Chu Missy into the forging room, he only saw a stout, middle-aged man with a naked upper body standing in front of a huge forging furnace. The man's skin is dark, his muscles are gnarled, and his arms are twice as thick as a normal person's, so he looks incredibly strong. Master, this is the guest, Chu Missy said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man turned around, a pair of tiger eyes sizing up Jiang Hao, his thick voice resounding. Young man, I heard that you have a lot of abyssal materials on you? Yes, master. Jiang Hao nodded. Take it out and I'll take a look. The middle-aged man couldn't wait to extend his hand. Jiang Hao didn't dawdle and directly took out all the abyssal materials he brought. The middle-aged man received the abyssal material and carefully examined it, and the more he examined it, the more excited he became. Good material. The middle-aged man marveled. Kid, where did these abyssal materials come from? Got it from an abyssal chancellor. Jiang Hao said truthfully. Abyssal chancellor? A trace of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he heard this. He didn't expect that this teenager in front of him would be able to decapitate the abyssal grand commander. Young man, what is your name? The middle-aged man asked. Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao. Good name. My name is Lu Hongzhou. From now on, you can call me Uncle Lu. Lu Hongzhou said cheerfully. Okay, Uncle Lu. Jiang Hao said respectfully. Through the void fire eyes, Jiang Hao realized that the bright uncle in front of him was actually a 7th-ranked professional who was as high as level 75. Turtle, when did such a grandpa come to Tiandu City? When Lu Hongzhou saw that Jiang Hao was so up to the task, he also looked more and more favorable. Xiao Hao, what kind of weapons are you going to use to forge with these abyssal materials? Lu Hongzhou asked. I want to forge a platinum mace. Jiang Hao said. A platinum staff? Lu Hongzhou was a bit surprised. Aren't you a summoner? How did you use a platinum staff? Jiang Hao scratched his head. It's built for summoned beasts. For a summoned beast? Lu Hongzhou was a little surprised, but didn't pursue too much. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Good. Since you want to forge a platinum staff, then I will help you forge one. Lu Hongzhou said cheerfully. Thanks Uncle Lu. Jiang Hao hurriedly thanked him. You're welcome. Now get started. Without any nonsense, Lu Hongzhou walked directly to the forging furnace and started forging. Jiang Hao and Chu Missy stood aside, quietly watching Lu Hongzhou forge. Lu Hongzhou's technique was skillful, and each hammer landed on the prototype of the staff with precision. As Lu Hongzhou forged it, the staff took shape. Half an hour later, the staff's prototype had basically taken shape, and the next step was the most important: quenching. Lu Hongzhou placed the staff prototype into the quenching pool, and with a bared sound, the impurities in the staff prototype were quenched out by the liquid in the quenching pool. After the quenching was completed, Lu Hongzhou put the staff prototype into the forge again and began the final enchantment. At this stage, the abyssal materials prepared by Jiang Hao needed to be integrated into the staff through and through, forming unique properties. As the last piece of abyssal magic stone was incorporated into the staff, a brilliant light lit up and the staff prototype finally completed its metamorphosis. One could only see that the staff was pitch black, like obsidian, with its surface covered in intricate inscriptions, emitting a gust of darkness. Ding! Forged successfully. Platinum Equipment Staff of Darkness. Chapter 52. A panda that doesn't want to become a forger is not a good panda. Knight Staff. Quality, Platinum. strength plus 70, constitution plus 70, speed plus 70, spirit plus 100. Special attribute, Abyssal Magic. Abyssal Magic inflicts persistent corrosive damage to the target and reduces its defense. Attachment skill, Nightfall. Dark Night Descent summons a field of darkness, dealing sustained damage to enemies within the field and reducing their movement speed and attack speed. Consumption, 100 spirit. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Introduction, a platinum staff built around an abyssal magic stone, containing powerful abyssal energies. Comment, dance with the darkness of the night, sleep with the abyss. Looking at the darkness staff in his hand, Zhang Hao was ecstatic in his heart. Not only did this staff possess powerful attributes, it also came with a very powerful skill. Darkness Falls. This skill can turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. This would make Yuki's auxiliary ability even stronger, and she might even be able to become an auxiliary method dual cultivator. Thanks Uncle Lu. I'm very satisfied with this staff. Zhang Hao thanked from the bottom of his heart. A small matter, as long as you are satisfied. Lu Hongzhou laughed cheerfully. Missy, these abyssal materials, I'll give them to you. Zhang Hao handed the remaining abyssal materials to Chu Missy. During the short exchange just now, with the help of the delusional fire eyes, Zhang Hao had already familiarized himself quite a lot with this genius girl. This, Chu Missy hesitated a little. Missy, don't worry, these abyssal materials, they aren't of much use to me either. Zhang Hao said, child, take it, after all, it's a little bit of Xiao Hao's heart. Lu Hongzhou fanned the flames from the side. For some reason, there was an inexplicable appreciation for Zhang Hao. Chu Missy hesitated for a moment, and ultimately accepted these abyssal materials. Zhang Hao, I will make good use of these abyssal materials. Chu Missy solemnly said. Good, I believe you. Zhang Hao returned a smile. Lu Hongzhou looked at the duo whose atmosphere was a bit odd and revealed an old fatherly smile. Right at this moment, Zhang Hao suddenly thought of something and asked Lu Hongzhou. That, Uncle Willow, I have a friend who finds forging interesting and would like to learn from you as well. Oh, want to learn about forging? Lu Hongzhou froze at his words, then laughed. Of course, as long as he is willing to learn, I can teach him everything. However, forging is not an easy task and requires extreme patience and perseverance. Chu Missy looked at the two who were talking happily. Her small face flashed a few points of doubt. When had his own master been so nice? One must know that in the imperial capital, there were 8,000 geniuses who wanted to worship their masters, if not 10,000. But the master has only had her as a disciple so far. That friend of mine should be fine. Zhang Hao thought about it and affirmed. Lu Hongzhou nodded his head. In that case, then bring that friend of yours to me some other day. Zhang Hao, maybe it doesn't need to be another day. Today will do. After saying that, a flash of black and white light flashed. A black and white, majestic panda carrying a sledgehammer appeared in the forging room. Lu Hongzhou looked at the panda that suddenly appeared in front of him for a moment, then his dark eyes glowed. Divine Power Beast, Jiuli War Beast. I didn't expect to see such a divine beast in my lifetime. Lu Hongzhou carefully surveyed Fat Day, his eyes filled with shock. Yes, this is my summoned beast, Fat Day. Zhang Hao explained. Fat Day? The corner of Lu Hongzhou's mouth twitched. The name, it's too random. However, he was soon attracted to Fat Da's imposing aura. He was a master forger, and he had an excellent knowledge of various materials and creatures. One glance showed that Fat Da's bloodline was extraordinary. This Jiuli War Beast, with its pure bloodline and exceptional talent, coupled with your careful cultivation, will definitely be able to become a powerful war beast in the future. Lu Hongzhou couldn't help but marvel in admiration. Then, as if he remembered something, that friend you were talking about, that wouldn't be it, would it? Yeah, that's it. Zhang Hao nodded his head in a hurry. Just as he was observing Lu Hongzhou forging, Fat D within the summoning space suddenly conveyed to him that he also wanted to forge. Summoning beasts to learn the forge. Are you serious? But on second thought, Chubby D was no ordinary summoned beast. Possessing a mythological bloodline and a Jinsai word, Fat Da's talent and enlightenment was no less than any genius. Maybe, it's really something. Besides, Fat Day had metal mastery plus fusion, so he might actually be able to become a powerful forge master. After all, their future summoned beasts must be quite a lot. Each one to forge equipment must be a not small expenses. Maybe when Fat Day becomes a forger later on. What Rui golden hoop rod, Phoenix wing purple gold crown, Lockjaw golden armor, Lotus root silk step cloudwalker. The more Jiang Hao thought about it, the more excited he became, feeling as if he had opened the door to a new world. So it's it. I do think it has a talent for forging. Lu Hongzhou sized up Fat Day, and the more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. This 9 Lives War Beast, Not only is its bloodline pure, but it also possesses a talent for metal control, giving it a unique advantage in forging. If it is willing to learn forging, I will teach it everything and never hide anything from it, Lu Hongzhou said with a solemn face. The reason why he valued this 9 Dawn's War beast so much was because of Zhang Hao. In addition to its talent and bloodline, Zhang Hao must have a secret of his own if he was able to summon such a powerful summoning beast. Being able to befriend such a person would only benefit him and do him no harm as well. Fat Day, are you willing to learn forging? Zhang Hao looked at Fat Day and asked. Fat Day sniffed, and his huge head nodded, an excited light flickering in his large, ebony eyes. Although it was a panda, from today onwards, it had a far-reaching dream of becoming a powerful forger. Since that's the case, then from today onwards, Fat Day, you'll learn forging from Uncle Lu, Zhang Hao said. Oh, you don't really have to follow me all the time. Lu Hongzhou laughed. Sure enough, it was able to learn the basic forging method, enough to cultivate to a third-order forging master. After all, the Jiuli War Beast was Zhang Hao's summoned beast, and if it kept following him around, it would not be conducive to Zhang Hao's subsequent upgrades. So it is. Zhang Hao nodded his head in understanding. He thought that if he wanted to become a forger, he had to follow his master step by step through the ranks. He was the one who was preoccupied, and it seemed that there was still a lot of things in this world that he needed to learn on his own. Without delay, I will teach it the basic forging method now, Lu Hongzhou said and brought Fat Day into a room full of metal. Chumisi looked at such a cordial one person and one beast, covering her rosy little mouth, her beautiful eyes wide. She felt like her worldview had been refreshed. Panda wants to become a forger. She's not dreaming, is she? P.S. Ask for a free rush and a free review. Let the author know if anyone is reading this book. Your support is the motivation for the author to explode. Chapter 53, The Fat Day with Unbelievable Enlightenment. Becoming a first-order forge master in half an hour. Zhang Hao looked at Chumisi, who was full of shock, thought about it, and opened his mouth. Fat Day and Uncle Lu went into that room. What does it say? Chumisi came back to her senses and hurriedly shook her head. No, my master usually only stays alone in that room when he encounters inspiration. Master brought it in, supposedly to create a forging method suitable for your summoned beasts. After all, it was the first time she had ever seen a summoned beast learn a forging spell, but it wasn't unacceptable. After all, one of the strongest forging masters in China today was of dwarven origin, so that's how it is. Zhang Hao nodded thoughtfully. He had wanted Yuki to sneak into that room and see what exactly Lu Hongzhou was teaching Fat Day. But now it seems that Lu Hongzhou is experiencing inspiration wanting to try it on Fat Day. Since this was the case, then I was afraid that my own hasty interruption would affect Lu Hongzhou's thoughts. Zhang Hao, you're not really going to let your summoned beast learn forging, are you? Chumisi couldn't help but ask. Why not? Zhang Hao asked rhetorically. Forging is not an easy thing. It requires an extremely high level of patience and perseverance, and more importantly, it requires a certain amount of fire talent. Chumisi explained. Fire talent? Zhang Hao froze. He had forgotten that forging was a craft closely related to the fire element. Although Fat Day possessed metal mastery and fusion, 2 talents that were perfect for forging, it did not have the fire talent. However, you don't have to be discouraged. Although your summoned beast doesn't have a fire talent, you can make up for it with the help of external forces, Chumisi said. With the help of external forces? Zhang Hao pondered. Looks like I'll have to draw a fire attribute phrase for Kanda later. Missy, how many days did it take you to become a forge master then? Zhang Hao was a bit curious. After all, under the eye of the void fire, the great god in front of him had reached the peak of the second-order forge master in just 1.5 years. How many days? Chumisi blinked, drolly said. It seems to have taken half a day to get started, and it seems to be 3 days to become a first-order forger. Zhang Hao sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. Half a day to get started. 3 days to get to the first level? Is this a human being? However, I only got started relatively quickly, and it took a whole half-month to actually forge the first piece of equipment. Chumisi seemed to have seen Zhang Hao's doubts and explained. That is to say, it took you a total of half a month from the time you started to being able to forge your first piece of equipment. Zhang Hao summarized. Right. Chumisi nodded. In that case, it would take at least a few months for an ordinary person to become a skilled forger. Zhang Hao pondered. This is still considered fast. After all, Chumisi is an exception. Theoretically, but in reality, forging master is a very time-consuming profession. Chumisi said. It's because forging masters who want to level up need a large amount of precious materials in addition to practicing constantly and accumulating experience. These precious materials are not only expensive, but also difficult to obtain. That's why many forgers can only remain at the stage of a low-ranked forger for the rest of their lives. Jiang Hao sniffed and frowned slightly. He hadn't realized that forging was such a time and resource-consuming profession. However, this was not a problem for him. It's not just money. When you're strong in the future, you can play a few high-level hell copies, and the money will still come in. And now, it's up to Chubby Tat to see how talented he is. However, just less than an hour had passed when Lu Hongzhou's incredible voice came from the middle of the room. How is this possible? Genius. This is just genius. What's the situation? Jiang Hao and Shu Missy looked at each other and entered the room one after another, only to see that in the middle of the room, Fat De was waving the small hammer in his hand with a smug look on his face, and in front of it lay a short sword that emitted a faint ghostly aura. Shu Missy stared in disbelief. Bronze equipment basalt iron short sword. Lu Hongzhou looked excited. It's only been half an hour, and Fat De has learned the basic forging method I prepared for it, and it's also forged a piece of first-rank equipment. This is unbelievable. Jiang Hao was also shocked in his heart as he looked at the smug Fat De. He didn't realize that Fat De's talent was so unbelievable. He had learned to forge in half an hour, and had also forged a piece of first-rank equipment. If this were to spread, I'm afraid that the entire forging world of China would be shaken. Master, is this true? Shu Missy asked with some disbelief. Of course, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Lu Hongzhou laughed. I could tell he was happy now. Originally, he thought that his disciple's talent was already heaven-defying enough, but compared to this 9 Dawns war beast in front of him, it was still a long way off. Fat De sniffed and also puffed out his chest with a haughty look on his face. It seems to be saying that if this panda makes a move, it's still a handful. Jiang Hao, your summoned beast is simply too powerful. Shu Missy heartily exclaimed. Fat De's talent is really good. Jiang Hao said modestly. Fat De was at least a divine beast, and with the various word-stacking talents, becoming a forge master was not a piece of cake. Only what Jiang Hao didn't expect was that Fat De's talent would be so perverse. Yeah, looks like I've got a good disciple here. Lu Hongzhou looked at the complacent Fat De in front of him and was also filled with relief. After going back, let's see who else dares to say that he, Lu Hongzhou, can't teach his disciples. An 18-year-old peak second-ranked forger who became a first-ranked forger in an hour and a half. How dignified it must be to say that. Originally I was going to teach it some basics, but it seems it's no longer useful. Saying that, Lu Hongzhou took out an ancient book and handed it over to Fat De. This is my self-created basic forging method. It contains all my insights about forging. Study it well and it will help you greatly on your forging path. If there is something you don't know how to do, come back to the master. When he finished, he rubbed Kanda's round belly. He had wanted to mentor Fata for a few days before he left, but now it didn't seem necessary at all. Fat De sniffed and hastily took the books with an inquisitive look. Seeing this, Lu Hongzhou was also quite satisfied. This disciple, he'll take him. Shu Missy watched it all from the sidelines. The shock in her heart is beyond words. She had thought that her talent was already heaven-defying enough, but compared to this 9 Dawns war beast in front of her, it was nothing compared to this. Becoming a first-order forger in half an hour. I'm afraid that such an unbelievable talent is unique in the whole of China, isn't it? Besides, is this one more senior brother she? Feels quite good. Jiang Hao sniffed and was quite pleased with himself. Although Chubby Tat is usually a bit of a hangdog, he's still very dependable in a pinch. Chapter 54, Scented Kiss. Province-wide trial. Fat De's talent is indeed good. However, it's still only a first-order forger now, and there's still a long way to go in the future. Jiang Hao was also quite modest. Shu Missy looked at Jiang Hao's modest and decent appearance and nodded thoughtfully. With such a master, it made sense for the summoned beasts to be strong. Alright, it's almost time. I should go back. Lu Hongzhou said. Uncle Lu, are you leaving so soon? Jiang Hao asked. Yeah, the main reason I'm here is to meet someone. Lu Hongzhou laughed. Besides, I will often come to Tiandu City to see my gifted disciple. That's so. Jiang Hao expressed his understanding. After all, Uncle Lu had only planned to stay in Tiancheng City for a few days. However, Jiang Hao was curious as to what kind of person had made a level 75 forging master come all the way to Tiancheng City. However, this was someone else's private matter, so Jiang Hao was too embarrassed to pursue it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Hao left. Not long after Jiang Hao's front foot left, a familiar figure happened to step into the equipment exchange. It's none other than Ryuga. Lu Jia was dressed in white casual clothes today, outlining her bumpy figure, which was extraordinarily beautiful and attractive. Only her delicate and pretty face seemed to carry a few sorrowful looks. As soon as she entered, she immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the exchange. But Ryuga ignored the stares around him and walked straight to the counter. "Hello, I'm looking for Master Lu Hongzhou." On the other hand, Jiang Hao used his time to exchange the crystals and unwanted materials obtained from the copy into Chinese coins. After deducting the cost and materials for forging the staff, Jiang Hao still netted $9 million. It does seem that breaking into copies is the fastest way to make money. When Jiang Hao returned home with a full load, he released Xiao Shui at the first opportunity. Xiao Sheng was playing with his new weapon in the summoning space, while Fat De was wearing a pair of black and white frames, carefully studying the forging book left behind by Lu Hongzhou. Master Snowy jumped into Jiang Hao's arms as soon as she appeared. Feeling the softness and gusts of fragrant wind coming from his arms, Jiang Hao couldn't help but be apathetic as well. "Ahem, Snowy, you come down first. Master has a gift for you." Xiao Shui knew it was that staff today, but still responded with anticipation, getting off Jiang Hao and standing aside obediently. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly as he looked at Xiao Shui's big, watery eyes filled with anticipation. Why did it feel like there was something wrong with the way Yuki was looking at her? But Jiang Hao didn't think too much about it and took out the staff of darkness. A flash of surprise flashed in Xiao Shui's eyes when she saw the pitch-black staff in Jiang Hao's hand. "Thank you, Master. Yuki loves it." Yuki took the staff and stroked it gently. "It's good if you like it." Jiang Hao smiled faintly, looking at Xiao Shui's delighted face and feeling gratified in his heart. Yuki's own strength would be greatly increased when she got a weapon that she could use while she had the chance. Xiao Shui carefully stroked the staff in her hand and suddenly said, "Master, you treat Xiao Shui. How can I let Xiao Shui repay you?" Jiang Hao froze, then laughed. "You are all my wings. What repayment is not?" Before Jiang Hao could finish his words, he suddenly felt a warm, wet and hot touch on his face. Hiss. He, Jiang Hao, had been sneak attacked, only to see that Yuki had somehow, when already pressed her warm cherry lips on his face. Jiang Hao's eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Shui's near face, his mind going blank. "Master, little snow will accompany you forever." Xiao Shui looked at Jiang Hao with a pair of big, watery eyes, her voice soft and melodious. After saying that, she ran away with a pouty face, and Jiang Hao looked at Xiao Shui's distant back, feeling the faint fragrance still remaining on his face. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. Hiss. Is this what it feels like to be forced to kiss? But, does Yuki count as a person? Early the next morning, a high-tech hovering chariot, suspended above Jiang Hao's house. It caused the passing crowd to stop and watch. Jiang Hao also swallowed his saliva when he looked at this imposing hovering chariot. "I originally thought that I was already rich enough, but it seems that in front of Lin Xuan, I am still a small Kara M." The chariot hatch opened and out stepped a burly middle-aged man cloaked in black. "Boy, you still want me to buy you, don't you?" Lin Xuan didn't have the good sense to say, Hey, it's not impossible." Jiang Hao made a padded jump and drilled straight into the car. Accompanied by Jiang Hao's entry, the door of the hovering chariot closed, turning into a stream of light and sailing into the sky. Along the way, Lin Xuan introduced Jiang Hao to the objects worth paying attention to in this provincial trial. "You'd better keep an eye out for students in Kawaro City and Nanta City. It's rumored that these two cities have seen two epic-level professions emerge this year, and they also have S-rank talent. Not everyone is actually able to awaken their talents on their first transfer, but more often they get them after completing their advancement." Jiang Hao sniffed and frowned slightly. S-class talent? It seemed that this year's province-wide trial was even more intense than he had imagined, and there's an extra hidden reward in this trial that's considered a tussle, Lin Xuan said in a serious tone. "Jiang Hao, what hidden rewards?" "That would be to set up a stronghold at a certain location and send some students from the college academy to guard it." Jiang Hao, college academy? It wouldn't be sending a few second-order professionals to guard it, would it? Lin Xuan guessed half right. There's a third-order professional among them. Jiang Hao? Seeing Jiang Hao's dumbfounded expression, Lin Xuan also laughed out loud. In fact, the intent of creating these students was primarily to see if there were a few talented individuals with leadership potential. Of course, if you can beat them alone, forget I said anything. Lin Xuan spread his hands out, clearly not believing that anyone could defeat these high-level professionals. Then will there be experience after defeating those students? Jiang Hao suddenly asked a borderline question. It's more than just experience. If you can kill them in seconds, the equipment will all explode for you. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. Well then, forget I said that. Ha. Jiang Hao grinned with a harmless look. Don't get too happy. These students aren't easy. Many of them are seeded players from major universities. Besides, you are unaware of the power of a third-ranked professional. Lin Xuan splashed cold water. Third order, it's fine. It's trivial. Jiang Hao waved his hand in a careless manner. A third-order professional in the district is nothing. Of course, Jiang Hao wouldn't say these words. That's because you haven't encountered a third-ranked professional. Let me tell you, once their rank reaches the third rank, some of their skills will cross over a level and reach super rank skills. Superclass copy, have you ever heard of it? That's where the super-order skills come from, Lin Chuan explained in a serious tone. Transcendent level copies? Jiang Hao almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Not to mention super rank skills, even god rank skills. Jiang Hao had a few. Looking at Jiang Hao with a hangdog look, Lin Chuan suddenly had a feeling that his fist was hitting cotton. Just laugh, kid, you'll get it later. He thought Jiang Hao was not understanding the power of super rank skills. Yes, I'm going to feel very good later. P.S. Happy 4th of July to everyone, and if you can give the author some catch-up and freebies, double the happy 4th of July. Chapter 55, A Childhood Friend. With the rapid flight of the hovering chariot, Jiang Hao soon arrived at the vast battlefield, the place where the province's trial was held. Legend has it that the vast battlefield is most likely the place where a certain world met the abyss 1,000 years ago. The space within it is vast and boundless, and the terrain is complex and varied, with peaks and peaks, canyons and deep canyons, swamps and lakes. Moreover, countless powerful magical beasts and abyssal creatures inhabited the vast battlefield. This time, the province's trial was able to be held in the vast battlefield, so it could be seen that it was emphasized. At this moment, outside the vast battlefield, there was a sea of people. In addition to the competitors, there were spectators from every metropolitan area. Jiang Hao and the others had just gotten off the bus, and they attracted the attention of the people around them. That's Mayor Lin. Wow, so handsome. I heard that Mayor Lin is also one of the leaders in this province-wide trial. No wonder it was able to ride in a hovering chariot. The crowd was talking. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, was also bland, obviously used to this kind of scene. Come on, let's go to the restroom first. Lin Chuan greeted them and led Jiang Hao and the others towards the lounge on the side. In the lounge, Jiang Hao met several other leaders. One of them was the leader of Luchuan City's trip, an elegant middle-aged man. Mayor Lin, long time no see. The elegant man rose and smiled. Yunfei, long time no see. Lin Chuan nodded his head in return. And this little brother is? Lu Yunfei looked at Jiang Hao and asked. Oh, this is our Heavenly City's participant for this trial. Jiang Hao, this is the leader of Luchuan City, Mayor Lu Yunfei. Lin Chuan introduced. Mayor Lu. Hello. Jiang Hao greeted politely. Hello, Mr. Jiang Hao. Lu Yunfei smiled faintly, looking at Jiang Hao with a few moments of appreciation and a few moments of regret. What a nice kid. It's a shame he's with Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's strength was able to rank in the top 2 amongst the mayors of East China Province, but the ability to develop talent is all over the map. Even if Lin Chuan himself was strong, he couldn't get rid of the fact that Tiandu City was on the verge of being at the bottom of East China Province. Lin Chuan, don't you guys in Tiancheng City usually give up on the province's trials? Which gust of wind blew you here this year? An unkind voice rang out. The person who spoke was a stout, bearded middle-aged man. This person was none other than the mayor of Nanta City, Li Tianba. What? Grand Mayor Lin, could it be that you figured out this year that you want your people from Tiancheng City to participate in the province's trial? Li Tianba had a teasing face. Humph, Li Tianba, don't be so gloomy here. Lin Chuan snorted coldly. Is it because you don't think you've been beaten up enough by me? Okay, you two just stop fighting. Lu Yunfei rounded off the scene. Everyone sit down. The trial is about to begin. The crowd sniffed, and then they each took their seats. Everyone, this province-wide trial is a bit different from previous years. Lu Yunfei spoke. This year, a stronghold will be set up in the vast battlefield and some students from the college academies will be dispatched to guard it. And those students include a third-order professional. Third-order professional. The rest of the group gasped out in shock. What do you mean? Do you still want to let those students fight with third-order professionals? Li Tianba asked with a frown. As a sixth-order professional, he was naturally aware of the power of a third-order professional. It would be fine if it was second-order, but third-order would be difficult. Just one super rank skill is enough to make those little buggers drink a pot of water. Only Lin Chuan was calmer. After all, he had known about this matter for a long time. Of course not. Lu Yunfei shook his head. The main purpose of these students is to test if they have leadership potential. But if you can defeat them, there will naturally be a reward. Reward? The group of mayors shook their heads and laughed bitterly. They didn't think that a group of first-order students would be able to defeat a third-order professional. And Lu Yunfei poured cold water on them again. These students aren't simple either. They are all seeded players cultivated by major universities. Moreover, the strength of a third-ranked professional should be clear to you all. The crowd sniffed and fell silent. It seems that this session of the province's trial is hellishly difficult. However, as long as their students didn't mess with that stronghold, the chances of winning were still quite high, provided those students were able to follow the tactics they had laid out. After all, there were 47 students participating in the trial this time. Even if one person was strong, it was impossible to defeat 46 students alone. As a result, the very first battles are still dominated by team battles. Old Lin, how is your team in Tiandu this year? Lu Yunfei patted Lin Chuan's shoulder. I've heard that you guys in Tiandu City still have a genius who soloed a group. It wouldn't be that Jiang Hao, would it? The rest of the group sniffed and pricked up their ears. After all, before the trial began, one more bit of information about the opponent was one more chance to win. Humph, old Lu, put away that little thought. Lin Chuan wrapped his arms around his chest, not revealing the slightest bit of information. Joking aside, if they knew before the trial started that they were the only Jiang Hao in Tiandu City, I'm afraid that they would be the first one out again this year. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao was already in the players' area sizing up today's opponent. This is heaven. Through the void fire eye, Jiang Hao was able to see epic level professions after casually sweeping over them. 3 level 15 in a random area. It seems that the Sky City is still too weak. Looking at the geniuses in each region, Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Little Sage should explode a lot of equipment with a single blow of his stick, right? Are you, Haozi? Just as Jiang Hao was searching for any suitable objects, a soft and pleasant voice rang out. Jiang Hao turned his head to look, only to see a tall, young girl wearing a white combat uniform standing in front of him with a surprised look on her face. The young girl had long, shiny black hair, delicate features, skin as fair as snow, and a pair of large, watery eyes that seemed to speak. Since the combat uniform was designed as shorts, the girl's straight and slender jade legs without a trace of fat glistened under the sunlight, looking particularly charming. Are you, Shiran? Jiang Hao asked tentatively. It's really you, Haozi. Lin Sherlan excitedly jumped into Jiang Hao's arms. Jiang Hao's entire body froze, somewhat at a loss for words. Lin Sherlan was his childhood sweetheart, used to go around trick-or-treating with him as a kid. He also liked to tug on the old drunk's gray hair when he was at his house, causing him to wail. It seems that after graduating from junior high school, he left Tiancheng City because of his parents' job change, which caused him to be sad for a while at that time. I didn't expect to meet here today, Shiran. How did you end up here? Jiang Hao came back to his senses and asked with some stuttering. Haozi, how do you stay problem? Of course I came here to participate in the province's trial. Lin Sherlan blinked her big eyes with an innocent expression. Chapter 56, I don't eat soft food. Mysterious information. Ancient mysteries? Full, province-wide trials? Jiang Hao was puzzled, but quickly reacted. What else is there to do here but participate in province-wide trials? By the way, Haozi, aren't you here for the trial? Lin Sherlan looked at Jiang Hao and asked rhetorically. Ah, yes, I'm here for the trials. Jiang Hao hurriedly nodded, then digressed. Why did you suddenly leave back then? Lin Sherlan sniffed. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. This matter is a long story. Brother Jiang Hao, you will know later. Jiang Hao nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any more questions. So, Shiran, you are representing that province in the trial? After all, they grew up together. Jiang Hao intends to put some water. Let her live to the penultimate. He. It's a secret. Lin Sherlan smiled sweetly, making a shushing gesture. However, Sherlan can tell Haozi a secret. The stronghold in the middle of the vast battlefield must not be spared, and Haozi must enter the stronghold from the southeast. Jiang Hao froze, pondering in his heart. The fact that Sherlan could know about the strongholds in the vast battlefield meant that its origins were not small. Moreover, there were several students from the college academy as well as a third-ranked professional sitting in the stronghold. Was there any particular reason why the other side had told him to enter through the southeast gate? Alright, it's getting late. I'm going to report for duty first, so don't forget what I said. Haozi. Lin Sherlan originally wanted to pinch the side of Jiang Hao's face when she was a child, but halfway to her hand, she realized that Jiang Hao was already half a head taller than her. He had to stop and turn away with a sweet smile. Jiang Hao looked at Lin Sherlan's slender back and fell into deep thought. Not only has this ninny grown up, I'm afraid she's even strong. This was because under the eye of illusory fire, Lin Sherlan's level had, quite literally, reached level 25. Sherlan, could it be that your brother Jiang Hao would be the kind of person who likes to eat soft food? Jiang Hao muttered. With the passage of time, the personnel soon arrived. Soon, a beep sounded in everyone's head. Province-wide trial rules. 1. Upon entering the Hao Mao battlefield, the trialists will be randomly assigned to different areas. 2. In the first phase, all persons will be able to form teams freely, and any form of teaming will be prohibited when the number of persons remaining is 10. 3. For each other trialist defeated, a certain number of points will be awarded. 4. The trial will last for 24 hours, and the only survivor at the end of the trial will be granted access to the transcendental mysteries. 5. Within the trial area, trialists are permitted to hunt and kill foreign beasts and abyssal creatures to obtain some of the rewards as well. 6. Special strongholds will be set up in the trial area. If the strongholds are captured, the trial will end prematurely and all survivors will be qualified for the transcendental mysteries. Holy, this sixth rule prompt is outrageous, isn't it? Not only Jiang Hao, all the students who participated in the trial also showed surprise when they heard the sixth rule. All the survivors getting the Transcendent Secret Realm qualification. This is too crazy. That's right, it's a free ride. However, the stronghold definitely won't be that easy to conquer, and it's expected that there will be high-ranked professionals sitting around. The crowd murmured, excitement shining in their eyes. Although it was difficult to attack the stronghold, as long as one could obtain the qualification for the Transcendent Mystic Realm, it would all be worth it. Besides, there were nearly 50 of them, so if they all gathered, they still couldn't defeat a small stronghold? As the cue sounded, the rest of the students didn't even need to be reminded. They were already standing together in 2s and 3s, forming a team on their own. Some of them have already begun to lobby around, and it is thought that they are all going to work together in the first phase. Jiang Hao was the only one standing alone, not knowing what he was thinking. Meanwhile, the testing room. Lu Yunfei smiled helplessly and bitterly after carefully checking the list on his hand to confirm it repeatedly. I say, old Lin, Jiang Hao is the only one of you in Tiandu City. Lin Chuan waved his hand carelessly and laughed. People are more refined than numerous. He, when that Jiang Hao is the first to be eliminated. I hope you can still laugh, Li Tianba teased from the side. However, now it seems that these boys are going to work together to attack the stronghold. Another mayor analyzed. At this moment, besides their mayors, several heads of the military region and the Professionals Association walked in. In addition to these executives, there are dedicated data analysts who rate and analyze student performance. And at that moment, a figure caught the attention of everyone present. Master Hongzhou. Lu Yunfei was the first to rise in greeting, and then Lin Chuan and the others rose to salute. Because this person in front of him was the chief person in charge of this province's trial that the central government had sent to monitor. The 7th-ranked professional, Lu Hongzhou. Everyone, there's no need to be courteous. I'm just a forger. I can't afford the respect of all the great mayors, Lu Hongzhou said cheerfully. Although Lu Hongzhou said so, no one dared to be casual. After all, this Master Lu was not a small person, being a subordinate of one of the 10 great legends of China, the Wine Sword Immortal. And that Wine Sword Immortal had not long ago, sword beheaded a 9th-ranked abyssal great demon general in front of the mountain and sea abyss border. Alright, everyone can sit down. It's time for the trial to begin. After Lu Hongzhou signaled for them to sit down, he himself sat down in the seat that belonged to him. Master Hongzhou, is the ancient secret realm rumored amongst the vast battlefield this year true? Just after taking his seat, Lu Yunfei couldn't help but ask. At that, everyone in the room turned their ears to listen. After all, this year, several college professionals were sent to guard the stronghold in order to open that ancient secret realm. Actually, I'm not quite sure if that ancient mysterious realm can be opened, Lu Hongzhou said in a deep voice. Not long ago, the people involved detected a signal in the vast battlefield. After deciphering it, they found out that it was actually some sort of copy rule that was said to be able to open some sort of secret realm. Hence this trial. After all, that's a chance to explore the secrets of an ancient world. With these words, everyone present instantly understood the importance of this trial. Today's blue planet intersects with countless realms, and whether many of them are friend or foe is still unknown to humanity. The abyss was a creature that appeared in an unknown realm, and it was an extremely powerful existence in the realm. Oh, but everything is still unknown, so maybe that information is a lie too. Our first priority is still to focus on the development of these children. Since Lu Hongzhou was in a good mood recently, he even talked a lot more. The rest of them nodded at the words. As long as the descendants were able to rise, even if they encountered more difficulties, Blue Star would definitely be able to get through it. Okay, open the portal. With Lu Hongzhou's command, a huge circular spell formation lit up in the center of the hall. Immediately afterward, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, connecting the skies. Before the students present could react, they felt a blur before their eyes, and then they appeared in an unfamiliar land. This is the vast battlefield. P.S. If you guys have any comments you can say in the comment section, such as words or the next summoner or something. The author will take it into consideration. Asking for a free gift and a rush. Chapter 57, Special Identity? Level up. You have entered the ancient large-scale replica, the vast battlefield. Your current level is lower than the minimum level of the replica, triggering the replica blessing mechanism, currently in the first stage. Your current team size is 1. Do you want to match teammates? Yes/no. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate and directly chose no. He didn't bother to team up with anyone since Lin Shirlan wasn't among them. Match failed. You gain status absolute mono. Absolute single, the rest of the world can't detect your location and you are able to detect the location of all the wraiths. Note, you will not be able to receive the group capture reward if you forfeit the group option. Jiang Hao looked at the densely packed tips and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why do you still have an identity? Are you playing werewolf kill to find wolf extermination? Moreover, if Jiang Hao chose to team up, wouldn't his position be shared? It seems that this grouping option should be created for capturing strongholds. And what was the identity of the professional who was in charge of guarding the stronghold? Jiang Hao vaguely felt that this copy of the vast battlefield wasn't that simple. From the very first copy, Jiang Hao recognized that each copy would most likely contain a certain story. And those stories are what really get through the copy. Forget it, don't bother. Since we don't know where the other students are right now, let's kill the magical beasts first. Jiang Hao immediately summoned Little Saint, Fat De and Little Snow. For a moment, a terrifying aura instantly filled the air. I told you to lay low. Jiang Hao immediately stepped forward and gave Fat De a kick. What if it scares away other magical beasts? Woohoo! Chubby Tat lowered his head in resignation. He just wanted to come out and blow off some steam. Anyway, if you ever mess with your skills again, get back to me. Jiang Hao glared at Fat De without any good humor. Chubby Tat nodded his head in a hurry, saying that he would do it next time. Good boy. You want to whore for nothing? Jiang Hao gave Fat Da's round belly a punch, then opened the Warcraft map provided by the system. A dozen or so scarlet dots could be seen through the map on the light screen, and by the looks of it, that should be where the magical beasts were. Jiang Hao randomly picked a small red dot on the map, then took a few summoned beasts and headed straight in that direction. Soon, Jiang Hao arrived near the small red dot marked on the map. It was a dense jungle with tall trees that covered the sky. Jiang Hao dived into the jungle and quickly spotted the target. It was a huge black bear, covered in black fur, with bloodthirsty glinting eyes. Armored bear. Level, 25. Power, 560. Body mass, 480. Speed, 320. Spirit, 300. Skills, Iron Armor. Bear Roar. Earth Trample. Specialty, Thick Skin. Enhanced Strength. Introduction. The magical beasts that survive in the vast battlefield have strong strength and defense. Jiang Hao swept a glance at the iron-armored giant bear's message, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. This iron-armored giant bear had a ridiculously thick blood bar and defense, and it was clearly a magical beast that was killed for the sake of teamwork. Unfortunately, magical beasts of this level and value were simply a giveaway for the current him. Little Saint, make it quick. Bang! In the next moment, a cracking sound rang out, and the Little Saint holding the abyssal demon stick transformed into a golden stream of light and charged towards the iron-armored giant bear. Little Saint waved his abyssal demon stick and landed a series of heavy blows on the body of the iron-armored giant bear. Each strike emitted a deafening roar, and the huge body of the iron-armored giant bear was knocked back by the Little Saint. Due to the fact that the abyssal demon stick was black in color, a vein-like pattern was inscribed on its surface. The Little Saint who was fighting monsters with an abyssal devil stick in his hand gave Jiang Hao the feeling that he was watching the Black Myth minion fight monsters. In the middle of the battlefield, although the iron-armored giant bear's defense was strong, Little Saint's attack power was too perverse. Even with the copy bonus, it has a suffocatingly thick blood bar, but it didn't take long before the iron armor of the iron-armored giant bear was broken, revealing the bright red flesh inside. Roar! The iron-armored giant bear let out a miserable scream and turned around to flee. The Little Saint would not let it escape, and with a flash, he chased after it. Bang! Another stick slammed into the back of the iron-armored giant bear. Minus 128,060. Scarlet numbers lit up as the iron-armored giant bear was directly knocked to death by Little Sage with a stick. Your summoned beast spirit Mingshire Monkey, Little Sage, kill iron-armored giant bear. Hubris trigger. Strength plus 0. 56. Congratulations on gaining experience plus 3,000. Congratulations on obtaining the material Iron Armored Bear Paw. Congratulations on obtaining equipment Iron Leather Battle Armor, Emerald. Not bad, not bad. 3. 000 experience for one wraith. If there were a few more of them, it would be enough for Jiang Hao to rise to level 13. In order to improve efficiency, Jiang Hao decided to split up, let Fat Det and Little Saint go all the way, and himself and Snowy go all the way, to speed up the killing process. Jiang Hao vaguely felt that he might trigger some kind of copy mechanism if he killed all these magical beasts. Just when Jiang Hao was having fun killing a mountainous area of the vast battlefield, dozens of students were gathering on top of a hill, looking out over a ledge not far away. Shin Gao Da, are you sure that's where the stronghold is? A purple-haired youth asked to the 2.5-meter-tall mecha in front of him. A moment later, a low voice came from the mech. That should be correct. The infrared energy detector shows that there are 4 lifeforms within the barrier ahead. Unsurprisingly, it's the professional in charge of the town guard. Fan Hongwei, what should we do now? At that moment, a young man clad in the black clothes of an assassin asked. At the same time, the surrounding students cast their eyes. The youth named Fan Hongwei was the strongest professional in Nata City, while that Shin Gaoda was the strongest in Luchuan City. At the moment, the students present were centered on the duo. The vast majority of people were more inclined to challenge the professionals in the middle of the stronghold than the only spot in the transcendent mystery realm. After all, that was the chance to get all of them involved in the transcendent mysteries. Therefore, when the system proposed whether or not to form a group, they all chose to agree and were teleported here. Fan Hongwei felt the gaze of the crowd and did not have any stage fright. He looked around and said in a deep voice, according to the barriers, they are bound to rely on favorable terrain, and it will be difficult to break through in a short period of time. Therefore, we must develop a detailed battle plan to improve our chances of winning. First of all, we need to explore the realities in the stronghold and feel out the strength of the professionals. Fan Hongwei said word for word, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Shin Gao Da, your mech has infrared detection capabilities, so you'll be the one to carry out the reconnaissance mission. Everyone else, work with me on a battle plan. Under the command of Fan Hongwei, the crowd began to divide up the work and prepare in an organized manner. A great battle is coming. Meanwhile, in another part of the vast battlefield, Jiang Hao was hunting magic beasts with Little Snow. Kill level 27 Flame Lord experience plus 3,500. Material acquired Heart of Flame, rare. Obtained equipment Flame Greatsword, emerald. Kill level 26 Death Knight experience plus 3,400. Ding, your level has increased to 13. By killing a large number of magical beasts, Jiang Hao had risen to level 13 and obtained a large number of materials and equipment. Among them, what surprised Jiang Hao the most was that he had exploded a platinum-level equipment. Dark Legs, Platinum, Strength plus 65, Constitution plus 65, Speed plus 65, Spirit plus 65, Special Attribute, Shadow Stalking, Shadow Sneak. When activated, movement speed is increased by 50% and stealth effect is increased by 100%. This outfit is just right for you. As a summoner, staying alive is the most important thing. Not to mention the fact that he would have to challenge an epic-level professional alone later on, so it was indeed time to strengthen himself. Of course, the most important thing at the moment is extracting the words. Chapter 58 Gold and Red Words, Collector. The Rule of Necessity. With a burst of 7 colored streams of light passing in front of Jiang Hao's eyes, a golden red card then stayed in front of his eyes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Red Word, Collector. Collector, when the enemy's blood level is below 15%, each attack increases damage by an additional 30%, with a 60% chance of a direct kill. The lower the blood level, the higher the probability of killing. Comment, I'll take your life. Looking at the golden red card in front of him, emitting a faint red light, Jiang Hao froze for a moment. Why is this phrase somewhat familiar? Always feel like I'm playing some kind of online game. This phrase, though, should be tailor-made for the Little Saint. Little Saint's burst output was already terrifying. Plus this collector. Wouldn't that mean that there was a 60% probability of directly killing the enemy in seconds as long as the burst plus damage from the Little Sage's stick went down? Plus Yuki's fate takes control. It's on. It's on. It's really on. From now on, Little Saint will be called Monkey One Stick. Although Little Sage wasn't around, Jiang Hao was still able to empower words across space. Golden Red Word, Collector empowered successfully. Due to the exceptional talent of your summoned beast, Ling Mingshi Monkey, Little Saint, he has comprehended the power of rules. The power of rules. Jiang Hao was startled in his heart and immediately checked the panel of the Little Saint. Little Saint, Ling Mingshi Monkey, Quality, Legendary. Rank, 13. Power, 1015, Hubris plus 38. Body mass, 976. Speed, 960. Spirit, 980. Bloodline, Lingmingshi monkey, myth. Skills, fighting law LV. 9. Super rank, can be upgraded, fighting saint field LV. 6. Super rank, indestructible war saint LV. 6. Super rank, word, indestructible fighting saint, mythic red, collector, golden red. Rule power, rule of certainty. Must kill rule, after activating the rule. If the target's blood level is less than 10%, ignore level, ignore blood level, ignore defense, and kill in one blow. Jiang Hao's pupils shrunk. This must kill rule was too terrifying. In other words, once little sage unleashed his skills, as long as the target's blood level fell below 10%, he would surely die. Moreover, it was able to ignore all traits and directly kill in seconds. It's too much of a loss for a thief. Jiang Hao suspected that right now. Little Saint's combat power was already straight up to that of a 39-level professional. Even after opening the indestructible Do Shang also, he was able to touch base with a level 40 professional. Just when Jiang Hao was immersed in the joy of his increased strength, not far away, a collision sound rang out, smoke and dust rolled out, and a fierce wind gusted. Someone wants to rob the monster? Jiang Hao immediately sensed that someone was attacking the magical beasts. It seemed that not all of them chose to team up in the first stage, and there were still a few people who became single soldiers like Jiang Hao. No, gotta check it out, grab the monster. Jiang Hao immediately grabbed Xiao Shui's hand, and along with a spatial ripple, the two of them instantly disappeared in place. Meanwhile, an empty plain. A young man holding dual swords and clad in red battle armor was fighting a rhinoceros with flames coming out of its body. The youth's stance was nimble and his blade was powerful. Each blade was able to leave deep wounds on the giant bear's body. However, the rhinoceros' defense was also strong, and the youth attacked dozens of chopping strikes in succession, but failed to kill it. The youth frowned slightly, a little anxious. This was because this flame giant rhinoceros had reached level 28 and had a thick skin, making it difficult to deal with. If the stalemate continued like this, one's spiritual power would soon be exhausted. Had to use that trick. The youth crossed his twin swords in front of him while mouthing, "The god of war blesses." Boom! Next moment, a powerful aura violently erupted from the youth's body, and the twin swords in his hands were wrapped in a divine power. The youth lifted his twin swords, his body's muscles and flesh rippling as he slashed out. War God Chop. A dazzling blade chi cut through the sky and ruthlessly slashed at the body of the flaming giant rhinoceros. Minus 36,800. Scarlet damage numbers lit up, and the flame giant rhinoceros let out a wail, the flames above its body brightening and flickering. Obviously the blow had done it a fair amount of damage, but nowhere near the point of death. Damn it, the blood of these magical beasts is too thick. The youth gasped for air, his heart growing anxious. This flame giant rhinoceros in front of him was as high as level 28, coupled with the doubling of blood and increase in defense that was unique to large group books. The strongest skill he had at his disposal was just barely able to break through the flame giant rhino's defense. Last ditch. Just as the youth was about to cast his talent, a scene that he would never forget appeared, only to see that the originally ferocious and incomparable flame giant rhinoceros was suddenly imprisoned by some kind of power, unable to move. What shocked him even more was that the flaming giant rhinoceros limbs were suddenly cut by some sort of force, directly separating from its torso. Eat me! Only to see a figure suddenly appear in mid-air, holding a flaming greatsword that fell from the sky like a meteor, slashing straight towards the flaming giant rhinoceros. Boom! After a deafening roar, the huge body of the flame giant rhinoceros was directly split in half by a knife. The youth stared dumbfounded at the scene in front of him, unable to return to his senses for a long time. How could he not expect that the flame giant rhinoceros that he had fought so hard for so long would be killed by a slash from someone who suddenly appeared? Good strength. The youth looked at Jiang Hao in midair, his heart shaking. He was able to sense that the aura emanating from the other party was much more powerful than his own. Is he as good as he is? Thanks for the help, classmate. The youth arched his hand and thanked him, although he didn't know why this person had stepped in. He was still grateful. Jiang Hao ignored it, then swept his gaze over the corpse of the flaming giant rhinoceros, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. The level is too low. It's only level 28. The youth's mouth twitched as he sniffed. Low class? You call that low class? This was a magical beast that was 5 levels higher than himself, and in Jiang Hao's eyes, it was even considered a low level. But after thinking about it, he said hello to the other person first. Same as. Before he finished his words, he only saw the large crimson sword slice through space with lightning speed. The youth only felt a flash of red light, and everything in front of him gradually became illusory. Is he being seconded? Before his body dissipated, he vaguely heard a sentence. Yuki, remember, From now on it's necessary to beep when you can do it. Move fast and have a handsome posture. Look at that douchebag. I'm going to kill him and he's thanking me. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, along with the first student being eliminated, his information was uploaded at the first time. Hey, this year's pace is a bit slow. The first eliminated student has only appeared now. Li Tianba cheerfully said. Let me guess, is it a great genius from Tianqing City? He, don't be shocked to see the name later. Lin Chuan said disdainfully. How could it be? Li Tianba laughed contemptuously, and immediately looked at the trainee's information that had just been uploaded to the screen. It was better not to look, but the look nearly made his jaw hit the floor. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Li Tianba rubbed his eyes incredulously. Lu Yunfei was also silent, staring dead on at the information above the screen. Name, He Yen. Rank, 23, second order. Profession, dual sword warrior, epic. Status, stronghold guardian. Institution, war college. Chapter 59, attacking the stronghold. Meteorites falling from the sky. Nima, whose ministry is this that even killed the stronghold town guardian? Did those students start gathering to attack the stronghold? It shouldn't be. If they start attacking the stronghold, there shouldn't be only one casualty, as the kills are anonymized. The only way they will be made public is at the end of the trial. I thought of all the possibilities. I just didn't think that the first one to be eliminated would be a student from the War Academy. The War Academy was one of the 3 major universities in China, and its strength should not be underestimated. Not to mention that this He Yen was also a second-order professional. Blanche, who made an anonymous rule. I damn well like to know who that person is. A mayor scratched his head. The students who participated in the trial were all first-order professionals, and the only ones who were second-order or even higher were the stronghold town guards. In other words, there was a first-ranked professional who crossed over and defeated a second rank. At this moment, everyone in the monitoring room fell into a deathly silence. Only Lin Chuan gently tapped on the desktop, a flash of light flashing under his eyes. Within the vast battlefield, Jiang Hao picked up the equipment that had just exploded. It seemed that Lin Chuan hadn't lied to him. Killing students really could explode equipment. Bloodthirsty Gauntlet, Jade, Strength plus 60, Constitution plus 60, Speed plus 60, Spirit plus 60, Special Attribute, Bloodlust. Bloodlust, when attacking, there is a 5% chance that the target will enter a bloodlust state, losing 5% of maximum blood per second for 10 seconds. It's barely there. Turn around and give Fat DeForge some practice. Putting away his equipment, Zhang Wu checked up on the advancement quests. Mythic Advancement Quest, Summoner without summoning. Mission content: defeat 5 epic professions of the first rank or higher within any 2 days without summoning any summoned beasts. Current completion level, 1/5. Good luck taking out a student with an epic career in the opening round. Not sure why that one was a little high in rank, but it didn't bother me. After all, Jiang Hao's own basic attributes were already comparable to level 20, plus Mythic Descent and Copy Snow's spatial cutting. Seconds to kill a defenseless professional can only be described as having the hands to do so. Looking at the map, there were still 5 magical beasts left, and it was almost time to upgrade after killing them. Maybe even run into some lost professionals along the way. Thinking of this, Jiang Wu only felt energized. Yuki, teleport to the nearest magical beast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, on top of a high mountain, several students were gathered around discussing tactics. Everyone, I just detected with my mech that there are 4 occupiers in the stronghold, 1 of the 3rd rank and 3 of the 2nd rank. Besides, they were divided into 2 teams of townies in different directions, front and back. Shingaoda said in a deep voice, 1 3rd rank and 3 2nd ranks. We don't have much of a chance of winning. Yes, and the stronghold must be easy to defend. How easy is it to break through? The crowd sighed inside, finding this mission difficult to accomplish. Just when the crowd was at a loss, Fan Hongwei suddenly said, Guys, don't be discouraged. It's difficult, but it's not without a chance. As far as I know, the professionals in the stronghold are all from different colleges. According to the intelligence, each town guard should correspond to an area. As long as we focus on attacking the region with the weakest strength, the other region will be able to break without attack. Fan Hongwei was worthy of being the strongest genius in Nanta City, and his words instantly raised the crowd's emotions. Fan Hongwei is right. Let's take out the weaker areas first. That makes it a lot less difficult. That's right, and be done with it. So which area should we attack? A student suddenly asked. Fan Hongwei thought for a moment and then immediately made a decision. Attack the 2 2nd-order town halls. At this moment, at the stronghold of the vast battlefield, a stunningly beautiful young girl wearing a white light armor was standing on top of a high platform looking around at something. Sister Lin, Are you really going to open the back door for someone? A lanky youth behind her spoke up. Sure you. Make yourself clear. What do you mean by opening the back door? I'm making reasonable use of the rules. As long as I eliminate all the other students and leave only one behind, it's still within the rules. The corner of Lin Sherlan's mouth curled into a wry smile. It was hard to run into Hao Zi, so let's consider this trial as a meeting gift to him. Had. As long as you're happy, as long as you're happy. Sure you scratched his head and said naively. This young girl in front of her was far from being as soft as she appeared. When he thought of Lin Sherlan's terrifying profession and talent, Sure you consciously chose to remain silent, but he still couldn't help but ask, Sister Lin, are you really going to kill all of them? Shut up, someone's coming. A flash of anticipation flashed through Lin Sherlan's beautiful eyes, but it was quickly replaced by disappointment. With what she thought was good, those students would definitely choose the stronghold where they were ostensibly the weakest, and that was part of her plan. Lin Sherlan's figure then instantly disappeared in place. Oh, where is someone? Sure you, who reacted half a beat slower, immediately got up and looked around, but let alone a person, there wasn't even a shadow to be seen. Hiss, almost forgot. The perverse thing about this big sister's profession. Looks like I'll just have to go take charge of the closer. Sure you immediately headed to the point he was responsible for guarding, muttering under his breath. I don't know how many students I'll be able to see this time. Several students were silently approaching in front of the vast battlefield stronghold. All of them were geniuses from various large provinces, but at this moment, they were incomparably cautious. Clear on the battle plan I just laid out? Auxiliary sets shield to give increase. Assassin waits for the opportunity to find a chance. Mage back row to give cover. Warrior directly head on. Fan Hongwei repeated the battle plan as if it were a slip of the tongue. Instead of responding, the rest of the students nodded at the same time. Okay, we. Before Fan Hongwei finished speaking, a terrifying aura instantly locked him in place. And then, a boulder that was more than 10 meters in size descended from the sky, coming straight at their direction. Not good. Enemy attack. Fan Hongwei bellowed and hurriedly released a golden light screen, enveloping himself in it while unleashing his skills to quickly swipe towards the back. But the vast majority of students don't have his speed. Boom! The earth shook as the boulder came crashing down. The terrifying impact instantly eliminated more than 30 students. The only ones who survived were Fan Hongwei, Xin Gaoda, and a few powerful students. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Fan Hongwei's face was incredibly gloomy. He had never seen such a terrifying power before. Could it be a third-order professional? No. Fan Hongwei suddenly thought of a possibility and whirled around to look up, only to see that high in the sky, a stunningly beautiful young girl in white light armor was suspended in midair. The young girl was holding a large ball of light in her hands, which contained a palpitating energy fluctuation. It's chanting. Fan Hongwei's pupils shrunk and he lost his voice in shock. Chapter 60, Terrifying Nimble Warlock. On the verge of elimination. Nemesis? What is that? A mage? Xin Gaoda, who was maneuvering the mech on the side, asked. As a mecha warrior, his speed was comparable to that of an assassin, so he dodged the vast majority of the force. Among the 8 hidden legendary professions that have appeared in China this year, there is said to be one that possesses a numinous profession called a numinous warlock, Fan Hongwei said in a deep voice, and as far as I know, she's from the imperial capital. The story has been circulating within the hierarchy for a long time. Although they knew the occupation, they knew nothing about the abilities of that occupation. Imperial capital. The crowd's faces changed as they heard this. The imperial capital? That was the center of China and the most powerful city in the whole of China. Countless top professionals and geniuses were gathered there. And this townsman, he's from the imperial capital? Besides, they knew nothing about the nimble warlock in front of them. If the other side could create a few more of these boulders, they might as well just surrender. Gee whiz, I didn't think you guys were really chosen. A light and melodious voice came from midair, only to see Lin Sherlan slowly landing on the ground with the ball of light in her hand. She looked at Fan Hongwei and the others, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. All of you are here? When Fan Hongwei heard this, he opened his mouth despite the doubts in his heart. We're just the vast majority here, and there are still a few people who haven't chosen to team up. That's right. Lin Sherlan nodded slightly as if she was certain of something, before throwing the ball of light in her hand into midair. The ball of light rapidly expanded in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge ball of light with a diameter of over 100 meters. Terrifying fluctuations of nimbus power emanated from the ball of light, causing Fan Hongwei and the others to feel suffocated. Fan Hongwei stared in disbelief at what was in front of him. Such a huge ball of nimbus light was unheard of and unseen by him. And doesn't she need casting time to unleash her skills? The imperial capital is indeed the imperial capital. Anyone who casually comes out is so perverted. Shin Gaoda, who was on the side, muttered, "Surrender, you have no chance of winning." Lin Sherlan looked condescendingly at Fan Hongwei and the others with a hint of ice in her voice. Fan Hongwei and the others glanced at each other, a trace of unwillingness flashing in their eyes. They were geniuses from East China province. How could they admit defeat so easily? Mecha Storm, Shin Gaoda roared, maneuvering his mech to instantly transform into a black stream of light and charge towards Lin Sherlan. Above the mecha's arms, two huge energy blades coalesced, as if they were going to tear everything apart. Fiery fire burns the sky. Fan Hongwei followed closely behind, and a ball of burning flames coalesced within his hands, smashing towards Lin Sherlan. The rest of the students were not willing to show weakness either, and they cast their strongest skills and attacked towards Lin Sherlan. In the face of the crowd's attacks, Lin Sherlan did not panic as she slashed her hands in front of her body, forming a huge nimbus shield. The surface of the numinous shield glowed with a faint light, firmly wrapping Lin Sherlan in it. Boom boom boom. Various attack skills bombarded on top of the Nianli shield, emitting a deafening roar. However, the Nianli shield did not move at all, as if it was an impregnable fortress. The crowd was shocked. They had never seen such a powerful defense skill before. Is this the strength of a ninjutsu warlock? Fan Hongwei muttered secretly in his mind. He had thought that he was already talented enough, but compared to this genius girl from the imperial capital, he was nothing compared to this. It's over. Lin Sherlan's faint voice came out as she clasped her hands in vain, and her nimbus shield instantly contracted. Boom! With a burst of sound, Shin Gaoda's mecha was directly crushed into pieces by the dimensional shield. When Fan Hongwei and the others saw this, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly launched their defense skills while retreating backward. But how could their speed compare to Lin Sherlan's nimbus? In the next moment, the nimbus shield enveloped all of Fan Hongwei and the others. Do you choose to surrender? To die? Lin Sherlan's voice echoed in the Nianli shield with a hint of coldness. Fan Hongwei and the others looked at each other with a hint of despair flashing in their eyes. Give me 15 seconds and I'll be able to get you out of here. At that moment, Shin Gaoda's voice rang out, only to see that his originally broken mecha was actually continuously emitting a blinding light. 15 seconds? A hint of determination flashed in Fan Hongwei's eyes as he sniffed. Okay, 15 seconds then. Fan Hongwei knew that this was their last chance. If Shin Gaoda couldn't take them away in 15 seconds, then they would all be wiped out. Guys, hold on, we'll be out of here in 15 seconds. Fan Hongwei yelled, cheering up the crowd. The others nodded as they heard this. A glimmer of hope lit up in their eyes as they blasted dozens of skills at Lin Sherlan. 15 seconds? I'd like to see how you got out of there. Lin Sherlan let out a light laugh. Her hands traced in front of her body, and her nimbus shield instantly contracted. At the same time there were countless columns of light impacting, pressing the crowd to the point where they couldn't breathe. Fan Hongwei and the others could only clench their teeth and struggle to hold on. 10, 9, 8. Shin Gaoda's voice resounded in the nimbus shield, and his mech had basically been repaired, emitting a dazzling golden light. 3, 2, 1. As Shin Gaoda's words fell, two sharp energy giant swords suddenly popped out above the mech's arms. Space Blade, Shin Gaoda roared, and with a forceful swing of his arms, the two energy giant swords instantly cut out two spatial cracks. The idea shield was torn open by the spatial rift, and Shin Gaoda seized the opportunity and piloted the mech to rush out with the crowd. Seeing this, Lin Sherlan's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly arranged a large net of Nianli to try to intercept it. However, Shin Gaoda's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Lin Sherlan's line of sight. Looking at the several people who had vanished, Lin Sherlan also shook her head helplessly. Phew, I'm exhausted. These people are quite united. I don't know what's happening on Yan's side. He should have already captured those few students who have fallen behind. Lin Sherlan then checked up on the team information. Coincidentally, a beep sounded at that moment. Your teammate, Yan, has been eliminated. Absolute singles appear. Please hunt and kill in time. Please hunt and kill in time. At this moment, the surveillance room, with the strong request of a group of mayors, they were finally able to see the images in the middle of the vast battlefield. However, before they could open the screen, an elimination prompt rang out. Nanta City, He Fang eliminated. Eliminated by Lin Sherlan. Nanta City, Chen Yibing eliminated. Eliminated by Lin Sherlan. Nanta City, Li Tian eliminated. Eliminated by Lin Sherlan. Sure enough, those brats went to attack the stronghold after all. Li Tianba smiled helplessly and bitterly. His students in Nantucket were almost killed. Worthy of being the only legendary profession, the difference is still too great. Lu Yunfei looked at the densely packed messages in front of him, of which Nanta City and Luchuan City accounted for the vast majority. The top 2 in previous years are now down to less than 3. Li Tianba, luckily, that kid Fan Hongwei is still alive. As long as he doesn't make any more deaths, there's still hope. However, before he could celebrate for too long, the elimination prompt sounded again. Nanta City, Fan Hongwei eliminated. Eliminated Jiang Hao. Luchuan City, Shen Gao de eliminated. Eliminated Jiang Hao. Chapter 61, Special Identity, Haomiao Single Soldier. Golden Orange Word, Forge Divine Artisan. On the other side, Jiang Hao had already killed all the other 5 magical beasts and successfully ascended to level 14. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 14. You have earned 25 free attribute points. Unlimited colorful word gift trigger. +1 draws. The old rule of adding all attributes to mental strength now. However, just as Jiang Hao killed the last demonic beast, he unexpectedly obtained a special identity. Misty Warfighter. Open the hidden mechanism of the vast battlefield and enjoy the following privileges. 1. Hide your information from being probed by others. 2. Detect the location of any wraith. 3. Get random tasks and complete them to get rewards. For special commissions, hunting other students to gain points, which can be exchanged for rewards at strongholds. Looking at the special identity that popped up in front of him, Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. It turned out that the copy mechanism of the vast battlefield was far from as simple as it appeared on the surface. Jiang Hao didn't forget the name of the trial. Is the strongest single soldier really going to defeat the other students? Jiang Hao stroked his chin, trying to find some clues, but soon he gave up. What's the point of thinking so much when you can mindlessly punch it is? After dropping his brain, Jiang Hao felt that the whole person was much more relaxed. The only pity was that Jiang Hao hadn't run into any other students besides the double dagger nerd. It shouldn't be hard to be unlucky today? Just when Jiang Hao wanted to let Xiao Shui open the fate control, only to see a black spot suddenly appear in the originally blue sky. Jiang Hao fixed his eyes on what turned out to be a mech with rolling black smoke. Only the mech descended from the sky, carrying rolling smoke, and smashed right in front of Jiang Hao. Boom! With a loud bang, a large crater suddenly appeared on the flat ground. Cough cough cough. We're escaping, aren't we? I think so. As the cabin door of the mech slowly opened, Fan Hongwei, Shin Gaoda, and Lu Fan crawled out of the mech in a sorry state. They were all bruised and swollen, with bruises all over their bodies. Apparently, they had paid a small price under Lin Sherlan's pursuit. Phew! Fan Hongwei let out a long breath and looked at the unfamiliar surroundings in front of him, his mind in a daze. All 37 students were eliminated, and only 3 of them survived. Damn it, why is the gap so big? Fan Hongwei shouted with some reluctance. Ever since he was a child, he had been a genius in the eyes of others, receiving the adoration of the crowd. But today, in front of the real genius, he was simply too weak to speak. Are you, students? Just as Fan Hongwei was in pain, an inquiring voice rang out. He raised his eyes to see an overly handsome youth looking himself up and down. Fan Hongwei frowned. He was in a bad mood right now and just wanted to vent. It just so happened that an unlucky man came before him. Fan Hongwei braced himself while opening his mouth. Kid, count you down. Before the words fell, a heavy sense of oppression instantly struck. Fan Hongwei only felt his throat tighten, as if something was choking him. He tried to struggle, but realized that he couldn't move his body at all. Wow! A fiery light bloomed, and the piercing blade instantly split Fan Hongwei in two, turning into dots of blue fluorescence. This, Shin Gaoda and Lu Fan had looked dumbfounded. The ridiculously handsome youth in front of him, without saying a word, directly pulled out a machete and gave Fan Hongwei a second. Alas, the world is still full of fools. Jiang Hao flicked the non-existent soot from the flaming longsword and walked straight toward the remaining 2. You are a student. Why are you trying to kill us? Shin Gaoda regretted it just as soon as he opened his mouth. He is not nonsense. This person in front of him did not participate in the group. Must have chosen the program that will eliminate all the people. It's been a hell of a year for luck. Lu Fan, who was on the side, couldn't help but spit out a sentence. One foot had just escaped from the sight of the townspeople, and the next foot he ran into such a pervert. As soon as Lu Fan's words fell, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and struck him, splitting him into charcoal. Holy! Shin Gaoda was scared out of his wits. Dude, don't you say hello when you kill someone? Get used to it. After Jiang Hao picked up the dagger that Lu Fan had exploded and the wrist guard that Fan Hongwei had exploded, he dragged his long knife to Shin Gaoda. Tell us what just happened to you guys. Jiang Hao could tell at a glance that these 3 were all in extremely poor condition, obviously having just gone through a great battle. Alas, Shin Gaoda also conceded, so he told the story one by one, from forming a team to attack the stronghold, to encountering a terrifying nimble warlock, and finally until they escaped. After speaking, Shin Gaoda also purposely emphasized once more that the nimble warlock was from the imperial capital. The Empyrean? The nimble warlock? Jiang Hao stroked his chin and thought, I didn't expect Shiran to be so strong. 1 versus 37, and almost a reunion. He even suspected that these three were still deliberately released by Lin Shirlan. I've told you what I know. Give me a pain. It was another familiar tactic, only this time Jiang Hao didn't use the flaming long sword, but a palm strike. It's all eliminated anyway, by any means necessary. Elimination of Shin Gaoda, Mech Warrior Epic. Mythic Advancement Quest Current Completion Level, 4 out of 5. After killing Shin Gaoda, Jiang Hao was only one epic level occupation away from being able to complete the advancement quest. Shirlan, why don't you leave me one more? Jiang Hao was a bit sorry. There is nothing more difficult in the world than the dying shot before an impending hole-in-one. Now, the only way to soothe his broken heart was to extract the words. Along with Jiang Hao's mind, the 7 colored streams of light flickered once again. Spinning around, a golden-orange card rested in front of him. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the gold-orange phrase, Forging Godsmith. Forging Artisan, unlocks all of the Forge Master's war gear except mythic equipment, and greatly increases the success rate of forging, guaranteed 50%. For every professional killed, a random equipment design will be awarded, with a 5% probability of obtaining a mythic grade drawing. Evaluation, a myth among forges. Looking at the golden-orange card in front of him, which shone with a golden-yellow light and emitted an orange aura, Jiang Hao's hand trembled a little. Crap, it's a golden-orange word. It's not too much of a mythological phrase. Besides, this golden-orange phrase is practically tailor-made for Chubby Tat. Golden-orange word, Forge Deadless. Unlocking all equipment except mythic means that Kanda is able to craft all equipment except mythic equipment, and it also drastically increases the success rate of forging. Even for legendary equipment, the success rate was able to increase to over 50%. Chapter 62 Forging Equipment Phoenix Wing Gold Armor. Against all odds. Absolutely against all odds. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and really couldn't figure out how this golden-orange word was calculated. He felt that even mythological phrases were just like that, right? Subsequently, Forge Artisan was given to Fat D. Golden-orange word Forge Artisan empowered successfully. Jiuli War Beast, Fat D, Legend. Congratulations to your summoned beast Jiuli War Beast, Fat D, for mastering all of the forging skills. Forging Artisan, Basic Forging Upgrade in. Forge Mastery, Basic Forging Upgrade successful. Basic Forging LV. 3. Proficient, upgraded to Legendary Forging LV. 6. Transcendent, Progressible. Congratulations to your summoned beast Jiuli War Beast, Fat D, for mastering Legendary Forging LV. 6. Transcendent, can be advanced. The effect was good. Not only did Fat Da's quality improve, even his forging technique produced an evolution. Although nothing had changed in appearance, it always felt a little more composed. Fat Day, what is the highest grade of equipment you can forge right now? Fat Da sniffed, scratched the back of his head, and replied in a naive tone. Master, I should be able to forge diamond grade equipment at the highest right now, and I won't be able to unlock better quality equipment until after I level up. Diamonds! Jiang Hao was shocked in his heart. According to Fat Day, to be able to forge diamond grade equipment, one had to be at least a 5th ranked forger. It was important to realize that Fat Day was only a peak first order forge master not too long ago. It's at the 5th rank now? Then try forging a diamond grade armor first. Saying that, all the materials Jiang Hao had collected were piled up in front of Fat Day in a brain. Generally speaking, it takes 5 pieces of platinum equipment to make 1 piece of diamond equipment. And Jiang Hao happened to have collected 15 pieces of emerald equipment and 2 pieces of platinum these days. Enough for Fat D to forge a diamond armor. Fat D nodded and then immediately took the equipment, thinking about it, and then asked, Master, Fat D can customize the appearance of the equipment. What appearance does Master need? Oh, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, and customize the look? After thinking about it, Jiang Hao immediately passed a picture of a golden armor to Fat D through spiritual transmission. After receiving the screen transmitted by his master, Chubby D immediately turned on Fusion plus Forge Artisan. As Fat Da's forging technique improved, the speed of his forging became faster and faster. Besides, there seems to be something different about Fata's forging process, only to see Fat D use the metal law to levitate a piece of equipment in mid-air, and then control them to fuse with each other. Along with a single rune surfacing, the quality of the equipment gradually increased. Bronze, silver, gold, jade, platinum, until finally, All of the equipment all fused together, turning into a cloud of flowing metallic liquid. Fat Day controlled the metallic liquid and began to shape it according to the golden armor picture Jiang Hao had passed on. Soon, a golden, flowing and majestic golden armor appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Done. Master, please accept. Fat Day handed the forged armor to Jiang Hao with a proud look on his face. Jiang Hao took the armor and carefully examined it, finding that not only was the armor beautifully shaped, but it was also hard and emitted a faint golden light. Wind-winged golden armor. Quality, diamonds. Type, armor. No level restriction. Attributes, strength plus 120, constitution plus 120, speed plus 120, spirit plus 120, special attribute, wind wings. Wind wings, upon activation, increases movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds with a cooldown of 1 minute. Description, armor forged from a variety of materials. Indestructible, and comes with the wind wing skill. Good guy. It's actually a diamond 5-star armor. Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel. The attributes of this diamond armor were many times stronger than the emerald armor he was wearing. Jiang Hao couldn't wait to equip the phoenix wing golden armor on his body, and immediately felt full of power. He moved his muscles and bones and realized that his speed and strength had been greatly improved. Not bad, not bad. This phoenix wing golden armor suits me well. Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. With this armor, his ability to defend himself had been raised another notch. Chubby Tat, well done. Jiang Hao complimented. Hey, that's what Chubby Tat should do. Chubby Tat smiled nervously. Jiang Hao put away his phoenix-winged golden armor and prepared to continue going deeper. However, right at this moment, a system beep suddenly sounded. Grouping alert. Less than 10 people are detected remaining. The grouping mechanism is turned off. The remaining people will gain the ability to randomly teleport to each other's side until one person remains. Special strongholds are opened, and special copies will appear when the special strongholds are breached. Oh, interesting. Previously, it was a grouping mechanism, but now it was random teleportation. So it seemed that this vast battlefield was far from being as simple as imagined. Jiang Hao didn't care about this. Instead, he was somewhat looking forward to it. It seemed like it wasn't too far away from completing the task of advancing himself. Ding! Detected your identity as a vast single. You may make one selection. Option 1, eliminate the remaining 8, one by one. Reward, extraordinary key, diamond quality weapon, 5,000 points. Option 2, Ikimoku, challenge the remaining 8 players at the same time. 8 players will get extra buffs. Reward, extraordinary key, diamond quality weapon, beast pet summoning book, 10,000 points. Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. This choice was a bit interesting. Option 1, play it safe. Break them down one by one. The other side has no resistance. Option 2, Ifu, not only has extra point rewards, but even epic quality weapons and beast pet summoning books. However, the opponent will get an extra buff bonus. Difficulty will be quite a bit higher than choice 1. However, would Jiang Hao wimp out? I choose 2. Ding, you have selected Ichabod. Please get ready for random teleportation in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. As the system's beep sounded, Jiang Hao only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he appeared in an unfamiliar environment. He looked around and realized he was on top of a ring, and in front of the ring, there were 8 figures standing. It is the remaining 8 students. At this moment, their faces still had a few moments of confusion on them, obviously not knowing why they had been teleported here. However, they soon reacted and looked at Jiang Hao with a bit of fire in their eyes, obviously getting the same quest hint as Jiang Hao. With 8 to 1, the advantage is in their favor. Besides, they get a powerful buff boost. Let me ask you, how do you lose this battle? Chapter 63 Advancement Mission Completion. Bountiful Reward. Hey, that guy over there, why don't you just surrender? You don't have any chance of winning. One of the students spoke up. That's just it, so we don't get beat up too badly later. They were all the best in their respective urban areas, and if it wasn't necessary for the mission, they wouldn't have joined forces to deal with a first-order professional. Oh, that's sweet? In the face of the 8 people's threats, Jiang Hao was unmoved, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a smile instead. Under the eye of void fire, their professions and attributes were taken in by Jiang Hao. One of them happened to be the epic-level professional Jiang Hao needed. However, the buffs they got were quite interesting. Team buff. All members are immune to damage plus 20%, base 4D attribute plus 30%, and for every person killed in battle, the collective 4D attribute is increased by 200%. Bloodlock passive, immunity to one certain death attack. Very sick buff, but still, it's better to be strong than to be open. Besides, what they ran into was the Hangman of Hangman. Guys, it's time to get to work. By the way, leave me the little fat guy at the end with the shield. The one with the shield happened to be the only epic level profession among them. Although he didn't know why a tank was standing at the end, Zhang Hao was too lazy to care so much. Kill and be done with it. Arrogant. The rest of the students were enraged by Zhang Hao's contemptuous behavior. How dare he? And just then, along with 2 rays of light lit up, a golden ape clad in fire armor and holding a blood-black long stick slowly appeared. On the other side, a panda with a huge body and a huge hammer on its shoulder appeared with it. This is a summoned beast. The moment the 2 summoned beasts appeared, the crowd of students only felt their brains go down. I thought summoners were weak up front. How come it feels a little less like the rumors? But even so, with the powerful buffs, they were still confident that they could defeat the person in front of them. However, the fantasy is nice, but the reality is cruel. Just as they were in the middle of preparing to attack, a hurricane struck. They were surprised to find that their attributes had dropped by nearly 50%. What's going on? How did my attributes drop? Mine too. The 8 men panicked, completely confused, and just then, Fat Day, who had been carrying a giant hammer, moved. Only Fat Day could be heard roaring, shouldering a huge hammer and slamming it towards the nearest student. Jiuli Warstrike, minus 103,200. Incredible damage numbers rose directly from the top of the man's head before he flew backwards in a mist of blood. Ding! Forge Deadless triggered Gold Staff Forging Book +1 seconds. This was a professional who had a team immunity buff and an increased base 4-dimensional boost buff. However, Fat Dick killed him in seconds with just a swing of his hammer. An ING 090,000 blood. This scene directly stunned the remaining 7 people. Before they even had time to react, they were charged by the little saint holding a blood-black long stick. Bang! Bang! Puff! There were a few more dull thuds, and the original group of 8 was left with only 3 people in the blink of an eye. Didn't you say there was a blood-locking mechanism? How come you still get killed in seconds? The remaining 3 had been confused. What's with the blood-locking mechanism? It's a lie, right? But what they didn't realize was that the so-called blood-locking mechanism did nothing more than give them an extra blood bar than usual. But the random strikes from Little Sage and Fat Day had far exceeded twice their blood bars. That means 1 hit and they're still down for 5 lives. Bang! Bang! There were 2 more dull thuds, and the original squad of 8 was now down to just 1 person. Ding! Forge Godsmith Trigger Emerald Handguard Forging Book +1. Ding! Forge Deadless Trigger Emerald Dagger Forging Book +1. Ding! Forge Artisan Trigger Platinum Shield Forging Book +1. You. The little fat man hiding at the end had completely lost his fighting spirit. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, and 7 students were instantly killed in seconds. How can this be a fight? What happened to being a bit bored? Zhang Hao picked up the equipment that exploded on the ground while walking towards the remaining fatty. Big brother, I surrender. I surrender. When he saw Jiang Hao approaching, the little fatty hastily raised his hands. Not bad, quite self-conscious. Reward you for your pain. Jiang Hao casually killed this last epic level professional with a single slash. In less than 20 seconds since then, all 8 students have been eliminated. Ding! It is detected that you have completed mission 2, and have been awarded the special title, Strongest Single Soldier, Pseudo. Rewards are now issued, Transcendent Secret Realm Key ×1, Star Moon Flow Armor, Diamond, Beast Pet Summoning Book, Commander, 10,000 points. Yes, Jiang Hao moved his wrist and was in a good mood. These rewards are literally a waste of money for him. However, this was not what Jiang Hao was most looking forward to. Ding! Your Mythic Advancement Quest Summoner without the need for a summoning beast has been completed. Do you wish to receive your reward? Pick up. Ding! Congratulations, you get Mythic Talent Evolution Stone ×1. For Dimensional Attribute +50. Summoned Beast Space +2. Exclusive Skill Scroll, Ultra Level. Random Platinum Battle Armor. Random Platinum Necklace. Random Platinum Weapon. Platinum Wrist Guard. Congratulations on your advancement to the 1st rank. Current level 14, First Order, Experience Bar 54%. Listening to the beeps coming from the system one after another, Jiang Hao's heart burst with excitement. Finally, the advancement mission is complete. Mythic Talent Evolution Stone, and, for Dimensional Attribute +50. These 2 rewards were simply a qualitative improvement for him. And, Summoned Beast Space +2, meant that he was able to summon 2 more summoned beasts. That is, the ability to summon 5 summoned beasts at once. There's also the exclusive skill scroll, Super Rank, which is a great reward. Although he didn't know what kind of skill it was, with the mythic domain as a precursor, he thought it wouldn't be too weak. As for those platinum equipment, Jiang Hao simply swept a glance and directly ignored it. Now the platinum equipment can't get into their eyes. Only the diamond equipment can make them slightly moved. Jiang Hao put away his thoughts. These rewards weren't too good to use right now, and he planned to wait until this trial was over. He had a vague feeling that if his talent were to evolve, it would definitely cause a stir. Jiang Hao didn't want to be surrounded like a monkey. His own talent was his biggest secret. But the problem now was that he was already the last student among the copies. But the trial wasn't over. Is it hard to believe that there are other missions? At this moment, Jiang Hao looked at the title he had just obtained. The strongest single soldier, pseudo a tribute to the strongest man on the vast battlefield. What does this pseudo mean? It's hard not to. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered what Lin Shilan had said to him before. Hao Zi, the stronghold in the middle of the copies must not be missed. It looks like at the end of the day, it's time to visit the stronghold. After making up his mind, Jiang Hao didn't procrastinate and directly walked in the direction of the stronghold. Chapter 64, Vice Book Mutation. Challenging Third-Order Professionals. Meanwhile, inside the surveillance room, there were a few happy faces. Li Tianba and Lu Yunfei could be described as having a sad face and a lifeless look. And Lin Chuan, who was beside them, almost even laughed. Ha ha ha, Li Tianba, don't you usually like to talk? Why are you suddenly mute? Is it because you don't like to talk? In fact, he hadn't even thought that this kid Jiang Hao could be so fierce, eliminating the seated trainees from various urban areas one after another. And now, only Jiang Hao was left in the vast battlefield. In other words, this time, the province's trial. They, Tiancheng City, were deservedly the number one. And Jiang Hao also set a record. The record of a single person joining a trial and taking the top spot. Worthy of being the person he, Lin Chuan, had looked up to. He hadn't let him down. Not bad. This student called Jiang Hao was indeed outstanding. At that moment, Lu Hongzhou, who was above the main seat, also spoke. In fact, he hadn't expected that he would be able to run into an acquaintance when he came to supervise a trial. However, once he thought of Fat Da's four-dimensional attributes that far exceeded those of his class, Lu Hongzhou felt that there weren't too many exceptions for Jiang Hao to become number one. But the others weren't so calm when they heard that. I didn't expect that Jiang Hao to be able to gain the appreciation of Master Hongzhou. This is of a different nature. After all, this Hongzhou master from the imperial capital had seen geniuses from the imperial capital. Wouldn't that mean that Jiang Hao was already able to compare to the geniuses of the imperial capital? And just as people were shocked, a staff member ran into the surveillance room looking nervous. Leaders, it's bad. There's been a change in the stronghold. What changes? Lu Yunfei's face changed and he hurriedly asked. A boundary has suddenly appeared around the stronghold, and there are powerful energy fluctuations coming from within it. It's like something's coming up. Boundaries? Energy fluctuations? The crowd's faces changed as they heard this. There was even a flash of light in Lu Hongzhou's eyes. Immediately open the heaven's eye and transmit the scene in the middle of the vast battlefield to the monitoring room. Yes, as the huge light screen in the center of the monitoring room lit up, everything in the middle of the vast battlefield was clearly presented in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, within the vast battlefield, Jiang Hao had arrived in front of the stronghold. He didn't follow Lin Shilan's instructions, but chose a direction opposite to it. Reflected in front of Jiang Hao's eyes was a tall and dilapidated castle, and at the top of a stone tower before the castle, a purple lance towered straight up, and on top of the lance, there stood a youth in purple battle armor. It was none other than the 31st level professional of the Huaxia Academy, Yang Gun. Coming. It looks like Jiang Hao is going to challenge the stronghold town guardian. Lu Yunfei looked at the picture in the light screen with an expectant expression. He also wanted to see if this genius who came out of nowhere could continue to create miracles. Although Lin Chuan didn't say anything, his tightly clenched right hand had already revealed that he was nervous. The rest, on the other hand, had the attitude of watching the show. After all, the stronghold town guardian that was a third-ranked professional. How could he be defeated by a first-ranked professional? Were you the one who eliminated He Yin? Yang Gun's indifferent voice rang out. At this moment, he was looking down on Jiang Hao from above, like a fierce tiger observing its prey. He Yin? Jiang Hao thought about it and realized that he had no impression of this person, so he spread his hands. Forgot. Also, I don't like pretenders. As Jiang Hao's words fell, a cracking sound rang out. Only to see the little saint holding the abyssal demon stick was like a golden stream of light, rushing towards Yang Gun. Sculpture. In the face of the sudden attack, Yang Gun did not show the slightest panic. Only a flash of purple light was seen in his hand, and a long spear with a purple glow appeared in his hand. Boom! The long spear and the blood-black long stick collided together fiercely, emitting a deafening roar. However, the collision only lasted for a moment. and Yang Gun only felt a terrifying force coming from above the lance. The huge impact forced him to take several steps back. The power! Yang Gun's pupils shrunk slightly, his heart shocked. How could he not expect that this first-rank summoned beast in front of him would be able to fight against himself? Who the hell is this man? Jiang Hao was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect this Yang Gun to block a flatta from Shaoshang, worthy of being a level 31 professional, not something those cats and dogs could compare to, but that's about it. Only to see the golden light flooding the surface of Little Sage's body, the fighting law was instantly activated, and Little Sage's four-dimensional attributes were comprehensively increased. Bang! Another air-breaking sound rang out, only this time the Little Saint's speed was even faster. In just a flash, the Little Saint appeared in front of Yang Gun, waving his iron rod and ruthlessly smashing it against Yang Gun. The Little Sage's attack was extremely fast, and Yang Gun was unable to resist it at all, and could only watch as the Little Sage's iron rod smashed into his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Yang Gun was sent flying by Little Saint's baton. Yang Gun's body slammed hard on top of the stone tower, knocking a big hole in it. In the surveillance room, everyone's brain was down. They simply couldn't believe the scene in front of them. A first-ranked summoned beast had crushed a third-ranked professional? Moreover, it was a third-ranked professional from the Huaxia Academy? In that instant, someone's worldview collapsed. Fake right. Did I see it wrong? Li Tianba rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. It's really the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves of the future. Lu Yunfei lamented. At the same time, as the mayor of a city, he had to think about whether to pull Jiang Hao to Chuan Lu City. Old Lu, don't even think about it unless you can dodge my gun. Would Lin Chuan not know what this old friend of his was thinking and directly threatened? Jiang Hao was also quite satisfied when he looked at Yang Gun, who had been knocked down to just a trace of blood by Little Saint's stick. A rookie has to look like a rookie, and it's not a good habit to look at people through your nostrils every day. Yang Gun held a long spear and slowly walked out from the ruins of the stone tower. At this moment, the purple battle armor on his body was shattered beyond repair, and a few more wounds had appeared on his body. Obviously, the Little Saint's attack just now had caused him quite a bit of damage. To be able to push me this far, you're pretty good. Even though Yang Gun was now in a disadvantageous position, he still remained absolutely calm. But the game is over here. Indestructible Gun Soul! Yang Gun shouted angrily. His body was covered in purple light, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. At the same time, his four-dimensional attributes increased across the board, while his blood quantity dropped to a mere 1%, somewhat like a weakened version of Little Saint's indestructible fighting saint ultimate invincibility. Gun blast! As Yang Gun let out a roar, the violet light lance in his hand instantly erupted with a dazzling light. In the next moment, countless purple spear-ons shot out from the lance like a torrential downpour towards the Little Saint. However, just as the lance was about to approach, behind him, a huge hammer fell from the sky, directly knocking him down from mid-air. Also knocked down was his blood bar. Yang Gun looked at Jiang Hao in front of him incredulously, but what responded to him was only Jiang Hao's slightly sarcastic voice. Stupid assholes, why fight one-on-one when you can fight in a group? Chapter 65 Siege of the Townspeople. Outside the vast battlefield, inside the surveillance room, everyone was still in shock. How could it be possible? A first-ranked professional. How could it be possible to easily defeat a third-ranked professional? That's just out of this world. Could it be that Jiang Hao is also a hidden profession? Besides, what the hell is his second summoned beast? It doesn't feel much weaker than that golden monkey. The crowd was talking and discussing, disbelief written all over their faces. How could they not figure out how a first-ranked professional managed to defeat a third-ranked professional? You know, that's a difference of 2 whole orders. Moreover, Jiang Hao's second summoned beast, that massive panda, was surprisingly not much weaker than the golden monkey. This is simply against the rules of hierarchy among professionals. Guys, there's no need to panic. Seeing how excited the crowd was, Lu Hongzhou hurriedly spoke. Although Jiang Hao's strength is beyond our expectations, it doesn't mean he's a hidden profession. The reason his summoned beasts are so powerful is because they are all enhanced. Reinforced? The crowd sniffed and looked puzzled. That's right. Lu Hongzhou nodded. I guess that Jiang Hao should possess some kind of talent that can strengthen summoned beasts. This talent is very rare, and it can drastically increase the strength of summoned beasts. That's why Jiang Hao's summoned beasts are so powerful. The faces of the people then showed a dawning realization. So it's because of talent. However, the crowd remained puzzled in their minds. No matter how strong Jiang Hao's talent was, it was impossible for a first-ranked summoned beast to easily defeat a third-ranked professional, right? Moreover, they had a vague feeling that the skills Jiang Hao's summoned beasts used had probably reached the super rank. Your summoned beast Jioli War Beast, Fat De, is eliminated. And the Stronghold Guardian, Yangun, level 31. Experience plus 7,000. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment Indestructible Thunder Gun, Diamond. In the vast battlefield, Jiang Hao looked at Yangun, who was smashed to death by Fat Da's hammer. Is a third-ranked professional that weak? You went down before I could push. How come it doesn't feel like much of an accomplishment? Jiang Hao put away his thoughts and gazed at the purple lance not far away. Indestructible Thunder Gun, Diamond. Attack plus 100. Physique plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Speed plus 100. Equipment required level 29. Special attribute, Thunder Gun. Thunder Lance, upon activation, summons 4 Thunder Lances to perform a continuous attack on the designated target, dealing 200% of your own attack power per hit. Upon activation, enters a 10-second cooldown. Remarks, dropped by Yangun, the Stronghold Keeper. It's a nice lance, too bad it doesn't work. Just when Jiang Hao wanted to continue to go deeper, the land beside his feet suddenly sunk, and the surrounding earth suddenly began to vibrate violently, with walls of earth appearing out of nowhere. Boom! In the next moment, a huge meteorite descended from the sky, directly smashing a deep pit out of Jiang Hao's original location. This is too harsh. Isn't he your friend? Only to see a man wearing earth-brown heavy armor and holding a shield appear in the middle of the stone tower, and to his left, a white silhouette was suspended in midair. It was Lin Shirlan and Shiryu. It's precisely because of the acquaintance that I have to be even more ruthless. Aren't you right, Hao Zi? Lin Shirlan's pair of peach blossom eyes were staring at a direction with a deadly stare. Ha ha, looks like you found out after all. Who's there? Shiryu immediately looked towards the source of the sound, but he couldn't even find a shadow. And the next moment, along with a ripple of space, a slender figure stepped out from it. Shiryu was like seeing a ghost when he saw that familiar yet unfamiliar figure. You're even okay. One should know that even a level 30 professional would be killed in seconds when this combination technique came. But this level 14 little Karami in front of him was unharmed. Brother Jiang Hao, you really didn't let Shirlan down. Lin Shirlan reflected Jiang Hao's figure in her clear eyes, and there seemed to be fire flickering in her eyes. Your mission, I assume, is to eliminate me? Jiang Hao smiled faintly, the light around him flickered, and the figures of the 3 summoned beasts appeared in front of the crowd. Pick any summoned beast you want, if you can defeat one of them. I admit defeat in this trial. When these words came out, not only Lin Shirlan and Shiryu, but even the executives in the middle of the monitoring room were filled with shock. Damn, this kid is too crazy, isn't he? Li Tianba smiled helplessly and bitterly. Those who didn't know would have thought that Jiang Hao was level 40. Wait, that's not the point, is it? How did he get 3 summoned beasts at level 14? Doesn't this mean that his spiritual power has exceeded 600? Lu Yunfei discovered the blind spot. What kind of freak is it to break through 600 mental power at level 14? Moreover, among them, there was an extremely rare humanoid summoning beast. Ha ha ha, this is a great genius of my Sky City. How can you dirtbags know the world of geniuses? Although Lin Chuan was also shocked by Jiang Hao, he was still psychologically prepared. He knew that Jiang Hao possessed 3 summoned beasts, but wasn't the 3rd summoned beast the Snowcloud Lion? What's with that humanoid summoning beast? In the vast battlefield, Shiryu and Lin Shirlan glanced at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Just now, they had seen with their own eyes that panda had smashed Yangun into experience with a hammer. Unexpectedly, Jiang Hao had 3 summoned beasts like this. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from the summoned beasts, it seemed as if each one was very powerful. Brother Jiang Hao, you really are still as dazzling as when you were a child. Lin Shirlan's eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was about to start committing nymphomania again. Sister Lin, still fighting? Shiryu asked weakly. Fight. Of course. Lin Shirlan's small fists clenched. You go fight that monkey, I'll fight the panda and the woman. When she said the word woman, Lin Shirlan rarely aggravated her tone, although Jiang Hao had asked her to pick a summoned beast from it. As a genius, Lin Shirlan had a pride that belonged to herself. Shiryu nodded and without much thought, directly rushed towards the little saint. Lin Shirlan, on the other hand, controlled the ball of light and charged towards Fat De and Xiao Shui. Alas, Shirlan, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Jiang Hao shook his head helplessly. Since he had made a choice, Jiang Hao wouldn't show any mercy. Bang! A cracking sound rang out. The little saint's body transformed into a golden stream of light, and the blood-black long stick in his hand violently smashed towards Shiryu. Shiryu's face changed and he hastily raised his shield to defend himself. Dang! With a loud bang, Shiryu only felt a terrifying force coming from him. The shield in his hand directly shattered, and his body involuntarily retreated backwards. Instead, the little saint took the opportunity to bully his way up, and the blood-black long stick in his hand transformed into a residual shadow and smashed into Shiryu. No, I'll get my defense broken at this rate, Shiryu secretly said in his heart. Thick earth holy shield. He hastily released an earth defense skill, creating a wall of earth on the ground to block little saint's attack. However, these earth walls were like a thin sheet of paper in front of the little saint's abyssal demon stick, and in an instant dozens of earth walls were instantly shattered. This, before Shiryu could release his skills again, the blood-black iron rod had already arrived in front of him. Boom! Your summoned beast spirit Ningxue monkey, little saint, defeats the town guardian. Shiryu, thick earth shield worker, experience plus 5000. Hubris trigger power plus 1. 1. Chapter 66, the truly strongest single soldier. Crushing without a doubt. The thick earth shield worker, who was known for its defense, lasted less than 20 seconds before being eliminated under the little saint's devastating attack. On the other hand, Lin Sherlan on the other side didn't feel too good either. She had wanted to challenge both summoned beasts at the same time, but in the end, she was deadlocked by that panda. Lin Sherlan droned, and a ball of light coalesced out of the void and flew towards Fat De. These balls of light were extremely fast, like meteors. Seeing this, Fat De was also not willing to show weakness and waved the huge hammer in his hand to meet towards the ball of light. Boom boom boom, the giant hammer and the ball of light continued to collide, emitting a deafening ringing sound. However, with Fat Da's arguably unbelievable strength, each strike was able to shatter a ball of light. In the blink of an eye, dozens of balls of light were all shattered by Fat De. My turn! Fat De roared and swung his giant hammer towards Lin Sherlan. Lin Sherlan's face changed slightly, and she immediately conjured up a numinous shield. However, this Nianli shield was like paper mache in front of Fat Da's giant hammer, and was directly smashed by the hammer. The fallout from the collision even caused Lin Sherlan's blood bar to drop by most of its length. Phew! Lin Sherlan was breathing heavily, and the fullness in front of her body continued to rise and fall. It was obvious that the attack just now had affected and consumed her greatly. She couldn't figure out how she, a second rank, couldn't even defeat a first-rank summoned beast. And it was at this time that the little saint also resolved Shiryu. It didn't choose to chase after Lin Sherlan, but turned into a stream of light and rejoined Jiang Hao. Little saint, well done. Jiang Hao touched the little saint's head and complimented him. The little saint grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Afterward, Jiang Hao turned his gaze to Lin Sherlan. The latter couldn't help but feel a bit flustered in his heart when he saw Jiang Hao looking at him. Ugh, I didn't want to use this on Haozi. A flash of unwillingness flashed in Lin Sherlan's eyes. But if I don't use my full strength, I'm afraid I'll be looked down upon by Haozi. With Lin Sherlan's words falling, the space around them suddenly shook violently. Immediately afterward, a ball of light appeared out of thin air from the void and hovered over the vast battlefield. These balls of light emitted a dazzling light, like stars, gifted, divinely blessed. A holy and noble aura suddenly erupted around Lin Sherlan. In the next moment, an angelic silhouette clad in white wings and holding a golden divine sword appeared behind her, only to see the ball of light merge into the angelic shadow, causing the originally illusory angelic shadow to gradually become clear. Jiang Hao immediately opened his delusional fire eyes to check. Angel of the Red Sun, mutilated. Grade, Legend. Level, 22. Power, 1700. Body mass, 1700. Speed, 1700. Spirit, 1700. Skills, Holy Judgment LV. 4. Superclass, Holy Protection LV. 4. Superclass, Holy Light Illumination LV. 4. Superclass, Sword of Judgment LV. 4. Superclass, Holy Light Blessing LV. 4. Superclass, Characteristics, Divine Protection, Divine Blessing, Immunity to all negative statuses, 100% increase in own attributes. Introduction. Legend has it that the remnants of the souls of the archangels coalesced after their fall, possessing extremely powerful forces. Hiss, you're a summoner too? Jiang Hao's heart was slightly flabbergasted. Worthy of being the only legendary rank profession, not only was his own combat power extremely strong, he was actually able to swap out such a perverted contraption, and the skills were all super ranked, which was simply going against the grain. Haozi, don't underestimate me. Although Lin Sherlan's face was a bit pale at the moment, her eyes were filled with confidence. This was the first time she had fully used her talent, and although it consumed a lot, it was all worth it to be able to defeat Jiang Hao. After all, this man in front of her was the one she had wanted to crush hard since she was a child. Since that's the case, I'll have to be slightly more serious as well. Jiang Hao helplessly spread his hands and slowly retreated, giving the battlefield to the little saint. After all, this perverted red sun angel in front of him, it would be safer to let little saint deal with it. At this moment, the little saint's golden eyes were ablaze with battle intent. Buzz, fighting battle method, plus, fighting sacred realm, open at the same time. Little saint's four-dimensional attributes directly soared crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it was already comparable to the red sun angel in front of him. This was still without turning on the undying Do Shang. However, against the red sun angel, turning on the undying Do Shang would be a bit too bullying. Boom! Only to see the red sun angel take the lead in launching an attack. The long sword in his hand stood in front of his body to change out into a tens of meters high sword of judgment, slashing towards the little saint. At the same time, the countless balls of light behind it also simultaneously shot out a pillar of golden light, blasting towards the little saint. The little saint's face did not change, and the abyssal devil stick in his hand rose against the wind, transforming into a round of blood-colored light pillars. Boom! The two sides collided, and a terrifying energy storm swept across the vast battlefield. Lin Sherlan looked at the battlefield in front of her and couldn't help but see a look of surprise in her eyes. She didn't expect this summoned beast to be able to fight the red sun angel. Although the object of the deity's blessing is random, the deity's strength is real. How on earth did Jiang Hao cultivate summoned beasts? So much so that he was able to fight with the gods she had summoned. If Lin Sherlan knew that Jiang Hao hadn't actually used his full strength, she wondered if she would be shocked. Yuki, get ready. Jiang Hao's faint voice entered Xiao Shue's mind. Roger that. Xiao Shue's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in place. And the next moment, only a white light appeared from the sky above the red sun angel, stabbing at it like a sharp sword. It was the long-hidden space cut. Roar! The red sun angel let out a roar, and the divine sword in his hand transformed into a golden sword aura, meeting that white light. Boom! The long sword collided with the white light with a deafening roar. But this time, the golden sword was actually directly penetrated by the white light, turning into bits of starlight that dissipated into the air. The red sun angel's figure shook, and his blood bar was instantly reduced by half. Lin Sherlan's beautiful eyes were rounded in disbelief as she looked at what was happening in front of her. How can? She couldn't figure out how her red sun angel could be seriously injured by a single blow. That attack just now, it seems to be the power of space? It's over. Jiang Hao's faint voice rang out. Only the abyssal demon stick in little saint's hand flickered with flames, then turned into a stream of light and attacked towards the red sun angel. Lin Sherlan hurriedly controlled the red sun angel to release a holy light shield to ward off the little saint's attack. Boom! With another loud bang, the holy light shield instantly ruptured, and little saint's abyssal demon rod directly penetrated the red sun angel's chest. The red sun angel's figure instantly turned into white light and dissipated, while Lin Sherlan's blood bar was instantly emptied. As the blood bar emptied, Lin Sherlan's figure gradually became illusory. Before disappearing, Lin Sherlan still waved her fists a few times unwillingly. Hao Zi, the next time we fight again, I will definitely defeat you. Your summoned beast, Ling Ming Stone Monkey, Little Saint, eliminates the town guard. Lin Sherlan, profession, Nimble Warlock, experience plus 6,800. Hubris trigger, strength plus 1. 7. Congratulations, you have completed the final mission and become the strongest single soldier really. Rewarded with 10,000 points. Chapter 67, The Tower of the Oracle. Once an ancient battlefield, fighting the abyssal army alone. Jiang Hao looked around the surroundings that were in a mess due to the waves of the battle. Strange, haven't I already completed all the tasks? How come I haven't been teleported yet? He was still waiting to go back and evolve his talent. Besides, what's the point of all these points? Just as Jiang Hao was puzzled, the system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on breaching the special stronghold. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the special mission, single player double kill. Defeat all the town guards and 10 participants at the same time. Special copy, Tower of the Oracle opens. Are you entering the Tower of the Oracle copy? Special copies. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. He had thought that this trial copy was over, but he didn't realize that there was a follow-up. Enter. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao directly chose to enter the Tower of the Oracle copy. Accompanied by a spatial fluctuation, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared into the vast battlefield. Outside the vast battlefield, inside the surveillance room, Master Hongzhou, what's going on here? Could it be that Jiang Hao really opened the ancient secret realm? When Lin Chuan and the others saw this, their faces changed. Even the always calm Lu Hongzhou was a bit agitated at the moment. Jiang Hao should have triggered some sort of mechanism, thus entering some secret realm. If I'm right, this secret realm is most likely the legendary Oracle's Tower. Legend has it that the Tower of the Oracle is an ancient relic left behind by a mysterious force. I didn't expect that Jiang Hao had triggered the opening conditions of the Oracle's tower. A flash of anticipation flashed in Lu Hongzhou's eyes. When Jiang Hao opened his eyes again, he was already in an ancient tower. The tower is made of lapis lazuli throughout and is covered with signs of age. Around the tower loomed 4 massive stone pillars. The stone pillars were carved with all sorts of runes, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Jiang Hao looked up and saw a huge portal above the tower. Above the portal, an ancient pattern was carved. In the middle of the pattern is a circle with 9 stars within it, each representing a different color. Is this the Tower of the Oracle? Jiang Hao muttered. He was able to feel that this giant tower contained an extremely powerful energy. Ding! Welcome to the Tower of the Oracle. You are the 999th trialist to enter the Tower of the Oracle. A system beep sounded in Jiang Hao's mind. The 999th? Jiang Hao was slightly stunned. I didn't realize that there were so many people who had entered the Tower of the Oracle before myself. I'm this 100,000th. That's outrageous, isn't it? Just as Jiang Hao was spitting, an old and majestic voice rang out. Adventurers, welcome to the Tower of the Oracle. Jiang Hao followed the sound and saw an old man in a white robe standing in the center of the square. The old man's gaze was as deep as an abyss, giving off a feeling of inscrutability. I am the guardian of this battlefield. You may call me the Oracle. An oracle? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. Why does it feel like a metaphysical immediacy? That's right, I witnessed the birth of this battlefield and its destruction, the Oracle said to himself. This was once an ancient battlefield where countless powerful people fell. Their blood stained this land red, and their souls were transformed into guardians of this battlefield. And this stone tower, that's the legacy they left behind. Jiang Hao couldn't help but ponder in his heart after listening to the Oracle's words. He didn't expect that this vast battlefield was really a remnant of an ancient battlefield as rumored. Adventurer, the test is about to begin. Let me see if you can be recognized by the Tower of the Oracle. Accompanied by the fall of the words, without waiting for Jiang Hao's time to react, the scene in front of him once again appeared to transform. At this moment, he was suddenly on top of a city wall. Not far from the city wall was a dense abyssal army. What abyssal demon spirit? Abyssal demon dragon? Abyssal general? In short, as long as it's an abyssal creature, it's pretty much here. The creatures of the abyss that could not be seen beyond the horizon had even blotted out the entire horizon. Visualize the number. No less than 2,000. The test of the Tower of the Oracle. The town wall is detected. Requirements for the test: hold the walls and hold out for 30 minutes. Penalty for failure: obliteration. Jiang Hao looked at the abyssal army that could not be seen at a glance, and then looked at the towering city wall, narrowing his eyes slightly. That erase fidelity? There had been no opportunity to use his own rebirth by fire. Besides, there were so many abyssal creatures in front of us. There was even an abyssal general that was comparable to a 70-level professional. So how could he, a level 14 summoner, be so virtuous? Holding the mentality of swinging for the fences, Jiang Hao opened his delusional fire eyes to scan a glance at the battlefield. Wait, these abyssal armies seem to have the same level as me. Jiang Hao suddenly brightened up. If the levels are the same, then I'm not sleepy. Tower of the Oracle, guard the walls. Special mechanism activated, same level combat. Under this mechanism, all abyssal creatures within the replica will be of the same level as the trialist. At the same level, use your strategy in maneuvering to defend your city walls. The lower the number of deaths in battle and the higher the integrity of the walls, the higher the score you will receive. Seeing this tip, Jiang Hao was completely unsleepy. 3 against 2,000. The advantage is mine. Under the same level, not to mention 2,000. Then 10,000 will not be able to kill Jiang Hao. In the old days, 800 broke 100. 000. But now I'm breaking 2. 000 with 3 beasts. Isn't that too much? And in the monitoring room, the people looked at the densely packed abyssal army in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. Lin Xuan's face was gloomy. Is this Oracle Tower's test to let Jiang Hao experience the battles he once fought? This is not outrageous. Lu Yunfei also shook his head. If there are a few teammates it is okay to say, but if it is single-handed, it is too difficult for people. Lu Hongzhou, but Jiang Hao should be able to hold out if he works together with the soldiers guarding the city wall. However, before the crowd could analyze the pass method, a scene that made them incredulous appeared, only to see that in the copy, Jiang Hao had already broken away from the city wall, and one person was running towards the abyssal army. No, this kid doesn't want to die. Ugh, confused. One person to challenge the abyssal army. Isn't this a gift? A devil was able to drown Jiang Hao with a mouthful of saliva. Not only were the people in the monitoring room dumbfounded, even the soldiers guarding the city with Jiang Hao were dumbfounded. Whose ministry is this? Isn't it good to be alive? Not only the soldiers, but even the abyssal army froze for a moment when they saw the figure running towards them alone. What's wrong with the plot? Chapter 68, Massive Experience. 2 levels in a row. Perfect rating. But for Jiang Hao, these abyssal armies in front of him were experience for nothing. If we kill them all, we'll have to go up a few levels. Say it and do it. Along with the unfolding of Jiang Hao's mythological domain, the little saint's body was burning with golden flames, and the entire monkey was like a god of war charging into the abyssal army. The abyssal demon stick in his hand taking away a large swath of abyssal creatures with every strike, and Fat D even unleashed the 9-Dan Thunder Demon Beast and doubling skills, only to see that the original 2.5 meter Fat D had suddenly transformed into a 20+ meter tall thunder and lightning giant bear. The mouth continuously spewed out columns of energy light containing destructive thunder, and all abyssal creatures struck by the columns of light were invariably turned into nothingness. On the other hand, Snowy was standing on top of the dome of the sky, constantly launching spatial cuts in conjunction with Little Sage and Fat Daz simultaneous striking down the flying magical beasts in the dome of the sky. For a moment, the abyssal army fell in pieces like mowing wheat. Jiang Hao was killing while silently observing the progress of the experience bar's growth. Ding! Kill abyssal demon spirit. Gain experience plus 100. Ding! Kill abyssal demon general. Gain experience plus 500. Ding! Kill abyssal troll. Gain experience plus 800. As each abyssal creature was killed, Jiang Hao's experience bar continued to rise. Soon, his experience bar was full. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 15. Colorful word talent trigger. Plus 1 draw count. Not bad. A little less experience, but good. Jiang Hao in the back was also quite satisfied as he looked at the rising experience bar. After all, the abyssal army in front of him was just a shadow, not a real creature, so a little less experience was fine. Anyway, there are so many of them that piling them up is able to get the experience bar up. However, this behavior of Jiang Hao caused the army behind the city wall to directly become spectators. General, let us cavalry charge. We can't let this lord fight alone. A soldier shouted. The general sniffed and gave him a hard blow straight to the helmet. Charge your ass. Later you'll charge in with your front foot and be massacred by one of the adult pandas in your back foot. Watching the image of that lightning giant bear casually waving his hand, 10,000 hectares of thunder roaring and instantly exterminating a group of abyssal creatures, caused a chill to run down the back of the general in front of him. The golden fire monkey was even more terrifying. Each stick could shatter the earth and smash out a crack. Outside, the crowd in the surveillance room had been dumbfounded. Jiang Hao's strength seemed to have far exceeded their expectations. Isn't his thunder giant bear skill one that doesn't go into cooldown? Even if it's multiplied for 10 minutes. What the hell is an endless thunderstorm? It was important to know that the multiplication skill was notoriously mentally and physically draining, but this panda in front of him had actually lasted for 10 minutes, and countless thunder skills were released during that time. It's too damn long lasting, isn't it? If they were to know that the thunderbolt unleashed by Fat D was actually passive, I wonder if they would have closed themselves off. That golden fire monkey is what's called heaven-defying. I saw several abyssal generals being killed by it with a single stick, and its fighting skills and awareness are far beyond imagination. It's simply a born warrior, and that humanoid summoning beast above the sky dome, her skill seems to be the legendary space skill. The more the crowd discussed it, the more shocked they became. They had originally thought that Jiang Hao would be able to hold the city walls with difficulty by virtue of the strength of the summoned beasts. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Hao would be able to kill the abyssal army without leaving a single piece of armor. This kid, where on earth did this monster come out from? Li Tianba couldn't help but marvel. If he can grow up, I'm afraid the future hopes of the Chinese nation will fall on him. Lu Yunfei also had a look of emotion on his face. He had thought that his students were good enough, but compared to Jiang Hao, he felt that they were still like a joke. Master Hongzhou, do you think Jiang Hao can pass the test? Lin Chuan asked. Lu Hongzhou's gaze was deep, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, if we look at the current battle situation, he has a high chance of passing the examination. However, at the moment, our knowledge of the Oracle's tower is too thin, and we don't know if there are any other tests behind it. In the middle of the battlefield, along with the firepower of the 3 summoned beasts, the number of the abyssal army was decreasing with the naked eye. The corresponding thing was that Jiang Hao's experience bar was growing rapidly. Without realizing it, Jiang Hao's level had also risen to level 16. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 16. Colorful word talent trigger. +1 draw count. Woohoo! Another level. 2 levels in a row in just 15 minutes. This Tower of the Oracle was simply Jiang Hao's blessed land. Just when Jiang Hao was immersed in the fun of brushing monsters, the few remaining abyssal armies in front of him suddenly disappeared. Congratulations on completing the test. Tower of the Oracle, guard the walls. Soldier losses 0. Wall integrity 100%. Damage percentage 100%. Rating, perfect. Reward 10,000 points. Experience value plus 10,000. 4-dimensional attributes plus 50. Professional skill points plus 50. Will you receive the reward? Pick up. Along with Jiang Hao's mind, a large amount of rewards instantly surged into his mind. Cool. This wave is blood money. A wave of abyssal armies directly caused Jiang Hao to rise from level 14 to level 16. It was more of a surprise that it received a perfect rating straight away. Congratulations, adventurer. You are the first human to pass the test of the Tower of the Oracle. At that moment, the Oracle's voice sounded again. In you, I see infinite possibilities. Hey, it's just luck, Jiang Hao said modestly. The old man in front of him was an existence that could not even be seen by the void fire eyes, so it was better for him to keep a low profile. There's no need to be too modest, young man. Your performance was perfect, the first in 10,000 years. It's a pity that the power of the Oracle here is only enough to open the first level of the Tower of the Oracle, or else I'd really like to see how you'd perform on the second level. The Oracle sighed, looking at Jiang Hao with eyes full of curiosity. That, Oracle, how is this point going to be used? Jiang Hao asked. He had a bunch of points on his hands, and he didn't know what he was going to do with them. Points can be exchanged for various items and skills in the Tower of the Oracle. For example, powerful equipment, rare materials, and even rare skills. On top of that, the points can be used to enhance talent, but only in the Tower of the Oracle. The Oracle explained in detail. So that's how it is. Jiang Hao drifted off. I didn't realize that these points were so precious. It seems that I have come to an extraordinary place. As he was thinking, a screen suddenly appeared in front of his own eyes, and on top of the screen, there were all kinds of treasures that Jiang Hao had never seen before. With a casual glance, Jiang Hao could see a single heaven-defying equipment. Ring of the Oracle, special. Attributes, strength plus 200, physique plus 200, speed plus 200, spirit plus 200. Special attribute, Oracle's favor. Oracle favor, carrying this ring increases all skill release speeds by 20% and reduces skill cooldown times by 20%. Introduction, the artifacts produced in the Tower of the Oracle are favored by the Oracle. Redemption points 30,000. P.S. Begging for freebies and hypes, the author is already going to lift the pot. Chapter 69 Ring of the World Tree. Taking the quintessence, Oracle necklace, special. Attributes, strength plus 150, constitution plus 150, speed plus 150, spirit plus 150. Special attribute, blessing of the Oracle. Oracle blessing, carrying this necklace increases the basic attributes of all summoned beasts by 10%. Description, the artifacts produced in the Tower of the Oracle are blessed by the Oracle. Redemption points, 20,000. Boots of the Oracle, special. Attributes, strength plus 300, physique plus 300, speed plus 300, spirit plus 300. Special attribute, Oracle wind. Oracle blizzard, carrying these boots increases movement speed by 30%. Description, artifacts produced in the Tower of the Oracle, favored by the Oracle. Redemption points 40,000. Jiang Hao browsed through these treasures piece by piece, looking dazzled. Each and every one of these treasures was worth a fortune, and would definitely be fought over by countless people when placed outside. However, these equipments were not very useful to Jiang Hao. After all, he had Fat Day. How he was bound to be able to forge better equipment. So, what do you think would be best for me? Jiang Hao also asked cheekily. After all, it's certainly better to choose yourself than to let the Oracle choose. Seeing as you're the first human race to clear the Tower of the Oracle, I'll recommend something for you then. As the Oracle said that, he took out a ring that shimmered with 7 colored streams of light. Jiang Hao utilized his delusional fire eye to probe. Ring of the World Tree. Quality, unknown. When worn, all 4-dimensional attributes plus 20%. Special effect, Blessing of the World Tree plus 20% experience bonus. Redemption points 30,000. This ring will also trigger hidden attributes if worn. The Oracle laughed. Trenching, artifacts, an absolute artifact. This experience bonus alone made Jiang Hao's eyes light up. Besides, he happened to have enough points on him to redeem them. I'll change. Jiang Hao couldn't wait. Any fool could see that this Ring of the World Tree was worth much more than 30 000 points. It is assumed that this oracle is giving himself a backdoor. As Jiang Hao's points cleared to 0, a ring flashing with 7-colored flowing light appeared in his palm. Congratulations on obtaining the Ring of the World Tree. This equipment is a bound class equipment and cannot be traded. Equipment details have been updated. Please check for yourself. Jiang Hao checked the equipment details and realized that the attributes of the Ring of the World Tree were just as the oracle had said. In addition to attribute bonuses and experience bonuses, there are surprisingly hidden attributes. Hidden attribute, favored by the World Tree. World Tree's favors, equip the Ring of the World Tree to gain the World Tree's favors and be protected by the World Tree. Effect, when fatally attacked, trigger World Tree's favor to gain a damage shield. While shield exists, summoned beast damage is increased by 100%. Hiss. Jiang Hao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This Ring of the World Tree is simply a godly piece of armor. With this ring, one was almost invincible. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao looked at the oracle with a bit more gratitude in his gaze. Oracle, many thanks for your gift, Jiang Hao said from the bottom of his heart. There is no need to say thank you. The oracle waved his hand. I look forward to our meeting again when you're second rank. Before Jiang Hao could understand the meaning of these words, a white light flashed before his eyes. Immediately afterward, Jiang Hao returned to the vast battlefield with a blur before his eyes. Outside the vast battlefield, inside the surveillance room, as Jiang Hao's figure appeared, everyone's spirits were lifted. Out. He actually did pass the tower of the oracle. The crowd looked at Jiang Hao's intact figure, their eyes filled with relief. The footage from the Tower of the Oracle was suddenly cut off just now, causing them to worry for a while. If this kind of genius were to die prematurely, it would be a great loss for them in China. After all, no one knew if there would be real death within the Tower of the Oracle. At that moment, Lu Hongzhou suddenly spoke. Everyone, I think you should be clear about the importance of this matter today. This confidentiality contract, please also fill it out. Secrecy wasn't just because Jiang Hao had entered the Tower of the Oracle, but also because of Jiang Hao's own terrifying talent. It was no exaggeration to say that Jiang Hao had left his peers far behind. Moreover, Jiang Hao was still a summoner who only made his power late in the game. This kind of genius must be protected with great vigor. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other, then nodded their heads. They were well aware of Jiang Hao's value, and for such a genius, they naturally had to protect him with all their might. Well, the province's trials are over, and it's time to honor our champions. At this moment, the vast battlefield, in the high-tech city, a group of students were gathering in the middle of a square. Ugh, if I had known, I wouldn't have challenged any strongholds, and I would have just settled down and grouped up to play for points. A student from South Tower City side. It can't be helped. Who knows how scary that townie can be? So who do you guys think will be number one this year? After all, the first place in this province's trial was able to enter the transcendent secret realm. It's no longer relevant to them, but it's still possible to guess. But then the students looked around at the silent Fan Hongwei and the lifeless Shingao on the sidelines. Can't guess, not at all. And just then, an announcement suddenly rang out from the square. The province's trial has ended, and the strongest single soldier of this province's trial has been born. Congratulations to Tiancheng City, Jiang Hao of Prime High School, for being the champion of this province's trial. This broadcast resounded not only in the vast battlefield, but also in every city in the entire East China province. Tiandu City. Tiandu Square. According to the usual practice of previous years, every time the province's trials were held, countless high schools would come to the big screen at the square and pay attention to the results of this year's Heavenly Metropolis province's trials. However, due to the fact that in the previous few years, Tiandu City had been green and yellow, not to mention the name of the trial, even the trial was often absent. As a result, the practice has gradually faded. But this year was the exception. Only to see that the originally bustling Tendu Square was crowded today, with a large number of Tendu City residents and high school students coming to watch. This was because this time, the one who was participating in the province's trial in their heavenly metropolis was that recent genius who had come out of nowhere. Jiang Hao, what do you guys say? Are we going to be at the bottom of the list in Tiandu this year? It shouldn't be so bad. I still have confidence in great god Jiang Hao. Guaranteed inverted 2 OK. At that moment, a text was suddenly displayed on the big screen. This round of provincial trials is over. The rankings are now published. In the next moment, the name of a city and a student appeared in the screen. I'll be damned. How come Nanta City and Luchuan City are ranked so low? That's not right. How come we haven't seen us in Tiandu yet? Usually, the people of Tiandu City look up from the bottom and see their city at once. But how this year is a little different. You guys, look at that one at the top. Is that us? Sky City. At that moment, an alarming sound rang out, and the crowd sniffed and looked. Only one line was displayed at the top of the large screen. Provincial Champion, Tiandu City, Prime High School, Jianghao, Chapter 70 today. Jiang Hao's name resounded throughout the province. The Dragon Clan, Tiandu City, Tiandu Square, was abuzz. The eyes of the entire room converged in unison on the eye-catching line of words on the screen, disbelief and excitement overflowing. Jiang Hao, it's Jiang Hao. We in Tiandu have actually produced a provincial champion. For a while, the cheers and applause resounded throughout the square for a long time. At this moment, the name Jiang Hao resounded throughout the entire Sky City. Battalion Commander's Office, Military Zone south of the city. Guo Feiping looked at the name at the top of the screen with a shocked expression. Mayor Lin, it looks like I'm blind. He then took out a bunch of papers and filled in a name at the top position. Tiandu City, Tiandu Gao family. Gao Yang's bloodshot eyes stared at the screen dead on. How is it possible? How is it possible? How can he be so strong? At that moment, the butler pushed his way in. Young master, the master wants you to come over. Jiang Hao, who was in the center of the storm, didn't know what kind of sensation he had caused. At the moment, he was in the middle of an office, quietly waiting for the reward that belonged to him. He had also just been notified that the winner's reward was to be claimed separately. I don't know what kind of medicine they were selling, but I still have to rush back to use the talent evolution stone. And that's when the office door was opened. A familiar figure walked up to him. Uncle Willow, what are you doing here? Jiang Hao looked surprised, as if he didn't expect this forging master to appear. Kid, you know Master Hongzhou? Lin Chuan, who followed behind, was even more puzzled. When did this kid know such a big shot? I've met with Jiang Hao's classmates, so I naturally recognize them. Lu Hongzhou laughed, and immediately came to Jiang Hao. Speak up, champ, how do you want to be rewarded? Jiang Hao was first stunned when he heard this, and then snapped out of it. And the rewards are optional? I couldn't before, but I can now, so come with me. Lu Hongzhou didn't nag, directly leading Jiang Hao out of the room to a teleportation array, accompanied by a spinning of the sky. A city suspended in the sky with a strong sense of technology appeared in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. Here, Jiang Hao looked around, a little surprised. This is a stronghold set up by the military in the vast battlefield. All the rewards from the province's trials can be exchanged here. Lu Hongzhou explained. Redeeming rewards requires points, which can be obtained by completing quests within the vast battlegrounds, or by directly redeeming them. So it is. Jiang Hao nodded his head in understanding. After all, the vast battlefield was too vast and mysterious. The area occupied by the province's trials was only 1% of the vast battlefield. When you level up later, you might be able to travel to the second level of the vast battlefield. Lu Hongzhou prompted. Second level? At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly remembered what the oracle had said to himself before disappearing. It looks like we'll have to make a trip to the vast battlefield in the future, but for now it's better to pick the rewards first. Jiang Hao, led by Lu Hongzhou, walked straight to the 5th floor, and on the way, Jiang Hao also saw some students participating in the province's trial. However, most of them stayed at the 1st level, with only a few coming to the 2nd or even 3rd level. Every student who participates in the province's trial is able to receive a reward. After all, they are all geniuses from various provinces, Lu Hongzhou explained. Soon, the two came to the 5th floor. This was a spacious exchange room, surrounded by all sorts of treasures. Most of these treasures were obtained from the vast battlefield, where they were also provided by military districts, colleges and universities, and some professional associations. And each treasure has its own unique ability. Lu Hongzhou introduced. Jiang Hao looked around and realized that there was a wide array of these treasures, including weapons, equipment, skill books, materials, and so on. Uncle Lu, does that one have a treasure that improves the quality of the beast pet summoning book? Jiang Hao now happened to have a beast pet summoning book and 2-word extraction times in his hand. He intended to pull his next summoned beast's talent full at once. Improving the quality of summoned beasts? Let me think. Lu Hongzhou pondered for a moment, then said, there's nothing to improve the quality of the beast pet summoning book, but there's the epic beast pet summoning book. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Epic beast pet summoning book. This thing was extremely rare and could not be seen on the market. Of course. Lu Hongzhou then led Jiang Hao to a light wall. Only the walls were filled with all kinds of summoning books and warbeast eggs. Jiang Hao looked up with his delusional fire eyes, and every item reached epic, and even a small portion reached legendary. Uncle Lu, can I choose any of these as well? Jiang Hao asked. Could be. Lu Hongzhou answered decisively. According to the rewards in previous years, you can choose any one item, but this year you can choose too. Long live the country. After Jiang Hao gave a silent blessing in his heart, he couldn't wait to open his delusional fire eyes to explore the potential of these items. Summoned beasts aren't stronger the higher the quality. It's the potential that tends to matter the most. Jiang Hao first swept a glance at those legendary summoning books and legendary war beast eggs. It's basically 1 in 1,000 potentials. Let's see if there's anything higher. Jiang Hao shifted his gaze downward and soon found a big guy. Summoning Book of Animal Favors. Quality, Epic. Type, Mage. Warrior. Potential, 1 in a million. Note, there is a certain probability of summoning a dragon summoner. Probability 5%. I blanch. The dragons. You have to realize that this world also has a dragon race, and without exception, they all exist in the most powerful realms. This summoning book was actually able to draw a dragon summoning beast. Uncle Lu, I want that beast pet summoning book. Jiang Hao pointed at the 7-colored stream of light. Oh, I didn't think you'd want this one. I thought you'd want a legendary quality one. Lu Hongzhou was a bit surprised. This beast pet summoning book wasn't originally supposed to be on the 5th floor, but looking at that 5% probability of summoning a dragon summoning beast, it ended up being placed on the 5th floor. But since the probability is so small, not many people want it. Are you sure you really want this one? After all, compared to that, Jiang Hao had better choices, so why bother to gamble on that illusory luck? Uncle Lu, I'll choose this one, Jiang Hao said decisively. Although the probability was extremely low, it was not a matter at all for Jiang Hao. Have Yuki set him up with a fate control? Even non-celebrities can change their lives to become bureaucrats. This dragon summoning beast, he, Jiang Hao, had decided to take it, and no one was good enough. P.S. The protagonist's new partner is coming soon, ready to be able to take off. Asking for some freebies. Chapter 71, Great Harvest, Talent Evolution. Seeing that Jiang Hao was so resolute, Lu Hongzhou no longer tried to dissuade him. They, the geniuses, probably have a little better luck. So in Jiang Hao's expectant eyes, this beast pet summoning book also arrived. There is one reward left. What aspect do you want? Lu Hongzhou asked. Jiang Hao thought about it and asked, is there that kind of equipment which can increase the experience bonus? Lu Hongzhou sniffed and took a breath that was barely slowed down. You kid, the equipment that raises the experience bonus is invariably above the legendary 5 stars. Even if there is, you can't afford to change it. Jiang Hao nodded. It wasn't that he didn't have it, it was just that he couldn't afford to change it himself. It seemed that the value of this world tree ring was far beyond his imagination. After thinking about it, Jiang Hao spoke again. Are there any equipments that can drastically increase the strength of summoned beasts? Lu Hongzhou pondered for a moment and said, there is one thing that is possible. With that, he came to a wall and took out a ring that shimmered with a 7-colored light. Summoner's Ring. Quality, Epic. Type, Ring. Summoner exclusive. Strength plus 150. Constitution plus 150. Speed plus 150. Spirit plus 150. Equipment required level, 20. Summoned Beast Enhancement. When worn, the 4-dimensional attributes of the summoned beast will be increased by 20%, and the damage of its skills will be increased by 15%. This ring is called the Summoner's Ring, although it is of epic quality and is able to enhance the 4-dimensional attributes and skill damage of summoned beasts. Lu Hongzhou introduced. This, Jiang Hao looked at the ring with both excitement and helplessness in his heart. Good news, the bonuses are high. Summoner exclusive. Bad news, not enough levels to wear it. However, just as Jiang Hao was helpless, Fat De in the summoning space suddenly sent him a message. Fat De told Jiang Hao that he had a way to solve the problem of equipment level. Almost forgot. Chubby Doll has a forge artisan. It shouldn't be too hard to revamp the level limit. Besides, this ring is simply made for summoners. With this ring, the strength of one's summoned beasts would be further increased. Uncle Lu, I want this summoner's ring. After resolving his worries, Jiang Hao did not hesitate. Lu Hongzhou handed the summoner's ring to Jiang Hao. Looks like you're satisfied with this reward. Jiang Hao, more than satisfied. Simply too satisfied. After picking out the 2 pieces of equipment, Lu Hongzhou checked the results of Fat Da's recent forging learning. When he realized that Fat D had actually reached the 3rd rank of Forge Master in just a few days, this 7th ranked professional finally broke his defense. Is this a human being? No, really doesn't seem to be. In the end, under Lu Hongzhou's thousands of instructions, Jiang Hao and Lin Chuan stepped onto the returning hovering chariot. At this moment, inside Tendu High School, Wang Wei could be depressed to the core. He had already heard about the incident of Jiang Hao becoming the champion of the province's trial. He was now the joke of the school. Although the students appeared to be unchanged on the surface, behind his back they had been reprimanding him for being blind as a principal. Even the teachers. Damn it, at this rate I'll be fired sooner or later. Wang Wei slapped the desktop angrily. Now that the Gao family could no longer be contacted, if he didn't make any performance, sooner or later he would be finished. Knock knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Wang Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and opened his mouth. Who is it? Come in. A long time passed without the slightest response. I said it was okay to come in, didn't you hear me? Wang Wei's tone became urgent. Knock knock. The knock sounded again, but the door to the room remained unmoving. Damn it, don't let me know who you are. Wang Wei cursed and got up to the door. The door to the room was quickly pushed open, and Wang Wei stretched his head to probe, but he could not see a single figure. Surprisingly quiet outside the hallway. No, it's already after school time. How could someone knock on the door? Wang Wei immediately realized that something was wrong and wanted to change out of his equipment, but it was too late, only to see the corridor, the ground surface, and the roof, oozing out channels of blood-colored black mist, instantly shrouding the entire space. Kid, something wise to contact. Lin Chuan dropped a sentence before driving away in his hovering chariot. He had fallen behind in his work to participate in the province's trials. Jiang Hao didn't ask much, he was very busy right now. Back home, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to take out the Talent Evolution Stone. Talent Evolution Stone. Quality, mythic. Effect, when used, it can cause a talent to evolve, with a certain chance of degradation. It's still degrading. Yuki, got it. With a wave of Xiao Shui's veiled hand, a metaphysical power was added to Jiang Hao's body. Which talent to evolve? Jiang Hao tapped on his talent panel. Profession, Mythic Summoner, only. Rank, 16. Talent I, Mythic Reappearance, SSS+. For each beast pet summoned, be able to draw a mythic bloodline for it. Talent 2, Unlimited Colorful Words, SSS+, able to draw colorful words once per level, remaining draw times x2. Let's see if we can evolve. Myth Revisited, first. Jiang Hao silently recited the evolutionary talent, Myth Revisited, in his heart. But a few moments later, a prompt came from the system. Talent Mythic Reimagined Dimension is too high to evolve. Bit too high. Jiang Hao was slightly stunned. It seems that evolving, Mythic Reappearance, won't work, so let's try to see if we can evolve, Infinite Zenith Word. Jiang Hao tightly grasped the Talent Evolution Stone and once again silently recited the evolution talent, Infinite Jinsai Word. This evolution did not disappoint Jiang Hao. Only a brilliant golden light surged out from the Talent Evolution Stone, instantly enveloping Jiang Hao's entire body. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent Infinite Perfection Word Evolution has received a brand new function, Exclusive Word Extraction. Exclusive Word Extraction. Select an object to be extracted, and there is a certain chance to extract an ability from the bloodline of the specific object. Note, the strength of the ability is related to the level of the bloodline, and the more abilities you awaken, the higher the chance of triggering the return of the ancestor. Jiang Hao looked at the new function that appeared in the talent interface and was shocked in his heart. That is to say, if one binds the binding object to Little Sage, one would be able to extract the abilities possessed by the spirit Bright Stone Monkey. What fiery eyes! 72 changes. Vajra. This is too much ing bull. If you drew a Dharma heaven and earth, wouldn't you be invincible in minutes? But that probability is estimated to be pathetically small. But it's always a lot more probable than before. After all, it's limited. As long as you draw a lot, you will always win. But before that, Jiang Hao planned to summon his fourth family member first. After that, Jiang Hao took out that beast pet summoning book. It doesn't matter who or what it is, as long as it's a dragon. A beautiful dragon will do. Jiang Hao held Xiao Shui in one hand and used the summoning technique with the other. Congratulations on your stroke of luck. Summoning the Dragon. Summoning Beast Elemental Dragon. Chapter 72 Mythic Blessing. 5 Elements Heavenly Dragon. Transformation. Imperial Beauty. Elemental Dragon. Jiang Hao fixed his eyes on it, only to see that the summoning spell formation engraved on the ground was constantly emitting tremors, as if it couldn't withstand the power brought by the summoning. Nope, not enough room. Jiang Hao was violently alerted to the fact that his small, shabby house seemed unable to accommodate his new family. Snowy, hurry up and open up another space, or our home will be gone. Xiao Shui sniffed and immediately activated Space Warlock. Centering herself, the summoning spell formation on the ground and Jiang Hao wrapped in the open space, and the moment the opening of space was complete, a sharp claw poked out from the summoning spell. Then, a huge dragon with a blue body and 5 meters tall appeared in front of him. The dragon was covered in blue scales, its huge wings contracted, and a light of wisdom shone in its eyes. The limbs are strong and powerful, and the tail has a sharp barb at the end. Roar! the giant dragon let out a deafening roar, the sound waves rolling and shaking the entire space. Jiang Hao looked at the majestic dragon in front of him, his heart excited. It's a dragon race. It was the first time he had seen a living dragon. Besides, it kind of looks like the legendary Yinglong. Elemental dragon. Quality, epic. Bloodline, overlord. Power, 900. Body mass, 900. Agility, 900. Spirit, 1000. Skills, Dragon Might LVE. 5, Super Rank. Elemental Spit LVE. 4, Super Rank. Earth Wall LVE. 3, High Rank. Dragon Leap LVE. 3, Super Rank. Wind Wings LVE. 3, High Rank. Introduction Controller of the elements of water, wind, and earth, possessing great destructive power and defense, and one of the best among all summoned beasts. Oh, my god! Jiang Hao was directly stunned after reading the attributes of the elemental dragon. This attribute, it's too awesome, isn't it? This is still without the attributes that were given to the mythic bloodline. How strong would it be if it was given a mythological bloodline? Are you, my master? At that moment, a royal voice sounded. Good lord, it's still a female dragon. Jiang Hao sized up the elemental dragon for a moment and nodded. That's right, I'm your master. Under the summoning rules, a summoned beast's goodwill towards a summoner is not pulled full circle, but it is still above average, and must at least be at the level of a friend. The elemental dragon sniffed, its pair of golden eyes looking up and down at the so-called master in front of it, and from time to time, it also sniffed the scent of Jiang Hao's body. Master, you, very strong, the elemental dragon's voice threw back. The dragon race had never been wrong in their judgment of the strong. Oh, this can be seen? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. Aha! The elemental dragon's massive dragon head nodded slightly. Because I can't fight that monkey and panda you have with you. Jiang Hao, so it's not me who's strong. It's Sheng and Chubby who's strong. Do I really have to go the route of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? So do you want to become as strong as them? Jiang Hao felt that it was necessary for him to build up his tall image in front of this haughty female dragon. Is it really okay? The elemental dragon cocked a head, looking a little puzzled. It could sense that the bloodline inside that monkey and panda was far higher than its own, which was why it recognized Jiang Hao's master. Packed. Jiang Hao didn't procrastinate and directly clicked on the talent panel. Ding! Detected that you have a brand new summoned beast. Mythic Blessing talent triggered. Is it possible to draw the mythic bloodline for it? Jiang Hao put his hand on the front claw of the elemental dragon while chanting extraction in his mind, accompanied by a flash of golden and red light. A card emitting 5 elements of divine light stayed in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. Congratulations on your stroke of luck. Winning the mythical bloodline, 5 elements Sky Dragon. The 5 elements of the heavenly dragon, passing through the 5 elements, mastering heaven and earth, controlling all laws, and being supreme. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Hao immediately bestowed the 5 elements heavenly dragon bloodline card on the elemental dragon. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from the elemental dragon's body, and a powerful aura emanated from its body. The colors of light are red, black, white, green and cyan, representing the 5 elements of gold, water, earth, wood and fire. When the light dissipated, the elemental dragon's body underwent a radical change. Its original azure scales turned colorful, its wings became whiter, and its eyes seemed to contain the great power of heaven and earth. An even more powerful aura emanated from the elemental dragon's body. Congratulations to your summoning beast, elemental dragon, for obtaining the mythic bloodline, 5 elements Sky Dragon, 5 elements of the dragon, rank 16, quality, legendary, bloodline, myth, power, 1200, body mass, 1200, agility, 1200, spirit, 1500, skills, Dragon Might LV, 6, quasi-divine rank, 5 elements Spit LV, 7, super rank, 5 elements Mastery LV, 4, divine rank, Dragon Leap LV, 5, super rank. Introduction to the legendary 5 elements Heavenly Dragon, with its powerful ability to control the power of the 5 elements, is one of the most powerful summoning beasts between heaven and earth. Jiang Hao looked at the rising aura of the elemental dragon and was thrilled in his heart. Just by empowering the mythic bloodline, the quality of the 5 elements heavenly dragon had already come to the same legendary 4 stars as the little saint. Roar! The 5 elements heavenly dragon raised its head to the sky and let out a roar, the sound waves rolling out and shaking the surrounding space. A powerful pressure emanated from the 5 elements heavenly dragon, instantly enveloping the entire space. Jiang Hao only felt his body sink, as if he was being pressed by a huge mountain. So strong, Jiang Hao secretly said in his heart. Is this the terrifying strength of the dragon race? Not only did all of the skills reach the super rank, but they also came with a god rank skill and a quasi-god rank skill. Master, I seem to have returned to my ancestors. The 5 elements celestial dragon's voice carried a bit of excitement. It could feel that the bloodline in its body had almost completed a qualitative leap. Base, Master says get stronger. The corner of Jiang Hao's mouth lifted slightly, wanting to go up and take a good look at the 5 elements heavenly dragon. And right at this moment, the 5 elements heavenly dragon's body was suddenly wrapped in 5 elements of divine light. The divine light dispersed, and a woman wearing a long colorful dress with a stunningly beautiful appearance and a white jade dragon horn on her head appeared in front of Jiang Hao. The woman was tall and had a hot body, and under her colorful long skirt, she could vaguely see the blood-curdling curvature and plumpness. A pair of long, flawless, and tight, powerful legs were hidden under the long skirt. Jiang Hao visually estimated that these legs had a longer life than him. Another imperial type. If Xiao Shui was a fairy with a hint of flirtation in her nobility and elegance, then the 5 elements heavenly dragon in front of her was a haughty and uninhibited empress who looked down upon all beings. Himself, how is he still comparing? Master, is this a human body? It feels not bad, only it's not as majestic as the dragon's. 5 elements Tianlong's imperial sister model voice rang out, with a bit of natural nerdiness. At the moment, she was surveying her torso, and from time to time, she squeezed the snowy white of her hand. Chapter 73, First Drawing of Exclusive Words. Exclusive mythological word Zephyr Phi. Ahem, you can't just show it to anyone there. As the 5 elements heavenly dragon was about to make an even crazier move, Jiang Hao immediately spoke out to stop it. By the way, how come you're incarnated too? Is this called morphing? The 5 elements heavenly dragon nodded with seeming understanding. This power appeared on its own after my master granted me a bloodline. Is that so? By the way, do you all bring your own clothes when you transform? Jiang Hao asked the 5 elemental heavenly dragons while looking at Xiao Shui with a few moments of scrutiny in his eyes. However, Xiao Shui turned her slightly reddened pretty face aside and made an appearance of being unconcerned. Bring your own clothes? Seems like it. The 5 elemental celestial dragons weren't really sure. She just knew that it would look better. That's. Jiang Hao glanced at Xiao Shui again. The latter's cheeks were already red at this moment, and he couldn't wait to flee the scene immediately. However, Jiang Hao didn't count too much, but looked at the dull cold imperial sister in front of him and opened his mouth. Oh Tianlong, do you have a name? Name? The imperial dragonling froze slightly, then shook her head. Well, that or I'll call you Little 5. Well, as soon as Jiang Hao's words fell, Xiao Shui and Xiao Sheng had already started to cover their mouths. Even the 5 elemental heavenly dragons themselves changed their faces slightly. Is that a bad name? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. How about Colorado? At these words, the room fell silent. Little Snow and Little Saint both looked at Jiang Hao incredulously. Is this the name that the previous owner was able to come up with? Master, you persona collapsed. When the 5 elements heavenly dragon heard the name Tsaixia, he also immediately nodded his head. She's just a little slow, not stupid. As you can see from the behavior of the other partners, the owner seems to be a bit unimpressive in the one skill of naming. Well, I'll call you Tsaixia from now on. Jiang Hao immediately clapped his hands. He still likes to give each summoned beast an exclusive name. After all, in his heart, these summoned beasts had long been his family. Jiang Hao thought for a moment and decided that he would first extract exclusive words for Tsaixia. Exclusive word extraction. Select an object to extract, and there is a certain chance to extract an ability from the specific object's bloodline. Note, the strength of the ability is related to the level of the bloodline, and the more abilities you awaken, the higher the chance of triggering the return of the ancestor. He was going to try and see what exclusive words he could draw from the 5 elements heavenly dragon bloodline, bind the colorful haze and extract the words. Along with Jiang Hao's mind, a colorful stream of light flowed over Tsaixia's body. Just as Jiang Hao was looking forward to it, a brilliant golden-orange light suddenly lit up, forming a card that emitted an ancient aura suspended in front of him. Congratulations on your stroke of luck in winning the exclusive gold-orange phrase, 10,000 laws in 1. All spells return to 1, with the power of the elements in hand. Casting spells reduces casting time by 50% and increases the damage of all elemental spells by 100%. Comment, an exclusive phrase from the lineage of the 5 elements of the heavenly dragon, commanding the power of the 5 elements and gathering all laws into 1. All laws to 1? Jiang Hao looked at the golden orange card in front of him, his heart ecstatic. It was worthy of being an exclusive phrase, and perfectly suited to Tsaixia's own abilities. It was obvious that Tsaixia was leaning towards the mage category, and the 10,000 laws were able to fit perfectly, taking her to the next level. Jiang Hao immediately bestowed the 10,000 laws to one phrase on Saisha. In an instant, a powerful force erupted within Saisha's body. A golden-orange light flashed in her originally colorful eyes, and a vast aura emanated from her. Ding! Exclusive phrase, all laws return to one empowered successfully, 5 elements heavenly dragon, colorful haze, legend. Ding! Your summoned beast 5 elements heavenly dragon, colorful xia, comprehends the skill all laws return to 1 LV. 1. Divine rank. All laws return to 1 LV. 1. Divine level fuses all elemental forces to deliver a ranged, devastating blow to a designated target. The more targets the higher the damage. Holy, divine skill. Jiang Hao was overjoyed. Your own team is just short of a ranged masterstroke these days. This one skill of colorful xia just made up for the team's last flaw. As for the second chance to draw, Jiang Hao intended to give it to Xiao Shui. After all, Fat De and Little Saint both had 3 words on them to start with, and their combat power was already so unbelievable that they didn't need to be strengthened for the time being. But Snow was the only support in the team, and her skills and strength largely determined the team's ceiling. What's that saying? In the low-end game, the auxiliary is being chased by 4 teammates, while in the high-end game, the auxiliary is chasing the 4 teammates in return. Therefore, having a good support is the key to a strong team. After making up his mind, Jiang Hao immediately changed the binding object to Xiao Shui. Yuki, got it, master. Xiao Shui instantly put on destiny control for Jiang Hao. However, Jiang Hao bullied his way forward and held onto Xiao Shui's lotus root arm while chanting extraction in his mind. Xiao Shui was startled by Jiang Hao's sudden move, but then she felt the warmth coming from Jiang Hao's palm and let him hold it. Along with Jiang Hao's mind, a white stream of light flowed over Xiao Shui's body. Congratulations on your stroke of luck in drawing the exclusive mythological phrase, Zephyr. Zephyr cloth. When recognized by White Zephyr and close to White Zephyr, all attributes are increased by 20%, and any number of targets are granted a control-free and injury-free shield for 10 minutes. If the enemy is killed, the shield effect is extended by 5 minutes. Note, the weakness of the target entering Zephyr's field will be exposed. Evaluation, exclusive mythological phrase from the divine beast White Zephyr. Zephyr draped over the world, sheltering all souls. Jiang Hao was thrilled as he looked at the mythological card in front of him that emitted a bright golden aura. A second mythological word for yourself. And it's also a secondary divine skill. Whether it's a 20% increase in all attributes or a control-free and damage-free shield, it's a godly skill in team battles. Jiang Hao did not hesitate to bestow Zephyr World on Xiao Shui. Instantly, a dazzling white light descended from the sky and enveloped Yuki. Ding! Exclusive mythic word, Zephyr Piece of the World, empowered successfully. Mythical Shirasawa, Yuki, Epic ×7 Legend. After getting the exclusive mythic phrase, Yuki also jumped up and evolved to legendary quality. Since then, all 4 of Jiang Hao's summoned beasts had evolved to legendary quality. I'm afraid that we won't be able to find 4 legendary quality summoning beasts at level 16 in the whole of China. Jiang Hao looked at the 4 summoned beasts in front of him, and his heart was filled with grandeur. Just as Jiang Hao was calculating the future, a phone call pulled him back to reality. Jiang Hao opened the smart brain system to take a look, but he saw that it was Lin Chuan calling him. Strange, the old boy had just sent himself home. How could he call himself so soon? Jiang Hao seemed to smell a hint of conspiracy as he immediately picked up the phone. Hey, Mayor Lin, did something happen? How do you know? Lin Chuan's slightly surprised voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Now that you know, I won't say anymore. A car will pick you up later. Do, Jiang Hao? No, man. I just blurted it out. You really think I know? Chapter 74 Sudden Abyssal Pollution. Jiang Hao then stepped onto the hovering chariot that came to greet him in a daze. In the night sky, the hovering chariot cut through the sky like a meteor. In less than 2.5 minutes, he brought Jiang Hao to the door of the mayor's office. Jiang Hao pushed the door and entered the room, and what came into his eyes was still the simple and plain room he remembered, except that there was an extra long table of about 8 meters. And Lin Chuan sat at the top of the long table looking at the report in his hands. Boy, there you are. Lin Chuan only raised his eyes slightly when he saw the visitor, signaling Jiang Hao to sit down before continuing to read up the documents again. Mayor Lin, what are you looking for me for? In the middle of the night? Jiang Hao was a bit indignant. He hadn't even had time to check on his own Saisha's physical condition before Lin Chuan called him in a daze. You don't know? Lin Chuan finally put his attention on Jiang Hao. I thought you knew that it's actually not a big deal. It's just that the city wall close to Tiandu High School suddenly appeared to be contaminated by a large area of abyss. The vast majority of high schools are near the edge of the city due to site and calendar needs. Massive abyssal pollution? Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. You call that a minor problem? If the abyssal pollution endangered the city, the consequences would be quite severe. Well, the current side of the city South Military Region has already organized a team to go and clean up, but I always feel that something is fishy. Lin Chuan frowned. For some reason, he always had an inexplicable uneasiness. Then you didn't call me here because you want me to go forward to deal with the abyssal pollution, did you? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. He was worried that he had no place to earn abyssal materials, but now the opportunity had come, hadn't it? Mayor Lin, don't worry, it's incumbent upon me to protect Tiancheng City. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan stopped his previous seriousness and smiled brightly. Ha ha, I knew you would agree. But this time, the abyssal pollution isn't the usual tough one. 2 second-order squads have been sent forward from the military region south of the city, and so far no news has come back. A second-order squad? Zhang Hao frowned slightly. It seems like the level of this abyssal pollution isn't low. Well, that's why I called you, Lin Chuan explained. After all, the rest of the third-order professionals can't spare any time for now. Due to the abyssal contamination in more than one location, well-ranked professionals were unable to get out of the way for the time being. Moreover, he had seen Jiang Hao's performance in the province's trial. As long as it wasn't a fourth-order strike, it should be fine for Jiang Hao. However, there is one more thing I need your help with. Lin Chuan's words changed, and his face became grave. What is it? I want to ask you to look into the source of the abyssal pollution, Lin Chuan said in a deep voice. This matter is of great importance. I hope you can treat it with caution. Jiang Hao's heart fluttered when he heard this. He understood that Lin Chuan was giving him a heavy responsibility. Mayor Lin, don't worry, I will do my best. Jiang Hao nodded solemnly. Good. Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It's not too late. Let's set off now. But, since we are trying to find the source of the abyssal pollution, I think it must be very dangerous. So Mayor Lin doesn't intend to. Jiang Hao signaled a look to Lin Chuan. You boy. Lin Chuan helplessly held his forehead. If you're able to complete it, I'll take you to the military treasury to choose a treasure. Promise to finish the job. Sir. Jiang Hao gave a standing salute and then turned around to leave. The wilderness outside the city of Tendo. A few students were led by a third-ranked professional to the military district in the south of the city. At that moment, a blue-haired girl with luxurious equipment and a staff in her hand asked the red-haired teenager in front of her. Gao Yang, do you think it would be too risky for us to go forward like this to deal with the abyssal pollution? Gao Yang smiled disdainfully at that. Don't worry, with Uncle Yang protecting them, those abyssal creatures are nothing. As soon as we've killed enough for 1 bronze medal of military merit, we'll return immediately. Speaking of the bronze medal, Gao Yang thought of that Zhang Hao. Originally, he didn't want to risk coming to the polluted land of the abyss, but his own father told him, if he wanted to not be retaliated by Jiang Hao after noticing it in the future, he had to obtain the bronze medal himself. Don't worry, Miss Lan, I'll be at the back to keep you and young Master Gao safe. Behind him, a man holding a huge sword with a hideous scar on his rough face spoke out. He was none other than the 38-level warrior professional, Yang Lin, who was protecting Gao Yang and Blue Smoke on this trip. Okay then. Blue Smoke sniffed and nodded silently. Hey, that redhead over there, do you know the direction of the abyssal pollution here? At that moment, a voice rang out, only to see 2 figures walking straight towards them. Redhead. Upon hearing their name calling, Gao Yang was going to have a fit, but when he looked human, he shriveled up instantly. The man and woman in front of them looked to be of a comparable age to them, but their ranks were worlds apart. Under the Gao family's vigorous cultivation, his current level was but 14. And he couldn't tell the rank of the duo. This indicated that the 2 people in front of him who were his age were at least 5 levels higher in rank than him. Hey, can't you hear me? The flat-headed teenager who shouted was a bit disgruntled. If Jiang Hao was here, he would definitely be able to recognize the duo as the people who had asked Lu Hongzhou to forge equipment at the trading center last time. After the last incident, the duo decided to wait and see for a few days in Tiandu City. But I didn't expect Master Lu Hongzhou to leave that day. They had wanted to return to the imperial capital, but suddenly heard that there was a large area of abyssal pollution outside the city, so they wanted to come and see if they couldn't go back without bringing some abyssal materials with them. But just outside the city they realized that they didn't seem to know their way around. Young master, these 2 are both second-ranked professionals. At that moment, Yang Lin, who was on the side, reminded. Second order. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. These 2 must be the male children of some power out for training. If he could strike a good relationship with them, it might be beneficial to his future development. Since the 2 of you have also come to deal with the abyssal pollution, how about teaming up with us? Meanwhile, in the military district south of the city, Inside the battalion commander's tent, another batch of abyssal creatures have appeared in the east, but there aren't enough men left. Looking at the dense, constantly emerging red dots in front of the screen, Guofaping was quite annoyed. Nowadays, almost the entire military region in the southern part of the city was mobilized, but after all, there was limited manpower and it was impossible to take care of the entire region. I also don't know when the reinforcements sent by Mayor Lin will arrive. Just as Guofaping was anxious, a figure broke into the tent. State Battalion Commander Jiang Hao. When Guofaping saw the visitor, he was first stunned, then immediately reacted. You're the reinforcements Lin Chuan sent? Reinforcements? Pretty much. Jiang Hao didn't deny the title. After all, summoners should be considered an army, right? P.S. Asking for freebies and hypes. Chapter 75. The most useful episode of Airdrop? Guofaping almost turned his back when he heard the reply. What the hell is this guy Lin Chuan thinking? Although Guofaping admitted that Jiang Hao had outstanding talent and was powerful, but then this is in the same level of confrontation. And this time, in the abyssal pollution, several level 35 abyssal creatures had already appeared, and there was even the possibility of a level 40 abyssal archon. However, after thinking about it, Guofaping still put an abyssal detector into Jiang Hao's hand and instructed, it will show the approximate strength of the abyssal creatures. If you see the detector sounding an alarm, leave immediately. Jiang Hao took the abyssal detector, and was indeed able to see a dense red dot on the palm-sized screen. There are also a couple of red dots in there that are very bright. Jiang Hao observed and realized that these red dots came from all directions, and it would be a bit of a waste of time for him to deal with them one by one. However, he himself now possessed a colorful haze, so there was no need to worry about speed. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao made an immediate decision. Don't worry, State Battalion Commander. Jiang Mao will live up to the battalion commander's trust. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. Abyssal Pollution 4 at Marker. A 5-man squad of soldiers was being surrounded by 2 level 30 abyssal demon wolves. Cam, why didn't you say there was only one abyssal demon wolf? How did a second one suddenly appear? A strong man holding a shield struggled to fend off these 2 abyssal demon wolves while creating output space for his teammates behind him. Not sure. Let's deal with these 2 abyssal demon wolves in front of us first. A warrior wielding a longsword kept unleashing his chopping skill on an abyssal demon wolf. The 3 team members behind him were also continuously releasing their skills to blast another abyssal demon wolf. Woo! Just then, a low wolf howl sounded, only to see an abyssal demon wolf commander twice the size of an abyssal demon wolf, clad in dark black armor, galloping from afar. Not good. It's a level 35 abyssal demon wolf commander. The warrior squad leader was alarmed. He was the only one in their 5-man squad who had reached level 30, and the remaining 4 were all level 27 or 18. Facing a 35-level abyssal demon wolf commander, they had no chance of winning. Retreat! The leader of the warrior squad made an immediate decision and gave the order to retreat. However, the speed of the abyssal demon wolf commander far exceeded their imagination. Just by stomping his limbs, the abyssal demon wolf commander crossed a distance of tens of meters and appeared in front of the 5-member squad. The sharp claws instantly slashed through the strong man's shield, sending him flying out. Captain! The remaining 4 members of the team saw their captain being knocked away and wanted to come forward to rescue him. However, the abyssal demon wolf commander opened his bloody mouth, and a pitch-black flame slowly condensed. No good. Just at this moment of crisis, a golden light lit up above the sky, and with a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, he swept straight towards the abyssal demon wolf commander. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard, and the huge body of the abyssal demon wolf commander directly turned into a streak of broken corpses under this impact, leaving a huge deep pit on the ground. Seconds now? The squad members were all looking at this scene with shocked faces. They hadn't seen what had just happened clearly at all. When the smoke and dust cleared, only a golden red holding a long blood-black stick appeared in its place, and in front of the golden monkey were 2 huge wolf heads dripping with blood from time to time. Without even waiting for their chance to ask questions, the golden monkey actually disappeared in its place, leaving only a huge deep pit and bloodstains all over the ground. Your summoned beast spirit Mingshire monkey, little saint, kills abyssal demon wolf commander, experience plus 3,800, plus 20%, hubris trigger, strength plus 1. 3. Your summoned beast spirit Mingshire monkey, little saint, kills abyssal demon wolf, experience plus 2,800, plus 20%, hubris trigger, strength plus 0. 9. Current level, 16, 67%. In the dome of the sky, Jiang Hao was standing on top of a colorful dragon looking down on the scene below. Although the vast majority of the area was isolated by the abyssal demon mist, to Jiang Hao, who possessed the delusional fire eyes, everything was invisible. Originally, Jiang Hao wanted to deal with one area at a time, but that would be too slow in terms of efficiency. Then he thought of a way to do it in his previous life, and that was air support. Jiang Hao was in charge of searching, Saixia was in charge of transportation and throwing, Little Shang and Fat De were in charge of fighting, while Xiao Shui used her spatial control to pick up Little Shang and Fat De. Team members do their jobs and everyone has a bright future ahead of them. The east has been dealt with. Now it's time to head north. Determining the direction, Jiang Hao rode Saixia to continue flying towards the next abyssal pollution marker. Along the way, Jiang Hao constantly used the delusional fire eyes to look for traces of abyssal creatures, then commanded Saixia and the summoned beasts to strike with precision. As time passed, Jiang Hao and the others killed more and more abyssal creatures, and the red dots on the abyssal detector became less and less. Meanwhile, inside the military camp in the southern part of the city, Guo Feiping was staring anxiously at the abyss detector, looking at the decreasing red dots on it with both surprise and delight. Jiang Hao is too efficient, isn't he? How did he do it? Guo Feiping really couldn't imagine how a person could do that to such an extent. Knowing that the orientation of the abyssal erosion came from all directions, even a fifth-ranked professional wouldn't be able to do it so efficiently. Really amazing guy. Looks like I made the right choice. At this moment, the soldiers fighting in this abyssal contaminated land all discovered a magical scene. Many squads saw a golden divine ape or a thunderous bear descend from the sky, killing all those abyssal creatures in seconds. I'm telling you, that golden divine ape is too damn perverted. The abyssal demon beast that our squad fought for half a day before dropping a single frame of blood. It took a second with a single stick. That's nothing. That thunder giant bear is the one that's awesome. Do you dare to imagine the image of a 10-meter giant bear falling from the sky? Damn, I thought there was an earthquake. Crap. It still sounds like you're a bit of a bully. I seem to have vaguely seen a multicolored divine dragon more than 10 meters big in the sky. Do you guys believe it? Just blow it off. If there's a 5-colored dragon, I'll wash my hair upside down. In the communication channel of the military district, one soldier was sharing what he had seen and heard. The originally tense and incomparable cleanup operation had turned into a fan climbing competition between the golden monkey and the giant bear for a while. After all, the abyssal creatures around them had been cleaned up by either the golden monkeys or the giant bears, and the soldiers who had nothing to do could only gossip in the middle of the military channel, chatting and arguing over the strengths and weaknesses of the two. On the other hand, Jiang Hao above the sky dome was counting his current harvest. Progress of abyssal pollution cleanup, 90%. Your summoned beast spirit bright stone monkey, little saint, kills abyssal troll, experience plus 3000, plus 20%. Hubris trigger, strength plus 1. Congratulations on your upgrade to level 17. Colorful word talent trigger, plus 1 draw count. Woohoo! Another upgrade. Jiang Hao was overjoyed in his heart. This time, when he cleared the abyssal pollution, his experience value directly increased from 67% of level 16 to level 17. It was important to know that every level 16 needed at least tens of thousands of experience value, while Jiang Hao had risen to level 17 just by clearing the abyssal pollution. You can see how rich the experience value is this time. Besides, it didn't even include the nearly 100 abyssal materials in the backpack. Sent. Just when Jiang Hao was revitalized, the abyssal detector in his hand suddenly vibrated violently and issued a warning. Warning! The abyssal creatures here are too powerful. Please leave as soon as possible. Please leave as soon as possible. Please leave as soon as possible. Chapter 76 Exclusive Gold and Red Word, Unyielding Battle Spirit. Battalion Commander's Command Room, South City Military District. Guo Feiping gazed at the few red dots on top of the screen, and his heart was greatly determined. I didn't expect that after 3 days of separation, Jiang Hao nowadays had grown to this point. The vast majority of the abyssal creatures in the city south military region were killed by Jiang Hao. Battalion Commander, look! At that moment, a technician exclaimed, pointing to a rapidly moving red dot on the abyssal detector. Guo Feiping looked in the direction of the staff officer's finger, only to see that the red dot was moving at an alarming speed in the direction of the city's southern military district. This is the Abyssal Demon General. The only ones who could make the abyssal detector sound an alarm were level 40 abyssal demon generals. Guo Feiping's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly picked up his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention all personnel, the abyssal demon general has appeared. Immediately stay away and quickly return to the camp. Only he himself could take down this abyssal demon general now." Afterwards, Guo Feiping took out a 2-meter-long black battle spear, and at that moment, the technician spoke again. "Battalion Commander, look. It seems like someone is rushing towards the abyssal demon general's location. Level 40 abyssal creature detected. Level 40 abyssal creature detected." The red dots on the abyssal detector flashed madly, and the ear-piercing alarms kept echoing in Jiang Hao's ears. Oh wow, level 40? Jiang Hao looked at the red dot in front of the screen that was constantly approaching the point and raised his eyebrows. He hadn't challenged a level 40 abyssal creature yet, so this was the perfect opportunity to try his strength. But first, let's smoke the words. After selecting the extraction object as the little saint, Jiang Hao immediately chanted extraction in his mind. A golden and red light flowed through the little saint's body. Immediately afterward, a card that emitted a vast aura hovered in front of him. Congratulations on your stroke of luck in winning the exclusive gold and red phrase, Unyielding Battle Spirit. Unyielding Battle Spirit, when facing an enemy with a higher level than your own. Damage dealt is increased by 30% and attack power is increased by 20% for every 10% loss of life value, stacking up to 10 levels. Comment, even in this day, I, Lao Sun, will go against. Dig it, it's worthy of an exclusive phrase. Jiang Hao looked at the words in front of him that emitted a bright golden aura. His heart shook. No wonder the great sage can't move without making a fuss here and there, so he was born with a rebellious bone. But with this phrase, Little Saint's combat power would soar another notch. The higher the level, the higher the damage to the object, just in time to deal with the abyssal demon general in front of you. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to bestow unyielding battle intent on the little saint. Instantly, a powerful force erupted within the little saint. A golden red light flashed in its originally golden eyes, and a vast aura emanated from it. Ding! Exclusive golden red word Unyielding Battle Spirit granted success. Mythical Spirit Mingshi Monkey, Little Saint, Legend. Little Saint, let's go! Jiang Hao rode Saisha and flew straight to the direction where the abyssal demon general was. At this moment, the abyss is polluted. As far as the eye could see, it was all densely packed abyssal armies. At the head of the group was an abyssal demon general holding a bone sword, clad in black armor, and standing 10 meters tall. Its scarlet eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light, and its terrifying aura spread across the entire field. Wherever the abyssal demon general went, a pitch-black abyssal gap emerged, and an abyssal creature crawled out from it. Not far from the abyssal demon general, there was a squad of 4 people who were fleeing into the distance while repelling the abyssal creatures around them. It was the 4 Gao Yangs. Originally, there were 5 of them, except that Yang Lin was slashed by that abyssal demon general when he was covering their retreat. Damn it, how could it be so unlucky to run into an abyssal demon general? Battle axe in hand, Gao Yang cleared the abyssal creatures while escaping towards the distance. Gao Yang, what do we do? Blue Smoke's face was pale. They were only less than level 16. Facing this abyssal demon general, she didn't have the slightest resistance at all. What else can we do? Run! Gao Yang gritted his teeth and continued to flee towards the distance. And in front of them were those 2 Tianyan Union professionals. Miss, the Union's branch in Sky City has been notified, but I'm afraid it will take a little more time. The flames in Yan Yufei's hands flourished, blasting away the demonic creatures that blocked in front of him. The Fuyuzhen beside him was even more powerful, and when she raised her hand, the sky full of frost turned the surrounding abyssal creatures into ice sculptures. Compared to Gao Yang and Blue Smoke, the duo were more fluid. Can't beat it. Keep running. Fuyuzhen's clear and cold voice rang out, and her speed increased by a few more points. However, they had ultimately underestimated the speed of this abyssal demon general, only to see a flash of teasing in the black eyes of the abyss demon general that looked like an abyss. And then he landed on all 4 limbs and chased towards Gao Yang's 4 people like a fierce tiger. Roar! The abyssal demon general roared angrily. The bone blade in his hand waved, and a pitch-black blade instantly chopped out. Wherever the blade passed, the earth crumbled and the air shook. Gao Yang and the 4 of them, Fuyuzhen, dodged in a hurry, but they were still hit by the aftershocks of the blade. Put! Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood and his blood bar instantly bottomed out. If it wasn't for his talent and the life-preserving equipment on his body, I'm afraid he would have been a corpse by now. And Yan Yefei and Fuyuzhen were not doing well either. The aftermath of just one attack made their blood bars drop by half. This is definitely not an ordinary level 40 abyssal demon general. A trace of gravity flashed in Fuyuzhen's blue eyes. Abyssal demon generals were similar to human professionals, and were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Generally speaking, one could be called an abyssal demon general after reaching level 40. However, due to the fact that each abyssal demon general had different abilities and talents, it led to differences in their strength. And this abyssal demon general in front of him clearly belonged to the topmost existence among them. What to do? What to do? Blue Smoke had already panicked at this moment. She had never encountered such a powerful enemy before. Go! Fuyuzhen bellowed, dragging Yan Yufei along before continuing to run forward. Seeing this, Gao Yang and Blue Smoke hurriedly followed. Humph! Want to run? The abyssal demon general snorted coldly as his speed increased once again, catching up with the four of them in the blink of an eye. Die! The bone blade in the abyssal demon general's hand swung out once again, and an even more terrifying blade slashed out. Under the shroud of the blade's awnings, the four people simply had nowhere to run. It's over. Blue Smoke closed her eyes in despair. However, the pain and wailing did not come. When Blue Smoke opened her eyes again, she saw that the four of them were still standing safe and sound, and that abyssal demon general was already nowhere to be found. Am I dreaming? While Blue Smoke was wondering, a sound similar to the sound of a mirror breaking rang out, only to see that not far from the four of them, a bone blade cut through the space in front of them. Along with the shattering of the spatial confinement, the figure of the abyssal demon general reappeared. Who's up to this? Tell this devil. However, the only thing that responded to it was a figure that fell from the sky. Chapter 77 Demon Generals Can Still Be Summoned? 5 Elements Control cleared the entire field, only to see a divine ape wearing a golden red battle armor and holding a blood-black long stick descend from the sky, smashing into the abyssal demon general like a meteorite. Roar! The abyssal demon general roared up to the sky, his bone blade dancing in his hand as he met the golden divine ape. Boo! With a loud sound, the golden god ape stick and the abyssal demon general's bone blade collided together fiercely. Terrifying energy aftershocks swept through the 8 directions, shattering the surrounding abyssal creatures to pieces. The 4 were sent flying backwards by the aftershock, landing heavily on the ground. Good strong. Gao Yang climbed up with great difficulty and looked at the figure of the golden divine ape fighting with the abyssal demon general. His heart was shaken. He had never seen such a powerful being. Blue Smoke, on the other hand, was staring tightly at the golden divine ape, a strange light flowing from her eyes. She felt that there seemed to be something familiar about that golden divine ape. On the other side, Jiang Hao rode a colorful haze suspended in midair, watching both sides of the fierce battle below. The void fire eyes quietly opened, and the abyssal demon general's information was unobstructed by him. Abyssal demon general, level 41, rank medium demon general, power 4700, body mass 4700, speed 4700, spirit 4700, skills abyssal erosion LVE 6, super rank, bone blade mastery LVE 6, high rank, abyssal summoning LVE 5, super rank, abyssal chopping LVE 4, super rank. Introduction: a powerful demon general who rules over a side of the abyss, powerful and not to be underestimated. I can't believe you're still summoning? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, not expecting this abyssal demon general to have such tactics, and right at that moment, the abyssal demon general, as if sensing Little Saint's difficulty, thrust the bone blade in his hand into the ground. Valiant and fearless knights of the abyss, answer me, loyal to the call of the Lord of the Abyss. As the abyssal demon general's incantation fell, a pitch-black abyssal gap appeared around the battlefield. Then, an abyssal knight armed with a sharp blade and clad in black armor crawled out from the gap in the abyss. Although these abyssal knights were only around level 25, there were hundreds of them, and among them, there were even abyssal demons that Jiang Hao had just killed. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded towards the little saint. Above the sky, Jiang Hao saw the scene and laughed coldly in his heart. Trying to overwhelm in numbers? Saixia, it's your turn to perform. Saixia received Jiang Hao's order and looked up to the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds above the sky dome changed, and a multicolored haze enveloped the entire field. 5 elements control. Quality, mythic. Type, skill. Level, 4. Skill effect, controls all elements. Inflicts devastating damage on all surrounding targets. The more targets the higher the damage, and stuns for 1 second at the same time. Skill description, mythical 5 elements Sky Dragon exclusive skill. 5 elements elemental power control. A chain of elements extended out from Saixia, instantly enveloping all the surrounding abyssal creatures. Boom! With a loud bang, the multicolored haze instantly exploded, and a terrifying elemental storm swept through the 8 directions. The abyssal knights were blown to pieces by the elemental storm before they could even get close to Little Saint. Even the powerful abyssal demon general was shaken back several steps by this elemental storm, and even his blood bar dropped by half. What kind of skill is this? Gao Yang looked at the elemental storm that covered the sky and was horrified. He had never seen such a powerful skill before. In that moment, he even felt like he was facing the might of heaven and earth. Fu Yuzhen and Yen Yufei were also shocked. They felt that the quality of that skill just now had far exceeded the super rank, and at that moment, it was as if that abyssal demon general had triggered some sort of mechanism, and his body was enveloped by the pitch-black power of the abyss, and his aura became even more powerful. Roar! the Abyssal Demon General let out a deafening roar, the bone blade in his hand raised high. Abyssal Chop! The Abyssal Demon General swung down the bone sword in his hand, and a pitch-black blade instantly cut out. Wherever the blade passed, space seemed to be torn apart, and a powerful pressure enveloped the entire field. Roar! The little saint bellowed and waved his blood-colored long stick to meet him. Boom! The two attacks ruthlessly collided together, and a terrifying energy aftermath swept through the 8 directions once again. The little saint was shaken and flew backward several steps, while the Abyssal Demon General also took dozens of steps back. However, a tiny crack appeared on the bone blade in the Abyssal Demon General's hand. After possessing the unyielding battle intent, the little saint's power was already no weaker than an Abyssal Demon General just by turning on the fighting law. Buzz! In the next moment, the Do Shang domain plus Undying Do Shang were launched at the same time, while the Abyssal Demon General's 4-dimensional attributes were instantly cut by 50%. Little Saint's 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed at the same time. There is a slight shortfall in attributes, but the difference is no longer significant. Besides, Jiang Hao didn't intend to fight alone. Roar! Another roar rang out, only to see a lightning giant bear holding a huge hammer descend from the sky, and the colorful haze above the sky dome condensed a multicolored divine light and blasted towards the Abyssal Demon General. The little saint was even more preemptive, transforming into a golden stream of light. 5 elements spit. Thunderclap. Fighting Saint Stick Technique. The 3 summoned beasts simultaneously attacked the Abyssal Demon General. The 5 elemental torrents, the Thunder Giant Hammer, and the Golden and Red Stick Shadow, all converged together at this moment, bombarding the Abyssal Demon General like a torrent of destruction. The Abyssal Demon General roared angrily, the bone blade in his hand waving crazily as he fended off the attacks of the 3 summoned beasts. However, Little Saint's unyielding battle spirit got stronger and stronger the more he fought. Fat Da's thunderclap was even more violent, and Saisha's 5 elements spitting breath was even more terrifying. The attacks of the 3 summoned beasts fell on the Abyssal Demon General like a storm, causing it to be unable to catch its breath at all. Roar! The Abyssal Demon General let out a miserable scream as the bone blade in his hand finally couldn't support itself and broke into 2. Immediately afterward, its huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, turning into a puddle of broken flesh. Ding! Kill Abyssal Demon General experience plus 16,000, plus 20%. Obtained equipment Abyssal Bone Knife, Platinum. Acquisition of material Abyssal General Bone. Jiang Hao let out a long breath, finally resolving this Abyssal Demon General. Looking at the experience bar jumping up by half, Jiang Hao was also quite satisfied. I didn't expect that my current self would already be able to defeat a level 40 Abyssal Demon General. How many days had it taken to transfer? And just when Jiang Hao felt that the curtain had fallen on everything, a terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire field. The next moment, an abyssal gap that made Jiang Hao's heart palpitate appeared in front of him. It was important to realize that he was in the middle of a high altitude, and the abyssal gap looked like it was coming for him. Jia Jia. A chilling voice came from the gap in the abyss. As the gap between the abyss continued to expand, a figure clad in a skeleton hat and holding a black staff stepped out from the gap between the abyss. The Abyss. Demon King? Chapter 78 Demon King's Domain. The second stage of the Abyssal Demon King. Through the delusional fire eyes, Jiang Hao was able to see the information of this Abyssal Demon King in front of him. The Devil's Abyss. Projection. Rank. King. Level. 65. Power. 90. 000. Physique. 90. 000. Speed. 90. 000. Spirit. 95. 000. Skills. Abyssal Erosion LVE. 10. Divine Rank. Abyssal Summoning LVE. 9. Super Rank. Abyssal Confinement LVE. 7. Super Rank. Abyssal Domination LVE. 6. Divine Rank. Introduction. One of the 10 Kings of the Abyss, ruling over a side of the Abyss, with terrifying strength and cruel means. Jiang Hao looked at the Abyssal Demon King projection in front of him, and his heart was shaken. Level 65 Abyssal Demon King. What the is there to play with? A random breath could kill Jiang Hao in seconds. Jia Jia Jia. Devil Abyss let out a chilling sardonic laugh and teased. I didn't expect a weak human to grow so fast. I can't believe I'm a little reluctant to kill you. I have decided to give you a chance. As long as you submit to me, I will grant you endless power and make you the overlord of this continent. For Devil Abyss, Jiang Hao's talent was not bad, so if he could be taken in as a devil ambassador and devour him after utilizing him, there might be unexpected gains. Jiang Hao laughed coldly in his heart as he looked at the hypocritical Devil Yuan in front of him. How could he submit to such an evil being? Maybe this Abyssal Demon King was thinking right now, how to drain himself of his value. I'm sorry, I refuse, Jiang Hao said decisively. Blue Star and the Abyss were incompatible, and there was no way he would ever defect to the enemy. Oh, still seems hardcore? There was a hint of surprise in Devil Yuan's tone, as if he didn't expect Jiang Hao to refuse so decisively. Very well, in that case, to hell with you. As soon as Devil Abyss words fell, a pitch-black devil spear appeared in his hand. Above the demonic spear, it emanated a rich abyssal aura, as if it came from the nine hells. Die! Devil Abyss roared angrily, and the devil spear in his hand instantly stabbed out. A pitch-black gun main cut through the void, heading straight for Jiang Hao. Posed, facing the whistling magic gun, Jiang Hao directly put away all the summoned beasts and chose to swing. Anyway, he still had rebirth by fire, and he was a good man again in 18 seconds. And just when Jiang Hao thought that he was finally able to experience death once, he suddenly felt a change in front of his eyes. When he reacted, he realized that Lin Xuan, who was holding a silver spear, was protecting himself against the attack of the demonic spear. Good boy. You even messed with the Abyssal Demon King? Only a dazzling white light suddenly erupted from Lin Xuan's long spear, instantly crushing the demonic abyss attack. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, was shaken back dozens of steps, his breath slightly disorganized. Obviously, that strike just now had not consumed him much either. Mayor Lin? Jiang Hao shouted with some excitement. Actually, you just didn't have to. Cut the crap and get out of here. Lin Xuan grabbed Jiang Hao's shoulder and disappeared in an instant. Trying to run? Only to see Devil Abyss 5 fingers close together. The power of the abyss surged, and the surrounding space was completely imprisoned in an instant. The two of them, Lin Xuan and Jiang Hao, instantly appeared in front of the Devil Abyss again. Asterisk. These demon kings are playing with this domain power again. Lin Xuan also gave up the idea of escaping when he saw that he couldn't. Kid, wait and hide away from me and see the invincible valor of my old man. Lin Xuan's body blossomed with silver aura around him, and in the blink of an eye, he was clad in a silver and white battle armor. At this moment, this level 65 professional no longer kept a low profile. A pointless struggle. The demon realm. As Devil Abyss let out a low drink, a pitch-black ink-like space instantly enveloped a 10-mile radius. Within the domain, the Devil Abyss's aura climbed upward to a terrifying level. Is this the Abyssal Demon King? What a powerful force. Jiang Hao stood on the side, feeling the terrifying abyssal aura within the demonic abyss domain, his heart shaking. One was still a ways away from being truly strong, but it didn't seem like a lot. Gun and shield. The silver spear in Lin Xuan's hand danced crazily, turning into a silver light shield, protecting Jiang Hao behind him. Devil Abyss stared at Lin Xuan with an icy gaze, the devil gun in his hand pointing at Jiang Hao. Kid, you've successfully angered me. Devil Abyss's voice was icy cold, and the devil gun in his hand was instantly thrown out, heading straight for Jiang Hao. Lin Xuan's face changed slightly in the face of the whistling demonic gun. Kid, hide away. Lin Xuan roared. The silver spear in his hand turned into a stream of light and met the devil spear. Boom! The two lances collided in mid-air, erupting into a deafening roar. Terrifying energy aftershocks swept through the 8 directions, shocking the surrounding space into distortion. Lin Xuan was shocked and flew backwards, and the silver spear in his hand even came out of his hand. And although Devil Abyss's devil gun was also sent flying backwards by the shock, it was quickly recalled into his hands. What power! Lin Xuan stabilized his stance and a trace of gravity flashed in his eyes. Even if it was only a projection, its strength was still not to be underestimated. After all, the true body of the Abyssal Demon King was as high as level 90. Mayor Lin, hold it off for another 40 seconds. Jiang Hao's voice came from behind. Through the delusional fire eyes, Jiang Hao realized that this demonic abyss's blood bar had been dropping. He immediately understood that in order to support the power of the domain, the power of the Abyssal Demon King projection in front of him could not be maintained for much longer. Jiang Hao then immediately summoned the little saint. Buzz! The mythic domain, plus, Doshang domain, instantly spread, and Lin Xuan only felt his 4-dimensional attributes suddenly soar. Dig it! What kind of skill is that? Even the legendary Holy Spirit Guards, who were known for their supporting abilities, didn't have such an exaggerated increase, did they? However, that wasn't all. Through the mythological domain, Jiang Hao immediately copied the Doshang domain. With the triple increase stacked on top of each other, Lin Xuan only felt that he was stronger than ever. If you have the skill and don't use it early, let alone 40 seconds, if you can't kill him in 30 seconds, I'll give you the entire mayor's treasure trove. Lin Xuan's battle spirit was high at the moment, and before Lin Xuan could react, the little saint who had opened the Undying Fighting Saint instantly burst out. Ignorant! Devil Abyss eyes were filled with disdain when he saw a level 17 summoned beast dare to attack him. With a casual wave of the bone staff in his hand, a pitch-black ball of light whistled toward the little saint. Boom! In a flash of lightning, a golden light shield coalesced in front of little sage, resisting the pitch-black ball of light as much as possible. How is that possible? For the first time, this abyssal demon king's state of mind fluctuated. Knowing that he was able to kill a level 60 professional with a single random strike, how could this level 17 summoned beast possibly resist? But little sage didn't give him a chance to think about it much. Fighting battle technique, plus unyielding battle spirit, instantly exploded. The abyssal devil stick steeply transformed into a pillar of blood-colored light and blasted straight towards the devil abyss. Minus 450,300. Scarlet numbers floated above demon abyss head, instantly causing this abyssal demon king's bloodstain to drop by half. Lin Chuan saw the opportunity and even followed with his silver spear in hand. At this moment, this mayor of Tiancheng City no longer hid his clumsiness, and his sixth order gun technique poured out. The stormy gun shadows pushed straight into the devil's abyss. Although the devil's abyss was strong, the four-dimensional attributes were suppressed by half at the same time. Originally, Lin Chuan, who was still able to suppress the level 65 Lin Chuan in a single battle, now with the domain and mythic increase, the battle was completely tilted to the other side. Foolish human race, you have succeeded in enraging me. Along with demonic abyss's roar, the surrounding space began to tremble continuously, and a blood mist completely enveloped demonic abyss. P.S. If you guys reading this like it, you can add it to your bookshelf. The author has already started to save up his manuscripts, and next month, without much BB, he will directly explode. Chapter 79 Collector Must Kill Rule. And Devil Abyss's aura also began to climb at this moment, actually breaking through the level 65 limit. The blood mist dispersed, and a figure clad in a blood robe with wings on its back and holding a blood-colored demonic spear appeared. Level 68. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the Devil Abyss, Lin Chuan's pupils shrank. I didn't realize that this abyssal demon king projection had a second form, and that its strength had directly increased to level 68. Humans, you have angered me. I will break you into pieces. Devil Abyss voice was filled with anger and killing intent. He was one of the 10 kings of the Abyss, but he was forced to such a state by 2 humans weaker than him. If it were to be rumored, it would surely be laughed at by the other demon kings, but it was also a testament to that summoner's terrifying talent. With demonic abyss's rank and grade, normal domain weakening would be ineffective against him at all, but this person's domain was able to ignore any rank gap. This indicated that the opponent's domain was of extremely high quality, even surpassing his own demonic abyss domain. If he was allowed to grow, it would be a huge threat to the entire abyss. Devil Abyss instantly targeted Jiang Hao. He decided to cut down this human summoner first. Die! Devil Abyss swung the blood-colored devil spear in his hand, and a blood-colored spear main instantly stabbed out. Wherever the spear passed through, space was torn apart, and the terrifying might caused Jiang Hao to feel suffocated. And just when the gunblade was about to hit Jiang Hao, a dark green barrier appeared, isolating the gunblade. World Tree's Shelter trigger will gain an immunity shield when attacked with certain death, and increase the summoned beast's damage by 100%. How could it be? How could you possibly have the power of the World Tree? Devil Abyss roared as if he had seen a ghost. Mayor Lin, are you able to immobilize this abyssal demon king for a second? Jiang Hao ignored the defense-breaking Devil Abyss and instead took advantage of the invincibility time to ask Lin Chuan. 1 second. Can. Lin Chuan immediately nodded his head. As soon as the words fell, the silver spear in Lin Chuan's hand shone brightly. Gun soul awakening. In an instant, the silver aura around Lin Chuan skyrocketed, transforming into a silver stream of light, instantly spanning a distance of tens of meters and appearing in front of the Devil's Abyss. Seal the sky and lock the earth. Lin Chuan roared, and the silver spear in his hand transformed into a silver chain, instantly binding the Devil Abyss. Roar! Devil Abyss roared angrily and struggled madly. However, Lin Chuan's heaven sealing lock was unbreakable, and no matter how much he struggled, he could not break free. Little Saint, unleash the rule of certain death. Under the detection of the void fire eyes, Demon Abyss's blood level had fallen to 10%, and it was already within the Collector's second kill range. Roar! The Little Saint roared, his aura climbing up. Fighting warfare, plus unyielding battle spirit, plus rule of certain death. Under the superimposition of the 3 increase effects, the Little Saint's power reached a terrifying level. As the blood-colored long stick in Little Saint's hand swung down, a pillar of blood-colored light instantly penetrated through Devil Abyss's heart. Minus 999,999. A shocking damage number floated up from the top of Devil's Abyss head. How is this? How is this possible? Devil Yuan's eyes were wide with disbelief. He was an abyssal demon king projection, but he was killed in seconds by a level 17 summoned beast? No. As Devil Abyss let out an unwilling roar, his body instantly burst into pieces and dissipated into a sky of blood mist in the air. Ding! Kill Abyssal Demon King Projection, level 68, experience plus 160, 000, plus 20%. Your summoned beast spirit Brightstone Monkey, Little Saint, kills Demon Abyss, Remnant, Hubris Trigger, strength plus 45. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up to 18. Infinite Colorful Word Talent Trigger, plus 1 word extraction. Material acquired, Heart of the Abyssal Demon King, 1/4. Acquire material Abyssal Magic Crystal, Epic. Acquisition of props Abyssal Ghost Mask, Epic. Congratulations on your achievement Abyssal Thousand Demon Slash. Abyssal Thousand Demon Slash, a congratulatory gift for the warrior who slays 1,000 creatures of the Abyss. Unlocked to deal 10% more damage to creatures of the Abyss and plus 10% more damage immunity. Jiang Hao let out a long breath, finally resolving this Abyssal Demon King projection. Although it was only a projection, its strength had already reached the level of a high-ranking Demon King. If the Little Saint didn't possess the rule of certain death, I'm afraid that Jiang Hao would have to use the fire bath once this time. Little Saint, hard work. Jiang Hao stroked the Little Saint's head and complimented him. Roar! The Little Saint gave a happy cry, expressing his joy to Jiang Hao. And right at that moment, Lin Chuan also retrieved his lance and coughed out a mouthful of blood directly after landing. Mayor Lin, are you okay? Jiang Hao rushed forward to help Lin Chuan. It's fine. It's just that casting the gun Soul Awakening with full power consumes a bit too much. Lin Chuan waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. But, you kid can do it. To be able to kill a projection Demon King in seconds. He felt that the intensity of that golden monkey strike just now was far beyond his imagination. It's just luck. Jiang Hao smiled modestly. Don't pretend to be modest, you kid. Lin Chuan patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. It's the first time I've seen a talent like yours after living for so long. However, you also have to be careful. Your talent is too demonic. It will inevitably attract some people's covetousness. Well, I know. Jiang Hao nodded solemnly. He understood that Lin Chuan's reminder was justified. His own talent was too demonic and was destined to attract the attention of some people. Besides, someone has already moved ahead. Jiang Hao looked at the 4 people who fell unconscious on the ground. The redhead among them stood out. After thinking about it, Jiang Hao called out Little Snow. Put a space marker on that redhead. Yuki nodded and then spatially tagged Gao Yang. After finishing, Jiang Hao asked Lin Chuan, who was still resting at the side. By the way, Mayor Lin, do you know how the Abyssal Demon King descended? I'm not really sure. Lin Chuan shook his head. However, my guess is that someone should have summoned the Abyssal Demon King's projection. After all, the true body of the Abyssal Demon King can't descend. But if someone collects the summoning medium, they will that summon a projection. Summoning? Jiang Hao frowned. This was a troublesome matter. The descent of the Abyssal Demon King's projection must have required a specific ceremony or medium. It was obvious that today, the Devil's Abyss had come specifically to kill himself. Is it possible that there is a traitor among the human race? It seems that in the future, one has to be careful. But you don't have to worry. This kind of summoning is very power-consuming, and in a short period of time, the Abyssal Demon King projection can't descend. Marred, if I let my labor know who opened the summoning ceremony, I'll have to kill him. Lin Chuan cursed. If it wasn't for Jiang Hao this time, I'm afraid that all of Tiandu City would be in danger. After all, who knew when the supporting powerhouses would arrive? Battalion Commander, there's someone over there. Come on, medic. At that moment, the soldiers from the military district in the south of the city also arrived. Seeing the unconscious professionals on the ground, he immediately went forward to check the situation, and at that moment, an abrupt voice rang out from among a group of soldiers. WC, 8 God, Chapter 80, Soaring Military Merit, Silver Medal. Only a soldier from the city's southern military region looked incredulously at Little Saint, who was leaning against a tree and closing his eyes. WC, it's really 8 God. The 8 God is here. Why is Thunder Bear missing? For a while, the soldiers of the city's south military region even forgot about the work at hand and looked at Little Saint. Nowadays, Xiao Shang and Fat De were known to no one in the military region. After all, the vast majority of the soldiers had been saved by Little Saint and Fat De in dealing with this abyssal erosion. What are you arguing about here? Don't help the injured yet. A third-ranked professional stepped out quickly and scolded in a stern voice. Only then did the soldiers reluctantly withdraw their gaze and deal with the wounded in front of them. And at that moment, That third-ranked professional unexpectedly came to Little Saint quickly and took out a photo. Ape, big guy, can't you not give an autograph? He also thought of Little Saint as, well, a certain powerful person in the military region with a shape-shifting profession. Not sure why the big man liked to stay in his shifted form, but it didn't stop him from admiring it. After all, the figure that descended from the sky and killed the fourth-ranked abyssal demon with a single stick had been deeply imprinted in his heart, and it was his goal to become such a strong man. Jiang Hao was also momentarily speechless when he saw this image, and the Little Saint happened to cast an inquiring glance. After all, it felt quite strange for a monkey life to encounter a fan for the first time. Sign one for him. Jiang Hao laughed. The Little Saint sniffed and nodded, imprinting a paw print on that picture. Thank you very much. After obtaining Little Saint's first signature, the unsmiling third-ranked professional revealed a smile for the first time. Now that's something to brag about in front of the other captains. Holy, boss, aren't you cheating? A member of the team, seeing that his own captain had actually taken advantage of the opportunity, immediately stopped what he was doing and quickly stepped in front of Little Saint. Biggie, I want an autograph too. So what started out as a tight and organized rescue operation turned into a fan meeting? Unconscious 4, are you guys polite? Kid, you're famous this time. Lin Chuan, who had recovered, patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. Say, how the hell did you raise a summoned beast? 1 rank killing 6 ranks. I can't even dream of that. Just now, Lin Chuan's role was still more of a control, while the output was basically played by Little Saint. Seeing the image of Little Sage battling the Demon King Demon Abyss, not to mention these soldiers, even he, Lin Chuan, almost knelt down for Little Sage. Jiang Hao scratched his head. He's wondering whether to say just have hands or practice more if you're a vegetable. But if you say that, you won't get your ass kicked, will you? Thinking seriously for a moment, Jiang Hao humbly said, is there a possibility that that Demon King isn't very strong? Lin Chuan, Blanche, don't bother with you perverts. Jiang Hao didn't care about Lin Chuan's cursing, but asked, by the way Mayor Lin, how much military credit will I be able to get this time? He himself had at least defeated the Demon King's void and cleared the vast majority of the abyssal creatures, tens of thousands of them at any rate. Military merit, I'm afraid it's quite a lot. Lin Chuan speculated, even able to get a silver medal. What? Jiang Hao's eyes widened. The silver medal. That's a medal you'd only get if you made a huge contribution to the abyssal erosion. Moreover, in the entire Sky City, the number of people who possessed the silver medal could be counted on one hand. Both the status and the benefits far exceed those of the bronze medal. You kid, you've made a big feat this time. Lin Chuan laughed. Not only did you complete the mission, but you also solved an abyssal demon king projection. That's a lot more credit than dealing with abyssal erosion. So, that isn't able to exchange a lot of high-level materials? Jiang Hao asked. That's natural. Lin Chuan nodded. As long as you have enough military honors, you'll even be able to exchange some legendary grade props. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. The treasures in the military merit exchange system had been on his mind for a long time. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry back and resume your duties. Saying that, he didn't care if Lin Chuan had recovered or not, tugging on his arm and rushing towards the military camp, the main camp of the military region in the south of the city. Guo Feiping looked at the densely packed numbers on the data panel and fell into deep thought. When he saw the level 65 Abyssal Demon King at the top, he finally managed to break his defense. It's human he eats directly. National Battalion Commander. Have I calculated this military honor yet? Jiang Hao urged from the side. He hadn't rested for 2 days in a row. The day after tomorrow is the college entrance exam, and he has to get some rest. But how come I haven't seen Sister Lu Jia lately? Oh, sorry, got caught up in looking. Guo Feiping came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled up Jiang Hao's military achievement data. Jiang Hao, for this operation to deal with abyssal pollution, you killed a total of 184 abyssal creatures, including only 166 abyssal creatures of the first order and above, and 15 abyssal creatures of the third order and above. In addition, you killed 2 level 41 abyssal demon generals, and a level 65 abyssal demon king projection. Speaking here, Guo Feiping paused for a moment. He really didn't know how to describe Jiang Hao's battle record. According to the military merit calculation formula, your military merit this time is 50,000. 50,000. Before Jiang Hao could say anything, Lin Chuan on the side roared instead. Damn it, the military merits accumulated by the laborers until now are only 80,000. How long has it been since this kid had 50,000? It's a real people pleaser. Mainly Jiang Hao not only killed a lot, but also for the percentage of cleaning up the abyssal pollution and the number of rescuing soldiers. Guo Feiping explained. In fact, it was the first time even he had seen that someone was able to get so much military honors at the first rank. Moreover, with Jiang Hao's merit in this operation, it's enough to get a silver medal. Guo Feiping continued. The matter of a high school student having a silver medal is an unprecedented event. At this time, Jiang Hao suddenly said, what's the use of the silver medal? Boy, the silver medallion can be of great use. After you have the silver medal, you will be able to exchange items in the military merit system at a 20% discount, and you will also be able to mobilize a squad of third-order professionals. Guo Feiping explained the usefulness of the silver medals for Jiang Hao one by one. All in all, it's a silver medal, incredibly rare and incredibly hard to come by. Afterward, Guo Feiping took out a silver-white medal and handed it to Jiang Hao. This silver medal is emblazoned with a lifelike eagle with its wings spread. In the future, when others inquire about your military achievements, just flash the silver medal and others will not question your strength. Guo Feiping said. Thank you, State Battalion Commander. Jiang Hao received the silver medal and solemnly put it away. And after receiving the silver medal, a beep sounded. Congratulations on unlocking the title of merit. Current title, Silver Rising Star. P.S. Please add bookshelves and free hypes to keep the author motivated to explode. Thanks. Chapter 81, Drawing the Exclusive Gold and Red Word Ancient Battle Spirit. Back at home, Jiang Hao had wanted to sleep for the first time, but when I thought that I had one more chance at word extraction, I was still going to extract the word first. Who to bind this time? Looking at the summoned beasts each playing around in front of him, Jiang Hao fell into deep thought. Little Sage, Saixia and Yuki have it all. Fada. Then, making up his mind, Jiang Hao immediately selected the extraction object as Fatde. Little Buzz. This time, without waiting for Jiang Hao's reminder, Xiao Shui had already naturally opened destiny control for Jiang Hao. Kinda self-conscious, Jiang Hao muttered a sentence, and then started extracting words, accompanied by a thought. The familiar pillar of seven-colored light once again appeared in his eyes. A purple rune flowed through Fat Da's body, accompanied by a low chanting sound. In the next moment, a card emitting an ancient aura hovered in front of Jiang Hao. Congratulations on your stroke of luck. Drawing the exclusive gold and red phrase Ancient War Spirit. Ancient War Soul, exclusive words for the Jiuli War Beast. Awakening the ancient Jiuli War Soul, dramatically increasing the summoned beast's strength, physique, and speed, and granting the summoned beast the power of the ancient Jiuli War Soul. Evaluation, Jiuli War Spirit, invincible and invincible. It feels a bit like a return to what's going on. Jiang Hao looked at the card in front of him that gave off an ancient aura, and his heart was shocked. Exclusive gold and red phrases, and they were also phrases that could drastically increase the strength, constitution, and speed of summoned beasts, which was like a godsend for Fat De. If unyielding battle intent was Little Saint's exclusive phrase, then ancient battle spirit was tailor-made for Fat De. Not bad for an exclusive phrase. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to bestow the ancient battle spirit on Fat De. In an instant, a powerful force erupted within Fat De. Its originally white and fat body began to swell, and the hair on its body became denser, as a dazzling light erupted from a pair of tiger eyes. Ding! Exclusive golden red word ancient battle spirit empowerment success, mythic 9 Dawn War Beast, Fat D, legend. Roar! Fat D raised his head to the sky and a monstrous battle intent swept out from within his body, and the air around him was shaken by it. Jiang Hao was able to clearly observe that Fat Da's four-dimensional attributes were boosted by 80. Not only that, there was an additional ancient aura on Fat Day, as if he was possessed by a battle spirit from an ancient battlefield. Is this the power of an ancient battle spirit? Jiang Hao muttered. The shock in his heart knew no bounds. Ding! Your summoned beast, Jiuli War Beast, Fat Day, is exceptionally gifted and has comprehended a brand new skill, Ancient Descent. Ancient Descent, stimulate the power of the ancient bloodline, summoning the ancient Jiuli War Spirit to possess the body, dramatically increasing the summoned beast's strength, physique, spirit, and speed for 60 seconds with a cooldown time of 300 seconds. That is to say, Fat D can now summon the ancient 9 lives to possess him? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. After all, the bloodline that Fat D possessed was a Jiuli War Beast, but in the ancient times, not every Jiuli War Beast was that powerful. There is only one of a large race that can become a chi mount. Jiang Hao guessed that ancient Jiuli War Soul might be the most powerful existence among the Jiuli War Beasts. It was a pity that the conditions didn't allow it now. Otherwise Jiang Hao really wanted to see the skill Ancient Descent. Never mind, we'll wait for the entrance exams to see if we have a chance to use it. But before that, Jiang Hao immediately clicked on the military honor exchange system interface. and then put it in front of Fat Day. Fat Day. Pick the materials you need and forge an exclusive set of equipment for Little Saint and the others. If you don't have enough points, you can then put some unused abyssal materials and equipment up for redemption. Jiang Hao had completely handed over the heavy responsibility of forging equipment to Fat Day. After all, Fat Day was now a high-ranked forger, definitely much stronger than a layman like him. Is there a set for each person? Master, it seems that there is some lack of time. Fat Da's naive voice rang out. It's fine. I can do a few sets before the college entrance exam. It doesn't matter about time or anything. Jiang Hao waved his hand, signaling it to play as it pleased, and then he fell back to sleep after eating some random food himself. When Jiang Hao went to sleep, the two beasts and the two of them picked in front of the screen. Little Sage, second brother. For a weapon, I want a red golden baguette, preferably one that can carry a body shape changing function. Yuki, I don't have any requirements, just look good, preferably white. Saisha, give me some armor and a giant sword. I want to try melee combat. Earlier, Jiang Hao had wanted to design for them himself, but on second thought, Little Sage, they are not low in spirituality, and are even ridiculously high. At the same time, they are also the most aware of their condition and the equipment they designed to work best. Faced with a host of requests, Chubby Tad didn't balk, habitually pulling out his black and white glasses to record the individual requests in a small panda notebook. Today, Einstein. Fat online. One night passed. It was only at 10 o'clock noon the next day that Jiang Hao got up from his bed in a daze. This time he specifically didn't let Yuki wake him up just to get a good night's sleep. Even if the college entrance exam was tomorrow, Jiang Hao didn't feel any pressure at all. Although the high school entrance exams for professionals in this world didn't have to test for cultural knowledge either. Strange, why is it so quiet? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised, so he stepped out of the room. When he pushed open the door, he saw Yuki and Saisha each holding a book and reading it, and from time to time, they let out bursts of giggles. Overbearing president's flirtatious stepford wife. Female emperor's invincible daily life. I'm ing. Seeing the title of the book, Jiang Hao almost didn't swallow his breath. What are you guys looking at this for? Jiang Hao was somewhat speechless. Xiao Shui patted the books in her hands and laughed. Master, there is a lot of useful knowledge in these books. We are learning. Knowledge? Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. Learning how to fake a punch in the face? Right. Saisha also nodded her head in a hurry. Master, this book has so much to say about how to be a good empress, and how to gain the adoration of a peerless powerhouse. I feel it's very useful. Jiang Hao, can't control it at all. Forget it, whatever. Jiang Hao chose to release it, and then opened his military honor exchange system. When you enter the system, you see the striking red numbers at the bottom. Remaining military merit, 103. Nice guy, left me so much, as he thought, but one earns military honors for them as well, and one is fine with that. Besides, you will soon have a new treasure in your own pocket. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao dialed a number. The caller was quickly connected. Kid, why are you calling me if you're not preparing for the entrance exam? That, Mayor Lin. Have you forgotten something? Lin Chuan on the other end of the phone clearly froze for a moment, a few tremors in his voice. No, right? It's okay, soon you'll remember. Chapter 82 Special Props, Mirror of Empty Minds. The mayor's office, Tiandu City. Holy, this won't work. Wait, can we change it? I'll be damned. You kids save one for me. Jiang Hao used his windy position to dodge Lin Chuan's interference while searching Lin Chuan's treasure trove. Mayor Lin, you have to be willing to gamble. You're the mayor. How can you do something that goes back on your word? Jiang Hao yanked over the crystal that was protected in Lin Chuan's hands. Lava Spirit Crystals. Quality, epic. Route dropped by Flame Lords of the Sixth Order. Description: crystals containing powerful fire energy that can be used to forge fire equipment or enhance fire abilities. Jiang Hao looked at the Lava Spirit Crystal in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. This was a forging material for the little sage, and he had gone through a lot of effort to gouge it out of Lin Chuan's hands. Kid, you've pretty much scavenged me today. Lin Chuan looked at the spirit crystals in Jiang Hao's hand with a face of flesh pain, which was his savings for many years. Damn it, why did he mouth off that day, saying something about giving away the treasure trove if he didn't solve the Abyssal Demon King within 30 seconds? He was just talking casually, but he didn't expect this brat to actually write it down and even record it. Mayor Lin, don't have a black face. At least you can brag to the outside world that you defeated an Abyssal Demon King. Jiang Hao snorted while putting the lava spirit crystal into his spatial backpack. Hiss, doesn't seem to be a no-no. Lin Chuan sniffed, his brows revealing a few moments of thought. A professional of less than the 2nd rank defeating an abyssal demon beast of nearly the 7th rank. I'm afraid no one would believe it if it was spread out. Why didn't I think of that? Kid, quickly bring over the abyssal demon king's heart you obtained earlier. I want to borrow it. Jiang Hao didn't procrastinate and casually threw a crystal that emitted dark demonic light into Lin Xuan's hand. It's called a heart, but it has the appearance of a pebble. After Lin Xuan obtained the abyssal demon king's heart, he immediately pulled out his cell phone to take a few selfies. He was then seen picking up his cell phone with both hands and tapping away at the keyboard as a big battle was about to ensue. Jiang Hao couldn't empathize with this middle-aged uncle. Instead, he continued to scavenge through the treasure trove. Ha! This is... Jiang Hao's eyes were suddenly attracted to a mirror in the corner of the treasure vault. He stepped forward and scrutinized the mirror. Only 7 colored light flowed above the mirror, which looked extremely mysterious. Special props, the realm of the imaginary. Quality, epic. Skill, imaginary battle when opened. You can enter a special copy space and be able to fight against your own imagined opponents, regardless of the strength of the imagined opponents, which will be extremely high in fidelity. Remarks, it requires a certain amount of mental energy to use, and can only be used by a single person. And you will be rewarded with a certain amount of experience after defeating your opponent. My god, this thing is against the odds, Jiang Hao exclaimed. He had previously thought about how to raise the strength of the little sage in them, but he didn't expect this mirror to be delivered to his door. Even if you're able to simulate a match, there's even an experience bonus. Jiang Hao subconsciously glanced at Lin Xuan, who was still frantically tapping on his cell phone. Clearly the battle has developed to a critical point. Jiang Hao patted the non-existent dust around the mirror. It looks like this mirror of empty thoughts hasn't been used for a long time. Since that's the case, I can only reluctantly accept it. After receiving the mirror of empty thoughts, Jiang Hao also felt that it was almost time. Even if he really emptied the treasure trove, Lin Xuan shouldn't say anything. However, Jiang Hao still understands the truth that it is better to leave a thread than to meet in the future. Jiang Hao then put away the abyssal demon king's heart, which was placed on the table by Lin Xuan, and spoke, Mayor Lin, I'm done here, so I'll leave first. Oh, to roll away. Lin Xuan didn't even raise his eyelids, still immersed in the war of words with his best friend. Mayor Lin, be civilized, not Xuan. Jiang Hao left a sentence and then quickly left the scene. What does Xuan mean? Lin Xuan apparently froze for a moment when he heard this unfamiliar word. Could it be some kind of copy? But it was only a moment of stagnation, and he soon rejoined the battlefield. F***CK. This Li Tianba even said that Rao capital P picture, Rao capital chat logs have been sent. How dare he not believe it? Jiang Hao returned home and immediately pulled out the mirror of empty thoughts. It costs 200 mental energy to enter the copy of empty dreams. Cooldown time 24 hours. Is it activated? 200 mental energy. That's a lot of consumption? Jiang Hao looked at his spiritual power that was as high as 1800 and silently clicked activate. After activating it, the mirror of empty thoughts suddenly bloomed with channels of 7-colored light, and the scene in front of Jiang Hao's eyes suddenly changed. The original room had disappeared, replaced by a void of space. Please construct your own battlefield and visualize the battle object. Jiang Hao's thoughts instantly turned. Let's keep the battlefield casually plain and set it in front of the legendary South Heavenly Gate. Since you are able to visualize your own opponents, visualize the strongest opponents. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao took a deep breath and began to construct images and enemies in his mind. Along with the rapid depletion of mental energy, the nothingness in front of him changed once again. A majestic and towering southern heavenly gate filled with immortal light appeared in front of Jiang Hao. And in front of the southern heavenly gate, Jiang Hao saw a top-heavy figure. This figure was clad in golden armor, holding a golden banded rod, wearing a phoenix-winged purple golden crown on his head, and treading on lotus root silk step-cloud shoes. It was the great sage of Qi Tian, the Monkey King. Ding! Detected your imaginary opponent as Qi Tian de Shang Sun Wukong. The current copy is 65% anthropomorphism, and because the copy character is a mythological character, the copy difficulty is mythological difficulty. Entering the legendary copy requires 600 mental energy. Do you wish to continue? Crap! 65% anthropomorphism? Jiang Hao only felt his scalp go numb. If this is really 65% anthropomorphic, wouldn't that mean? Jiang Hao swallowed and clicked to confirm. Ding! You have entered the Sun Wukong copy. The copy time is 1 hour. Please defeat the copy boss, Qi Tian de Shang Sun Wukong as soon as possible. Replica note, dying in a replica will not cause any loss. However, you will be forced to exit when your mental strength reaches 0. Reward for duplicate, random experience value based on performance after defeating the boss. Realm of the imaginary in effect. Current opponent, Shi Tian de Shang, Monkey King. Bloodline, unknown. Quality, unknown. Level, 25. Skills, 72 changes. Somersault clouds, fiery eyes. Passive, indestructible fighting saint. Vajra unbreakable. Regicide field. Chapter 83, Little Saint battles Great Saint. Skyrocketing experience. Against all odds. Absolutely against all odds. I didn't realize that the mirror of empty thoughts could actually empty out the abilities of a great saint. Jiang Hao was shocked in his heart, and his evaluation of the realm of empty thoughts was once again raised a notch. But at the same time there was some worry in his heart. Little saint, are you going to be okay? Although it was imagination, the level of realism was obviously very high, and Jiang Hao couldn't help but be a little worried about Little Saint. Roar! The Little Saint sniffed and showed his teeth at Jiang Hao, his eyes full of battle intent. It was as if to say that no matter who was in front of it, it was going to fight one of them. Boom! In the next moment, a heavenly battle intent erupted from the Little Saint's body, and the Do Shang domain instantly unfolded. At the same time, on the other side, the Monkey King also felt the familiar battle intent from the Little Sage. Battle realm? A flash of surprise flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by battle intent. Good. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting opponent, so I'll have a good battle with you. The latter today. As Sun Wukong said that, the golden banded rod in his hand instantly grew larger and transformed into a pillar in the sky. In the next moment, the Monkey King roared and wielded his golden hoop cudgel towards the Little Sage and smashed it down on his head. The Little Saint was not willing to show weakness and met the attack with the blood-colored long stick in his hand. Boom! The two long sticks clashed together fiercely with a deafening thud. Terrifying energy aftershocks swept in all directions, shocking the surrounding space into distortion. Jiang Hao saw this scene and was secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, this realm of empty thoughts was a special space. Otherwise, with the destructive power of Little Sage and Sun Wukong, I'm afraid that the entire neighborhood would have to be shattered. It was important to realize that these two monkeys were only less than the third rank. Ha ha, it hurts. Ouch. Sun Wukong laughed loudly and danced with the golden hoop stick in his hand. Again. The Little Saint was also high on battle spirit and waved his blood-colored long stick to meet him. The two monkeys were fighting back and forth. Jiang Hao stood on the side, looking dumbfounded. It's not enough to fantasize about abilities, but is it possible to fantasize about character too? However, the battle did not last long. In the early stages, the Little Sage could still rely on the brief invincibility of the indestructible Do Shang to stalemate for a moment, but once the 60 seconds were up, the indestructible Do Shang on the Little Sage disappeared into thin air. With one less buff, coupled with the fact that Little Sage's own strength was only level 18, there was still a considerable gap between him and the level 25 Monkey King. Humph! Sculpture! Sun Wukong snorted coldly and suddenly looked up to the sky. Somersault clouds. In an instant, a golden auspicious cloud appeared under the feet of the Monkey King, carrying it up into the air. After rising up in the air, Sun Wukong's speed instantly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Little Saint. The golden rod technique. Sun Wukong bellowed, and the golden hoop cudgel in his hand transformed into a golden stream of light, smashing fiercely towards the Little Sage. Clang! The Little Saint raised his blood-colored long stick and blocked the Monkey King's golden hoop stick. However, Sun Wukong's power was simply too strong, and the Little Saint was directly shaken and flew backwards, falling heavily to the ground, his blood bar instantly clearing. Challenge failed. Please revoid the object. The Great Sage is still awesome. Jiang Hao held his tongue for half a day, and in the end, he only managed to stifle this sentence. Worthy of being the old ancestor of the spirit bright stone monkey, even if only 65% of the anthropomorphism is hollowed out, the strength is not comparable to the current Little Saint. It's alright Little Saint, losing to your old ancestor is normal. Jiang Hao spoke out in time to comfort. After all, there is still a gap between the two. Don't worry master, I won't be discouraged. There seemed to be a few more moments of clarity in the Little Saint's golden eyes. Obviously this battle had benefited it greatly. That's a relief. This was also one of the purposes of Jiang Hao's empty thoughts of the Great Sage. Although the Little Sage was now very strong and had far exceeded the level that should be expected of his class, but the Little Saint could be stronger. Jiang Hao couldn't help but fall into deep thought as he looked at the only half of his spiritual power left. The next step should be practicing team play. After Jiang Hao thought about it, he blanked out a level 50 Abyssal Demon King, intending to let the four summoned beasts team up to deal with it. Roar! Along with the clearing of spiritual energy, a huge dragon that was 10 meters tall and burned black flames all over its body appeared in front of the southern heavenly gate. Realm of the imaginary in effect. Current opponent, Abyssal Dragon Emperor. Quality, Legendary. Level, 50. Skills, Abyssal Erosion, Abyssal Summoning, Abyssal Domain, Abyssal Spit. Passive, Indestructible Magic Energy, Dragon's Breath Battle Armor, Abyssal Pressure. Roar. As soon as the Abyssal Dragon Emperor appeared, he let out a deafening roar up to the sky. Terrifying sound waves swept in all directions, causing the entire southern heavenly gate to tremble. Okay, I'll leave the rest of the battle to you guys. Jiang Hao took a step back, intending to let the 5 summoned beasts cooperate on their own. In the next moment, 4 figures instantly rushed out to meet the Abyssal Dragon Emperor. As a tank, Fat De was the first to rush at the forefront after casting Multiplication, plus 9 Dawn Thunder Demon Beast. Saixia was in charge of spell output, while Xiao Shui was at the back to apply shields and buffs, using her spatial abilities to dodge attacks for Fat De from time to time. Little Sage opens the Do Sheng domain and acts as another output point in the team. The 4 summoned beasts cooperated skillfully, and surprisingly, they did not lose the slightest bit of ground. Jiang Hao watched from the sidelines. Each of the 4 summoned beasts displayed their abilities and cooperated well, beating the Abyssal Dragon Emperor into retreat. The Abyssal Dragon Emperor was worthy of being a legendary quality boss with strong strength, and despite facing the siege of 4 summoned beasts, he still didn't lose the battle, only to see the Abyssal Dragon Emperor open his bloody mouth and spew out a black fiery flame. Wherever the flames passed, space distorted and the air was scorched. Chubby Tat turned on Multiply and leapt up high, dodging the fiery flames of the Abyssal Dragon Emperor. Then, the lightning staff in Fat Da's hand fiercely blasted at the body of the Abyssal Dragon Emperor. Boom! The Abyssal Dragon Emperor screamed miserably as his huge body flew out backwards and crashed into the southern heavenly gate. Roar! The Abyssal Dragon Emperor roared and rose from the ground. Its huge eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. The Abyssal Dragon Emperor no longer retained his strength, his body boiling with abyssal energy as he cast out his domain. Abyssal Fields. In an instant, the entire front of the southern heavenly gate was shrouded in darkness. In the darkness, the abyssal energy raged, corrupting everything. The 4 summoned beasts were shrouded in darkness and their movements were hindered. The Abyssal Dragon Emperor seized the opportunity and swung his sharp claws to charge the 4 summoned beasts. Boo! The Abyssal Dragon Emperor slapped a claw on Little Saint, directly sending him flying out. Bind! Xiao Shui made an instant decision and immediately cast Space Binding, trapping the Abyssal Dragon Emperor in place. Saixia took the opportunity to condense a manifestation to 1 and blasted towards the Abyssal Dragon Emperor. Boom! The 10,000 laws returned to 1 struck the Abyssal Dragon Emperor, and the Abyssal Dragon Emperor screamed miserably as the abyssal energy on his body instantly collapsed. The Little Saint then seized the opportunity to activate the rule of certain death, waving his blood-colored long stick towards the Abyssal Dragon Emperor's head and ruthlessly smashing it on top of the dragon's head. Ding! Kill Abyssal Dragon Emperor, Empty Thoughts, Experience plus 20. 000. Chapter 84, Through the Space Wormhole. The night is dark and windy, most suitable for killing. Looking at the skyrocketing experience bar, Jiang Hao only felt relieved. The Mirror of Empty Thoughts was not only capable of exercising the battle experience of summoned beasts, but also brought Jiang Hao a large amount of experience, anything but a bit mentally draining. Jiang Hao looked at the only 10 points of spiritual energy left, revealing a bitter smile. It was important to realize that his current level of mental power was already comparable to that of a 4th-ranked mage, but just 2 rounds of pipe dreams were drained. But if the Empty Thought strength is too weak and cannot achieve the effective training, in the end, it's not enough strength. A sense of weakness instantly swept through Jiang Hao's body after he exited the empty imagination space. Holy, finally I know why mages are impotent for a while after zooming in. It's not a pleasant feeling. Luckily, Jiang Hao's spiritual power recovery speed was extremely fast, recovering 1/10 in less than 60 seconds. Just when Jiang Hao wanted to rest, Xiao Shui, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth. Master, the person you asked me to spy on is now heading outside the city. Traveling to the outside of the city? Jiang Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. The person that Xiao Shui was spying on was naturally that Gao Yang. Jiang Hao had intended to find some clues from Gao Yang to assassinate him. But now, he's changed his mind. Raising his eyes to look at the sky that was gradually covered by the night, Jiang Hao hooked up a light smile. There are things that someone has to do. Tiandu City, northern dense forest. The night was as dark as ink, and a curved moon hung in the sky, shedding its faint moonlight on the earth. The dense forest on the outskirts of the city was eerie with the shadows of the trees and the wind whistling. 3 figures were walking through the dense forest, searching for nearby magical beasts, and the man at the head was none other than Gao Yang, only to see him waving the battle axe in his hand and slashing out a chopping blow, splitting the demonized boar in front of him in 2. Damn it, it's all because of that damned abyssal demon general. Gao Yang slashed around as if he was venting, blasting one demonized boar after another to the dregs. His original plan was to upgrade in the wilderness while getting the bronze medallion, by the way, but because of that abyssal demon general, even if the bronze medal wasn't obtained, he also lost a third-order professional. What was most unacceptable to him was that he had also been unconscious for an entire day, causing his leveling progress to have fallen far behind. It is important to realize that every day is quite valuable before the entrance exams, and it just so happens that this year a rule came out that all newbie copies were closed the day before the entrance exam. He had no choice but to leave the city to upgrade. Young master, there are 2 demonized coyotes in the northeast direction. At this moment, a level 25 professional behind Gao Yang spoke up. In order to ensure Gao Yang's safety, the Gao family still equipped him with 2 second-order professionals. This lineup is basically unbeatable as long as you don't die deep into the wilderness. Go over and take a look. Gao Yang sniffed and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Roar! At that moment, a deafening roar of a beast rang out. The 3 Gao Yangs rushed to the source of the sound at a brisk pace, their eyes scanning the surroundings like falcons. A few moments later, they looked at 2 3-meter-tall demonized wild wolves that were surrounding a huge demonized wild boar. The 3 demonized creatures are all below level 14, so young master can take care of them himself. A second-ranked professional said, "Kill." Gao Yang got the exact information and roared angrily, taking the lead in the charge. The 2 demonized coyotes sensed the trio's proximity and immediately abandoned the prey in front of them, turning their direction to pounce on Gao Yang. Seek death. Gao Yang snorted coldly. The battle axe in his hand danced like flying, an axe mane crisscrossed across, forcing the 2 demonized wild wolves to retreat back and forth. Flame chop. Gao Yang performed his battle technique. His battle axe was ablaze with flames, and a slash landed on a demonized coyote. Ow! The demonized coyote wailed as its blood level plummeted. The other demonized coyote saw that the situation was not good, and a hint of fear appeared in its eyes as it turned around to flee. Never! With a flash, Gao Yang cut off the demonized coyote's path of retreat. Die! With a bloody flash of the battle axe, this demonized coyote was also sent to the Yellow Springs. Undeniably, character aside, Gao Yang was considered a genius. However, just as Gao Yang bent down and tried to pick up the materials that burst out on the ground, a ripple suddenly arose in the surrounding space and a blade appeared out of nowhere, pointing straight at Gao Yang. Young master, be careful. The eyes of the professional who was protecting Gao Yang instantly became stern and immediately dodged behind Gao Yang to defend him from this blade. Bang! The blade struck the professional with a loud bang. The professional only felt a huge force hit him, and his body flew out backwards, landing heavily on the ground, alive or dead. His other bodyguard was even lying on the ground at some point. Hiss! Gao Yang sucked in a breath of cool air and turned to look in the direction where the blade attacked. Only in the darkness, a burly figure clad in black armor and holding a bone sword appeared in front of him. Deep Abyss Demon General. Gao Yang's soul was as cold as an ice cave. How could an abyssal demon general appear at the border of the city walls? Don't kill me. Gao Yang immediately lost all resistance and fell straight to his knees, but the only thing that responded to Gao Yang was the Scarlet Blade. Your summon, Abyssal Demon General 001, kills Jingwei, level 25, experience plus 2600, 20%. Your summon, Abyssal Demon General 001, kills Qin Zheng, level 27, experience plus 2780, 20%. Your summon, Abyssal Demon General 001, kills Gao Yang, level 14, experience plus 1500, 20%. Inside the room, Zhang Hao nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the panel's prompts. He had always had a grudge, so how could he let go of the opportunity when he had caught it so easily? In the next moment, a spatial tunnel appeared over the room, and a white-clothed silhouette walked out from it. Master, successful completion of the mission. Xiao Shui moved lightly with lotus steps and came in front of Zhang Hao, taking out a mask inscribed with a magic pattern. Abyssal Ghostface. Quality, Epic. Skill, Summon Abyss, used to summon a level 45 Abyssal Demon General. Duration 5 minutes. Cooldown 24 hours. This Abyssal Ghost Mask was dropped by Zhang Hao after defeating the Demon King Demon Abyss, and I didn't expect it to work so quickly. Abyssal Summoning coupled with Yuki's Space Warlock is a killer weapon. Most skillfully, through the circumlocution of Yuki's space spells, Zhang Hao was able to leave behind an alibi that allowed investigators to mistakenly believe that Gao Yang died at the hands of the Abyssal Demon General. That's trouble sorted. Tomorrow is the entrance exam, so it's better to get some rest first. It was already 7 in the evening when I left the copy of The Empty Dream. After that, she asked Snow to assassinate Gao Yang, and it took a lot of energy to go back and forth. After all, it was his spiritual energy that was consumed by using the abyssal ghost face. Jiang Hao had originally wanted to study the Ding Soul Battlefield Copy Challenge scroll. After all, he was already nearing level 20, but weariness won out in the end. Back in the bedroom, Jiang Hao fell into a deep sleep. In the haze, he seemed to feel two shadows covering him. Warm and sweet. Chapter 85, The Upcoming College Entrance Exam. A Confrontation Across Space. 6 o'clock the next morning. Jiang Hao woke up on time and found himself relaxed and in high spirits. Spiritual power has been fully restored? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. He didn't expect his spiritual power to recover so quickly. After simply coping with breakfast, Jiang Hao rushed to Tiandu Station. Generally speaking, after gathering in their respective cities, the professionals' college entrance exams are uniformly sent by special buses to Jingyang City, which is near the capital of Huaxia, although it was not in the imperial capital. According to Lin Shirlan's friendly revelation, the final round of the examination for this professional's advanced examination would be in the imperial capital, and I wonder if I'll run into them. Several figures suddenly surfaced in Jiang Hao's mind. In the midst of his thoughts, the train had already carried Jiang Hao to Tiandu Station. At this moment, the Tiandu Station could be described as crowded. Countless parents sent their children outside the quarantine line, muttering things like "It's okay, calm down, don't be nervous," and so on. It had to be said that even Jiang Hao, who had been a man for 2 lifetimes, was deeply touched upon seeing this scene. "It's a shame I was an orphan in both lives." Jiang Hao shook his head and swept straight through the crowd, heading towards the area where Prime High School was located. Compared to other high schools, Optimist High School has a much smaller number of people taking the advanced placement exam for professionals. Although he had brought unprecedented fame to Prime High School, he still couldn't change the outcome of this class of students' konjac. However, with Jiang Hao as a legend, Prime High School's student population should be better in the future. "Look, isn't that big brother Jiang Hao? Dig in. The big man is here." From a long distance away, the students of Prime High School saw Jiang Hao's figure. One must know that Jiang Hao was now a celebrity in the entire Tiancheng city, and even East China province. The title of provincial trial champion is no mean feat. Even their Optimist High School got a lot of benefits along with them. Nowadays, their levels were also coming up to level 11 and above. Although it was not as good as the most top-notch geniuses, it was still a relatively good level. Jiang Hao? At this moment, the other high schools also turned their gazes to Jiang Hao. "I'll go. It's really Jiang Hao himself, alas. Come on, come on, come on, give me a picture with the big guy." "No way. I need to get autographs from all the big guys." "Big brother Jiang Hao, I'm your even." Well, students who had wanted to come forward to watch were quickly stopped by law enforcement. Students are no longer allowed to walk freely as long as they are inside the containment line. Please observe the discipline of the high school. Thank you for your cooperation, the spellcaster said seriously. Seeing this, the group of students could only return to their original positions helplessly. How unbeknownst to me, I'm a celebrity. Jiang Hao felt the adoring gazes around him and was rather helpless. He was really trying to keep a low profile, so hard for so long? And that's when the radio came on. "May I have the attention of all candidates participating in the 2500 National Uniform Entrance Examination for Higher Education for Professionals. The levitation train is about to depart. Please organize your candidates and enter the station in an orderly manner." More than 80% of trains up and down the country were shut down this morning, all in service of the GCSE for professionals. Thanks to Jiang Hao's blessing, Optimist High School was able to ride a separate train, and there would be no images of Ru Weiji jumping to his feet and pretending to hit his face. Rumble, accompanied by the roar of the hover train's energy, the train slowly started and pulled away from the Tiandu station. Looking at the scenery outside the window that was constantly regressing, Jiang Hao felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've been out of the province myself, I think. I also wonder if these professional candidates will be able to give him some fun. How boring it would be to have no opponent. Hover train 912-5 is about to travel through a space wormhole. Please do not leave your seats. Just as Jiang Hao was fantasizing the images of dueling with various geniuses in his mind, a sentence in the broadcast caught his attention. A space wormhole? Jiang Hao's heart was shaken. He didn't expect to be able to encounter wormhole technology on his way to the college entrance exam. Wormhole technology, also known as space jump technology. It is the use of wormholes to create a stable passage between 2 points, thus enabling fast and easy interstellar travel. It would be a real trip to see the wormhole technology of the Chinese nation. Buzz. Just as Jiang Hao was pondering, a violent vibration suddenly came from the hover train. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery instantly became twisted and distorted. Jiang Hao only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he appeared in an unfamiliar space. It's a vast, starry sky, dotted with stars. Is this a space wormhole? Jiang Hao looked at everything in front of him, his heart shaking. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly thought about what kind of scene he would see if he used his void fire eyes. Say it and do it. With the opening of the void fire eye, the world in front of Jiang Hao's eyes instantly became different. The originally dark and deep starry sky was a different scene in his eyes at the moment. Jiang Hao saw that there were countless colorful energy channels crisscrossing the starry sky. These energy channels are the wormholes that connect the planets and realms. Jiang Hao also saw that there were countless battleships and airships shuttling through these wormholes. Turtle, this is too shocking. Jiang Hao was shocked in his heart. Previously, he had only heard about dimensional collisions and worlds connecting in textbooks and on the news, but it was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Is it possible to see another world through these wormhole tunnels? Jiang Hao's curiosity burned brightly as he locked onto the nearest wormhole and opened his delusional fire eyes with all his might. His gaze penetrated the long tunnel and reached another world. What met his eyes was a vibrant scene. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the green trees are quite similar to the blue star. I'll be damned. It's really okay. Just as Jiang Hao was immersed in this strange scene, a magnificent figure instantly attracted his attention. One could only see 1,000 feet tall, silver-colored dragon perched on top of the clouds, overlooking the entire world. Its golden dragon eyes seemed to contain infinite wisdom and majesty. That's... Jiang Hao's heart beat violently, his eyes filled with shock. In the next moment, that silver dragon seemed to feel something, and even slowly turned its head, meeting Jiang Hao's gaze from afar. Jiang Hao only felt as if his soul was sucked into those golden dragon eyes. A vast and boundless pressure came from the sky and pressed down on him. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice broke the silence. Warning! Warning! Violation detected. Stop observation immediately. Warning! Warning! Violation detected. Stop observation immediately. Chapter 86, Special Copy. Dig! What a bright mark! Jingyang City, here it is. Please exit the vehicle in an orderly fashion and proceed in an orderly fashion to the test location to gather. With the announcement of the hover train blaring, Jiang Hao only felt that his illusory fire eye was instantly interrupted by a powerful force. He only felt a blackness in front of his eyes, but the light soon returned. Hiss! Jiang Hao sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Although it was only a short moment, Jiang Hao felt as if he had experienced as long as a century. Luckily, he left the wormhole in time to get out of the way of those eyes. Looks like we can't look around from now on, so we don't get followed over the net for real the other day. Jiang Hao quickly calmed down and followed the crowd straight to the examination center. When he came to Jingyang City, Jiang Hao realized what was meant by a truly large city. Towering skyscrapers, wide and flat streets, endless streams of people, and even several high-level professionals could be seen on the road in a row. Compared to that, Tiandu City is still too small. Jiang Hao followed the flow of people to the Jingyang City Professionals Union branch. The branch is situated in a magnificent building in the busiest part of the city center. In order to deal with this high school entrance exam for professionals, the Professionals Union branch has set up a full 21 examination centers. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but Jiang Hao's test center happened to be the No. 1 test center. Jiang Hao casually scanned the students who had come to exam center No. 1 and found that most of the candidates were around level 14-15, with only a small portion reaching level 17. After all, there were only 7 days between the successful transfer and the participation in the entrance exam. Unless there was some kind of opportunity or a powerful force behind it, being able to rise to level 17 already belonged to the 1 in a million. Along with the arrival of people one after another, the candidates in the examination room No. 1 are almost in their places. Outside the examination room, an authoritative voice rang out. Attention all candidates, the professionals high school exam is about to begin. The professionals higher education examination will set different examination scenarios according to different professions. Combat professions will arrange for simulated combat battlefields. Auxiliary professions will arrange non-combat battlefields. You professionals can choose different types according to your professional status. In addition, candidates with the title of Abyssal Challenger may choose to go to the center of their respective examination center and participate in a special examination. As the last sentence fell, a sudden outburst of clamor erupted across the room. What's going on? There's a special exam this year. Is it possible that there's some kind of blackmail? How can that be? This is the careerist high school exam. Besides, which candidate who can hold the title of Abyssal Challenger in the early stages is not a genius among geniuses? Listening to the idle chatter of the candidates around him, Jiang Hao lightly stroked his chin. The Abyssal Challenger himself seems to have it, doesn't he? However, That title has now advanced to Conqueror of the Abyss, so I don't know if that counts. Whatever, go first. Jiang Hao made up his mind and walked into the number 1 examination center. Any fool could see that this special exam was to select the best of the best. Following the instructions, Jiang Hao soon arrived at a small square. Only the number of candidates here was far less exaggerated than outside, with less than 30. There were even a few old faces among them. "It's you, the guy who sneaked up on me with a knife." He only saw a flat-headed youth walking quickly toward Jiang Hao with a somewhat grim face. It was none other than Fan Hongwei of Nanta City. "Kid, you wait for me. If I, Fan Hongwei, don't teach you a good lesson this time, I'll take your last name." Fan Hongwei pointed at Jiang Hao and shouted angrily. He had believed since the beginning that Jiang Hao had defeated himself only by sneak attack. This time, he didn't think he'd make that cheap mistake again. Jiang Hao, on the other hand, was also confused when he looked at the angry Fan Hongwei. "No, dude, who are you? Do we know each other?" For Jiang Hao, a weakling like Fan Hongwei couldn't make any impression on him at all. You. Fan Hongwei pointed at Jiang Hao and couldn't hold in a complete sentence for half a day, seemingly infuriated. "Hongwei, we represent East China Province. Don't let the other provinces look at us funny." At that moment, Shengaoda stepped forward and pulled Fan Hongwei. He was aware of the great master in front of him, but Fan Hongwei, this dilettante, really thought that Jiang Hao had won him by sneak attack. "Are you kidding me? Other people have even ed the geniuses of the imperial capital, so you're nothing." Fan Hongwei also realized that his behavior was a bit wrong, but the moment he saw Jiang Hao, he just couldn't contain his emotions. But looking at the teasing gazes of the candidates from the other provinces, he could only retreat on a fluke. "Okay, geniuses, flash your titles." A voice rang out, and a middle-aged examiner wearing a uniform appeared in mid-air. "Due to the special nature of this replica, which has received an abyssal erosion before, you will need to sign a life and death agreement and wear a title to enter before participating." As these words fell, the candidates present did not have any objections, and they all came forward to sign the agreement before revealing the titles that belonged to them. In less than a moment, in the small square, 5 big black and deep words appeared above the heads of almost all candidates. Abyssal Challenger. Most titles are unlocked after completing specific achievements, or conquering specific copies. It is usually hidden unless the professional wears it voluntarily. Obviously, no one would like to wear 5 big black letters on their head, but being able to have the title up front is a very exclusive thing. This meant that they had passed some special trials or cleared some abyssal copies. At least in the candidate piece, they've been at the forefront. However, there is one exception. That is Jiang Hao. Hiss, how do you wear a title to do that? Wait online. It's urgent. Jiang Hao had never cared much about these titles. After all, more titles were not as real as killing a few more abyssal demons, but he couldn't seem to find the title system for a while, so he could only ask one of the candidates beside him. "How do you wear the title, classmate?" When these words came out, not only that student, but even the candidates present froze for a moment. "No, you came to take a special exam without even knowing where the title system is?" But that candidate didn't think too much about it. After all, the orientation set by the title system was indeed a bit hidden. Open your personal panel, tap career, and select. After a flurry of explanations, Jiang Hao also came to a realization. I don't know what genius designed the title system. Jiang Hao followed the prompts and quickly found where the title system was located. To save time, he simply clicked a button to wear it. In the next moment, everyone present only felt a blur before their eyes. Dao Dao blood red light appeared, and 5 large blood red characters slowly emerged. Abyssal Thousand Demon Slash, classmate beside me, Fan Hongwei, the rest of the candidates. The moment the title, Abyssal Thousand Demon Slash, appeared, everyone present seemed to feel a wave of blood and a gust of miserable wailing coming from their faces. This oppression pulls right through. However, before the crowd could regain their senses, another golden aura appeared. Chapter 87, you call this a test? Crap, what a bright mark. The global copy passing record holder, 11 big gold shaking words shone brightly in midair. The candidates present, including the examiners, were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Hiss, Fan Hongwei sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew only too well the meaning of the words global record holder of copy passing. This meant that Jiang Hao had once cleared a hellish difficulty abyssal copy, and had also broken the clearance record. To be able to clear a hell difficulty abyssal copy was already a phoenix-like existence, not to mention breaking the clearance record. Fan Hongwei felt like he was dreaming right now. He couldn't figure out why he would take the same exam as such a pervert. The other candidates were also dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out why such a title would appear among the candidates. One must know that these geniuses of theirs, At most, we're only clearing an abyssal copy. And surprisingly, Jiang Hao had already cleared a hell difficulty abyssal copy, and had also broken the clearance record. Moreover, this person seemed to have decimated a full 1,000 abyssal demon beasts. It's a no-brainer. Are we really going to take the entrance exam with him? Not to mention those students. Even the examiners had a look of incredulity on their faces. In all his years of living, it was the first time he had seen such a title appear on a student. Oh, wrong point, sorry. Jiang Hao then realized that one-click wearing didn't seem to be what he wanted, so he hurriedly clicked on the title system to replace the title. Being too high-profile wasn't in line with Jiang Hao's character. If he liked to be high-profile, he wouldn't have been unaware of the title system's location. The bloody red light and golden light then disappeared at the same time, and in their place were 5 dark and deep, extremely oppressive large characters. Conqueror of the Abyss. A group of candidates? Deliberately. You absolutely did it on purpose. They're both students. Why are you a little different? Why are we all abyssal challengers when yours is already abyssal conqueror? Facing the crowd's astonished gazes, Jiang Hao said that he had gotten used to it. I'm a little different with this title. Should that count? Examiner. It's already starting to sweat. Same. Classmate. This abyssal conqueror of yours, does it have a mechanism for adding and avoiding wounds? Actually, I haven't seen you with that title either. I might need to ask for permission from my superiors. You shouldn't mind. By the end of the conversation, the examiner had begun to feel inferior. He was at least a 5th-ranked professional. How did he feel like a newbie in front of this student? The mechanisms are all there. Jiang Hao nodded, but it's okay to ask for permission. It looks like you should be over the top. Now, although Jiang Hao's head was missing the big scarlet letters and earthy gold special effects, it still didn't affect him from becoming the center of attention of the whole audience. Besides, the deep to extreme blackness seemed to be even more oppressive. At this point the student looks again at the small black letters above his head. Does the title have to be worn? And by this time, the examiner had finished reporting to his superiors. Title qualified for special exam. The examiner looked at Jiang Hao with some curiosity in his eyes. He had just informed Jiang Hao that he possessed the title of Conqueror of the Abyss to the title when he unexpectedly overheard the shocked shouts of several bigwigs. It seems that the candidate in front of us is a bit of an uncomplicated one. The examiner then brought the group of candidates before an azure light door. The exam starts in 10 minutes. You will enter the copy in order according to the serial number, and you will be prompted with the appropriate rules when you enter the copy. One by one, the candidates entered in an orderly manner according to their rankings, while Jiang Hao was ranked last due to being the last to register. After entering the azure light door, the familiar voice sounded again. The rules of the test prohibit the use of any props except for the equipment you have with you. Upon discovery, the exam will be disqualified. Upon entering the exam copy, all storage space will be blocked. This exam takes a points-based evaluation, and the scores in the middle of each round of testing are automatically scored by the higher-order intelligence brain. The higher the difficulty the candidate chooses, the higher the points corresponding to completion. The exam will begin in 5 minutes. Good luck to all candidates. With the voice falling, 5 minutes went by in a flash. One candidate was teleported into the copy. Meanwhile, the Pyongyang City Examination Center. Inside the room was sitting an imposing, unruffled middle-aged man, all of whom were the mentors and executives of the various university campuses and various large provinces. It is also the person in charge of this entrance exam. I've heard that a few good seedlings have come out of Mordor this year. I wonder if they can break the monopoly of the imperial capital for the top students. There might even be a chance. After all, the most perverted ones have been specially recruited. Oh, I don't know if the other provinces can give us some surprises. I remember that there is a female doll in South China province who seems to be in the legendary profession, and is rumored to have reached level 20 within a week, so it's something to keep an eye on. Don't say it. There seems to be a genius summoner over in East China province who was able to solo the Abyss group book at level 10 and broke the record. Summoner soloing an abyssal group? Governor Wang wouldn't be teasing old me, would he? And don't you believe me? Someone just gave me feedback on a student having the title Conqueror of the Abyss. For those of you who often solo the missions, you know that the vast majority of titles are generated in the abyssal missions. Among them is the Conqueror of the Abyss. Oh, level 10 soloing an abyssal group book. Unlikely, right? This sentence instantly aroused the interest of a crowd of bigwigs. In that case, let's see what this little guy is all about. Inside the examination room, Jiang Hao only felt a change in the scene around him. Blinding sunlight poured through the canopy, creating specks of light. At this moment, Jiang Hao was already in the middle of a dense jungle, with loose soil under his feet. surrounded by towering trees. Welcome to the Undead Jungle Replica. The first round of tests will begin soon. Assessment content: extreme output, defeat the undead skeleton in front of you within 1 minute. Note, the undead skeleton starts at level 25 and has 20% physical and 20% magical damage immunity and 15,000 blood. The undead skeleton will not move. Please kill it as soon as possible. After hearing the rules, Zhang Hao couldn't help but skim his lips. Is this the special exam where you have to sign a life and death contract? Just a skeleton that can't run? That's too much to look down on. Zhang Hao didn't even feel like using the summoned beasts. The exam will open in 5 seconds. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. Exams begin. Boom! A red light flashed, and the undead skeletons in front of him were instantly drowned in a sea of fire. The exam is over and your time spent is 0.1 seconds. Chapter 88. Undead Skeleton. Hey, I'm here again. Meanwhile, the examination center. Bombed. The few executives who were not surprised by the change almost had their eyes glazed over. What's going on? This undead skeleton not only has an extremely high blood volume, but also comes with damage immunity. How could it be seconded? It shouldn't be. Is it hard to believe that there's a bug? The executives agreed that there should be some kind of bug and decided, bring up another undead skeleton for him and detect changes in the undead skeleton's blood level in real time. A brand new undead skeleton reappears in the undead jungle. What do you mean? Did I just kill too fast for the data to be recorded? Zhang Hao didn't think much of it when he saw the new undead skeleton appear. Then kill slower this time. Only Zhang Hao quietly used Myth Revival and attached Saisho's 5 elements control to his body. Quietly, a red-colored flame appeared in Zhang Hao's palm. The exam will be restarted. Please attack the target with all your strength. Zhang Hao casually swung the flame in his hand toward the undead skeleton. Boom! In an instant, the undead skeletons were once again flooded by a sea of fire, with flames and waves of fire. Not surprisingly, this one also ended in seconds. Only this time it took a little longer. A full 0.5 seconds. I should be able to record the score this time. The executives of the examination center, on the other hand, were no longer just surprised this time, but horrified. They called up the data of the undead skeleton's blood level change and found that the skeleton's blood level was indeed directly zeroed out. That means this candidate did over 15,000 damage in 0.5 seconds. It seems that this is far from his limit. Pull up his info and see. Name, Zhang Hao. Level, 18. Profession, Summoner. Calling, Summoners? A senior exclaimed out in shock. How can a summoner's attack be so strong? Even the legendary Holy Spirit Mage couldn't blast 15,000 damage in 0.5 seconds. Could he? Where the hell is this kid? Is the data wrong again this time? There's no way it could be wrong. I personally tested it this time, and that's how the data is. The group of senior staff looked at each other in dismay. They just couldn't imagine that a level 18 summoner would have such terrifying damage. So his first round score, full marks, and an additional 200 points as compensation for our mistake. But, do you all want to see where his limits are? When these words came out, the executives present instantly fell silent. Why do you feel a little cold behind you? Zhang Hao, who was standing in place waiting for the next round of examination, only felt a chill coming on. The next moment, a formation lit up in front of him. Another undead skeleton appeared. This time, however, the undead skeleton seemed a bit different from the last one. The original cloth was covered in armor, and the dead eyes seemed to have a few moments of brightness to them, along with the slightly slanted open corners of the mouth on that, as if to say, hey, I'm the undead master again. No, why are you here again? Zhang Hao was made somewhat helpless, bullying me for my first high school entrance exam. Ha, well, like to have fun, right? Zhang Hao raised slightly, a touch of playfulness flashing in his eyes. Then I'll play with you. Along with the words, the aura on Zhang Hao's body changed abruptly. One could only see the flames boiling in his left hand, the gale force winds in his right hand, and the earth roaring under his feet. Zhang Hao directly used 3 elemental powers. In a flash, 3 completely different mana storms blasted towards the undead skeleton at the same time. Undead skeleton? Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the entire space of the examination room, and the surrounding trees fell to the east. No surprise. Seconds again. Are we still testing? No need. Announce the results and start the next round of assessment directly. At this moment, 60 seconds had come and gone, and everyone had finished the first round of examination. A curtain of light appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and everyone's scores suddenly appeared in front of them. First place, Zhang Hao, times 0. 1 seconds reward points 500. Second place, Koming, time 5 seconds, bonus points 270. Third place, Wangwon, time 8 seconds, bonus points 250. Jiang Hao was unquestionably at the top of the list. Are you kidding me? 1 seconds. Has brain become retarded? How is it possible? No, wasn't the full score in the first round only 300? How did he get 500? Dig it, like it's really true. Candidates involved in the special examination were completely abuzz. How do you play with a hang? However, without giving the crowd a chance to spit too much, the familiar beep sounded again. The second round of examination is about to begin. Warm reminder, this examination is in the form of a team copy. It is highly likely that there will be a danger to life. If any candidates want to give up, they can raise it in time. As the tone dropped, still no one quit. It is detected that the candidate has made a choice. The test will begin. Please choose the difficulty of the test. In the next moment, a light curtain appeared in front of each candidate. 3 options are displayed above the light screen. Hard, nightmare, hell. Not bad for a special test. Starting is difficult. Besides, each difficulty corresponds to different points. Hard difficulty gets 4 points per creature killed. Nightmare is 8 points, and Inferno will be 16 points. Moreover, since this copy is a comprehensive copy, candidates can choose up to 2 NPC professionals as teammates when entering. Points earned for each additional teammate are reduced by 1/2, but mostly, someone will choose to bring a teammate to participate. After all, the power of one person is ultimately limited. Besides, one more person is one more safeguard against the endless replica creatures. Fruity. The vast majority of candidates chose to carry a teammate for nightmare difficulty, while those geniuses carried a teammate for hell difficulty. In fact, there have been 5 talented candidates in the past who chose to challenge hell difficulty solo, but only one survived, and the one who survived became one of the most powerful people in China. It seems that most candidates still choose the more conservative option. They made a good choice. After all, this copy is still somewhat difficult. The senior management of the examination center is concerned about the status of this year's candidates, and from time to time, they even comment on a few things. What do you guys think? What choice will that Jiang Hao make? Normally if you're a summoner, you should choose warriors and auxiliaries as your teammates. After all, summoners have weak bodies and low damage. Although we haven't seen Jiang Hao's summoned beast type yet, judging from his damage, he should choose a support. Unconsciously, their concern for Jiang Hao had come to an unprecedented height. Look, Jiang Hao seems to be making a choice. Looking at the curtain of light in front of him, the vast majority of candidates choose a teammate. But Jiang Hao's thoughts were fluttering, and he hadn't made a choice yet. Just let me try my hand at a single-player hell difficulty copy. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hao chose the hell difficulty and did not choose any NPC as a teammate. At this moment, the entire examination center boiled over. Chapter 89, a stick sweeps across the field. A stick kills in seconds. Kill the pass. The teachers and executives of the examination center were all dismayed. This little guy, he's really daring. Interesting, I hope he can work a miracle. It's been a long time since my old bones have been this excited. However, if something happens to him, caution, caution. After Jiang Hao made his choice, the surroundings changed once again. In the next moment, Jiang Hao was already on top of an open space. As Jiang Hao's feet landed on the ground, the rule light curtain appeared once again. Assessment 2 Teamwork. Examination content. In the next 15 minutes, there will be a steady stream of abyssal devil beasts. Please do your best to kill them, and kill one abyssal devil beast to get the corresponding points. Inferno difficulty, 16 points for each abyssal wraith killed. Warm reminder, be sure to use all means of attack, or suffer the consequences. A steady stream? Jiang Hao looked at the empty clearing in front of him and murmured softly. As soon as the words fell, a black crack appeared out of nowhere, and countless abyssal demonic beasts poured out from the crack. The endless army of abyssal demonic beasts was so black and pressurized that it seemed as if they were going to swallow the entire space. Roar! The abyssal demonic beast roared up to the sky, its deafening roar resounding through the heavens and earth. If an ordinary candidate saw this scene, it would be good if they didn't go weak in the knees, not to mention fighting. But Abyss was facing Jiang Hao. So many abyssal demon beasts. How much experience must there be? Jiang Hao immediately unleashed his delusional fire eyes to scan the surroundings. Abyssal kobolds. Rank, 20. Power, 400. Body mass, 400. Speed, 400. Spirit, 400. Skills, Stick Strike LVE, 4. Surge LVE, 4. Note, virtual abyssal wraiths cannot gain experience after killing them. Even if you don't have experience, Your attributes are ridiculously low, compared to the abyssal demon beasts Jiang Hao had encountered before. It was simply one heaven and one earth, not even as good as any of the smaller monsters in the previous abyssal erosion. However, Jiang Hao soon realized it. After all, it's just a test, not a murder. If the abyssal demon beast was too strong, it would lose the meaning of the exam. But just in time to try out Little Saint's new weapon, Jiang Hao's mind moved, and the Little Saint appeared in front of him. One could only see the Little Saint holding a long stick that was reddish golden in color, with 9 golden divine dragons still draped around the body of the stick. It was the weapon that Fat De had specially forged for Little Saint not long ago. The red market. Little Saint, these are for you to practice on. Jiang Hao slowly retreated to 5 meters away. After all, it wouldn't be good to be mistakenly injured in a fight later. Seeing that his master had already made way for himself on the battlefield, the Little Saint's golden eyes flashed. In the next moment, he only saw that the red market in Little Saint's hand actually continued to extend upwards, and in the blink of an eye, it came to be 15 meters long. There's still quite a gap from the golden hoop, but it's barely enough. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh a little as he looked at the red golden baguette that was about to poke through the haze clouds. If this stick went down, I'm afraid that the Abyssal Legion in front of us would be instantly wiped out, right? Roar! At the same time, the army of abyssal devil beasts that didn't fear life and death hissed and rushed toward Jiang Hao and Little Saint. Little Saint, show them the power of your new weapon. At Jiang Hao's command, the red golden baguette in the Little Saint's hand instantly erupted with dazzling golden light. In the next moment, the Little Saint held a red golden long stick and made a horizontal sweep. Boom! Only a loud sound like the roar of 10,000 thunderbolts could be heard as the red golden long stick swept across, and space trembled. A large swath of abyssal demonic beasts were swept by the red golden baguette and instantly turned into flying ash. In the examination center, a group of senior officers looked at the abyssal army that had been reduced to flying ash as much as possible and fell into deep thought. What kind of summoned beast is this? Isn't it a bit too strong? This little guy, how the hell did he do that? A hell difficulty copy, and that summoned beast actually killed a large swath of abyssal demonic beasts with a single stick? The executives of the examination center were all dumbfounded, almost unable to believe their eyes. In order to reflect the difficulty of the test, each abyssal demonic beast was ranked 2 levels higher than the candidate. But even so, Jiang Hao's summoned beasts were still sticking a large swath of abyssal demonic beasts. When did the summoner get so fierce? There was no doubt that Jiang Hao had refreshed their inherent knowledge of summoners today. I'm now a bit convinced that he's able to solo the Abyss Group book. After all, the attributes of that summoned beast of his are very high. Picture. The Little Saint held a red gold long stick, like a god of war, charging through the army of abyssal demon beasts, and each time the stick went down, it could take away a large swath of abyssal demon beasts' lives. In just a few minutes, Little Sage slaughtered hundreds of abyssal demon beasts, while Jiang Hao yawned in boredom at the back. The executives looked at Jiang Hao's rocket-like soaring points, and at the same time, a thought rose in their minds. We must recruit this person into our own academy. Kill the abyssal devil serpent points plus 16. Kill abyssal demon monkey points plus 16. Kill abyssal demon cap points plus 16. Jiang Hao looked at the rising points and kicked the turf under his feet in boredom. He had expected a copy of Hell difficulty to be as hard as this. However, this abyssal demonic beast is too weak, isn't it? Jiang Hao couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the fallen abyssal demon beasts. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it's hard to go from extravagance to frugality. The previous opponents were at least level 30 abyssal bosses, and now that they suddenly ran into a bunch of small monsters, it was a bit disconcerting. Boom! Accompanied by another swing of the Little Sage's stick, the just refreshed abyssal wraiths once again returned to the spring to wait for resurrection. 15 minutes, that should be enough to swipe 10,000 points. Just when Jiang Hao thought that he could keep brushing up his points, a beep sounded. Congratulations on clearing your copy, it took 60 seconds and points are being calculated for you. Kill points plus 6,400. Passing points plus 4,000. You have been detected to trigger the hidden clearance mechanism, clearance points plus 2,000. Jiang Hao, what the hell is a hidden pass mechanic? There's such a thing? Not only Jiang Hao, even the group of executives in the examination center were also confused. Well, it seems like this copy did have 2 clearance mechanisms set up at the beginning of its design. One of the executives pondered for a moment and explained. One is to hold out for 15 minutes, while the other is to kill 400 abyssal demon beasts in the middle of the copy. But the second mechanism was too difficult and was forgotten over time. In other words, Jiang Hao was the first person ever to trigger the second pass mechanism. Jiang Hao created a history. Chapter 90, The Absolute Dark Horse. Jingyang City. outside the first examination center. After the exams started and all the candidates were admitted, the place remained crowded. A large number of professionals and high school instructors from all over the country converged here to follow this year's exams. A huge screen is located outside each exam room, and above the screen, the rankings of the exams were projected in real time. You guys, who's going to come first in the first round of tests this year? I have a feeling it should be that Kuming from Mordor. After all, it's already been revealed that the first round is a damage test. That Kuming's profession is a shadow swordsman who is famous for his burst damage. I don't think Imperial Wondrous Man is too bad. After all, the Flame Arms Master Outburst isn't too bad. Both Kuming and Wangwan, as they call them, are among the big favorites for this top spot. Although those truly perverted ones had long been secretly recruited by the 3 universities, it did not mean that this college entrance examination had low gold content. On the contrary, due to the fact that after several geniuses from the imperial capital were specially recruited, Mordor saw an opportunity to break the monopoly of the imperial capital's top students. Several students in Magic City who were able to specialize were even refusing to specialize in taking the professional's higher education examination, and the imperial capital was pressured to allow several students who could be specially recruited to participate in the college entrance examination. The result is that this session of the professional's higher education examination is surprisingly high in gold. What about the gap between people for so long so big? Other people's high school exams are like playing. There's no way around it. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. At that moment, on the display screen, a few large lines were suddenly displayed. The first round of the professional's higher education examination is over. Rankings will now be announced. The next moment, a line of names appeared above the leaderboard. First place, Jiang Hao, Tiandu City, points, 500. Second place, Kuming, Mordor, points, 270. Third place, Wangwan, Dito, points, 250. Fourth place, Bowie, Mordor, points, 230. Silence. Dead silence. The hundreds of thousands of people surrounding the outside of the examination center were silent at the moment as if they had been cast into a stasis, all of them staring daggers at the rankings on the big screen. Jiang, who is Jiang Hao? When did Tiancheng City produce such a genius? My god, 500 points? Isn't that a perfect score of 300 in this first round? This is too perverted, isn't it? What kind of god is this Jiang Hao? It's too damn exaggerated. Nearly double the lead over the candidates from the imperial capital and the magic capital. Dark horse. Absolute dark horse. It should be known that since the establishment of Tiandu City, the best high school entrance examination result was only the 90th. And this one, surprisingly, came right out at number 1. It's only the first stage, but that's still number 1. I can't imagine that our Tiancheng City has produced such an awesome genius. Maybe this year's top student will be from our city of Tiandu. For a while, the professionals in the Sky City were in a frenzy. On the other hand, the professionals from the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital were looking a bit ugly. I didn't expect that after fighting between the Imperial Capital and the Demon Capital for so long, in the end, they didn't even hold on to the top spot in the first stage. It's just the first stage. There are 2 more stages behind it. This Jiang Hao, although he's number 1 right now, maybe he'll be the countdown later. That's just it. Every year there are always a few candidates who blip through the first round, but only just. This, the Celestial City professional wanted to retort, but had nothing to say. Not only are they indeed telling the truth. No, you guys, look at the points for first place. The crowd sniffed and looked. Less than 2 minutes after the list was announced, Jiang Hao's points actually changed again. What's going on? How did his points suddenly clear? Dig it, this is the first time I've seen points zeroed out. It doesn't say cheating. I told you, the full score of the first round is only 300 points. He got 500. What is it if not cheating? But how come his ranking didn't go down? That's right, Jiang Hao, who has 0 points, is still at the top of the list. I guess the smart brain system hasn't been refreshed yet? Dig it, change. With that exclamation, everyone in the room turned their eyes to the big screen. Jiang Hao's points changed again. First place, Jiang Hao, Tiandu City, points, 12,900. Hiss. The whole room sucked in a breath of cold air. How much more? Okay, like 12,900? How is this possible? The second place Kuming only has 270 points. He alone has more points than all the candidates combined. That's damn near a national record. Am I blind? At once, the hundreds of thousands of people surrounding the outside of the first examination room once again boiled over. Because the difference between first and second is so great, it's as if it's not a world. First place, Jiang Hao, Tiandu City, points, 12,900. Second place, Kuming, Mordor, points, 270. I'll go. Kuming can't even catch up with Jiang Hao's fraction. It's too damn outrageous. Is there something wrong with the intellect or not? Why is the gap so big? Busted. Busted. That's a dark horse. This is a heavenly horse. There was no doubt that after today, the name Jiang Hao would resound throughout the country. Countless people will remember the teenager who made a big splash at the professionals' high school. Within the appraisal copy, Shadow Sword Slash. Kuming waved the shadow sword in his hand, slashing out sword awards and killing one of the abyssal demonic beasts in front of him, and behind him stood a burly man with a heavy shield in his hand. At this rate, I'm bound for first place in this round. Kuming once again swung out 2 swords and killed an abyssal demon beast. Points +8. Although the points multiplier was reduced, Kuming was able to make up for it with the number of kills. The examination started in just 50 seconds, and he had already killed no less than 10 abyssal demonic beasts. Although Wang Wen's fiery arms master is suitable for group attacks, the absolute killing speed is definitely not as fast as mine. It's that Jiang Hao who came out of nowhere. Kuming's eyes flashed with a few moments of gravity. Since he and Jiang Hao had different examination points, he did not know Jiang Hao's information. The original plan was for him to be the number 1 in the first round. But where is this Jiang Hao? No, can't be taken lightly. Kuming's eyes stared slightly. There must be absolutely no accidents in this round. Shadow split, along with Kuming's soft shout, for Kuming appeared from the shadows one after another. This is the bottom line of Kuming's first place this time. At the same time, the examination center. Those teachers and executives who had originally paid attention to Jiang Hao had been attracted to Kuming's shadow doppelganger at the moment. After all, on Jiang Hao's side, there was nothing left to see, worthy of being one of the most outstanding geniuses in the Magic City. This is a forbidden move of the Shadow Swordsman. Although it's not as damaging as the main body, it's not too far off. Together with the heavily armored meat shield on the side, Kuming's output will reach a very terrifying level in a short period of time. This Kuming is also a genius. Unfortunately, it ran into an even more perverted existence. Mordor executives, you can shut up if you don't know how to chat. Titus executives? Appraisal copy in. The 4 shadow doppelgangers that were dispersed by Kuming decimated the abyssal demon beasts. Shadow sword combination. The 4 shadow doppelgangers instantly merged into one, followed by a sword slash. Boom! Powerful sword chi whistled out, chopping a group of abyssal demonic beasts not far away into pieces. In a flash, Kuming killed 6 abyssal demon beasts. Points +48. That's fast enough. Kuming looked at his skyrocketing points and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. In this way, I will take the first place in the first round of examination. A candidate has been detected to have completed the examination early, and the results are now announced. First place, Jiang Hao, Tiandu City. Test time, 54 seconds. Points earned, 12,400. Current total points, 12,900. Ha! It's not just Kermit. All the candidates' people who were being assessed were dumbfounded. We're still struggling and you've already passed? What the hell is this? It's on, isn't it? Chapter 91, Heart in Turmoil. One of the 10 great legends of China, and Kuming, who was slaughtering the abyssal demonic beasts, flicked his wrist when he saw the score that suddenly appeared. Wow! The shadow sword once again cut through the sky, but failed to hit the target. The heart is in turmoil. The sword is crooked. Even the hand holding the sword is trembling. On the other side of the room, Wang Wen wasn't much better. He had thought that his competitor was only Kuming, but the moment he saw Jiang Hao's score, the original 100 shots of the fiery war cannon had even misplaced a few shots. I thought we were supposed to hold out for 15 minutes. How did we get through in a minute? And is this 10,000 points ing serious? Fan Hongwei, on the other hand, was even more miserable. After seeing Jiang Hao take first place in the first round, the lifelong unwillingness to settle for anything less than the best, he resolutely chose hell difficulty in the second round. But when he entered the copy, he realized that this hellish difficulty was simply not something he could challenge. Killing a single abyssal demon beast would take 1/10 of his blood, not to mention fighting against the endless abyssal army. He was already regretting it. Hell difficulty wasn't for him at all. And upon seeing that suddenly refreshed ranking, Fan Hongwei even froze in place on the spot. It led to being surrounded by the abyssal demonic beasts, and if he hadn't used his talent in time, I'm afraid he would have cooled off by now. The culprit for all this was currently lying leisurely in front of the points panel in front of him on a large tree. There was no way around it. The monsters had all been killed and he couldn't leave before the time was up. What can I do if I don't geek out? After 2.5 minutes, though, the numbers on the points panel began to refresh. First place, Jiang Hao, Tiandu City, points, 12,900. Second place, Kuming, Mordor, points, 808. Third place, Wang Wen, Dito, points, 792. Fourth place, Jiang Xiaoyu, Imperial City, points, 682. Fifth place, Ding Haoshuan, Mordor, points, 672. The list can only show 10 names, and of those 10, 8 candidates were out of either the Imperial Capital or the Magic Capital. The Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital are still fierce, almost dominating the list. Jiang Hao looked at the points list and even commented a few sentences from time to time. The group of executives in the examination center looked at Jiang Hao's leisurely appearance and shook their heads helplessly. I haven't seen such a laid-back student at a high school exam. Yeah, is this kid really a summoner? Why am I a bit unconvinced? Before that, they had already carefully reviewed Jiang Hao's information. I can't say it was mediocre before the switch, only okay. However, after switching to become a summoner, Jiang Hao was like he had opened up. Solo through hell difficulty abyss copy. First pass abyss group. This kid wouldn't have awakened any talent, a sharp-eyed senior said in a deep voice. It's very likely. I saw in the middle of his profile that he had awakened an S-rank talent, but the specific information wasn't recorded. But he doesn't seem to have been given the resources to awaken his S-rank talent. A senior responsible for logistics and resources said, "Oh, is it hard to believe that someone has monopolized his S-rank resources?" When the top management of the examination center heard this, their faces became gloomy and uncertain in unison. Nowadays, the most serious thing in China is to use the public for personal gain and to oppress civilian professionals. If this does happen, it is a serious dereliction of duty. Looks like I'll have to visit Sky City one day. Maybe this is a chance to boost goodwill. Tendo? Instead, let Kobayashi pay attention to it. For a while, all the top brass were silent. A group of high-powered executives were simultaneously making their own calculations in their minds. 15 minutes passed quickly. When the time came, inside the copy, only a small number of candidates were teleported out. The vast majority of candidates chose to give up and were forcibly expelled from the examination room after not even lasting 15 minutes. Only a quarter of the original number of candidates remained. Congratulations to all the candidates for completing the second stage. Attention! Candidates with 500 points or more are eligible to participate in additional trials. Warm reminder, the danger level of the next test is extremely high. The mortality rate is as high as 30%. Please consider carefully. If you wish to withdraw, you may promptly crush the halo above your wrist. There is no doubt that those who are able to persevere until now are all geniuses among geniuses. Even if they gave up the additional trial now, they would still be able to get into a desirable university. As a result, there are many people who choose to give up. After all, they had used up too much mana and spirit during the test just now. Even if you participate in the additional trials, it doesn't make any sense. After all, their grades were good enough for them to get into the top universities other than the 3 universities. The additional trials were only for geniuses who wanted to impact the 3 great universities. But even so, some candidates choose to stay and plan to let go. In the end, of the 155 candidates who survived, only 95 chose to participate in the additional trials. When all the candidates had made their choices, the teleportation array flashed beneath the feet of the remaining 95 candidates. With a heavenly rotation, they were teleported above a high tower, and they were greeted by a young man. Congratulations to all of you. The candidates who were able to make it this far will all be one of the pillars of my China in the future, and I hope that you will all shine in your future paths as professionals. But before that, it's up to me to preside over this additional trial. You may call me the illusory saint. As soon as these words came out, apart from Jiang Hao, all the candidates in the room let out a clamor. Dig it, I'm not dreaming. Am I actually meeting the illusory saint? Heavens, the additional trial is actually an illusory saint examination. Going out can be bragging again. So close, I almost chose to give up. Wouldn't I regret it for the rest of my life if I gave up? It was important to know that the 10 great legends were the strongest fighting force in Huaxia, as well as Huaxia's well-deserved guardian gods. Every one of them was in existence of 90 levels or more, and this illusion saint in front of him was said to be a 93rd level professional. Illusion saint, on the other hand, was his legendary title, said to be based on the characteristics of his profession. Being able to participate in the illusory saint's trial was a great honor for these candidates. However, Jiang Hao was an exception, because the moment the illusory saint came out of the opening, Jiang Hao, who was bursting with curiosity, was the first to check up on the illusory saint's information. Name, Mirage Saint. Occupation, unknown. Rank, unknown. Equipment, unknown. Skill, unknown. Note, the opponent is not a physical entity, or the level difference is too large, or the opponent has hidden equipment, and cannot be detected for the time being. Chapter 92 Additional Examination begins. Abyssal Demon King. Jiang Hao's pupils shrunk slightly. I didn't expect that even the Void Fire Ice couldn't detect any information worthy of being one of the strongest people in China. And at this moment, the illusory saint slightly sidestepped, sweeping a glance at Jiang Hao with a smile or not, before continuing. This additional trial is a test of teamwork and individual ability. Even if you are behind in points, you may have a chance to turn the tide against the wind in this trial. At these words, a flash of fortitude flashed in Koming and Wang Wen's eyes. Now their points are all coming to 8,000 up and down, and the gap from the first Jiang Hao is very obvious. If it was really like what the illusory saint had said, this would most likely be their only chance. One represents the glory of the imperial capital. One represents the onslaught of Mordor. Unconsciously, the duo had already regarded Jiang Hao as their greatest opponent. It wasn't just Koming and Wang Wen. The other candidates were also holding their breath, wanting to turn the tide against the wind and soar to the heavens in the last additional trial. Seeing such energetic candidates, Illusory Saint also smiled and nodded. Alright, you will know the rules after entering the test. Now, it's time to depart. One could only see a greenish-colored light blossoming from the Illusory Saint's hands, covering each candidate. When the light dissipated, the 95 candidates disappeared above the light tower, accompanied by a heavenly rotation. Jiang Hao only felt a blur before his eyes, and then he appeared in an unfamiliar heaven and earth. It was a vast and boundless wilderness, with dark clouds and lightning above the sky. Jiang Hao looked around, only to see a huge tower towering above this wasteland. The giant tower was pitch black, as if it was made of refined iron, and with him, there were 4 other professionals. Jiang Hao looked up and realized that these 4 professionals were actually NPCs, and their occupations happened to form a squad. What a warrior, priest, tank, support, all complete. Additional examination. The Demon King's trial is about to begin. Exam rules. A level 40 Abyssal Demon King will appear in 50 seconds, and all candidates will be able to form a squad based on the available NPCs to crush the Abyssal Demon King. Examination time, not yet available. What? The Abyssal Demon King? Every candidate revealed a look of disbelief when they learned that they were about to face the Abyssal Demon King. A level 40 Abyssal Demon King. What a fart! Their highest right now was only level 19. What were they going to fight the Abyssal Demon King with? Worthy of being the most difficult additional trial. It really wasn't something that ordinary people could pass. Looking at the 4 NPC professionals in front of them, who were equal in level to themselves, the vast majority of the students were already planning to let go and see if they could exchange their lives for theirs. If you can beat the Abyssal Demon King, you might get some points. Koming and Wang Wen, after experiencing a brief shock, also quickly adjusted their minds and methodically set up tasks to the 4 NPC professionals. These kids are still too young. As soon as they heard the 4 words Abyssal Demon King, they almost even lost their will to fight. Inside the examination center, a senior exclaimed, "These kids have done quite well. At least they have the courage to face the Abyssal Demon King instead of just giving up. Look at that Koming and Wang Wen, and set up a play." But Illusory Saint Sama's test is really different. After all, these children are the hope for the future of Huaxia. You know, the abyss can be restless now, one of the executives said in a deep voice. Although there was an apparent détente between the abyss and the human race, but in reality, the abyss had been looking for a way to defeat the human race in one fell swoop all these years, and as the most powerful of the human kingdoms, Huaxia was the primary target of the abyss. The renewed war between Huaxia and the abyss can't be too far away, I'm sure. What do you guys say? What choice will this kid Jiang Hao make? He seems to have made his choice. Only in the screen, Jiang Hao gave the 4 NPCs the order to stand by, and then walked towards the giant tower alone. This kid, good at everything, is just too much of a loner, facing an Abyssal Demon King that is nearly 20 levels above him. Even if one's power is strong, it's still hard to deal with it. A senior exclaimed, "Maybe this kid has some kind of card. I have a feeling that he might have more than one summon beast." Another senior laughed, and the illusory saint above the high tower also noticed the maverick Jiang Hao. "Summoner and unknown talent? Let's see if you're capable of getting that chance." Inside the trial, with the countdown ending, all of a sudden, black clouds churned above the sky, forming a vortex, and at the center of the vortex, a tall Abyssal Demon King with black wings, 2 horns on his head, and a tall figure slowly appeared. The moment the Abyssal Demon King appeared, all of the students were feeling a palpitating pressure. That feeling made them unable to raise any resistance for a moment. Is this the terror of the Demon King of the Abyss? Kerman muttered. Even after seeing on-screen descriptions of how terrifying and powerful the Demon King of the Abyss was. However, after actually seeing an Abyssal Demon King, Kuming truly realized how terrifying an Abyssal Demon King was. Is this the Abyssal Demon King that Illusory Saint and the others have been fighting against? That kind of pressure made him completely unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. No panic. Kuming took a deep breath and forced down the fear in his heart. He still has his squad. He still has hope for the team. All squad members listen up. Everyone charge with me. Under Kuming's command, the team of 4 NPCs methodically took the lead in charging towards the Abyssal Demon King. On the other hand, Wang Wen on the other side was also not willing to show weakness, and similarly led the 4 NPCs to set up an attack spell, ready to let go of the fight. They knew that only by taking the initiative before the Abyssal Demon King launched his attack would they have a slight chance of winning. Otherwise, the Abyssal Demon King only needed to slightly release a little bit of his might, and they would be directly crushed to death. However, the fantasy is nice, but the reality is cruel. Their pre-planned tactics hadn't even been laid out yet. Roar! Only to see the Abyssal Demon King roar up to the sky, a terrifying wave of sound instantly sweeping across the entire field. With a loud boom, Kuming and the rest of his team were directly sent flying out. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Kuming only felt as if several of his bones had broken, and his blood bar instantly dropped to its lowest value. How could he have never imagined that the Abyssal Demon King would erupt with such terrifying might with just a roar of rage? It wasn't just Kuming, but Wang Wen and a few other candidates' teams also received the same treatment. With this strike, it directly killed more than half of their squad. Damn it, it's no match at all. Kuming struggled to get up from the ground, his heart filled with despair. The strength of this Abyssal Demon King was far beyond his imagination. If no miracle happens, only death awaits them. Was this kind of existence really something they could defeat? Chapter 93, Summoning Beasts are a Team. The true Abyssal Demon King descends. Another copy of the battlefield. Jiang Hao looked up at the figure in the center of the black cloud vortex. Abyssal Demon King, Mirage. Level, 40. Power, 15. 500. Body mass, 15. 500. Speed, 15. 500. Spirit, 15. 500. Skills, Abyssal Erosion LVE. 4. Super Rank, Abyssal Decimation LVE. 4. Super Rank. Passive, Abyssal Magic, Abyssal War Armor, Abyssal Might. Looking at the data on the information panel, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly. The Demon King of the Abyss? Old friend. He himself had just killed an Abyssal Demon King a few days ago, and although it was only a projection, the value was much higher than the one in front of him. At this moment, all of the executives who were paying attention to the exam were watching Jiang Hao's every move. Only 10 seconds had passed, and all of the candidates who had participated in the additional trial had already been eliminated as much as possible. In the entire examination room, only Jiang Hao was left alone. It's better to make it quick. Light blossomed in Jiang Hao's hands, and a summoning formation appeared on the surface of the ground. Little Saint, Chubby Tat, Snowy, and Saixia. At this moment, all 4 of Jiang Hao's summoned beasts appeared. 4 summoned beasts. This kid is only level 18, right? How is his spirit power so high? A senior exclaimed in shock. Moreover, each of his summoned beasts seems to be of a not-so-low grade. Even if that golden monkey is perverted, why does it feel like the other summoned beasts aren't bad either? The jade horn on top of the head of that humanoid summoning beast wearing 7-colored battle armor. Isn't that a symbol only possessed by the Dragon Clan? The exam center was instantly abuzz. For Jiang Hao's evaluation, they had thought it was exaggerated enough, but now it looks like the previous assessment was conservative. Jiang Hao was definitely the most top-notch genius professional. At this moment, a thought rose in their hearts unanimously. Jiang Hao 1T, really be able to defeat the Abyssal Demon King, right? Inside the exam room. Roar! The Abyssal Demon King roared furiously, deafening waves of sound sweeping through the heavens and earth. Its pitch-black body was filled with a terrifying abyssal aura, as if it was capable of corrupting everything. However, in the face of the Abyssal Demon King's pressure, Jiang Hao's summoned beasts were not afraid at all. Snow instantly put on Zephyr Cloth for the 3 beasts, banishing all negative effects while strengthening all attributes. And along with the unfolding of the little sages, Do Sheng Domain, the battle situation was already quite clear. Even the Abyssal Demon King, which was 20 levels higher than them, was under the tight and orderly, seamless cooperation of the 4 summoned beasts. It only lasted less than a minute before it was knocked out of its second form. Roar! Dark, of color, water etc. The Abyssal Demon King roared in anger. his body's black light flourishing. Its figure instantly skyrocketed, transforming into a black troll that was 100 feet tall. The terrifying abyssal breath even turned into substance, forming a black tentacle that swept toward Jiang Hao's summoned beasts, and in a flash of lightning, a red aura flashed, only to see that Little Saint had arrived behind the abyssal demon king at some point. Must kill rule, trigger. The red gold in the Little Saint's hand extended tens of meters and smashed straight towards the abyssal demon king. Minus 999,999. A white number lit up. The abyssal demon king in front of him was directly killed in seconds. Congratulations on completing the additional trials. Is counting your performance. Personnel integrity 100%. Blood health 100%. Damage percentage 100%. Completion time 108 seconds. Ding. Kill abyssal demon king, illusion, experience plus 18,000, 20%. Congratulations on your leveling up to 19. Unlimited colorful word trigger, draw plus 1. Congratulations on passing the additional trial, gaining plus 20,000 points. Congratulations on your SS rating, get extra points plus 5,000. Congratulations on winning the first place in the additional trial, get extra points plus 3,000. Your total points are currently 60,900, placing you in first place in this Occupier's Gauntlet. Demon, I'm really gifted. I was still too conservative before. This Jiang Hao passed the additional trial in less than 2 minutes, and also killed the abyssal demon king, which will be an unprecedented record for the Huaxia Professionals Higher Education Examination. Inside the examination center, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the points change on the screen. In just 2 minutes, Jiang Hao's points had skyrocketed by more than 40,000 points. This is more points than the total points of all previous candidates combined. Moreover, Jiang Hao had also won the SS grade evaluation and the first place in the additional trial, which were both unprecedented achievements. What kind of monster is this kid? Besides, the coordination between his summoned beasts is simply seamless. Genius. Absolute genius. His growth, absolutely top-notch. Quick, pull up his information. I'm going to personally invite him to join the military district. The crowd of executives were thrilled. Jiang Hao's talent allowed them to see a future legend of China. They firmly believed that as long as Jiang Hao continued to grow, China would give birth to another Ninth Order powerhouse. High on the tower, the illusory saint in green clothes gazed at the spirited teenager within the copy, his eyes narrowing slightly. It's worthy of being your chosen one. It seems that we guys are really getting old. But, the illusory saint raised his eyes to the sky. There are always some guys who like to break the scenery. Boom! Accompanied by a loud sound. The dark clouds spreading across the sky actually began to gather crazily, and in an instant, they coalesced into a terrifying black hole. A crimson light flickered in the black hole. The candidates and the duplicate were all staring daggers at the black hole above the sky, an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. Not good. That's an abyssal rift. The faces of a group of senior officers changed greatly, not expecting that an abyssal rift had been attracted in the middle of the trial. This means that copies here are likely to be abyssalized. But with Lord Illusion Saint around, there shouldn't be any problems, right? And it was at this moment that the change suddenly occurred again, only to see that a silhouette had actually appeared once again in the abyssal fissure. Along with the appearance of the silhouette, the surrounding space began to distort continuously, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. And just when this black fog was about to spread, a green light appeared, isolating all the black fog in a space. Demon Abyss, do you want to go to war with my Huaxia again? The spatial crack unfolded. An illusory saint stepped out from it. Start a war? Could it be that the Abyss is still your human race? Devil Abyss's voice like a lion's low roar rang out. Only, I have not come on this trip to start a war. As long as you hand over the human in the middle of the copy, I will leave. Obviously, the purpose of Devil Abyss trip was for Jiang Hao. After Jiang Hao killed his projection, Devil Abyss felt more and more terrifying about this person. If he was allowed to grow up in the future, a more difficult Ninth Order powerhouse would surely appear again in China. He would never allow that to happen. Chapter 94, Mysterious Race, Irreversible Copy Abyssalization. Devil Abyss. This is China, not your devil region. Not to mention taking away a single student. If you want to step out of this space today, you'll have to ask me, Huaxia, for permission first. The illusory saint snorted coldly, and the green light in his hand flashed, instantly transforming into a blade of green light that chopped towards the demonic abyss. Devil Abyss was not willing to show weakness, and the abyssal blade in his hand swung, clashing with the green-colored light blade. Boom! Terrifying explosions resounded through the heavens and earth, and space trembled. If it wasn't for the shelter of the watchtower, I'm afraid that many people would have been killed under this strike. and under the strike, Illusory Saint was unharmed, while on the contrary, Demonic Abyss took half a step backwards. As expected, as rumors have it, the strength of the Demon Abyss seems to have regressed for some reason. The Illusory Saint's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he could see that the power within the Demonic Abyss was very dazzling. Devil Abyss, on the other hand, had a slightly sullen expression on his face. His projection power had been killed by Jiang Hao earlier, and he hadn't completely recovered by now. It's that damn kid. But time should be about right. The corner of Devil Abyss' mouth hooked into a cold smile as he looked into the void beside him. Illusory Saint, goodbye? Another eerie, low voice rang out. The spatial crack unfolded once again, and a figure carrying pitch-black wings and holding a long sword appeared. Feathers? This is a bit of a problem. Seeing the visitor, Illusory Saint's eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since the blue planet crossed paths with the major realms, countless races had appeared. Among them, the Feather race and the Abyss were on the opposite side of the human race. It was only that what Illusory Saint did not expect was that the always arrogant and cocky Feather clan would cooperate with the Abyss. Don't think too much about it. I'm just getting paid to do it. The man from the Feather clan spread his hands out before his words changed. However, I still quite want to see the demise of your human clan's geniuses. This is going to be fun, isn't it? As the words of the man from the Feather clan fell, the entire sky above the replica was suddenly shrouded in blood mist. Buzz. Inside the examination copy, Jiang Hao only felt a blur before his eyes, and his surroundings changed radically. The original vast wilderness disappeared, and in its place, there was a blood-colored world. Above the sky, the blood clouds were dense, as if they were about to drip blood rain at any moment. Above the earth, there was not an inch of grass, and there were ruins and white bones everywhere. A strong, sickening scent of blood washed over him. What's going on? How did this place get like this? Kuming and the others looked at their surroundings with frightened faces, an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. Could it be that the Abyss has invaded? Wang Wen muttered, a hint of despair in his tone. An abyssal invasion. That was the last thing they wanted to see, because once the Abyss invaded, it meant that they, the candidates, would become prey to the Abyss. Damn it, where are Lord Illusion Saint and the others? Is it hard to believe that there has been some kind of accident? Kuming gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart almost spilling out. Wouldn't it be better to say so? Wouldn't they, the candidates, have to die here? And just then, an icy voice came. He, Illusory Saint? I'm afraid he can't take care of himself. As the voice fell, a pitch-black figure appeared in midair. The man wore a black robe and a hood, making it impossible to see his face. However, the aura emanating from his body was suffocating all the candidates present. General Abyss. Kuming lost his voice and exclaimed. However, before the other candidates had time to react, a birdman clad in black wings and holding a spear appeared above the sky dome. Is this the Feathered Clan? Wang Wen looked grave. No wonder the Illusory Sage couldn't rescue them in the first place. It turned out to be the Feather Clan and the Abyss joining forces to target Huaxia. If they were merely facing an abyssal general, then they would still have a fighting chance, but then add a feathered nation. They can already start preparing a suicide note. Feathers? Jiang Hao's eyes flashed with a glint. It was the first time he had seen creatures from other realms so close. Stupid human race, today is the day you die. The tone of the leading Feather Clan person was filled with killing intent. And at that moment, a curtain of light suddenly appeared in the minds of the crowd. Warning, the copy has been abyssalized and is irreversible. Candidates, please note that in the abyssalized copies, the strength of the abyssal creatures will be greatly increased, so please be careful. Randomized copy quests being generated in rule update. Ding! The copy quest has been updated. Please kill all invading creatures within 10 minutes, otherwise the copy will be permanently abyssalized and all candidates will be trapped in the copy until they die. What? Copy abyssalized and irreversible? And that 10-minute limit, how is that even possible to accomplish? Damn it, these abyssal bastards came prepared. When the group of candidates heard the system prompt, their hearts were in despair. Even if the copies were abyssalized, there was still a chance that they would be able to be rescued, but irreversibility directly shatters all their illusions. This meant that they would be facing a constant stream of abyssal creatures with substantially increased strength. It was impossible to accomplish the task of killing all the invading creatures in 10 minutes. Everyone, we have to unite. We can't let these abyssal bastards look down on our Chinese sons. Ku Ming hissed. That's right, even if we die, we must tear off a piece of flesh from the abyssal scum to let them know that our Chinese sons are not so easy to mess with. Wang Wen also chimed in. The rest of the candidates sniffed, and the original atmosphere of despair was gradually replaced by fervor. They all had their own pride, even if the chances of winning this time were infinitely close to zero. Never give up until they're down. Ahem. You guys get hot-blooded later. They're all coming for me. It's none of your business. You just hide behind me and that's enough. At that moment, an untimely voice rang out. They only saw that Jiang Hao had walked in front of them at some point, constantly approaching the Abyssal General and the Feather Clan. Seeing this, the candidates wanted to go forward to stop them. Wait, don't go over there. You're just going to die if you go over there. We are a regiment. Boom! A deafening roar interrupted all the candidates' words. When they raised their eyes to look, they only saw an immense and incomparable red-golden long stick blast all of the Abyssal Generals and Feather Clan in front of them out. And on top of the red-gold long stick, a golden monkey had its hands coiled on its chest, its eyes looking out of the corner of its eye. In an instant, the battlefield was silent. Ravenous. All the candidates were dumbfounded at what was in front of them. What just happened? That Abyssal General and the Feathered Clan. It seems like they were killed by that golden monkey with a single stick, right? Worthy of being the target that the Demon King has handpicked to kill. It is truly extraordinary. An abyssal rift appeared out of nowhere, and the Abyssal General who had been knocked out tens of meters once again stepped out from it. Only now, the Abyssal General could be described as being in a sorry state, with his black robe in tatters. Obviously the stick that little sage had just used had caused it no small amount of damage. Chapter 95 One man battles two races alone. Soaring experience. However, even if you are against the heavens, you can't escape the control of the abyss. The Abyssal General let out a fierce laugh, his black robe dancing without wind. Dozens of abyssal cracks appeared out of nowhere, and a terrifying abyssal aura spread out from them. Roar! An abyssal creature surged out from the crack, densely packed, like a tidal wave toward Jiang Hao. Lowly human, how dare you sneak attack the noble Feather Clan? An air-breaking sound rang out, and the Feather Clan that had been knocked out by the little saint reappeared, pointing straight at Jiang Hao. The crowd of candidates had completely fallen into despair when they saw the two major armies that averaged 30 levels. As things stood, one could only hope that Jiang Hao could create a miracle. While Jiang Hao looked at the constant stream of abyssal creatures and feathered races in front of him, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. That's experience for nothing. The abyssal people also strange good Lu. Know that he recently did not have a place to upgrade, but also specially called on the Feather Tribe together to send to the door. Since this was the case, how could Jiang Hao let down their intentions? It was accompanied by a movement of Jiang Hao's mind. All of a sudden, a 10-meter tall thunder giant bear descended from the sky, turning on 9 Dawn Thunder Demon Beast, plus multiple words, plus Thunder Body Guardian. Fat De rushed into the army with a Thunder Warhammer in his hand. Boom! The Thunder Warhammer slammed into the ground, and the terrifying power of thunder instantly erupted, sending all the surrounding abyssal creatures and feather race flying out. Immediately after that, Fat D opened his bloody mouth and a thunder spit gushed out, transforming into a beam of lightning that blasted the abyssal creatures and the Feathered Clan to slag. At the same time, the little sage was holding a red golden baguette like a god of war, charging through the abyssal creatures and the Feather Clan's army. Every stick that went down would take away a large swath of abyssal creatures and feathered races. Looking at the two summoned beasts that wantonly slaughtered the abyssal and Feather Clan legions, the candidates behind them directly froze in place. What the hell do I see? Nearly 100 abyssal creatures and feathered races were simply powerless under Jiang Hao's two summoned beasts. Wait, summoned beasts? Jiang Hao TM is a summoner. No, wasn't it said that summoners are the weakest profession in the early stages? Well, it seems a bit different. Dug out. Too damn perverted. Go back and I'll have my family transfer me to a summoner. Come on. It's great god Jiang Hao who's strong, not the summoner profession. They also saw that Jiang Hao's summoned beasts were ridiculously strong, simply not like creatures from the same world as them. Roar! At this time, the Abyssal General roared angrily and took advantage of the gap to break away from the battlefield, swinging the abyssal blade in his hand and chopping at Jiang Hao. As long as Jiang Hao died, those two summoned beasts would immediately disappear. Wow! A blade as black as ink whistled out, as if it wanted to cut Jiang Hao in two. Not good. That Abyssal General is trying to sneak attack. Damn it! Great god Jiang Hao's summoned beasts won't be able to get away anytime soon. However, Jiang Hao was razor-sharp in the face of the Abyssal General's attack. Only a spatial ripple appeared when the blade-on was about to touch Jiang Hao. The blade-on was like falling into a swamp and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And then another spatial ripple appeared, and that blade-on even reversed its direction and chopped straight towards the Abyssal General. How is that possible? The Abyssal General's face turned blue as he immediately cast a defense to ward off the blade. Bang! The Abyssal General was sent flying out by the blade awnings, and a mouthful of blood spurted out furiously. Space spells? That's space spells. The abyssal general stared at Jiang Hao dead in the face, his eyes filled with incredulity. Jiang Hao actually knew space spells. Didn't the information given by the Demon King say that this person was a summoner? However, he wasn't given the chance to think about it much. A 5 elements divine light instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Only a multicolored divine dragon was hovering above the battlefield, with furious mana surging above its body. 5 elements control, plus 5 elements spitting. Boom! The terrifying power of the 5 elements erupted, and the endless 5 elements of divine light seemed to tear apart the entire space, blasting all the abyssal creatures and feathered races on the battlefield into pieces. For a time, the entire copy was filled with wailing and blood. Jiang Hao looked at the experience bar that was constantly soaring, his heart secretly happy. The experience value of these abyssal creatures and feathers was too high. It was simply an upgrade weapon. Ding! Congratulations on killing the abyssal creature, experience plus 3000, plus 20%. Ding! Congratulations on killing a member of the Feather Clan, experience plus 3500, plus 20. As he killed more and more abyssal creatures and feathered races, Jiang Hao's level increased by leaps and bounds. Level 20. Level 21. Infinite colorful word gift trigger, extraction count plus 2, current remaining count, 3. In just less than 10 minutes, Jiang Hao's level was raised to level 21. Abyss is such a nice guy. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh once again. If it wasn't for the Abyss, one wouldn't necessarily be able to upgrade in such a short period of time. Ahem. At that moment, a cough came from the middle of the battlefield. Jiang Hao fixed his eyes on it, only to see a blackened, tattered birdman lying moribund in a pool of blood. It was the people of the Feathered Clan. He had just tried to escape before the 5 elements control fell, but his strength was not good enough and he was blasted back by the little saint's stick. Now that he had lost all his strength, it was very difficult for him to even move. Ah! A sudden force came from above his chest, only to see that Jiang Hao had already arrived in front of him and stepped on him. Birdman, why do you want to kill me? Jiang Hao looked down at this birdman. Jiang Hao could understand that Abyss wanted to kill him, but what about this birdman? Despicable, lowly human, I even die. Ah! Before the leader of the Feather Clan could finish his words, his chest was directly crushed by Jiang Hao. Say what you like. One day, I will come to the door to seek justice. Jiang Hao made a note of this account of the Feather Clan in the little book in his heart, and when he was well developed, he would go and the hell out of him. Kill the Feathered Clan commander, experience plus 5300, 20%. Ding! Congratulations on completing your special mission. It took 2 minutes and 42 seconds. The copy abyssalization has been lifted. You may leave on your own. At this moment, all the candidates present had been completely confused. This is the end of the kill? The entire process took less than 3 minutes, and nearly 100 abyssal demonic beasts and Feather Clan warriors were all slaughtered by Jiang Hao alone. Meanwhile, outside the exam room replica, a group of executives took action as soon as they learned that the copy had been abyssalized in an irreversible manner. Damn it, irreversible belongs to the power of the abyssal demon king. Unusual methods can't unlock it at all. The executives looked at the diaphragm formed by the power of rules in front of them, and their hearts were filled with anxiety. You guys get out of the way. I have a method that can break the power of the rules, only that it will take some time, and I don't know if those candidates can't not hold on. A high-ranking person who specialized in breaking seals immediately stepped forward, condensing glow in his hands and slowly touching on the rule diaphragm. The moment the glow touched the diaphragm, the power of the rules instantly subsided a lot. It seems that Old Lee's power of breaking the delusion has improved again, and I can't find out if those kids will last until then. Ka-ching! Just as the higher-ups were pondering, the rule diaphragm unexpectedly shattered in an instant. Dig in. Old Lee, you can do it. Cracking the Demon King's rule power so quickly. A senior exclaimed. Loudly, but I just didn't power up. Chapter 96. Unfortunately, King Beheading is just one step away. What? You mean the rule power disappeared on its own? Doesn't that mean, buzz? In the next moment, the copy that was originally flickering with bloodlight suddenly returned to its original state. A figure stepped out from it. Phew, finally out. Dig it. I almost thought I was going to die in there. Thanks to Great God Jiang Hao. Yes, if it wasn't for Great God Jiang Hao, I'm afraid that next year's today would be the anniversary of our death. One candidate had a few moments of celebration on his or her face. Just when they thought they could relax, they only saw this around them. There was a group of people staring at them intently. Governor of the province. Why are you here? Hello, Principal Lu. Lu. The crowd of candidates looked at the group of bigots around them, and their weak hearts were once again shocked. Meanwhile, above the watchtower, the battle raged. The illusory saint alone fought the demon abyss and Feather Clan powerhouses. and the aftermath of the collision caused the watchtower to tremble. Illusory Saint, stop struggling. With us here, you definitely won't be able to save those students today. Devil Abyss sneered as he dodged the Illusory Saint's attack. Yes? The Illusory Saint coldly grunted, and the green-colored light blade in his hand bloomed with an even more dazzling light. Boom! In the next moment, the Illusory Saint slashed out with his sword, and a green-colored sword she shot straight up into the sky, forcing the demonic abyss and the Feather Clan powerhouses back. Damn it! Asterisk. The demonic abyss and Feather Clan powerhouses roared in rage. They didn't expect the Illusory Saint to be so strong. It also made them feel grateful for their actions today. The human race was able to rise within a few hundred years, relying on the rise of generation after generation of strong people like the Illusory Saint. As long as he was able to drag Zhang Haobei to kill him, even if he would subsequently face the wrath of Huaxia, Devil Abyss didn't care. Ha ha, Illusory Saint, even if you're strong, you can't protect your people. That's not a very pleasant feeling, is it? But don't worry, I'll move the bodies of those students back to the abyss and make them my most loyal demon puppets. There was a hint of malice in Devil Abyss' hoarse voice, as if he had already seen Illusory Saint's desperate expression. Ignorant! Illusory Saint's handsome face was cold to the core. Green sky transformation boundary. In the next moment, Illusory Saint's entire body erupted with a dazzling green light, and a pillar of green light shot straight up into the sky, enveloping the entire examination hall. The pupils of the demonic abyss and Feather Clan powerhouses shrunk violently as they sensed a hint of an aura that made their hearts palpitate from this green light. Boom! In an instant, the green light exploded, and the entire space of the examination room was instantly filled with a strange power. Is this the rule? The Devil's Abyss and Feather Clan powerhouses exclaimed in shock. They didn't expect the Illusory Sage to make use of the power of rules. Rules? That was a power that would only be awakened after the 8th rank. After possessing the power of rules, one could control a side of space and multiply their strength. The rule that the Illusory Saint had cast was called the Green Sky Transformation Boundary, and within this rule, the Illusory Saint would be invincible. It seems that this Illusory Saint is truly enraged, and has even used the rules. In that case, the king will have to get serious as well. Just as Devil Abyss wanted to use the Devil Abyss rule, a backlash surged through his heart. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out by Devil Abyss, and his eyes were filled with shock. How is it possible that my rule power has disappeared? Could it be that there was some kind of accident in the middle of the copy? Devil Yuan's face changed greatly, instantly losing any power to counter. Illusion Saint, stop! Seeing that demonic abyss was about to fall, the Feather Clan's powerhouses finally couldn't sit still. A powerful aura erupted from his body, trying to stop the Illusory Saint. Get out! The Illusory Saint let out a cold cry, and with a wave of his hand, a green light shook the Feather Race powerhouse out. Today, no one can save him. The Illusory Saint's gaze was icy cold, and the green-colored blade of light in his hand swung once again, heading straight for the demonic abyss to chop away. Damn it, the demon realm! In the nick of time, Devil Abyss immediately mobilized all of his strength to cast his signature skill, only to see his arms spread out. A black curtain of light instantly wrapped around him, fending off the Illusory Saint's attack. Boom! The green-colored light blade chopped on top of the black light curtain, emitting a deafening roar. Terrifying aftershocks swept through the 8 directions, leveling everything around them. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Devil Abyss, and his breath withered to the extreme. Although his demonic domain had blocked the Illusory Saint's attack, he was severely injured as a result. Damn it, the plan failed. Get me out of here! Devil Abyss roared in a direction. Taking you away is a different price. The Feather Clan powerhouse quietly came behind Devil Yuan. If I die, it won't do your Feather Clan any good. Devil Abyss snorted coldly. If it wasn't for the fact that his power had yet to be restored and his rule power had been cracked, how could he have been in such a sorry state? Let's put it on the books this time. Storms surged around the Feather Clan powerhouse, wrapping him in the demon domain in every way possible, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. The Illusory Saint didn't go after him when he saw this. After all, the people of the Feather Clan could not fight, but their escape was first-rate. At this moment, Illusory Saint suddenly looked to the left direction. The people are gone. You can come out now. It really can't escape the eyes of Lord Illusion Saint. It's just a pity that it let that abyssal demon king escape. With the appearance of a spatial ripple, a multicolored divine dragon appeared out of thin air. It was Zhang Hao and Saixia. Originally, Zhang Hao had planned to fish in troubled waters for a wave. But unfortunately, the speed of that bird man was just too fast. Otherwise the little saint's stick would have fallen. You're really... The Illusory Saint was actually speechless for a moment. A 21-ranked professional dared to count the 9th-ranked abyssal demon king. The illusory saint suddenly raised a flash of the thought, is he getting old? Meanwhile, in the city of Gingyang, outside the examination center, countless professionals and candidates are eagerly waiting for the results of this final exam. With the presence of the watchtower, they didn't realize what a great event they had just experienced. All they saw was a sudden black and green sky, but it quickly returned to its original state. Strange, how come the announcement of this session's exam results is slower than previous years? The ordinary exams have been completed and scored, and now the only candidates who have not yet appeared with their results are those who participated in the special exams. And just then, the points above the light curtain began to change. The third round of examination is over, and the final results are now announced. First place, Jianghao, Tiandu City, points, 600,900. Second place, Kuming, Mordor, points, 16,000. Third place, Wangwon, Dito, points, 15,800. Fourth place, Battle Armor, Imperial, points, 14,800. Congratulations to candidate Jiang Hao, who won the national top prize, Chapter 97, 18 that year, number 1 in the country, Blue Star, 3025, June 10, 6 p.m. A notice that resounded throughout China. At this moment, as long as one is a professional, as long as one is not in a special copy, as long as one is located in the territory of China, all professionals received this notice. Wasia announcement. 3025 National Higher Education Examination for Professionals successfully concluded. Top 10 list announced below. Looking up to the sky, let's all congratulate these 10 geniuses and have a great future. Along with a beep sounded within the professional system, Jiang Hao subconsciously looked at the sky dome, only to see a golden scroll slowly spread out above the dome of the sky, and the light continued to become dazzling, as if it was going to cover the entire dome of the sky. Holy, really golden? Jiang Hao looked at the golden scroll slowly opening above the sky dome, his mouth slightly open. He had thought that the form of announcement after winning the first prize was just a formality, but he hadn't expected the battle to be so big. Will it really cover all of China? As you thought, this golden list will cover every city in China. The illusory saint, as if he could see Jiang Hao's doubts, spoke. The golden list is the latest figurative achievement researched by the Professional Scientific Research Department. As long as there are more than a certain number of professionals present, they will be able to make the golden list materialize. You're also lucky to say that this is the first time we've used this technology. Jiang Hao nodded deeply. He had only been in this world for 18 years, and even less than half a month after transferring to become a professional. There is far from a clear perception of the power and mystery of Huaxia. It was the first time he had seen such a big scene. But this, you're afraid of being targeted by other unsuspecting forces, aren't you? Illusory Saint said. Not really. Jiang Hao scratched his head. After all, he couldn't wait for those forces to find him himself. After all, it's hard to say who's the hunter and who's the prey. You don't have to hide your displeasure. The illusory saint raised his eyes to the golden scroll in the center of the sky dome. We've also thought about the consequences of making you geniuses public, but this is something we'll have to face sooner or later. You're all geniuses. You all have pride, and the careerist high school exam is something to be proud of even for your entire career as a careerist. Furthermore, even if we hide your information, the Abyss and other forces will still be able to find ways to get your information, just like the Abyssal Demon King today. The illusory saint's eyes flashed with a flash of sharpness, but it's still the same sentence. Those who offend my Huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. We, Huaxia, are not afraid of any challenge, and you, who are the future of Huaxia, deserve no less. Child, enjoy the moment of splendor that is exclusively yours. The illusory saint's words were tinged with emotion. Obviously, such honor was not available in his day. After all, China at that time was far from being as powerful as it is today. Jiang Hao on top of the watchtower looked down on the crowd below. The entire crowd was found to be looking up at the gold list. Buzz. In an instant, a light as dazzling as the sun erupted from above the golden ranking. Wherever the light passed, all the dark clouds dispersed as if they were vaporized. Immediately afterward, a large golden character with a long stroke emerged on top of the golden list. 10th place, by Gaoxian, Jingyang City, total score, 12,500. Final verdict, excellent. With the first name, the crowd began to applaud and congratulate the genius. Along with the flashes of golden light in the haze, one name after another appeared. The atmosphere of the city is also gradually brought to a climax with the appearance of each name. And such a picture has been playing out across the country. Today, even though work was busy and life was hard, all of them put down what they were doing and looked up at the boundless sky. This was because this day was the day when the results of the Huaxia Professionals College Entrance Examination were announced. Countless parents and children, teachers and students, and a multitude of professionals look up at this sky. Every face was filled with excitement, as if the whole of China was united at this moment. Ninth place, Guoxiaran, Jiangyang City, total score 13,500. Final evaluation excellent. With a flash of golden light, another name was added to the sky above. Jiangyang City, People's Hospital. Child, look, 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 your cousin is on the golden scroll. An old man with white hair excitedly pointed at the golden scroll in the sky. The little girl in the hospital bed was pale, but her gray eyes showed a hint of joy when she saw the familiar name. Way to go, geniuses. The future of Huaxia depends on you. Squares, streets, balconies. Every people concerned about the golden list offered their blessings to the candidates, and the whole of China was immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Jiang Hao, who had taken all this in his eyes, suddenly understood the significance of the golden list. Humanity has been suffering from the abyss for a long time, and this is especially true for Huaxia, which is the strongest of the human kingdoms. And this golden list is carrying the expectations of countless Chinese people for the future. Without realizing it, Jiang Hao only felt that there was suddenly some more heavy weight on his shoulders. Duty and faith? Feels pretty good. At the same time, a name was announced on the golden list. Candidates watching this are a little excited, some frustrated, and some even want to come back for another year. Even though many of them were in the top 3 or even at the top of the list in various provinces, they were still somewhat dwarfed by these 10 people on the list. Look, third place out. Third place, Wang Wen, Titus, total score, 19,000. Final evaluation, Scout, I go. This Wang Wen seems to be the strongest genius in the imperial capital participating in the college entrance exam this year. How come he's only third? Doesn't that mean that the imperial capital's monopoly on the top students is going to be broken? Take it easy. Look at this one. Right at this moment, a bright and dazzling golden meteor crossed the sky, leaving a dashing name on top of the golden list. Second place, Kuming, Mordor, total score, 20,100. Final verdict, top ranking. In this instant, the people of Mordor completely boiled over. Mordor Bull, after 3 years of not coming in second, today I finally raise my eyebrows. Ow ow ow. Kuming is so handsome. I love it. No, the imperial capital is third. The magic capital is second. Who's first? Wang Wen and Kuming were already the strongest among the professionals participating in this imperial capital and magic capital's advanced examination. But neither of them were number 1. Doesn't that mean that the first is someone else? Immediately afterward, as 10,000 golden lights blossomed, only the last position above the sky dome remained. At this moment, people all over China were holding their breath. Don't hang around, just announce it. The top 10 is just short of the last place. It can't be Taidu, can it? Isn't Taidu a bit too fierce this year? Everyone stared nervously at the golden list, waiting for the last position to appear. At this moment, the people of the imperial capital were full of confidence. The people of the magic capital were waiting with bated breath, and the people of the provinces of China were looking forward to it. Buzz, under everyone's 10,000 attention, the last golden light above the sky dome bloomed. A powerful name appeared in the center of the sky. First place, Jiang Hao, Tiandu City, total score, 609,000. Final verdict, national champion. Chapter 98, Genius Who Doesn't Know. As Jiang Hao's name blossomed above the heavenly dome, the celestial city boiled over. First place, it's Jiang Hao, Tiandu City, a top scholar. Bravo! We in Tiandu have finally raised our eyebrows. Countless people in the Sky City looked up at the sky and cheered excitedly. At this moment, Tiandu City became the most dazzling city in China, with countless gazes converging here. Who is this Jiang Hao? Why haven't I heard of him before? I've heard that he's the new generation genius of this year's Sky Metropolis, but he's been keeping a low profile before, so I didn't expect to hit the ground running. So low-key? It's too awesome to take the national top spot directly. At this moment, Tiandu City, the mayor's office. Lin Chuan looked up at the name that was located at the top of the golden list, the name that shone brightly with golden light. His heart was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that the previously debauched and somewhat slippery teenager would have become a national scholar? This feels like a TM dream, but you deserve it. Prime High School, Director's Office. Sun Yan only felt his brain go blank when he saw the familiar name at the top. I'm not mistaken, am I? Director Su. Among the students who took the college entrance examination this year in our Tiandu City, there should be no renames, right? A teacher asked cautiously. The corners of Sun Yan's mouth twitched slightly, barely squeezing out a smile. No, No, how could he not expect that Zhang Hao, this kid, would be so ruthless and become the national scholar in the limelight? Looks like he wasn't wrong about the guy in the first place. When the Chinese professionals' college entrance examination was announced, it wasn't just China's own country that was concerned. The rest of the countries and powers were all paying attention. In the mysterious space, several figures were analyzing the list above the golden list. Zhang Hao, what an unfamiliar name. How did Huaxia dare to announce these geniuses this year? Oh, I suspect it's just a blindfold. Oh, you're saying that China is shifting its attention? That's right. In fact, the real geniuses of Huaxia have long since been specially recruited by the three universities, and these so-called top 10 in the country are just a front. If there was any doubt earlier, but after seeing such fanfare from Huaxia, then we are absolutely certain that they want to confuse us. Several figures nodded their heads, clearly convinced by this guess. Recently, the attitude of the Abyss and the Feather Clan had become more and more obvious, and for Huaxia to announce the genius list with great fanfare at this point in time did indeed have the suspicion of diverting attention. It seems that Huaxia already knows that we are about to make a move, so they want to use this false list to confuse us, to try to stall for time. We can't be fooled by them. Immediately mobilize more manpower to investigate those specially recruited geniuses and carry out a desperate operation. Yes, Zhang Hao, who was at the center of public opinion, did not know that he was being belittled in silence. He's in a state of extreme agonizing. So, that illusory Saint Sama, can't we really have all of them? Looking at the three options in front of him, Zhang Hao felt the need to fight a little more. What if it works? But the illusory sage sniffed and just didn't refuse either. Instead he laughed. It's not impossible to have all of them. Just take out items of equal value in exchange. Zhang Hao looked at the options in front of him and fell into deep thought. Option 1, Talent Awakening Stone, used to awaken an additional A-rank talent. Option 2, receive a set of exclusive professional equipment, epic. Option 3, Sky City Copy Challenge Scroll ×3. Zhang Hao held his chin, his eyes hovering over the three options. The Talent Awakening Stone was able to awaken an additional A-rank talent, which was undoubtedly extremely tempting. It was important to realize that even a B-rank talent only had a 10% probability of awakening. The probability of awakening an A-rank talent was even lower. If one was able to obtain this Talent Awakening Stone, it would mean that he or she would be able to possess 2 A-rank talents. This is an immeasurable increase in strength. However, the exclusive career gear set is just as tantalizing. Epic level equipment, but it was rarer than diamond level equipment. Moreover, it was an exclusive professional equipment set that fit perfectly with himself. If one was able to obtain this set of equipment, one's strength would definitely be able to go to the next level. As for the Sky City Copy Challenge Scroll, it was a treasure that could not be found. Sky City is the most mysterious top existence among the copies. Legend had it that there were endless treasures and opportunities in the Sky City, and there were even treasures that made even 9th-ranked professionals red in the eyes. The Sky City Copy Challenge Scroll, on the other hand, was the only credential to enter the Sky City. It is said that there are only 5 Sky City Copy Challenge rolls produced in Huaxia each year. I wish I could take them all. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and forced down the impulse in his heart. He knew that he couldn't have it all, unless one takes out the Ring of the World Tree and redeems it. But that's impossible. Thus, he locked his eyes on the Talent Awakening Stone and the Sky City Challenge roll. The equipment has a fata and can be dropped. The Sky City Challenge roll might have a chance to get it after entering the academy. However, the Talent Awakening Stone Zhang Hao had never heard of any way to get it. Similar to the Talent Evolution Stone rewarded by the previous transfer quest. Standing in front of the three, Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, and finally clenched his teeth and chose the Talent Awakening Stone. I choose the Talent Awakening Stone. The illusory saint nodded slightly, and with a flash of light in his hand, a stone that emitted a faint glow appeared in his hand. Talent Awakening Stone. After using it you can awaken an additional A-rank talent. I hope it won't let you down. Zhang Hao received the Talent Awakening Stone, and excitement flickered in his eyes. Don't rush to use it first. The Talent Awakening Stone will awaken different talents depending on the environment. You'd better think clearly before using it. The illusory saint voiced a timely reminder. And this mechanism? Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. Thanks for reminding Lord Illusion Saint. He had already thought about the usefulness of this Talent Awakening Stone. The subsequent rewards will be distributed to your professionist system after a while. You're also tired today, so you can go back and rest. Illusory Saint laughed. After all, there was a lot going on that day. It was also Zhang Hao. If it was any other student, he would probably have fainted from exhaustion by now. But it also shows the benefits of a summoner. That means not having to do it yourself. Chapter 99 Drawing Words. Colleges and universities coming to your door to steal people? It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Jiang Hao returned to the professionals' hotel. One could only say that it was worthy of being a hotel in a big city. Even the transparent aquarium had countless level 13 spirit fish in captivity. Casually settling his food and drink, Jiang Hao released all 4 summoned beasts into the air, while he himself sat cross-legged on the sofa with the intention of extracting words. 3 chances to draw. Who should I give it to? Forget it, let's just bind them all before extracting them. Jiang Hao immediately bound the extraction object to the 4 beasts and then started extracting words. Of course, ancestral rules cannot be forgotten. After getting destiny control, Jiang Hao directly opened the draw. The familiar 7-colored stream of light appeared again, and Jiang Hao saw the right moment to take out a word from it. Congratulations on winning the gold and blue word draw. Good things come in pairs. Good things come in pairs. Items dropped on each creature kill x2. Double rewards when you pass the copy. Comments, if it's good, why can't it be a pair? Crap. Jiang Hao looked at the words in his hand and almost didn't jump up from the sofa in excitement. This gold and blue phrase is simply too strong to be effective. First, there's the doubling of the number of items that drop when you kill a creature. One should know that Jiang Hao's summoned beasts were all based on brushing monsters and upgrading. With this phrase, the rewards they would receive from brushing monsters would be doubled. What's more, this phrase could also allow Jiang Hao to receive double rewards when clearing the copy. It just so happens that we're in a period of poverty right now, and it's really a case of what's missing is what's coming. Jiang Hao couldn't wait to attach the "good things come true" phrase to Xiao Shui. The word "good things come in pairs" is given to success. Summoned beast myth Shirasawa, snow, legend. Ha, is master using his talent again? Yuki batted her eyelashes, looking like she was not surprised. Anyway, as long as the owner is awesome, that's enough. It seems like the auxiliary type of word addition isn't very good for legend quality. Jiang Hao muttered in his heart. It didn't draw an exclusive phrase, but it worked out pretty well. Strike while the iron is hot, and then strike again. Jiang Hao made up his mind and extracted the words again. Congratulations on your stroke of luck in drawing the exclusive gold and orange phrase, Dragon Spirit Heavenly Might. Dragon Spirit Heavenly Might. Dragon Might covers the entire body. Immune to all negative effects. Attacks are accompanied by dragon pressure, ignores defense, and can change the surrounding environment when releasing attribute skills. Comment, the Dragon Spirit's heavenly power changes the sky and the earth. Another exclusive phrase? Jiang Hao looked at the golden orange words in front of him, and his heart was delighted. This entry belongs to Colorado by its very name. The Dragon Spirit's heavenly might, changing the sky and the earth, sounded quite imposing, the same as the divine dragons in the legends. Jiang Hao immediately granted Dragon Spirit Heavenly Might to Caixia. The word Dragon Spirit Heavenly Might has been granted successfully. Summoned Beast 5 Elements Sky Dragon, Colorful Haze, Legend times 6, Legend times 7. Not bad, one step closer to the totem level. Jiang Hao nodded his head and smiled lightly. He had yet to see any summoner who possessed a totem-level summoned beast. The legend was already so powerful. If it reached that level of the totem, how terrifying would it be? There's still one chance left. Save it for now and use it when you enter the battlefield of souls. And the talent awakening stone. Jiang Hao began to plan the subsequent plans, and by the time the planning was done, it had already come to 10 o'clock in the evening. A little tired, so I'll plan tomorrow. Jiang Hao yawned and lay down on the bed, suddenly thinking of the words that illusory saint had left for himself before he left. Get an early night and remember to lock the door. Strange, is it possible that someone else dared to break into a hotel room? Jiang Hao didn't think much and fell asleep. Early the next morning, outside the gates of the capital city Professionals Hotel, several figures gathered outside the hotel door as if by agreement. Yo, if it isn't Dean Gu, what brings you here? A woman wearing a purple cheongsam, with an erect and proud figure and a stunningly beautiful face, laughed softly, and in front of her stood a woman in combat gear. The woman was wearing a simple combat outfit, but she still couldn't hide her beautiful figure, especially those phoenix eyes that contained a heroic aura that made people not dare to look directly at them. She was one of the deans of the War Academy and the person in charge of this War Academy's special recruitment program, and the woman in front of her was called Meng Hanyu, the person in charge of this special recruitment for the Civilization Academy. Dean Meng dressed like this. It's fine for those who know, but those who don't, they'd think they're going on a date with someone. The moment Gu Donjin opened her mouth, it was a tit for tat. It was clear that neither of the two women was convinced of the other. After all, they are in a competitive relationship today, and naturally, they are unwilling to fall into a disadvantage at the beginning. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days. Dean Gu's eloquence has improved quite a bit. Meng Hanyu wasn't angry and smiled with her brows. Instead, She turned her words around and casually said, "I've come this time, naturally, in order to date our Civilization Academy's top scholar." Meng Hanyu's enchanting tone of voice when she spoke, coupled with her charming and graceful face, caused the passing professionals to stop and look sideways. Goblin. Gu Dongjin frowned slightly and said coldly, "I really don't know how the Civilization Academy let you, a demonic spirit, become the dean in the first place. If Dean Gu wants to know, we can open up another room to slowly exchange fluence, worthy of the name of civilized Poppy Meng Hanyu, every word and action with a seductive enchantment." Although Gu Dongjin was very disdainful of such behavior, she had to admit it. This approach has a fatal attraction for bloodthirsty teenagers. Relying on Meng Hanyu, the Civilization Academy had recruited many geniuses over the years. Of course, the main thing is to rely on the Civilized Academy itself to have a deep heritage. However, the War Academy, which was also one of the 3 universities, was in no way inferior to the Civilization Academy. By the way, why don't we see the head of the Huaxia Academy coming? Gu Dongjin spoke up. Also, those guys don't look like they'll be late. It's hard not to. After Gu Dongjin and Meng Hanyu glanced at each other, as if they realized something, they walked quickly towards the professionals' hotel. Sure enough, when they arrived at the door of the hotel given in the message, the last thing they wanted to see happened. Only the door of the room, which should have been closed, was now in an open state, as if welcoming the loser. Provocation. Naked provocation. Is Ji Yinghua mocking us? Gu Dongjin and Meng Hanyu both stared angrily, anger burning in their eyes. This special recruitment was already highly competitive, but the people from the Huaxia Academy were not following the rules. Moreover, the person in charge of the Huaxia Academy this time was still Ji Yinghua. Ji Yinghua, the special enrollment tutor of the Huaxia Academy, is strong and has strange methods. What he is best at is all kinds of calculations. Although she appeared harmless on the surface, like a blooming peony, but no one knew that within this blooming peony lay a deadly temptation. As expected, when they entered the room, they saw a Ji Yinghua in a white dress sitting on the sofa with a young girl sitting beside her. Apparently it's this time. No, according to the information, isn't Jiang Hao a male? And who is this woman in front of me? Chapter 100, Entering the Ying Soul Battlefield. Transition Quest. Yo, they're all here, so let's wait here together. Ji Yinghua saw the 2 girls and patted the empty seat beside her, acting as if she was the master. What do you mean? Where is the scholar? Gu Dongjin asked. Everyone, the master is resting and it will probably take a while before he wakes up. Little Snow on the side spoke up. Gu Dongjin and Meng Hanyu also noticed together that this maiden who seemed like a fairy. Master? Could it be that you are Jiang Hao's summoned beast? Meng Hanyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of shock. Gu Dongjin also picked at her willow winks. I'm afraid that the quality of a humanoid summoned beast with such a high spirit would not be lower than epic. In fact, they had all seen humanity's summoning beasts as well, but none of the ones who possessed humanity's summoning beasts were 7th ranked and above professionals. And within the profile, Jiang Hao's level was only 21. Why do you guys keep staring at people's little girls? Those who don't know would think you're talking about coming to human trafficking. Ji Yinghua covered her mouth and laughed lightly. In fact, she was as surprised as they were just now, but recovered quickly after the brief shock. After all, it was the top student who broke the high school record, so it would definitely have its own secrets. Only after seeing Xiao Shui, she was more and more interested in Jiang Hao, the top scholar. Such a genius, their Huaxia Academy was bound to take, and why wouldn't Gu Dongjin and Meng Hanyu be the same? They had only one purpose for this trip, Jiang Hao. However, the scholar, who had their heart set on the scholar, was busy at the moment. Ding! Attention! You have entered the replica soul battlefield. Holy, is this the battlefield of souls? Jiang Hao raised his eyes and looked around. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the dim sky, and the sky dome seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Above the ground, there was not an inch of grass, and there were debris and white bones everywhere. A strong, sickening scent of blood washed over him. Actually, Jiang Hao woke up a long time ago, only to enter the replica Ing Soul battlefield at the first moment of waking up. Only Yuki was left outside to observe the situation. After all, Yuki can be called back at any time, and it's not too late to summon it when the fight starts. I also don't know where the divine sword recorded in the ancient books is. After all, the information about the battlefield of the souls himself was still seen in the old drunkard's ancient books, and it was estimated that there was no relevant information in the whole of China. Jiang Hao surveyed the surroundings for a moment. Forget it, let's kill the monsters first. Since there are no clues, we'll find them ourselves. Thinking about this, Jiang Hao slowly walked towards the desolate plains in front of him with a fierce aura, while opening his delusional fire eyes. All of a sudden, The originally dim wilderness gradually became transparent in Jiang Hao's eyes. Down to the surface of the earth and up to the sky, they became visible under the gaze of the voidfire eyes. Jiang Hao looked around, only to see countless monsters densely spread out above the wasteland. The levels of these monsters were generally around level 25, which was quite a bit higher than him. However, for Jiang Hao, these monsters were no threat at all. Common undead, level 25, power 600, body mass 600, speed 550, spirit 500, skills Deathclaw, undead roar. Evaluation: the most common monsters in the battlefield of the souls are not strong, but there are many of them, and they have the characteristics of the undead with 50% immunity to physical damage, and fire attribute damage will cause 20% extra damage. Looking at the information on the system panel, the corner of Jiang Hao's mouth rose slightly. Although these undead monsters were of a higher level than him, their attributes were far worse. Moreover, these undead monsters had another fatal weakness, which was the fear of fire. Jiang Hao summoned Saixia and Fat Day, intending to customize a tactic. Fat Day, change the plane ahead into a basin and don't let any of the undead escape. Yes, master. Chubby Tat stomped his legs into the ground before slamming his claws into the ground. Fusion, plus, Metal Mastery, trigger. A terrifying mana surged, and the planes in a 10-mile radius began to tremble crazily. In a flash, the earth began to continuously rise, and the plane gradually turned into a basin trapping countless undead in the center of the basin. Saixia, use Dragon Spirit Heavenly Might. Saixia's Dragon Spirit Heavenly Might was able to change the surroundings in a short period of time, which was most suitable for this situation. Boom! A colorful divine dragon appeared out of thin air and roared up to the sky. A power of the 5 elements surged, and the surroundings changed instantly. Above the basin, a torrent of flames suddenly fell, enveloping all the undead in it. Squeak! The undead monster let out a mournful scream as its body was continuously engulfed by the flames. Due to the basin, it made it impossible for these undead to escape, and they could only wait for death in despair. Little Saint, keep up! Little Sage took the lead and rushed into the group of undead. Holding a red gold baguette in his hand, he was like a god of war, charging through the undead group. A single stroke of the stick would take away a large swath of the undead. Fat Div followed suit, and with the multiplication and thunder bodyguard enchantments, these undead were unable to break through its defenses. Instead, every counterattack from Fat Div took away a large swath of undead. Ding! Congratulations on killing a common undead. Experience plus 2,500, plus 20%. Ding! Congratulations on killing a common undead. Experience plus 2,500, plus 20%. The three beasts pushed their way across, and wherever they passed, not a single undead could survive. In the blink of an eye, the undead in the entire basin were slaughtered by them. Jiang Hao looked at the experience value that was constantly soaring, and was secretly happy in his heart. This soul battlefield was worthy of being an upgrade tool. No wonder so many people wanted to enter. I'm afraid that there are only a handful of professionals who are able to enter the battlefield of the souls. Jiang Hao had killed 150 undead with this set. It took less than a minute. It was important to know that the branches of these undead were extremely scattered, and if they were to be killed one by one, it would take 10 minutes at the earliest. Hiss! Seems to have opened up a new way of thinking about brushing monsters. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up, but immediately dimmed again. After all, this time, the flames of the colorful haze restrained the undead, but other copies of the creatures might not have a restraining mechanism. It's still a good idea to follow up and refine your thinking. Just as Jiang Hao was pondering, a beep sounded. Ding! Congratulations on your leveling up to 22. Infinite colorful word talent trigger word draw +1. Ding! Detected that you have met the conditions for the second turn. Opening the second turn quest. You can turn 2. The second turn task Jiang Hao had waited for a long time. Other professions usually have a whole number of transfers, but you have to go to the number 2 to transfer. This is true for the first turn, and also for the second turn. Jiang Hao had checked some information before, but there weren't any cases similar to his own. Is it possible that you have a connection to the number 2? Chapter 101 Second Order Quest. Exclusive mythological words. Silently slandering a few sentences in his heart, Jiang Hao still checked the second turn quest at the first time. Occupation Mythic Summoner, only. You have been detected to have reached level 22 and can choose the following Ascension quests. Ordinary Advancement Reward. For Dimensional Attribute +50. Exclusive Diamond Weapon. Summoned Beast Space +1. Difficulty Advancement Reward. For Dimensional Attributes +80. Summoned Beast Space +1. Exclusive Diamond Armor. Purgatory Advancement Reward. For Dimensional Attributes +120. Summoned beast space +1. Exclusive diamond equipment ×3. Mythic advancement reward. 4-dimensional attribute +150. Super summoned beast space +2. Exclusive epic equipment ×2. Not bad for having exclusive epic gear. Jiang Hao's entire body was now capable of using only 2 pieces of diamond equipment, in addition to a few pieces of more specialized equipment. The +150 to the 4-dimensional attributes is also a nice boost. One had to know that Jiang Hao's current 4-dimensional attribute enhancement for each level was only 10 points. But what is Super Summoned Beast Space? It was the first time Jiang Hao heard this term. After a moment of contemplation, he still chose the Mythic Advancement. After all, only Mythic Advancement can get epic equipment. As for the Super Summoner Space, you can only find out about it later. Ding! You have selected Mythic Advancement. Quest difficulty, Mythic. Successfully randomized to the Mythic difficulty quest. How can you call yourself a genius if you're not crazy? Hiss. What a middle-of-the-road mission name. Jiang Hao suppressed the spit in his heart and clicked on the mission introduction. Quest. How to call yourself a genius if you're not crazy. Difficulty, Mythic. Description, defeat any 5 or more geniuses of different races within 24 hours. Note, the minimum for geniuses is 35 levels and above. Grip day. Where do you expect me to find 5 races of geniuses in one day? Seeing this task, Jiang Hao only wanted to curse. There were only 3 races that he himself had seen now. The Abyssal, Feather, and Human races, and the Advancement quest allows one to find 5 in a day. True to form, the Mythic quest just doesn't follow the rules. Jiang Hao sighed. A task of your own choosing. Cry it out and finish it. Never mind. Let's finish the copy first. Jiang Hao collected his mind and once again opened his delusional fire eyes to scan the surroundings. There's an abyssal undead general in the southeast direction, surprisingly reaching level 45. It seems like it should be the boss. Determining the direction, Jiang Hao directly let Little Sage go directly to the single fight, while he himself intended to extract the words at the same place. Jiang Hao sat cross-legged and started extracting words after binding the 4 summoned beasts according to the old rules. Accompanied by the appearance of colorful waterfalls, Jiang Hao lightly grabbed a card from it. Ding! Congratulations on your stroke of luck. You have drawn the exclusive mythological phrase, Fire Eyes and Golden Eyes. Passive Kanban, can detect the enemy's weaknesses. No cooldown. Hitting a weak spot deals 250% damage and is sure to hit hard. Skill Fire Eyes, eyes burning with flames and flickering with fire. Blinding the target for 2 seconds. Cooldown time 25 seconds. Evaluation, Eyes of Fire. See through all illusions. Dig in. Out of the red. Jiang Hao excitedly got up and looked up and down at the words in front of him. This was the second time he had drawn a mythic phrase, or an exclusive mythic phrase. Moreover, this time, he also drew the Great Sage's divine power, the Golden Eyes of Fire. With this phrase, Little Sage will be able to easily find the enemy's weaknesses, thus dealing 250% damage, and it's bound to hit hard. Keep in mind that bludgeoning damage is 200% of base damage, combined with the 250% weakness damage. Wouldn't that mean that one would be dealing 450% damage? With Eyes of Fire and Golden Eyes, can somersault clouds and magic sky and earth be far behind? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to bestow Fire Eyes Golden Eyes on Little Saint. After all, it was supposed to belong to the Little Saint. Exclusive mythological phrase, the Fiery Eye confers success. Summon Beast Spirit Mingshire Monkey, Little Saint, Legend ×6, Legend 9 times. Congratulations to your Summoned Beast Spirit Mingshire Monkey, Little Saint, for learning the skill, Kanban, Fire Eye. Not to be outdone, the exclusive mythic word is a 3-star upgrade in one fell swoop. Now Little Saint was only 1 star away from the totem level. Your Summoned Beast Spirit Mingshire Monkey, Little Saint, has been detected to break its bloodline shackles, and its 4-dimensional attributes have been raised. Current bloodline shackle completion level, 1/4. After breaking the bloodline shackle, the summoned beast's bloodline will realize the return of its ancestor. Bloodline shackles. Jiang Hao froze. Summoned beasts have bloodline shackles? He had thought that the mythic bloodline was the end of the line, not realizing that there was an even more terrifying existence above the mythic. It seems that the exclusive mythic phrase is the key to breaking the bloodline shackles. If the Little Saint was able to have his bloodline return to his ancestors, who would the object of that return be? Chaos apes? Or some ape bigot? Just as Jiang Hao was pondering, a roar came from the southeast. Your summoned beast spirit Brightstone Monkey, Little Saint, kills Abyssal Undead General, Hubris Trigger. Strength +2, 8. Experience +12,000, 20%. Only a golden light flashed, and the Little Saint's figure appeared in front of Jiang Hao. And Jiang Hao also realized that the Little Saint seemed to have become a bit different. The body seemed to have become even taller. revealing a powerful aura as if looking out of the world. It should be the effect of the bloodline shackle breaking. It's kinda cool, Jiang Hao observed for a few more moments, and after realizing that the little saint didn't show any abnormalities also continued to the depths of the Ying Soul battlefield. And at this moment, little saint suddenly took out a drawing and handed it to Jiang Hao. Master, I just found this while killing that skeleton. Jiang Hao took it and carefully examined it. If you don't die, you can be eternal, but will it really be happy after eternity? Jiang Hao had thought it was a map, but there was only this line of text on top of the drawing. Riddler even. It doesn't rhyme. Jiang Hao cursed and put the drawings into the storage space. That's when it happened. Red flickered before Jiang Hao's eyes, and a red vortex suddenly appeared in front of him, very similar to the copy portal. Could it be a hidden copy? Jiang Hao muttered. Hidden copies are unique among copies, and generally have special mechanics and rewards, but high reward means high risk. Such is the case with hidden copies. It is said that there are even unbeatable existences among some hidden copies, but Jiang Hao had come all the way here. How could he possibly give up? Besides, even if they were in danger, they had a lot of means to save their own lives. The big deal was to die a few times and show those monsters what it meant to be truly undead. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao didn't have the slightest hesitation and stepped into the tunnel. In a blink of an eye, the scene shifted. Jiang Hao appeared on top of a vast and boundless wilderness, on top of which corpses were strewn everywhere, with countless corpses piled up into a small mountain, and in the center of the wasteland stood a huge shrine. The divine hall was black as ink, emitting an extremely eerie aura. Chapter 102 Ying Soul Divine Hall. What the hell is this? Jiang Hao carefully walked towards the divine hall. As he approached the divine hall, Jiang Hao was able to feel a powerful sense of oppression. It's ing grand. When he really got close to the divine hall, Jiang Hao was still shocked by the scene in front of him. The divine hall was as black as ink and towered into the clouds, and around the divine hall, countless stone pillars towered. On top of the stone pillars, various hideous demons and horrible creatures were carved. And what was even more shocking was that in the sky above the countless demons, there was a long sword with a blood-red body suspended. On top of the long sword, there were arcane and ancient runes inscribed on it, emitting a gust of palpitating aura. Hiss, could it be that the records in the ancient books are true? Jiang Hao looked at the blood-colored longsword suspended in the air in the distance, and subconsciously used his void fire eyes. However, the information obtained was a shock to Jiang Hao's heart. Name, unknown. Rank, unknown. Attributes, unknown. Skill, unknown. Introduction seems to be isolated by some force, unable to detect information. Another unknown item. Jiang Hao was shocked in his heart. The last time the delusional fire eyes failed was on the illusory saint, and he didn't expect to run into another target that could disable the delusional fire eyes so soon. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and continued walking towards the divine hall. The door of the temple was open, and Jiang Hao walked into the temple, finding that the interior of the temple was empty, and only in the center of the temple, there towered a huge statue. The statue was black and carved with the image of a demon. The demon's eyes were closed as if in a deep sleep. Jiang Hao came to the demon statue and carefully observed the statue. Anyway, you have a lot of deathless equipment on you, so feel free to wave. However, after observing for a while, Jiang Hao still didn't find anything, other than realizing that this demon statue was somewhat similar to the previous demon king, Demon Abyss. There was nothing to discover. Is it really going to be a fruitless endeavor? Jiang Hao was somewhat unwilling. It's hard to come across a hidden copy, or a hidden copy of the battlefield of the souls, but at least give yourself a little clue, or at least send a boss out to play decryption and whatnot. Jiang Hao said that he was really speechless. Is it hard to really let me attack that long sword outside? Although it was a bit risky, this was already Jiang Hao's last resort. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Like to play riddles, do you? Explode with it. Jiang Hao made up his mind and immediately summoned 3 summoned beasts. At the same time, open, mythic advent, plus, blessing of the world tree, plus, realm of the fighting saints. In an instant, a terrifying power swept through the entire hall, causing the surrounding space to tremble. I'm going to count to 3, and later on, you'll all attack the Great Hall together. Originally, Jiang Hao wanted to attack the blood-red longsword, but on second thought, he still attacked the Great Hall. Intuition told him it would work. Buzz. The 3 summoned beasts simultaneously stored up their power to attack, causing the air pressure around them to drop a few degrees. Just as Jiang Hao was about to count down, a light suddenly erupted within the Great Hall. Posterity, be merciful, old man, this place can't withstand your tossing and turning. An old voice rang out in the middle of the Great Hall, with a hint of vicissitude and helplessness in its voice. Who is it? Jiang Hao looked around vigilantly. You are prudent. I am the temple keeper of the Ying Soul Divine Hall. The temple of the spirit of valor? The temple guardian? Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, he guessed. In the old drunkard's ancient records, there existed a divine temple named the Ying Soul Divine Temple in the middle of the Ying Soul battlefield. Rumor has it that it holds treasures left behind by various ancient spirits. The name Yingling is the ancient Chinese honorific for a strong person. It is said that every spirit is a level 90 and above being. Originally, Jiang Hao didn't hold much hope, and the offense he put up was just for show. I didn't think I'd be crooked. Junior, the aura on your body is very special. Not only that fellow, but even the world tree? An old voice rang out in the middle of the great hall, with a hint of astonishment in its voice. Senior has no intention of offending. It's just that curiosity drove me, and that's why I trespassed into the Ying Soul Divine Hall, Jiang Hao said with an arch. All the while, in secret, he was trying to figure out the meaning of the words. That guy should be referring to the oracle in the Tower of the Oracle, and as for the world tree, it should be his own ring of the world tree. There's no harm. The old man has long been transformed into an English spirit. You're an interesting junior. But the old man advises you not to touch the treasures in this divine hall, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Senior understands. Thanks for reminding Senior. Jiang Hao nodded and said, the treasures of the Ying Spirit Divine Hall were all left behind by those Ying Spirit seniors. Unless the Yingling is a descendant, who would give you a treasure for no reason? I didn't realize that in the end, you still have to spell out your background? But, think you are such an interesting junior. The old man is still the first time to see. Perhaps it was because he had been alone for too long, and it was not easy to see a living person for once. The temple guard suddenly wanted to give Jiang Hao a chance. What are the chances? Jiang Hao asked curiously. Test. As long as you pass the old man's test, the old man will give you a treasure. How about it? Senior is willing to accept Senior's test. Jiang Hao agreed without hesitation. To be able to obtain the treasures of the Yingling was a great chance. Very well, the old man's test is very simple. As long as you are able to hold out for 10 minutes in the middle of the divine hall, the old man will count you as having passed. The temple guardian said faintly. 10 minutes? Jiang Hao raised his eyebrows. This may seem simple, but it's not. As the long sleeping place of 9th-ranked powerhouses, the test of the Ying Soul Divine Hall was definitely not that simple. However, out of professionalism, Jiang Hao still subconsciously asked, does that test have experience? The Temple of the Spirit of Valor was silent for a moment. Yes. But, this test is rather special, and it's up to you how much experience you can get. Jiang Hao, isn't that ing bull? Without further ado, Jiang Hao directly found an empty place in the middle of the divine hall and sat down. As Jiang Hao sat down, the door of the divine hall slowly closed, and the surroundings changed. The space of the entire temple began to distort, and countless demonic monsters suddenly appeared in the originally empty hall. It was the first time Jiang Hao had seen this kind of creature. Kind of like a mishmash of the abyssal and feather races. Mission, hold on for 10 minutes in the temple. Hint, experience is gained based on the number of monsters killed. The more monsters killed, the more experience gained. Come on, let's see what's different about the test of the Ying Soul Divine Hall. The corners of Jiang Hao's mouth curled up. Then he summoned all the summoned beasts and simultaneously opened Mythic Advent and World Tree Blessing. Little Sage, Fat Day, Sai Xia, get cracking. Jiang Hao gave an order. In the next moment, the three beasts moved in unison, lunging towards the surrounding demonic monsters. In an instant, a deafening roar resounded throughout the entire temple, and at the same time when Jiang Hao was undergoing the Ying Soul Divine Hall's test, outside, the waiting trio couldn't sit still. They waited for 3 hours from 7 in the morning until 10 at noon. I'm afraid that the only one who could make the 3 7th-ranked powerhouses wait for so long was Jiang Hao. Chapter 103, Legendary Spirit Sword. Yuki, your master, seems to have slept a bit too long. Meng Hanyu had a light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, looking up and down at Xiao Shue's diminutive figure and stunningly beautiful face, and said with a faint smile, could it be that she was too tired last night? Well, it's quite possible. Yuki blinked her clear eyes and said with an innocent expression. She knew her master was busy right now and could only delay as long as she could. Don't start a yellow joke. Haven't you already sensed that that guy is challenging for a copy? Gu Dongjin couldn't stand Meng Hanyu's dirty jokes and directly interrupted with a voice. Actually, they had already sensed that Jiang Hao had entered the copy after waiting for an hour, and it was a special copy. At least he was a 7th-ranked professional, and even across the room, he was still able to sense the unique aura of the copy. How else could they have waited patiently and hard for 3 hours? But, this particular copy doesn't seem to be on the copy record list. Shi Yinghua wondered. The the vast majority of special copies were recorded by the official staff, but the special copy Jiang Hao entered was unfamiliar to them. The Scarlet Portal is indeed unrecorded. Through the room, the three were able to clearly see the vortex in the middle of the room that emitted a blood-colored halo. Forget it, we can only wait now. Meng Hanyu spread her hands and said. In fact, she was mainly interested in this copy that Jiang Hao had entered. After all, there were often many secrets hidden in special copies. Obviously, Ji Yinghua and Gu Danjun also held this idea, and none of them left. At this moment, the Ying Soul Divine Hall. Jiang Hao looked at his gradually filled experience bar and nodded with satisfaction. And in front of him, a demonic wreckage lay strewn about. Junior, you're doing well. The old voice sounded again. The scene in front of me changed again. The space where demon corpses were originally lying around became empty. In front of Jiang Hao, only a pitch-black demon statue remained. However, I would like to ask you a question, and although it is a bit presumptuous, I would like to get an answer. How do you train summoned beasts? It couldn't be helped. He had survived for an unknown number of years and it was the first time he had seen such a heaven-defying summoned beast. Even those powerful summoners from the ancient times were far inferior to Jiang Hao at this level. Jiang Hao sniffed and frowned slightly. He naturally wouldn't expose his talent. After all, the double SSS talent was too shocking. Even if you tell the truth, the other person may not believe it. After thinking about it, Jiang Hao smiled faintly. It's simple. Persistence and hard work. These words caused the already quiet atmosphere to fall silent for a few more moments. Persistence and effort? It's a simple statement, but there are very few people who can live up to it, not to mention in the summoner profession. The palace guardian was silent for a moment before speaking. Nice persistence and effort. It seems that the old man is the one who was stuck in his ways. Since you've completed the test, I'll give you a treasure as an early reward. As soon as the words of the palace guardian fell, Jiang Hao only felt a soft power surging into his body. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the Blessing of the Spirit of Valor. Blessing of the Spirit of Valor, plus 30 to all 5-dimensional attributes, plus 20% to all summoned beasts skill damage. Thank you, Elder. Worthy of the existence of an old ancestor in general, the outburst is generous. If the situation wasn't inappropriate, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to go up and hug his thigh to beg for treasures. A small token of appreciation is not enough, but what comes next is the chance that the old man promised to give. As the words fell, the scene in front of Jiang Hao's eyes changed once again. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had appeared in a completely new space. In the center of the space, there was a blood-red sword suspended. The precious sword was about 3 feet long, with an arcane rune carved into the hilt. Although he was far away, Jiang Hao could still feel an aura that made his heart palpitate coming from the sword. His intuition told him that this blood-red sword was definitely not mortal. What surprised Jiang Hao the most was that he actually sensed the breath of life on this sword. Senior, it's just an abandoned sword. The voice of the palace guard rang out. This sword was once something that a 9th-rank swordsman carried on his person to raise his rhyme. Except that the swordsman never returned after depositing the sword here before being involved in a war. Although it was only a few short words, Jiang Hao was able to sense that it contained a huge amount of information. However, Jiang Hao knew that now was not the time to dwell on this, but continued to ask tentatively. Then the opportunity that Senior said is this sword? Nice. The palace guardian continued. You who possess the void eyes should already be able to tell that this sword has already been born with a spirit, producing a sword spirit. If you are able to gain the recognition of the sword spirit, this sword might be able to become your summoned beast. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was planning to do just that. How awesome it must be to have a divine sword as a summoned beast. But, what does the late generation have to do to be recognized by the sword spirit? Jiang Hao wouldn't be foolish enough to think that the sword spirit would be conquered by his own handsomeness, but it doesn't seem good to use force. At least he was a 9th order powerhouse raising the sword of rhyme. Wasn't this a bit disrespectful to that powerhouse? It's not really that hard. If you have a sword-related talent or profession, you might have a chance to succeed, but if it doesn't, it's kind of hard. Sword-related talents and professions? Jiang Hao's heart went half-cold when he heard this. He was a summoner. Where did he get the sword talent? No. Talent. Jiang Hao immediately took out a crystal stone that flickered with purple light. Talent Awakening Stone, an additional A-rank talent can be awakened after use. It seems like you've prepared for this. The palace guardian saw the Talent Awakening Stone in Jiang Hao's hand and said with relief. In fact, he also wanted this spirit sword to find a new owner. After all, with the potential of this sword, it shouldn't be buried. The illusory saint said that this Talent Awakening Stone will awaken different talents depending on the environment and power. If that's the case, Jiang Hao raised his eyes to look at the spirit sword not far away. While countless biting sword chi was draped in the space around the long sword, if someone approached casually, I'm afraid that they would be instantly stabbed into a hedgehog by these sword chi. How can you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? For the sake of imperial sword flight, fight it out. After Jiang Hao made up his mind, he asked Saixia to put a few magic shields on himself before heading towards the area where the spirit sword was located without any hesitation. Chapter 104, Brand New Talent, Hotian Sword Body. Wow! Jiang Hao had just taken a step into the space where the spirit sword was located when hundreds and thousands of sword chi came at him like a raging wind and rain. Bang! 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 A sword chi stabbed at the colorful hay-stacked magic shield, erupting into an ear-piercing roar. Rao Saixia's magic shield that she had summoned began to become precarious under the siege of so many sword chi. No! If this keeps up, the magic shield will break sooner or later. Jiang Hao frowned. He could clearly feel that these sword chi contained an extremely terrifying power. If he was hit by these sword chi, I'm afraid that he would shed his skin even if he didn't die. However, it was not too close to the location of the spirit sword now, so if he used the talent awakening stone now, the effect might be greatly reduced. Bet on it. I have an injury-free buff and a death-free buff anyway, so I should be able to hold out for a while. Jiang Hao made up his mind and approached the spirit sword step by step. With every distance he stepped out, the ravages of the sword chi became more and more terrifying. At the back, it even broke the magic shield given by Saixia. However, with the efficacy of the magic shield, Jiang Hao didn't receive much damage in the front, but the piercing sword chi cutting through his body still made Jiang Hao feel a pang of discomfort. Metal Mastery. Jiang Hao utilized the mythic domain to copy Fat Da's Metal Mastery, and after forming a metal shield on his body, the discomfort caused by the sword chi was instantly relieved. 5 meters to go. Jiang Hao clenched his teeth and hardened himself against the suppression of the sword chi to come to half a meter in front of the spirit sword. Even if they were separated by half a meter and the metal shield, Jiang Hao could still feel a sharp aura coming from the spirit sword. System, use the talent awakening stone. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate to give orders to the system. Ding! Do you use the talent awakening stone, A, to awaken an A-ranked extra talent? Yes/no. Yes. With Jiang Hao's confirmation, the talent awakening petrified in his hand turned into a purple light and merged into his body. In a flash, a vast power erupted within Jiang Hao's body. At the same time, a sharp sword silhouette that was covered in sword chi emerged behind Jiang Hao. Ding! Congratulations on successfully awakening your A-rank talent, Hotian Sword Body. Hotian Sword Body, Hotian Awakened Sword Physique. The speed of comprehension of sword skills is increased by 500%. Sword Intent Affinity, passive significantly enhances the Sword Dao talent. For the damage of sword skills, increase by 30%. Their own comprehension of sword intent improves. High chance of realizing the rules of the sword system. It worked. Jiang Hao was ecstatic. He didn't expect that he had actually awakened a sword-related talent. Hotian Sword Body. It's awesome when you hear it. Hotian Sword Body? Oh, that's somewhat interesting. The Palace Guardian let out a light laugh, and his originally pale voice actually became somewhat indistinct. Maybe he can work a miracle. As expected, after awakening the Hotian Sword Body, the surrounding biting sword chi did not feel any discomfort after touching Jiang Hao's body again. Instead, they also felt a little cozy. I'll go. Is this Hotian Sword Body really an A-rank talent? Why does it feel like even an S-rank talent isn't too much? Jiang Hao sighed with emotion before focusing his attention on the spirit sword in front of him. Success or failure depends on this. Jiang Hao probed out with one hand and grasped above the hilt of the blood-red sword. Clang! The moment Jiang Hao's palm touched the hilt of the blood-red sword, a powerful recoil erupted from the hilt. Jiang Hao only felt a huge force coming from his arm, and his whole body involuntarily stepped backward. If not for the fact that he possessed strength that far exceeded that of his peers, he feared that he would have been directly shaken out by the recoil. It seems that this sword spirit doesn't welcome me. Jiang Hao frowned slightly. He could feel that this blood-red longsword contained a powerful consciousness. This realization was obviously the sword spirit rejecting itself. Try Sword Intent Affinity. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and operated the Sword Intent Affinity that the Hotian Sword Body came with. In a flash, an affable aura erupted from Jiang Hao's body, enveloping the blood-red longsword. Instantly, the repulsive force within the blood-red longsword began to weaken. Jiang Hao seized this opportunity and gripped the hilt of the blood-red sword once again. This time, the blood-red longsword didn't erupt with another recoil. Jiang Hao slowly pulled out his blood-red longsword. The moment the blood-red longsword was fully sheathed, a dazzling light erupted, illuminating the entire space. Unlike what Jiang Hao had imagined, the sword spirit of the blood-red longsword was actually a little girl. The little girl was wearing a red dress, Her appearance was exquisite, just like a porcelain doll, and her bright starry eyes contained an innocent clarity that matched her age. You are the sword spirit? Jiang Hao asked with some surprise. Sword spirit? The little girl nodded her head as if she understood, her voice as clear as a silver bell. I guess so, that's what they call me anyway. Still looks like a trippy girl. Seeing this sword spirit in such a state, Jiang Hao had a feeling of child abduction for a moment. However, Jiang Hao still asked tentatively, little fellow, then are you willing to become my summoned beast? A summoned beast? What's that? Can I eat it? The little girl cocked her head, her little face puzzled. It means that from now on, you can go out with me, play around, and go wherever you want, Jiang Hao explained. Play? The little girl's eyes lit up. Juggle what? Traveling in the mountains, punishing the wicked, and pulling out the sword when you see the road, Jiang Hao said casually. The little girl nodded her head as if she understood. It seems like fun, but, although the scent on you doesn't annoy me, someone told me before that if you want to take me away, you have to go through me. A test? Jiang Hao guessed that it should have been left behind by that 9th-ranked swordsman, presumably because he was afraid that the sword spirit would be cheated away by some yellow hair. Hiss. Why do you feel like scolding yourself? Yes, the test. The little girl nodded seriously. He said first you have to draw this sword. Then, the sword spirit suddenly got stuck when he said this. There seems to be, and, Jiang Hao asked curiously, can't remember. Sword spirit scratched his head in some distress. Jiang Hao, no way, didn't even remember the test? Well, anyway, whatever, do you accept my test? The sword spirit tilted its little head and looked at Jiang Hao condescendingly. Madaka. However, as soon as the sword spirit's words fell, a resounding sound of a sword being drawn rang out. When the sword spirit came back to his senses, his own body had already been held in Jiang Hao's hands. The test is complete. Is there more? Oh. The sword spirit was confused. All she could remember was a memory of someone telling her that, to take her away, she had to pass a test, and the man even gave her a list of tests. But it had been so long that she had forgotten everything except for remembering to draw her spirit sword. Jiang Hao gazed at the frowning and pondering sword spirit in front of him, and the feeling of guilt in his heart increased. If you'll follow me, I can grant you one wish. Maybe I can even make you grow up faster. Chapter 105, Subjugation. 5th Summoned Beast. Hearing the words grow up quickly, the sword spirit immediately brightened up, but still timidly asked, you're not going to lie to me, are you? Jiang Hao solemnly stretched out his little thumb. Pull the hook as proof. I'm a puppy for lying to you. When the sword spirit saw how serious Jiang Hao was, the last trace of doubt in his heart dissipated. Okay, I promise. Seeing that the sword spirit agreed, Jiang Hao didn't drag his feet and immediately produced a book of contract. Here, press your hand on it. The sword spirit obediently stretched out her small hand and pressed it on the book of contracts. Along with the signing of the book of contract, a soul connection seemed to arise among Jiang Hao and the sword spirit. Ding! Congratulations on signing a summoning contract with the Blood Red Sword Spirit. Name of summoned beast, Blood Red Sword Spirit, juvenile. Summoner quality, epic ×8. Level, 22. Power, 1500. Body mass, 1500. Speed, 1500. Spirit, 1500. Skills, Sword Mastery LV. 5, Super Rank. Sword Chi/LV. 4, Super Rank. Sword Intent LV. 3, Super Rank. Sword Through Space LV. 2, Super Rank. Introduction. The legendary sword spirit nurtured in the sword, possessing a great talent for sword Dao, preferring to travel across the world and wander the world. Looking at the information on the system panel, Jiang Hao nodded with satisfaction. Epic quality summoned beasts with high talent potential, and by the looks of it, the sword spirit's growth potential was guaranteed to be mythic level in the future. This time, make a lot of money. By the way, little guy, you don't have a name yet, do you? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Name? The sword spirit cocked his head. Do I have a name? Of course I have. How can I address you without a name? Jiang Hao said rightfully. Well, what is my name then? The sword spirit was a little confused. She had never thought about it before. After all, she had been alone since her birth. Well, let's call you Violet Pupil. Jiang Hao sized up the sword spirit's heart-stopping purple eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth. Purple pupils? The sword spirit softly chanted the name and suddenly lit up. Good name. I like it. Oh, like it. Jiang Hao felt that his naming level had been significantly improved. Practice makes perfect. When will that purple pupil be able to grow up? She can't wait to grow up now. Let you grow up after a while. Jiang Hao didn't intend to perform mythical blessings here. It's always better to be a little more on guard when you don't know your way around. As expected of someone who was chosen by that guy, it didn't disappoint. The temple guardian's ethereal voice sounded once again. Old me is suddenly a bit curious about your future, and I wonder if I will be able to see that day coming. Jiang Hao was still not surprised by the Riddler behavior of these bigwigs, and could only smile and snort. Old man, I'm leaving, don't miss me. Zixia opened her mouth. Oh, grow up, it's time to get out and about. The palace guardian laughed. However, you can come back to visit sometime. After all, this is also your home. Got it, Zixi murmured, listening to the conversation between the two. Jiang Hao seemed to find a blind spot. Going home? What do you mean? Can the violet pupil enter the Ying Soul Divine Hall at will? Being a sword spirit nurtured by heaven and earth grows to a certain level. It can ignore the rules of the replica and come and go as it pleases. Moreover, the sword spirit. Oh, now it should be called violet pupil. The violet pupil itself has left a positioning in the Ying Soul Divine Hall. As long as one makes use of the skill sword slamming space, one thinks that one is able to enter the Ying Soul Divine Hall. The hall guard explained. There's even this kind of operation? Jiang Hao marveled. Doesn't that mean you have a portable world? If there were those unbeatable opponents, Jiang Hao would directly hide in the Ying Soul Divine Hall. This move is a no-brainer. However, this secret is currently known only to you. The palace guardian continued. If others were to know, I'm afraid it would lead to undeserved disaster. Thanks for the mention, Senior. Jiang Hao arched his hand and thanked him. Although it was convenient to have the purple pupil as a mobile teleportation array, it was always good to cause less trouble. Alright, old man, let's go, Zixi said with some impatience. You're still so impatient. In that case, then I won't see you off. I'll come back later when I have the chance. The voice of the palace guardian faded away, and Jiang Hao only felt a soft force lifting him up. The next moment, it appeared in the middle of the hotel room. Phew, it feels like a dream. Jiang Hao let out a long breath. The pressure in the Ying Soul Divine Hall could be much harder than in the Tower of the Oracle before, and he had a vague feeling that the demonic statue in the center of the temple had been staring at him. It gave him a creepy feeling. When the strength gets a little stronger, I have to go back and smash that statue. Jiang Hao raised his eyes to look at the time after silently noting down the account in his mind. I didn't realize it was already 10:30. This should be the longest copy ever. But, what did the Phantom Saint mean when he reminded earlier to tell me to lock the door? Jiang Hao shook his head and stopped thinking about it, intending to go and have a lunch first. However, just as he pushed open the door to his room, the scene in front of him almost didn't give him a shock. What's going on now? Jiang Hao looked at the three women with different styles on the sofa and didn't react for a while. Hello, Mr. Jiang Hao. I'm the dean of the Huaxia Academy, Qi Yinghua. Qi Yinghua was the first to speak, with a meaningful smile on her face. Student Jiang Hao. I'm the dean of the Civilization Academy, Meng Hanyu. Did you just complete the challenge of some special copy? I wonder if it would be convenient to reveal what copy you entered. Meng Hanyu laughed seductively. Student Jiang Hao, on behalf of the War Academy, I'd like to formally extend an invitation to you. As long as you're willing to join our War Academy, I can promise you that the cultivation resources in the future will definitely be the highest in the whole school. Gu Dongjin opened the door and directly threw out an olive branch. The three deans took turns bombarding Jiang Hao, making him somewhat unable to hold back. He didn't expect that he had just come out of the Ying Soul Divine Hall and was greeted with the warm hospitality of three big brothers. It looked like they had been waiting for themselves for a long time. Deans, can you ask one by one? Jiang Hao said somewhat helplessly. Ahem, better ask about the copies first. Meng Hanyu was the first to speak out. Student Jiang Hao, our Civilization Academy has always been dedicated to exploring all kinds of unknown copies. I wonder if it's convenient for student Jiang Hao to disclose what the special copy you've entered this time is? Jiang Hao was a bit hesitant. He didn't know if he would have any impact on the Ying Soul Divine Hall by revealing the copy information. Don't worry, student Jiang Hao, we will keep this conversation absolutely confidential. Meng Hanyu could see Jiang Hao's concern and quickly explained. Us too. Ji Yinghua and Gu Dongjin chimed in. Alright, the special copy I'm entering this time is called Ying Soul Temple. Jiang Hao finally decided to reveal the copy information. The Temple of the Spirit of Valor? Chapter 106. A difficult choice. Mysterious caller. The three of them looked at each other, shock flashing through their beautiful eyes. I didn't expect that the legendary Ying Soul Divine Hall actually exists. Ji Yinghua murmured. Mr. Jiang Hao, do you know for sure that the copy you entered is not the Ying Soul Battlefield but the Ying Soul God Temple? Meng Hanyu seemed a bit uncertain and asked again. I'm not particularly sure, but based on the scene when I entered the replica and the words of the temple guard, it shouldn't be wrong. Jiang Hao said truthfully. A temple guardian? The three men spoke in unison. Yes, the test for me to enter the Ying Soul Divine Hall was issued by the hallkeeper. Jiang Hao didn't hide anything, and briefly recounted his experience in the Ying Soul Divine Hall. After the three of them listened to Jiang Hao's narration, their beautiful eyes were filled with different colors. Major big discovery. Absolutely major is a big discovery. Meng Hanyu's eyes contained light, a different color. Regarding this copy of the Ying Soul Divine Hall, their civilization school had been investigating for a long time, but they had never been able to find any clues. The only thing they knew at the moment was that after completing a specific task in the Ying Soul battlefield replica, there was a certain probability of triggering a special task to enter the Ying Soul God's temple. However, there are no clues as to the conditions of the mission that need to be met, and Jiang Hao's entry into the Ying Soul Divine Hall this time provided them with vital clues to study this copy. In her excitement, Meng Hanyu almost forgot the purpose of her visit for a moment. By the way, Jiang Hao, I've come here to represent the Civilization School and extend a sincere invitation to you. As long as you join the Civilization Academy, the Academy can provide you with a share of SS-ranked resources and contract all of your expenses until the 6th rank. The moment Meng Hanyu opened her mouth, it was a king bomb. It was important to know that there were not many places that could be allocated in a year for SS-grade resources, even for civilized academies. Moreover, the vast majority of the division slots would be divided up by the pride of the senior class. It could be said that this was already the limit of what the Civilization Academy could come up with. What's more, the subsequent cost of underwriting everything before Jiang Hao's 6th rank was also a huge expense. It seems that your Civilization Academy has really put in the blood. Gu Donjin, who was on the side, laughed softly and then spoke again. Jiang Hao, as long as you can join the War Academy, we will only give you more resources than the Civilization Academy. Besides, I've read your profile, and you're supposed to like fighting. The War Academy borders the border of the mountain and sea abyss and possesses information on numerous replicas and mysterious relics. And every year, the War Academy will arrange for students to travel to the border of the mountain and sea abyss for training. The War Academy, definitely the best choice for you. Jiang Hao was also a bit moved when he heard this. For him, combat upgrades to draw words always came first. If Jiang Hao was previously worried that entering the mountain and sea abyss would be a bit dangerous, but now he had the Ying Soul Divine Hall, a small carry-on world. Even if he encountered danger, Jiang Hao could remain safe. Maybe you'll be able to find the old drunk yourself. Seeing that Jiang Hao seemed to be somewhat interested, Meng Hanyu couldn't sit still. In terms of records of replicas and research on mysterious secret realms, the School of War can be inferior to the School of Civilization. If you join the Civilization School, Jiang Hao, I can apply to the upper echelons to open the Civilization School's copy database for you. One must know that the replica database of the Academy of Civilization contains 85% of the information in the known replicas of the human race. This is the entire human race and not Wasia. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. The replica library he knew. The illusory saint had shown him a part of it before. Not only are there copies of cheats and monster information in there, but there are even clues to the hidden treasures in these copies. One of the most important things was that the Civilization Academy had existed for hundreds of years since its creation. During these last 100 years, the students and teachers of the Civilization Academy have also discovered quite a few special copies in mysterious secret areas. The information of these copies in secret areas is also recorded in the copy database. If you join the Civilization Academy, can you really use the replica database? Jiang Hao asked. Of course, as long as you join the Civilization School, this condition can definitely be honored. Meng Hanyu affirmed. This made Jiang Hao, who was already having trouble choosing, start to have a hard time. It feels like conditions are great on that side of the fence. Just as Jiang Hao was entangled, another voice rang out. Student Jiang Hao, if you join the Huaxia Academy, the Huaxia Academy will not only be able to provide you with a share of SSS-ranked resources, but will also be able to specially equip you with the Smart Brain System. And the Huaxia Academy is similar to the War Academy in that it sends students to the mountain and sea abyss for training every year. And the Huaxia Academy is still able to open up 10 large replicas for you. When these words came out, Meng Hanyu and Gu Donjin were both stunned. Worthy of being the Huaxia Academy, it's really generous. Meng Hanyu sighed. The Civilization Academy wouldn't dare to randomly reward new students with SSS grade resources alone. Dean Meng is overpraising. The reason why our Huaxia Academy has a deep heritage is still because the students of the Huaxia Academy work hard to get ahead. Qi Yinghua said modestly. Jiang Hao was also a bit impressed when he heard this. SSS-rated resources are better than SS-rated resources. the Smart Brain Assist System, in this day and age, is an extremely valuable resource. The last time I experienced the convenience of the Smart Brain system, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. 10 large-scale copies were more than Jiang Hao could ever dream of. Although the difficulty of a large copy is much higher than that of a normal or difficult copy, the rewards are real. Although Jiang Hao could currently ignore levels, he was still a long way from being truly strong, and it was safer to enter a large replica than to enter the mountain and sea abyss to practice. Moreover, behind the Huaxia Academy is the entire Huaxia government. If Jiang Hao joined the Huaxia Academy, it was equivalent to an additional layer of protection on the national level. This was also a very big temptation for Jiang Hao. Student Jiang Hao, on behalf of the Huaxia Academy, I sincerely invite you to join the Huaxia Academy. Shi Yinghua spoke again, a hint of anticipation in her voice. Jiang Hao looked at the three deans' expectant eyes and fell into deep thought for a while. The conditions given by the three academies were all very generous, making it difficult for Jiang Hao to choose, but weighing the pros and cons, the Huaxia Academy was undoubtedly the best choice. Just when Jiang Hao had made up his mind and was about to make a choice, his own professional system suddenly rang with an untimely phone call. I'll take a call first. Jiang Hao gave the three bigwigs an apologetic look. It's okay, you pick up first. The three women didn't care. After getting permission, Jiang Hao picked up the phone, but in his heart, he was actually a bit surprised. Who would be calling him at this hour? When the call was answered, it rang with an unfamiliar voice. Excuse me, is this Mr. Jiang Hao? I am. What can I do for you? I'm a teacher of the Subterranean Academy, and after our observation of your test footage, we believe that you have met the entrance requirements of our Subterranean Academy. Therefore, I would like to specially invite you to become a part of our Subterranean School. Chapter 1076, Special Recruitment for Subterranean Dragons. Myth Blessing, the Subterranean School? Without waiting for Jiang Hao to reply, Meng Hanyu exclaimed in shock. Oh, isn't it Meng by the sound of his voice? So you're there too. Since Jiang Hao did not block the audio, all three were able to hear the call. I didn't expect that even the Subterranean Dragon Academy would come. Gu Dongjin shook her head slightly. Jiang Hao's talent is actually able to make those guys break the rules? You have to realize that rules are more important than lives to those paranoid guys. Shi Yinghua also smiled helplessly and bitterly. Among the people present, only Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. Can you speak human? And what is the Subterranean Academy? In Jiang Hao's impression, only Huaxia, war, and civilization, the three great universities in Huaxia, were the most famous. What was the origin of the Subterranean Academy again? As if it was pushing it. The status of the Subterranean School is rather special, and generally speaking, the Subterranean School doesn't recruit candidates for the entrance exam. The only way to enter is after a year of further study in one of the three major universities. And, within this 1-year period of further training, one must be good enough and strong enough, and must also pass an extremely harsh examination again before being able to receive an invitation from the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Shi Yinghua saw Jiang Hao's doubts and thoughtfully explained for him. And it's not enough to have an invitation. You have to go through another round of brutal screening before you can enroll. Even Shi Yinghua hadn't expected that Jiang Hao's level of excellence would be able to attract the Subterranean Academy. Dean Shi is right. It is indeed a bit difficult to enter the Subterranean Academy, but it's different for student Jiang Hao. After those higher-ups unanimously agreed, Jiang Hao can directly become a student of the Subterranean Dragon Academy instead of being specially recruited. The voice on the other end of the phone rang again. At this moment, everyone present was silent. Pick up skipping the special enrollment and becoming a student directly? Ji Yinghua let out a bitter smile. It seems like this time it's going to be a fruitless endeavor. Why? I thought I had a chance, but I didn't realize that those guys would want to stick their nose in. Meng Hanyu shook her head while leaving the room. Although it's a pity, the Subterranean Academy is indeed the best choice for you. After patting Jiang Hao's shoulder, Gu Dongjin also turned to leave. Well, I hope student Jiang Hao has a pleasant campus life. Shi Yinghua paused for a moment, realizing that there didn't seem to be anything she could say, so she could only send a blessing for Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao, just leave? I haven't said yes yet. Maybe if you guys add a little more money, I'll agree to go with you. Now that they're gone, it's time for us to talk about the resources that belong to you. Go ahead. Hearing the word resources, Jiang Hao instantly came into the spirit. An existence that could make the three great universities know what to do was definitely deep. 10 minutes later, Jiang Hao couldn't help but hum lightly as he lay on the sofa looking at the densely packed list in front of him. It's not that he's not strong-willed enough, it's that he's just giving too much. List of resources for special enrollment in the submarine school. SSS grade resources ×1. Smart brain system times 1. Number of entries to large replicas, 5 per day. Number of special copy entries, 5 per month. No level limit on the number of times a copy can be entered, 10 times per month. If the resources given by the 3 great universities were the best of the best, then the resources given by the Subterranean Academy were the best of the best. This list, directly crushing the 3 major universities, an SSS-ranked resource and a wise brain system had surpassed the 3 major universities. Not to mention that there are 5 daily entries for large replicas, 5 monthly entries for special replicas, and 10 monthly entries for replicas without level restrictions. These are the equivalent of extra experience. Although Jiang Hao's current upgrades could already be described as rocketing, who would refuse to be able to become stronger? And with no level restrictions on copies, it simply doesn't smell too good for those who want to improve their strength. After all, there is no cap on unranked copies. Maybe one could even obtain epic or even legendary equipment from it. It looks like my journey as a subterranean dragon is about to begin. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao somewhat couldn't wait to enter the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Teacher, when will the Subterranean Dragon Academy be able to enroll? Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock sharp, located in the southern suburb of Gingyang City. There will be a special car to take you to the Subterranean Academy. Jiang Hao, are you in such a hurry? Okay, teacher, I know. Hanging up the phone, Jiang Hao was also relieved. This one thing after another today had almost made him forget his goal. Completing copies to gain experience and strengthening summoned beasts to improve their combat power is the most important thing. That said, doesn't seem to have let Hitomi grow up yet. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered the promise he had given Xiaozi earlier at this time. Along with Jiang Hao's mind, the summoning formation lit up, and a blood-colored longsword flew out from it, and on top of the longsword stood a little girl in a red dress. Master, is Zishi going to grow up? Having just been summoned, the purple pupil said impatiently. Of course. Jiang Hao smiled dotingly, then opened his talent panel. You have been detected with a new summoned beast. The number of times the talent mythic blessing has been drawn +1. Is it drawing mythic bloodline? Extract. Jiang Hao chose to extract it without hesitation. In a flash, Jiang Hao only felt a supreme divine sword flashing past his eyes. Some are golden and majestic, others are exquisite, as if they were works of art. Eventually, a fuchsia card surfaced. Congratulations on drawing the mythical sword vein purple heavenly sword, the purple sword of the heavens, the legendary sword of law enforcement, containing the supreme thunderbolt. Evaluation, sword intent through the heavens. The purple sky is 10,000 feet high, and he is in charge of heaven's punishment. Purple heavenly divine sword? What a domineering name. Jiang Hao gazed at the purple heavenly divine sword in the middle of the card, its body flashing with purple thunder, his eyes filled with excitement. It was the first time he had seen the name Mythic Sword Vein. It seems that mythic blessings aren't all about bloodlines, but will also be bestowed based on the summoned beast's own circumstances. After Jiang Hao summarized his experience, he immediately bestowed the purple heavenly divine sword on his purple pupil. Mythical Sword Vein Purple Heavenly Divine Sword empowered successfully. It was accompanied by a system prompt. The purple pupil's body flashed with purple light, and a mysterious and arcane purple rune wrapped her. Boom! All of a sudden, thunder and lightning were loud above the sky dome, and black clouds were pressing down on the area. Crap! What is this? Jiang Hao raised his head to look at the dome of the sky, only to feel a heaven-destroying pressure coming over him. Luckily, this kind of pressure only lasted for a few moments, and along with the completion of the mythic blessing, it soon disappeared without a trace. Master, purple pupil seems to have really grown up, a melodious and pleasant voice rang out. When Jiang Hao looked back, the scene in front of him made him instantly freeze in place. Who are you, beautiful? Chapter 108 Golden Purple Word Judgment Thunder Spell. Only to see that Jiang Hao was standing right in front of him, a young girl with a purple dress and a stunningly beautiful appearance. The most striking thing was the young girl's pair of heart-stopping purple eyes, which seemed to contain endless divine might. Merely taking a glance instantly made Jiang Hao feel a supreme pressure. It was as if there was no escape from all the sins under the eyes. Hey, master, you wouldn't not recognize your purple pupils, would you? The corners of the young girl's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile that was so beautiful. Looking at the familiar smile in front of him, Jiang Hao finally determined the identity of the young girl. Purple pupil? How did you grow so big? Jiang Hao somewhat couldn't believe his eyes. The little girl who was only as tall as his calf was now a young girl in her own right. Only to see the purple pupil faintly smile, the purple light around his body flickered, and he suddenly changed into a costume that was very different from the previous one. A long purple and gold dress outlined her exquisite figure perfectly. Above the hem of the skirt, A lifelike five-clawed golden dragon was embroidered as if it were a living thing. A head of long purple hair was casually draped behind her head, and on her forehead she wore a crown of gold silk binding. The original pair of violet eyes now contained an endless amount of divine might. At this moment, the purple pupil seemed like a goddess coming out of the legend, immortal and beautiful. Master, Xia is an adult now. Naturally she's not the little girl she was before. She laughed softly, a hint of arrogance in her voice. Jiang Hao looked at Xie, who had metamorphosed into a great beauty in front of him, and had mixed feelings in his heart. It's amazing how good it feels to be raised from a little girl to a big girl. Purple heavenly sword, purple pupil, sword vein quality, mythic, quality, legend times 5, rank, 22, power, 3600, body mass, 3600, speed, 3600, spirit, 3600, skills, purple sky judgment LV, 2, divine rank, purple sky thunder sword LV, 5, super rank, purple sky domain breaking chop LV, 5, super rank, purple sky possession LV, 2, divine rank, purple sky sword intent LV, 1, divine rank, spirit chop LV, 6, super rank. The moment he saw the purple pupil attribute, even the knowledgeable Jiang Hao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 3 god rank skills. It's ing on, isn't it? However, among the many skills, Jiang Hao noticed that purple sky possession at a glance. Purple sky possession, exclusive to the soul department. Quality, divine. Effect, after using it, it confused the power of the purple heavenly sword with the selected object, greatly increasing the selected object's ability. Currently the only selected object, Jiang Hao. Dig it, human sword unification. I didn't expect the possession skill that Jiang Hao had been longing for to appear in such a watery manner. Master, you seem to be very interested in the purple sky possession skill? Violet pupil naturally sensed Jiang Hao's excitement and laughed lightly. More than interested. It's more than interested. Jiang Hao couldn't wait to let Xia use the purple sky possession on himself. In the next moment, Jiang Hao only felt a vast power surging into his body from the purple pupil's body. Along with the influx of this power, Jiang Hao could clearly feel that his own power was soaring at an astonishing speed. Hiss! This power! Jiang Hao took a deep breath. Feeling the power that turned the rivers in his body, his eyes filled with excitement. He felt that his four-dimensional attributes had increased by a full 3,500. That's just unimaginable numbers. Violet pupil. What are your possession conditions for this purple sky possession? Jiang Hao asked. Conditions? Violet pupil's voice rang out from within the violet heavenly divine sword. It seems like you have to possess the master's sword body to do so. If the master didn't have a sword body, he would be just as unable to withstand the power of the purple pupil. So it is. Jiang Hao seemed to be somewhat glad that he had awakened the talent of Hotian's sword body, or else it would have to be such a pathetic thing to have an empty and powerful divine rank skill but not be able to use it. After having this skill, let's see who dares to say that a summoner is trash after leaving a summoned beast in the future. He, Jiang Hao, will be the first to disobey. Okay, it's time to depossess. Yes, master, Violet Hitomi responded, casting the skill unpossessed. All of a sudden, Jiang Hao only felt that the vast power in his body dissipated, returning to the previous level. The feeling of losing power is really a bit unpleasant. Jiang Hao sighed and looked at the 2 remaining times he had to extract words. Just the right opportunity to use them all. After all, he was going to head to the Subterranean Dragon Academy tomorrow, and he might run into some unexpected situation, so it was just the right time to take advantage of this to improve his strength. After making up his mind, Jiang Hao selected the binding object as Xie. Binding object successful. Do you want to draw exclusive words? Extract. Congratulations on drawing the gold and purple phrase, Judgment Thunder Spell. Judgment Thunder Spell, growing phrase, for each enemy judged. Able to draw on the power of judgment, and able to use the power of judgment to infinitely increase their own strength. Unlimited increase in one's strength? Jiang Hao was instantly attracted by this line. According to the meaning of this statement, if the power of judgment was large enough, one would be able to strengthen oneself infinitely. It looks awesome. Resist it first. Ding! The gold and purple phrase, Judgment Thunder Spell, is granted successfully. Summoned Beast Purple Heavenly Sword, Purple Pupil, Legend times 5, Legend times 6. Your summoned Beast Violet Sword of the Heavens, Violet Pupil, has realized a new skill, Judgment Thunder Spell. Violet Pupil. How do you feel now? Jiang Hao said with some curiosity. Master, Violet Pupil feels great. It feels like Violet Pupil can split a mountain with one sword now. Xie said with some excitement. Moreover, Xie also feels an extra brand new power, but it's still a bit less now. And it's also necessary for Xia to keep accumulating it. And do you know how to accumulate? Jiang Hao estimated that power was the power of judgment. I know, just keep judging the bad guys. Bad guys? Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. Did the Judgment Thunder mantra have to judge bad guys in order to utilize its effects? That's right, Master. The power of judgment can only be gained by judging those evil people who have committed great crimes. Only by accumulating enough power of judgment can the violet pupil exert more power. The purple pupil said with a serious face. Moreover, the power of the purple pupil has a natural restraining effect on bad guys. Restraining effect? With a thought, Jiang Hao immediately took out the mirror of empty thoughts and teleported Xia into the copy of empty thoughts. Look, those things count as bad guys. Jiang Hao pointed at the level 40 Abyssal Demon King in front of him. When Violet Hitomi heard this, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she looked towards the Abyssal Demon King not far away. All of a sudden, an invisible pressure emanated from Xia's body. Master, such an evil man must be judged. Chapter 109, 22 words, scholarly reward. At this moment, the purple pupil was like a sheathed sword. Her body was surrounded by purple light, and a purple thunderbolt surrounded her body. Judgment Thunder spell. Xia droned out, and the Judgment Thunder incantation was cast. All of a sudden, a purple-colored thunderbolt shot out from the purple pupil's purple heavenly divine sword, heading straight for the Abyssal Demon King. Roar! The Abyssal Demon King roared up to the sky and swung the huge axe in his hand to meet the purple lightning. Boom! The giant axe turned into pieces the moment it touched the lightning, and the lightning's sharpness was unabated as it blasted straight at the Abyssal Demon King. Power of Judgment triggers, adding 30% extra damage to the Judgment Man. A scarlet number lit up above the Abyssal Demon King's head. The purple pupil's strike was enough to deal nearly 100,000 damage. It seems that the power of judgment is also effective against abyssal creatures. So that's good. The last thing this world needs is abyssal creatures. If the power of judgment accumulated by the purple pupil was strong enough, he himself would have one more card. Boom! While Jiang Hao was pondering, the purple pupil's body was once again surrounded by thousands of purple swords, turning into streams of light that continuously bombarded the Abyssal Demon King. The constant stream of attacks caused the illusory Abyssal Demon King to be suppressed to death, unable to fight back at all. Purple Sky Judgment. Accompanied by the purple pupil's soft drink, lightning flashed above the sky, and a 10-meter-long purple heavenly divine sword with a body of flashing purple lightning descended from the sky. Purple Heaven Trial deals 1500% damage to the subject of the trial. The heavier the sins of the subject of the trial, the higher the damage dealt. During the trial, the subject of the trial cannot move, cannot be blocked, and the damage dealt is real damage. Roar! The Abyssal Demon King that was locked by the purple heavenly divine sword was unable to move at all, and could only watch as the purple heavenly divine sword fell straight down. Boom! Above the flat ground a touch of purple aura appeared at first. The violent energy raged, and the land in a 100-meter radius was reduced to nothing in an instant. Along with the power of judgment pouring in, the purple thunder light on Xia's body shone more and more. Ding! Congratulations to your summoned beast Violet Heavenly Sword, Violet Pupil, for slaying the Abyssal Demon King. Empty thoughts, experience plus 12,000 plus 20%. Ding! Judgment power triggered. You have gained 100 points of judgment power. Ding! Your summoned beast Purple Sky Excalibur, Violet Pupil, Judgment Power plus 100. Curse of Judgment currently charging, 100/1000. Outrageous. Not far away, Jiang Hao's eyes widened. Worthy of being a god-rank skill, Xia's sword nearly pierced the mirror of empty thoughts. It's a good thing the power disappeared in time, or you'd be missing a treasure. Let's see if we can go back and get Fatty to remodel the mirror of empty thoughts, or this one won't be able to keep up the pace anytime soon. Jiang Hao exited from among the imaginary copies and looked at the time. It's still early. Draw another word. The effect of the Judgment Thunder incantation was far beyond Jiang Hao's expectation. Moreover, the potential of the purple pupil was very huge. As long as the purple pupil was every bit stronger, he himself would also be fed back. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao once again bound the extraction object to the purple pupil. Binding object successful. Do you want to draw exclusive words? Extract. Accompanied by a pleasant sound, a colorful card appeared in front of Jiang Hao. Congratulations on drawing the gold and red phrase, Bloodthirsty Dawn. Bloodthirsty Dawn, growth phrase. Whenever you kill an enemy, you are able to absorb part of the enemy's life essence and transform it into your own blood chi power. The power of blood chi can last for 300 seconds, during which time, depending on the amount of blood chi power, one's damage will be increased to different degrees. Rating, bloodthirsty and demonic. Blood breath is overpowering. The power of blood and breath. is another growth-type phrase, and this phrase seems to be very suitable for Violet Pupil. The Judgment Thunder spell required the power of judgment as its foundation, while the Bloodthirsty Dawnbreak required the power of blood chi. There were many different types of abyssal creatures, but no matter which type of abyssal creature it was able to provide Xie with the power of blood chi. That's a phrase that's more than appropriate to leave to the Purple Pupil. Thinking of this, Jiang Hao directly granted Bloodthirsty Dawnbreak to his Purple Pupil. Ding! The gold and red phrase, Bloodthirsty Dawn, is granted successfully. Summon Beast Purple Heavenly Sword, Purple Pupil, Legend times 6, Legend times 7. Your summoned beast Violet Heavenly Sword, Violet Pupil, has realized a new skill Bloodthirsty Dawnbreak. Master, the Purple Pupil feels like there's a whole new power. A power that makes the Purple Pupil feel like she can become stronger. It seems that the phrase Bloodthirsty Dawnbreaker is indeed a good fit for Violet Pupil. Jiang Hao was also very satisfied with the two growth phrases, Judgment Thunder Spell and Bloodthirsty Dawnbreak. The growth space of Zishi was hard to predict. Just when Jiang Hao was excited, a knocking sound suddenly sounded outside the door. May I ask if Mr. Jiang Hao is here? Your delivery has arrived. My delivery? Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. He didn't seem to have bought anything, but got up and went to the door anyway. The moment he opened the door to his room, he instantly froze. Outside the door stood a delivery girl in a purple uniform. The courier little sister is tall, with a delicate appearance and a pair of large eyes that are agile and godly. But the most striking thing was the courier girl holding a one-person high package in her hands. The package is wrapped in a red silk cloth which is embroidered with a golden dragon emblem. May I ask if it's Mr. Jiang Hao? The voice of the courier girl was very sweet. Yes, I'm Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao came back to his senses and nodded his head in a hurry. This is the item the Board of Education sent you. Please sign for it. The courier girl finished and handed the package to Jiang Hao. Board of Education? Jiang Hao received the package and pondered slightly. By the way, it seems like the Illusory Saint said before that the top student rewards will be uniformly released after the college entrance exams are over. After the courier girl left, Jiang Hao couldn't wait to open the package. Within the package, 3 items were placed. The first item was a jade pendant with a faint golden glow. On top of the jade pendant, the word was engraved in a simple and ancient style. Scholars Jade Pendant holders can enjoy the privilege of being a scholar issued by the Education Bureau. Scholars Privilege Statement. 1. Holders of the Scholars Jade Pendant are entitled to free rides on various public facilities, airports, train stations, high-speed rail stations, etc. throughout the country. 2. Holders of the Scholars Jade Pendant can apply for various formalities, ID card, household registration, passport, etc. free of charge throughout the country. 3. Holders of the Scholars Jade Pendant are entitled to various preferential policies, tuition fee exemption, scholarship application, etc. 4. Holders of the Scholars Jade Pendant can enjoy special privileges issued by the Education Bureau, access to certain special places, purchase of certain special items, etc. Looking at the various benefits attached to the Scholar Jade Pendant, Jiang Hao only felt a moment of dazzlement. This Scholar Jade Pendant was actually able to grant himself so many privileges. It's going to be hard to keep a low profile. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 110, Subterranean Dragon Academy. The academy that stood above the celestial dome. Jiang Hao put the Scholar Jade Pendant into the system space. He was a person who liked to keep a low profile. Obviously, this Scholar Jade Pendant was somewhat at odds with his 8 characters. Putting away the Scholar's Jade Pendant, he looked at the second item. Replica Experience Double Card. Item description. After using this item, you can double your experience in any copy. Remaining usage times 5. Good stuff. Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. Using the copy experience double card was equivalent to doubling the upgrade speed. He had unintentionally mentioned that he wanted some items with experience bonuses in front of the Illusory Saint earlier, and he didn't expect that the Illusory Saint would actually take it to heart. Thanks to the state, Jiang Hao silently sighed with emotion, then looked at the third reward. Spirit Cloak, exclusive to Summoner, quality, epic times 9, no level restriction. After wearing, strength plus 300, physique plus 300, speed plus 300, spirit plus 350. Exclusive skill, Beast Summoning Spiritual Contract, increase the damage of all summoned beasts by 10% after use, and within a certain range, be able to switch the orientation of the summoned beasts at will. Spirit Deed Set Collection Level, 1/3. Looking at the epic quality Spirit Contract cloak in his hand, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel some excitement in his heart. This cloak not only increases the damage of all summoned beasts, but also has the ability to switch the orientation of summoned beasts at will within a certain range. For summoners, These are two extremely important abilities. Simply a runaway god. I can't believe there are still sets. I wonder if I can collect sets. After Jiang Hao equipped the spirit contract cloak, he also chose to shield the equipment display. It's still the same thing. Keep a low profile. The next morning, Jiang Hao waited here early according to the agreed time and place. Without letting Jiang Hao wait for long, a dirigible with an azure body and data flowing on its surface descended from the sky and came to him in the blink of an eye. The light door of the airship opened slowly, and the first thing that caught Jiang Hao's eyes was a pair of plump and slender legs. And then a woman wearing a blue and white uniform appeared in front of Jiang Hao's eyes. The woman was tall, about 1.75 meters, and her proportions were perfect. The moment he saw the woman, Jiang Hao had only one thought in his mind. It's so white and big today. You should be Jiang Hao. I'm the teacher responsible for picking you up this time. My name is Shen Sini. You can call me MS. Shen. A melodious and pleasant voice rang out, interrupting Jiang Hao's thoughts. Hello, Mr. Shen. Jiang Hao silently withdrew his gaze, organized his somewhat agitated mood, and nodded slightly. I don't know when. I'll take you to the Subterranean Academy. Shen Sini reached out and grabbed Jiang Hao's wrist, and Jiang Hao only felt a spatial fluctuation coming, and in the next moment, the two of them appeared within the dirigible. The space inside the airship was extremely wide, enough to accommodate dozens of people. However, at this moment, there were only Jiang Hao and Shen Sini. Teacher Shen, am I the only one who entered the subterranean school this year? Not this year, but today. Shen Sini smiled faintly. The examination of the Subterranean Dragon Academy is at the end of the next month, so there will be no new students now, except for you, of course. After saying that, Shen Sini's peach blossom eyes flashed with a touch of teasing and curiosity. After all, it was the first time she had seen a student who could make the Elder Council break the rules. So far, it looks mediocre except for the good looks, but she wasn't the type to judge a book by its cover, and to be able to get those old men to break the rules, he must have something far beyond the norm. And when Jiang Hao heard this, he nodded his head in understanding. It seemed that he was the only special enrollment in the subterranean school this year, or he might be the first special enrollment in the subterranean school. Why does this plot feel a little familiar? You're not going to be taunted yourself next, are you? Sit tight, we're ready to go. When Shen Sini's words fell, the airship turned into a blue light and disappeared in its place. The terrifying speed caused Jiang Hao to have an out-of-body feeling. In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao realized that he was already several miles off the ground. As far as the eye can see, the buildings that used to tower over the clouds gradually become smaller, and along with the rising altitude, the speed of the blimp continued to increase. Luckily, Jiang Hao had had the exercise of spatial shifting and riding on a colorful haze, or else this blow would have to give him a dizzy spell. Not long after, the Jingyang city below had completely turned into a black dot, and Jiang Hao had a feeling that he was going to fly into outer space. Subterranean Academy. Is it standing in the middle of the sky? Now that we have crossed the stratosphere, there are no longer any clouds around, and the sun is the only thing still shining. When Jiang Hao raised his eyes to look, what met his eyes were countless huge islands suspended above the sky dome. Each island is the size of a large city. These islands are unbroken and breathtaking, like a heavenly palace. On top of these islands towered countless skyscrapers. These skyscrapers were all unique. Some were golden, some were strange and dazzling, and there were even dozens of blimps shuttling around them. And on an island in the very center, there was a lofty and magnificent high-rise. This palace was golden in color, with carved and painted beams, and above the palace, there were two big words written, Subterranean Dragon. This is the subterranean school? Jiang Hao couldn't help but marvel at the dreamlike scene in front of him. What's with the combination of metaphysical and technological? Not bad. This is the Subterranean Academy. Shen Sini nodded slightly, and a flash of pride flashed in her eyes. The Subterranean Academy is the most top-notch academy in China. It was the dream of countless students to be able to enter the Subterranean Academy. Teacher Shen, how come the Subterranean Dragon Academy is built in the sky? Jiang Hao asked with some curiosity. Because, Shen Sini just wanted to explain, but she suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence. Arrived. Jiang Hao followed Shen Sini's gaze, only to see that the airship had arrived over an island. The island is vast, about hundreds of square kilometers. In the center of the island was an extremely large, technologically advanced high-rise building that covered a huge area. This is the enrollment office of our Subterranean Dragon Academy. I'll first take you to go through the enrollment procedures. As soon as Shen Sini's words fell, the blimp slowly landed on the square in front of the admissions office. Jiang Hao collected his mind and followed Shen Sini down the blimp. The moment the two of them stepped off the airship, they immediately drew countless curious gazes from the surrounding area. That's Mr. Xian. MS. Xian is so beautiful. Hey, who's that handsome guy next to Mr. Xian? Could it be the new freshman? Freshman? Isn't it time for the test yet? Is it hard to be a special recruit? For a while, all sorts of comments were made. Although Jiang Hao had shielded his equipment and title, Jiang Hao's own appearance value was extremely high. Moreover, he carried a distinctive aura that naturally attracted the attention of those around him. Jiang Hao casually swept and realized that every student here was at a minimum of level 40. But it was normal. After all, the vast majority of the students here had practiced for a year in the 3 university campuses, and it was normal for their grades to be higher. Chapter 111, Freshman Classification. What? Stressed? Seeing Jiang Hao's expression, Xian Xini on the side teased. Students who can enter the Subterranean Dragon Academy are all geniuses among geniuses. However, even though they are all geniuses, only a very small portion of them will be able to skip a year of calendars. And you're the only student who skipped the 3 universities and directly entered the Subterranean Dragon Academy. How's that for some stress? Is the pressure okay? Jiang Hao shrugged. He had almost never felt pressure in the rest of his moments, except for when he had faced the demonic abyss projection. Oh, Xian Xini had been watching the changes on Jiang Hao's face, and found that Jiang Hao was always unperturbed. She had thought that Jiang Hao would show a hint of nervousness or excitement after hearing her words. However, she couldn't see any emotional fluctuations from Jiang Hao's face. Teacher Xian, you don't want me to make a splash in the entrance examination, do you? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Isn't that how novels are written? Ha ha, the little guy is quite smart. Xian Xini let out a light laugh. However, there is no entrance examination for the Subterranean Dragon Academy. No entrance examination? Jiang Hao was a bit surprised. It seems that the novels are all lies. Students who are able to enter the Subterranean Dragon Academy have gone through layers and layers of tests, so why bother with more? Xian Xini smiled mysteriously and continued. Although there is no test, there is a freshman rating, but you're the only freshman. Right now. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow when he heard this. What's a freshman rating? Freshman rating is an activity in which Subterranean Academy grades freshmen based on their overall performance when they enroll. And there are 4 ratings, Xian Xini explained. Unlike the 3 major universities, Subterranean Dragon Academy's freshman ratings aren't just based on rank, but also take into account the freshman's talent potential, practical combat ability, and other aspects. The higher the rating, the more resources the Subterranean Academy will be able to enjoy during the 3 years of being a new student. Resources? Jiang Hao's eyes lit up. This was his favorite thing to hear. Like what? For example, exclusive cultivation rooms, exclusive tutors, exclusive copy times, etc. Xian Xini snapped her fingers and said, of course, the most important thing is that the higher the freshman rating, the higher the probability of being able to obtain a recommended spot in the Subterranean Dragon Academy in the future. Recommended places? Jiang Hao was a bit curious. You'll find out about that later. For now it's better to prepare for your freshman rating. Xian Xini's beautiful eyes flashed with a deep meaning. Freshman ratings may seem simple, but they are actually hidden. Freshman ratings are categorized into 4 levels: average, excellent, outstanding, and perfect. Those who were able to reach the distinguished level were the key cultivation targets of the Subterranean Dragon Academy, and those that can reach the perfect level are even more rare. Since the establishment of the Subterranean Dragon Academy, there were no more than 5 people who were able to reach the perfect level. She was curious to see what level Jiang Hao, this special new student, would reach. Jiang Hao sniffed and nodded. Although he didn't know exactly what the freshman rating was, he thought that the higher the rating, the more benefits there would be. Besides, he's always loved a good challenge. Okay, let's go inside. Xian Xini led Jiang Hao into the enrollment office. Inside the enrollment office, people were coming and going. Hello, Mr. Shen. Good morning, Mr. Shen. Whenever Xian Xini passed by, many students offered to greet her. Xian Xini also responded one by one, always with a faint smile on her face. Mr. Xian, is this the student who broke the rules this year? A middle-aged man who was not angry and authoritative walked up to him, his tiger eyes looking up and down at Jiang Hao behind Xian Xini. That's right, he's that student. Xian Xini didn't hide it either. After all, Jiang Hao was already well known amongst the higher echelons of the Subterranean Dragon Academy. It doesn't look like anything special. But, the middle-aged man came to Jiang Hao's side and heavily patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. I hope you won't let them down. After saying that, he left straight away. Jiang Hao? His character is just like this. You shouldn't be too concerned. Xian Xini laughed. It's fine. I'm used to it. Jiang Hao smiled helplessly and bitterly. That's good. It's getting late. Speed up a bit. Maybe you'll be able to complete a rating challenge today. Xian Xinyi accelerated her speed, and within 10 minutes, she had finished all of Jiang Hao's enrollment procedures. Well, put on this uniform and go participate in the rating challenge. Xian Xinyi threw a uniform into Jiang Hao's hands. Jiang Hao surveyed the uniform in his hand. This uniform is platinum equipment? How's that? Subterranean Academy is generous, isn't it? Well, can I not change it? It wasn't that Jiang Hao had high eyesight, but he himself was wearing diamond armor and an epic cloak. It could be said that the lowest level equipment on Jiang Hao's body were diamonds. Platinum? Sorry, not very familiar. Xian Xinyi looked at Jiang Hao's slightly disgusted tone and also helplessly held her forehead. The platinum equipment that made fourth-order professionals fight for it was actually disliked by Jiang Hao, a second-order professional. It was unknown where this kid had gotten so much good equipment, some of which even she couldn't tell the quality. A moment later, Xian Xinyi said in a good-natured manner, whatever. Although Jiang Hao didn't wear a uniform, it didn't stop him from participating in the rating challenge. Xian Xinyi led Jiang Hao through the layers of buildings and soon came to a huge building. Even though they were some distance apart, Jiang Hao could still hear the mountainous cheers and shouts. Is this the rating location? Jiang Hao pointed at the huge circular building in front of him. How does this place look like a gladiator arena? As far as the eye could see, there was a crowd of students sitting around. That's right, this is where freshman grading takes place. Xian Xinyi nodded. Go inside. Everyone is waiting for you. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and stepped into the circular building. As soon as he stepped into the building, Jiang Hao was stunned by the scene in front of him. The entire interior of the building, which is circular in shape, is surrounded by a circle of bleachers. The arena is divided into a dozen areas, and in the center sits a huge screen. Above the screen, a fierce battle was being shown. Only a professional with a longbow and a professional with a long sword were in a fierce battle. Arrow light flashed, sword chi spread out, and intense clashing sounds resounded throughout the arena. Jiang Hao smacked his lips in his heart as he watched the battle on the screen, and on both sides of the screen, messages are given for the duo. Empty strange writings, grade 2, level 51, profession, shadow archer, affiliated faculty, Shin-E College, mission experience, level A5, level B 15, level C 60, level D 95, level E 258, enrollment rating, excellent, college rank, 1,065. The strength of these two professionals had both reached level 50. Outside a level 50 professional had already called himself a party bigwig, but in the Subterranean Dragon Academy, he was also just a student. No wonder Xian Xinyi said that students who were able to enter the Subterranean Dragon Academy were all geniuses among geniuses. Chapter 112, Speed Pass Players. Moreover, a 5th-ranked powerhouse couldn't even enter the top 1,000 in the Subterranean Dragon Academy. What? Scared? Xian Xinyi laughed softly from the side. Barely. Jiang Hao smiled casually. Although he hadn't challenged a 5th-ranked professional yet, he had challenged a 7th-ranked Abyssal Demon King. Although it was only a residual-blooded Demon King, it wasn't something that a 5th-ranked professional could touch. Not bad. Xian Xinyi nodded and delivered a message to the host at the bottom of the screen. A reply came quickly from there. You're next in line for grading. Just wait. At this moment, the battle above the ring was nearing its end. Although the strength of the knight holding the longsword was good, it was ultimately inferior to that archer holding the longbow. In a flash of lightning, the entire ring was suddenly shrouded in shadow. It's the Shadow Demon Archer's talent. Shadow kill space. Countless arrows shot out from all directions, ruthlessly shooting at the knight holding the long sword. The knight frantically swung his longsword to fend off the arrows, but there were just too many arrows, and the knights eventually couldn't resist and were shot into hedgehogs by the arrows. As the knight fell, the image above the screen faded away. The moderator's voice rang through the arena. Victory and defeat have been decided. Congratulations to Senior Erchuan of Shin-E Academy on their victory. As the host's words fell, the arena erupted into a mountainous roar. The Subterranean Academy had always had a tenet that only the strong deserved to receive cheers. But, the next fight is going to be very interesting. The moderator's voice sounded again. Because this time it will be a freshman who will be doing the fighting. Freshman? Hasn't the academy not conducted the entrance examination yet? How come there are new students? Could it be a special offer? Even if it's a special offer also, the world can't be right. Ha, turtle. There's not going to be a rule breaking to freshmen, is there? For a moment, the audience in the room came to a standstill. There was a deep curiosity about the freshmen. It was important to know that the number of special enrollment slots that appeared in the Subterranean Dragon Academy in a year would not be greater than 3. Even special enrollment follows the enrollment schedule. It was the first time they had seen a skip in enrollment like this. Feeling the eyes of the crowd that were like wolves and tigers, searching for prey, Zhang Hao couldn't help but shrink his neck. How come it's so hard to keep a low profile these days? The first level of freshman grading is divided into 3 levels. The first level is to enter a copy of Hell difficulty, and the second level is to randomly simulate a student from the Subterranean Academy to fight you. As for the third level, I'm sure you should have guessed that it's choosing one of your ideally rated students to fight. After winning, you'll get his rating. You have to beat at least 3 seniors if you want to achieve a perfect rating. Do you understand? Understood. Zhang Hao nodded. Mr. Suan said the general rule is that the weak are the strong and the strong are the weak. It fits Zhang Hao's demeanor. And then, under the crowd's expectant gazes, Zhang Hao stepped towards the center of the ring. Look at that. That freshman showed up. He looks so young. He feels younger than us. Nonsense. Could a freshman be any older than you? Is he really the freshman who broke the rules this year? Why does it feel like a joke? As soon as Zhang Hao appeared, he immediately caused a sensation in the room. Among the audience present, there were quite a few students who were outstanding students from the 3 university campuses, and they considered themselves to be overly gifted. So after entering the Subterranean Academy, there was still a great deal of anticipation for the freshman ratings. However, when they saw Zhang Hao, a new student, they couldn't help but feel some disappointment in their hearts. Zhang Hao looked far too young, and his rank was only 22. Can you really pass the freshman grading with that kind of strength? Zhang Hao naturally didn't know what these people were thinking as he came to the center of the ring and quietly waited for the Hell difficulty copy to open. A moment later, the space in the center of the ring twisted, and a black hole appeared in front of Zhang Hao. The Hell difficulty copy has opened. Please enter the copy. The system beep sounded. Zhang Hao took a deep breath and stepped into the black hole. After Zhang Hao entered the copy, the crowd of onlookers began to talk. How much time do you think it will take for him to pass his copy? It's going to take at least 10 minutes if it's 22 levels. Be bold. I bet he takes half an hour. Come on. Open. I'll bet 12 minutes and 300 points. A student opens a bet directly in the channel. It was hard to meet such a freshman, so how could I not have fun and enjoy myself? I'll bet 8 minutes and 150 points. Crap. So ruthless? I'll bet 20 minutes. 280 points. In a short moment, the bet on Zhang Hao's passage time quickly expanded to the entire Subterranean Dragon Academy. The vast majority of students didn't think favorably of Zhang Hao, believing that he would need at least 20 minutes to clear the copy. After all, a Hell difficulty copy was no ordinary copy. Even the students of the Subterranean Academy would need to spend some time to clear the level. However, there was no lack of students with a sharp eye, who sensed a hint of abnormality from Zhang Hao. However, just as they had just placed their bets, a prompt suddenly lit up on the big screen. Freshman Zhang Hao completes a Hell difficulty rated copy in 40 seconds. In an instant, the entire arena was silent. Everyone stared at the prompt on the screen in disbelief. 40 seconds? How is this possible? How did he do it? Before the crowd could react from their shock, another prompt lit up. Freshman Zhang Hao completes the second stage of grading in 10 seconds. Current rating, average. The arena completely exploded. 10 seconds? That's too soon, isn't it? What kind of monster is this kid? Is this still human? No wonder it was able to make the Subterranean Dragon Academy break its rules. It really does have a few tricks up its sleeve. Xian Sini also looked at the prompt on the screen with a shocked expression. Although she knew that Zhang Hao's strength was good, she hadn't thought that Zhang Hao was actually strong to this extent. Defeating a student of the same level of the Subterranean Dragon Academy in 10 seconds was already called crushing. Only the next moment, Zhang Hao's figure also appeared in the center of the ring once again. Rating this? Zhang Hao didn't even use summoned beasts for the first 2 tests, and was able to complete them easily by himself alone. But then comes the main event. Mr. Zhang Hao, please choose your rating contender. Zhang Hao looked at the dense information in front of him and directly pulled the interface to the top. Beck Fei Yu. Occupation, General of the Holy Guns. Level, 48. Rating, excellent. College, Divine War College. College rank, 1780. Holy Gun Warlord? This was the strongest one Zhang Hao could challenge at the moment. It's decided that it's you. Chapter 113 Arrogant Freshman. Second rank beating fourth rank? Along with Zhang Hao's choice, another message appeared on the left side of the big screen. Freshman Zhang Hao has made a rating opponent choice. Selected by Kibai Feiyu. Occupation, General of the Holy Guns. Level, 48. Rating, excellent. College, Divine War College. College rank, 1780. In an instant, the entire audience's eyes were focused on Jiang Hao and Bai Feiyu. Many students showed excitement. Turtle. This freshman is really new to the game and has chosen this lunatic. That's just it. Pick anyone but him. This is going to be a good one. Although Jiang Hao, a freshman, had just displayed amazing strength. As for Bai Feiyu, as an outstanding freshman of the Divine Battle Academy, his strength was likewise not to be underestimated. I didn't expect that this freshman would be so arrogant. Second rank beating fourth rank. Does he think he's a heavenly god descending to earth? But I'm also curious as to what he has under his belt. Many students were surprised by Jiang Hao's choice. After all, there was a huge gap between the second and fourth orders. Even if one was a fellow fourth-ranked professional, it wasn't an easy task to challenge Bai Feiyu. Not to mention, Jiang Hao was also a summoner. In the eyes of many, summoners were relatively weak in their own right despite having the aid of summoned beasts. This battle, there seems to be no suspense. Among the crowd, the eyes of a youth clad in silver battle armor flashed with a touch of teasing. It was Jiang Hao's chosen raiding opponent, Bai Feiyu. Bai Feiyu, a third-year student of the Divine Battle Academy, was gifted and strong. A handful of holy gun battle techniques were out of this world, and he was a famous gunmaster of the Subterranean Dragon Academy. Among the same grade in the Divine Battle Academy, the rankings could all be in the top 100. Good afternoon, all students of Subterranean Academy. Welcome to the Subterranean Dragon Arena. I am the host of today's arena, Chan Jingjing. A pleasant voice rang out from the broadcast of the entire Subterranean Dragon Arena. The next battle will be a freshman rating challenge. The challenger is this year's specially recruited freshman of the Subterranean Dragon Academy, the top student who broke the points record of the college entrance exam, student Jiang Hao. Student Jiang Hao has just passed the first two grading tests at an extremely fast speed, and is now about to face his final challenge. And the challenged is the player Jiang Hao was able to choose the highest ranked player for this rating challenge, Bai Feiyu from Divine Gun Academy. Will the freshman continue to work wonders, or will the older students be able to cut the freshman down to size? Let's wait and see. As the host's words fell, the room erupted in cheers. At the moment, it was near the end of the school year, and many of the Subterranean Academy's rolling kings were going out to receive assignments. Still, a number of students stayed in school. I didn't expect them to come across such a good show today. It wasn't unheard of for a new student to challenge an old student, but it was the first time a second-order new student challenged a fourth-order old student. Furthermore, this fourth-ranked veteran was also one of several powerful existences in the fourth rank. Knock knock. A heavy footstep sounded. Jiang Hao raised his eyes to look, only to see the youth wearing silver-white battle armor and carrying a blood-colored lance on his shoulder walking opposite himself towards the ring. Coming on top of the ring, Bai Feiyu casually stood the blood-colored spear on the ground, causing the entire ring to tremble, and then condescendingly looked down at Jiang Hao, his eyes full of teasing. Kid, are you sure you want to challenge me? There was a hint of arrogance in Bai Feiyu's voice. Although he didn't know how Jiang Hao passed the first two levels, it didn't stop him from belittling Jiang Hao. In his opinion, Jiang Hao was just a small munchkin of level 22, while he was a solid 43 level expert. A second-order challenge to a fourth order is simply a pipe dream. Of course, Jiang Hao smiled faintly, not the least bit moved. You wouldn't think that just because you got a national first-place award, you'd be able to be arrogant? Teasing flashed in Bai Feiyu's eyes. You have to know that every single one of the Subterranean Dragon Academies was in the top 10 in the country back then, and I'm not very good. I only got a second in the current exam. The moment Bai Feiyu said this, the atmosphere of the arena was completely ignited. As Bai Feiyu had said, those who were able to enter the Subterranean Dragon Academy were none of the best in the college entrance examination that year. What a top scorer! Scout! A catch! Therefore, even if Jiang Hao was the top student of this year's college entrance examination, they wouldn't think highly of Jiang Hao much. In the Subterranean Academy, strength is everything. Kid, didn't your teacher tell you that if you fail above the ring, all of your resources for this year's freshman will go to the winner? Bai Feiyu gripped the blood-colored gun handle with one hand, and then threw it violently, causing the tip of the gun to point directly at Jiang Hao. Facing Bai Feiyu's provocation, Jiang Hao didn't get angry, but instead asked in return, then if you lose, does your resources go to me? It's not in the rules, but if you do win me, what's the harm in giving you some resources? Bai Feiyu smiled disdainfully. At the same time a countdown starts on the screen. 10, 9, 8, 7. The atmosphere in the arena became more and more tense as time went on. 3, 2, 1. With a command from the host, Bai Feiyu took the lead. Only seeing his figure flashing, the blood-colored spear in his hand turned into a residual shadow, stabbing Jiang Hao straight in the throat. In the message, he learned that Jiang Hao's occupation was a summoner. Although he didn't know how he was able to enter the subterranean dragon academy with his profession as a summoner, anyone who had attended a few days to learn about professions knew that the summoner profession was a brittle skin just like the mage. As long as they got close before they unleashed their summoned beasts, they basically didn't have any power to fight back. Most people in the audience thought the same. It was thought that Jiang Hao could be a special case. However, after seeing Jiang Hao being easily approached by Feiyu, they also shook their heads. It seems that this freshman still lacks combat experience. In the middle of a real war, the enemy wouldn't let you summon a summoned beast before making a move. And just when they thought that the victory had been decided, something unexpected happened, only to see that the moment Feiyu's inevitable strike blasted and stabbed at Jiang Hao, Jiang Hao's figure actually steeply disappeared in place. This is the power of space? No, it should be some kind of skill. Before the crowd could react, a golden monkey clad in golden red battle armor and holding a red golden long stick instantly appeared in the ring. Knock! The golden monkey held the stick in one hand and slammed it forcefully towards the back of Feiyu's head. So fast, Feiyu let out a cry of surprise in his heart and hurriedly turned around to fend it off. Dang! The blood-colored lance and the golden red stick collided fiercely, erupting into a violent roar. A powerful recoil surged from the golden red stick, shocking Feiyu's arm. Feiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands lashed out to clear the force of this recoil. Instant summoning? Still underestimating you. Chapter 114, an equal share? But, you think you can defeat me just with the summoned beasts you summoned? The corner of Feiyu's mouth raised in a disdainful sneer. He was a senior student of the Divine Battle Academy, and had an incomparably rich experience in actual combat. Even though Jiang Hao's summoned beast was a bit odd, he didn't think it could defeat him. Just try it and you'll know. Jiang Hao smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. As the words fell, the little saint's body flashed and turned into a residual shadow as he rushed towards Feiyu. Seeing this, Feiyu was not willing to show weakness and waved his blood-colored lance to meet him. Dang! For a while, the ring resounded with the dense sound of metal clashing. Feiyu was worthy of being a senior student of the Divine Battle Academy. His gunplay was exquisite, and each move contained a powerful force. However, Little Saint's speed and strength far exceeded his imagination. Under the Little Saint's stormy attack, Feiyu was losing ground. Damn it! Feiyu roared, pushing the power in his body to the extreme. In an instant, a shocking aura erupted from Feiyu's body. The blood-colored lance in his hand also seemed to come to life, becoming even more vibrant and colorful. Sacred Lance, Wild Arisher! Feiyu shouted. The blood-colored lance in his hand transformed into a blood-colored whirlwind that swept towards the Little Saint. Seeing this, the Little Saint didn't dodge and swung his golden red stick to meet him. Boom! The two powerful forces collided together, erupting into a violent explosion. The blood-colored whirlwind was churned to smithereens by the golden red stick, and the Little Saint's figure fell back a few steps. However, Little Sage had never released any skills up to that point. With just his combat skills and four-dimensional attributes, he was able to be on par with a fourth-ranked professional, even vaguely suppressing him. And that's even with Feiyu using a big move. And in the audience, the crowd boiled again after a brief silence, instantly summoning in a summoned beast that was not on par with a fourth-ranked professional. It made everyone take a second look at the freshman. To be able to make the Subterranean Dragon Academy break the rules that it had held fast to for 100 years, it really wasn't an ordinary person. Feiyu stabilized his stance, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had never seen such a strong summoned beast. Moreover, Jiang Hao's summoned beast was actually able to possess such great strength and speed at the same time. It simply defied his perception. The gap between the second and fourth ranks was simply not something that talent could make up for. It was unknown where Jiang Hao got such an outrageous summoned beast. It seems like it's time to get real, or else this matter will spread out and one mustn't become a laughingstock. Feiyu let out a bitter laugh. Once upon a time, it was always him who had crossed over. But today, he was instead challenged by someone who had crossed over, and it was a full 2 steps over. If this loses, no, never lose. Holy Gun Battle Spirit! Feiyu roared and cast his natural skill. In an instant, a divine and powerful aura erupted from Feiyu. His figure also became illusory, as if he was transformed into a supreme divine spear. The blood-colored lance in Feiyu's hand also changed, becoming even more scarlet, as if it were a blood-stained demonic lance. After using the holy strong battle soul, not only did Feiyu's four-dimensional attributes all increase, he also received a special buff, the battle soul immortality. Once you turn on battle spirit indestructible as long as you are not killed in seconds, you will be able to gain super recovery and 50% damage immunity. In other words, when the Holy Gun Battle Spirit was turned on, Bai Feiyu had a strong range. This was the power of talent skills, which could drastically increase a professional's strength and possess a wide variety of special effects. I didn't expect this freshman to be able to force Bai Feiyu to use his talent. Yeah, last time Bai Feiyu relied on this talent to clear a level 55 abyssal copy. Bai Feiyu's aura increased greatly after he turned on his Sacred Lance Battle Spirit, and the blood-colored lance in his hand slashed through a bloody light as it headed straight for the little saint. A flash of excitement also flashed in little saint's eyes when he felt that powerful aura on Bai Feiyu's body. Such an opponent was worthy of having it make a skill fighting technique heavenly collapse. The little saint roared, and the golden red stick in his hand slammed into the ground. In an instant, a huge crack spread out in all directions with little saint at the center. When Bai Feiyu saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Jiang Hao's summoned beast to use such a powerful skill as well. However, surprise was quickly replaced by fortitude. With his own Sacred Lance Battle Spirit state on, even a level 50 abyssal boss was not his opponent, let alone a level 22 summoned beast. Holy lance breaking, Bai Feiyu shouted, and the blood-colored spear in his hand transformed into a streak of blood-colored lightning, meeting the little saint's golden red stick. Boom! The two powerful forces collided together, erupting into a shocking roar. The ground on the ring instantly cracked, countless debris splattered, and smoke and dust rolled out, completely enveloping the ring. Dig it, how come you can't see it when it matters? Where's the host? Save it. Inside the arena, smoke and dust filled the arena, making it difficult to see what was going on in the ring. The only sound that echoed from time to time was the sound of metal clashing that resounded through the clouds. And just then, the smoke cleared and the situation in the ring became clearer, only to see that above the ring, Bai Feiyu and Jiang Hao's summoned beast little saint stood toe-to-toe. Bai Feiyu held a blood-colored lance and was clad in the Sacred Lance Battle Spirit. His aura was like a rainbow. On the other hand, Jiang Hao's little saint was holding a golden red stick, his body covered in golden light and his battle intent was high, surprisingly even. In the audience, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw what was going on in the ring. They had originally thought that after Bai Feiyu had opened his Sacred Lance Battle Spirit, his strength would increase drastically and he would be able to easily defeat this golden monkey. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Hao's summoned beast would not be afraid at all, and still fought him evenly. Worthy of being a specially recruited freshman, I'm sure there are a couple of tricks up my sleeve. It's the first time I've seen Bai Feiyu face a low-ranked professional with so much effort. Yeah, in the past, Bai Feiyu used to fight at a transgressive level, but I didn't think that there would be a day when he would be transgressed too. Bai Feiyu looked at the little saint in front of him and once again felt shocked inside. Earlier, he was suppressed by this golden monkey without using his full power, and now after using his full power, he was just barely even. One must know that he was a solid 4th-ranked professional and had his natural skill turned on. Surprisingly, he was still unable to defeat Jiang Hao's summoned beast. Moreover, he vaguely felt that Jiang Hao's summoned beast didn't seem to have used its full strength yet. It seems that I underestimated you. Bai Feiyu took a deep breath, his battle intent blazing in his eyes. However, I won't admit defeat so easily. With that, the blood-colored lance in Bai Feiyu's hand once again blossomed with eye-catching bloodlight. Holy Lance Godslayer! Bai Feiyu shouted, and the blood-colored spear in his hand transformed into a blood-colored meteor, heading straight for the little saint. With this shot, Bai Feiyu poured all his strength into it, and the speed was so fast that the crowd there was in awe. It was obvious that Bai Feiyu was going to throw his weight around.